Yanghua unexpectedly traversed into the world of American comics, finding himself in the cavern where the original Iron Man was born. At that moment, he embodied the ailing Dr. Ethan, while before him stood Tony, extending his hand in an earnest attempt to rescue him. This time, Yanghua, as Ethan, chose to escape the cave alongside Tony. With the aid of a system, he embarked on the exhilarating saga of Iron Man in the realm of American comics. Chapter 1. I have become Dr. Ethan. As a fervent aficionado of American comics, Yanghua immersed himself in their captivating universe that fateful night. The hour was late, and the dim light cast shadows upon his bloodshot eyes, yet he remained fixated on the screen. Suddenly, without warning, darkness engulfed him, and his consciousness slipped into chaos. When he finally stirred back to awareness, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar and profoundly dark environment. Straining to comprehend his surroundings, he was met with a wave of pain coursing through his body. As he struggled to assess his condition, he became acutely aware of a grievous gunshot wound. The agony emanating from the injury felt as if every nerve was being mercilessly tugged. In the midst of his torment, a figure emerged in his blurred vision, an individual clad in an unwieldy, oversized suit of armor. The armor shimmered with a metallic sheen in the faint light, and the person within it extended a hand towards him, a visage of concern etched upon their face. At the sight of this familiar scene, Yanghua's pain-clouded mind cleared in an instant. He realized, to his astonishment, that he had somehow inhabited the dying form of Dr. Ethan from the American comics. A complex swirl of disbelief and shock surged within him at that moment. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, devoid of emotion, commanding him, survive. Follow Tony out of the cave. The voice continued, detailing that success would yield 10 points, Ethan's technology, and a novice gift pack, while failure would lead to his demise alongside Dr. Ethan. Well-versed in the narrative trajectory of American comics, Yanghua understood the critical nature of his predicament. In the original storyline, Dr. Ethan would meet his end in this very cave, his sacrifice marking a pivotal moment in Tony's life, prompting the once frivolous playboy to cherish existence and embark on a path of heroism, enhancing his armor to combat evil and safeguard the world. Now, however, the system demanded that he alter the course of events, allowing Dr. Ethan to survive. A sense of conflict arose within Yanghua. He was aware that this could trigger a cascade of unforeseen changes. Yet, time was of the essence, and lingering too long in contemplation could lead him to share the original fate of Dr. Ethan. Gritting his teeth, he bore the searing pain. Tony's hopeful gaze was fixed upon him, as though he were the last beacon of hope. Fully embodying the role of Dr. Ethan, Yanghua struggled to part his lips, his voice faint yet resolutely unwavering as he uttered, "Tony, I can barely hold on, but I cannot die." His eyes mirrored a fervent desire for life, mingled with a hint of trepidation towards the unknown. Tony swiftly removed his helmet and mask upon hearing his words. Concern etched across his handsome visage. He gazed at Dr. Ethan with an urgent tone, declaring, "Hang in there. Doctor, I will ensure your safe exit from this cavern." His voice reverberated through the cave, akin to a beam of light piercing the darkness, instilling a flicker of hope within Dr. Ethan. The cave was permeated by the scent of decay and dampness, a fragrance woven from the threads of time and darkness. Water droplets perpetually cascaded from the rocky walls, their rhythmic patter resonating starkly in the hushed surroundings. Each droplet seemed to narrate the cave's solitude and interminable existence. Yanghua, in this moment, was enduring the excruciating pain from his gunshot wound, each breath akin to a knife slicing through him. His gaze struggled to focus on Tony's armor, a symbol of Tony's intellect and bravery. Observing that formidable suit, a multitude of conflicting emotions surged within him, admiration for Tony intertwined with a lament for his own fate. He understood that from this moment forth, his destiny would be inextricably linked to Tony's. They must join forces to escape this predicament. Tony, filled with anxiety, watched him intently, the lights on his armor flickering uncertainly in the darkness, mirroring the uncertainty of their fate. With urgency lacing his voice, he implored, "Doctor, just a little longer, we are almost there." His words brimmed with hope and encouragement, illuminating a beacon in the enveloping gloom for Dr. Ethan. Yanghua, now Dr. Ethan, weakly replied, "I will do my best, Tony. I do not wish to perish here." Though his voice was faint, it resonated with unwavering resolve. Memories of his former life flooded his mind, those cherished recollections intensifying his desire to survive. He recognized this as a battle against death, one he could not surrender lightly. They stumbled through the cave, Dr. Ethan's frail body leaning heavily against Tony. With each step, it felt as though he was expending every ounce of his strength. His complexion was as pale as parchment, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He murmured, "Tony, I feel myself growing weaker." His voice trembled, as if it could vanish at any moment. Tony sensed Dr. Ethan's frailty and firmly grasped his hand, warm and strong. "Don't give up. Doctor, think of the world outside, that we will surely make it out," he asserted, his eyes brimming with determination and trust in Dr. Ethan. He understood that they were each other's lifeline, and only through mutual support could they navigate this dire situation. The voice of the system echoed repeatedly in Ethan's mind, an unseen force propelling him forward. His resolve to survive solidified. He strained to lift his head, fixing his gaze upon the faint glimmer of light at the cave's entrance. That tenuous illumination appeared to him as the dawn of life, a tangible hope for survival. His voice gained a modicum of strength as he declared, "Tony, I have spotted the cave. Entrance, we are almost there." His heart brimmed with anticipation, envisioning the warm sunlight and refreshing air that awaited them beyond the confines of the cave. He understood that if they could just persevere until they reached the exit, they would have a chance to escape this perilous place. However, just as they were nearing the mouth of the cave, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from behind them. The sound grew increasingly closer, as if heralding the grim approach of death. Tony's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he uttered, "Doctor, it may be those terrorists pursuing us." An acute sense of vigilance enveloped him, for he recognized that they were on the brink of confronting a new crisis. Ethan's heart sank heavily. He sensed the gravity of their predicament. His immediate instinct was to avoid burdening Tony, and he struggled to say, "Tony, go on without me." His gaze was filled with resignation and resolve. He was acutely aware that if Tony were to be captured by the terrorists because of him, all their efforts would be rendered futile. Yet, Tony shook his head firmly, asserting, "No, Doctor, we will leave together. I refuse to abandon you." His tone was resolute and unequivocal. He guided Ethan behind a boulder to offer him a temporary refuge. Then, he turned to face the impending threat, his armored suit exuding an even greater sense of might amidst the encroaching darkness. As Ethan gazed at Tony's silhouette, a warm surge of emotion filled his heart. He felt Tony's sincerity and bravery, yet an undercurrent of worry coursed through him. He knew that Tony was risking his own life. Silently, he prayed for Tony's safe return. His eyes were fixed on Tony, as if he were the very embodiment of his hopes. The terrorists drew nearer, their forms flickering in the shadows. Tony swiftly activated the weaponry of his suit, the energy weapons illuminating the cave with a brilliant glow, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, that light seemed to embody the judgment of justice, instilling fear within the hearts of the terrorists. Ethan watched anxiously, cursing his own impotence in this dire moment. His voice trembled as he shouted, "Tony, be careful." The words echoed through the cave, laden with concern and trepidation. Anxiety gnawed at him. He fervently wished for Tony to swiftly vanquish the terrorists and return safely to his side. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, each detail quickening his heartbeat. After a fierce confrontation, Tony, utilizing the formidable capabilities of his suit and his exceptional skills, successfully repelled the terrorists. Yet, the suit bore some damage from the skirmish, with certain components emitting a faint hiss. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed back to Ethan's side, saying, "Doctor, we must leave at once." He recognized that their sanctuary was no longer secure. Ethan nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude. Together, they trudged towards the cave's exit, each step laboriously slow. Ethan's body had reached its limits, yet he persevered. He understood that once they emerged from the cave, they would have a chance at rebirth. Supporting each other, they advanced step by step towards the light. At long last, they emerged from the cavern. Outside, the sunlight was blinding, and its intensity momentarily disoriented Ethan. He squinted against the brilliance, relishing the long-awaited warmth that enveloped him like a tender embrace from nature. In this moment, he recognized that he had triumphed over adversity, successfully completing his mission. Just then, a notification resonated in his mind, announcing his reward. 10 points, Ethan's technology, and a novice gift package. Within this gift package lay invaluable information on optimizing the initial model of the mech, enabling them to enhance it to a level capable of supporting their flight back to the beautiful country. Additionally, the package contained a mech encyclopedia, which required Ethan to assist Tony in the optimization, upgrading, and iteration of various models of battle armor to illuminate the entries within. Even the initial battle armor has been optimized into 9 versions, each represented in a distinct entry. Yang Hua mused, reflecting on the meticulousness and rigor of the mech encyclopedia. Presently, He needed to collaborate with Tony to accomplish the first optimization of the initial model. They found a temporary refuge in an abandoned cabin. Though modest, the shelter provided them with a semblance of security. Ethan settled onto a rickety chair, eager to examine the novice gift package. As he unwrapped it, a radiant glow emanated from within, captivating his attention. He discovered advanced technological data that filled him with exhilaration. Tony approached, concern etched on his face, accompanied by a warm smile. "Doctor, how are you feeling?" he inquired, scanning Ethan for any signs of improvement in his condition. Ethan lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he replied, "I feel much better, Tony. Look, this data could potentially enhance our matches." Tony's gaze fell upon the technological information, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He picked up a document, scrutinizing its contents closely. "Doctor, if we optimize this energy system, the mech's endurance should significantly improve." His mind began to conceive ways to integrate this information into the mech's enhancements. Ethan nodded, affirming, "That's a splendid idea." Filled with anticipation, he envisioned the mech becoming even more formidable following these improvements. They commenced a collaborative study of the technological data, deliberating over the enhancement strategies for the mechs. Their eyes were alight with focus and fervor, as if they were embarking on an exploration of an entirely new realm. Throughout the process of refining the mech, they encountered numerous challenges. Occasionally, even the tiniest component required repeated adjustments. Though Ethan's wounds had not fully healed, he persevered undeterred. Beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, yet he paid them no mind. "Tony, we will surely succeed," he declared, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. In the forsaken cabin, they toiled day and night. The clatter of tools intertwined with their discussions, resembling a symphony of perseverance. Tony, holding a component, scrutinized it intently and remarked, "Doctor, the dimensions of this part are not quite right. We must make adjustments." His tone was imbued with seriousness. Ethan approached, examining the component with keen interest. "Let me take a look," he said. He took the part and made some minor adjustments with his tools. "This should suffice," he concluded. They affixed the component to the mech and proceeded with testing. The results indicated a slight enhancement in the mech's performance, yet it fell short of their expectations. Furrowing his brow, Tony declared, "Doctor, we must continue our refinements." Thus commenced a new round of debugging. They incessantly experimented with various methods, adjusting the position and parameters of the components. Their eyes were bloodshot, yet their fervor remained undiminished. They understood that only through relentless effort could they achieve perfection in their mech. Occasionally, Ethan's wounds would throb painfully during their labor, but he bore it stoically. "Tony, we cannot give up. If we persevere, we will surely discover the optimal improvement plan," he encouraged. His words invigorated Tony, and they immersed themselves further into their work. During one test, the mech's energy system malfunctioned unexpectedly. Tony, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Doctor, there's an issue with the energy system. We need to rectify it promptly." They opened the mech's exterior and began inspecting the various components of the energy system, discovering that an energy converter had failed. Ethan asserted, "We need to replace it with a new energy converter." They scoured their technological resources for a suitable replacement. After an extensive search, they finally located an appropriate converter. With utmost care, they installed the new energy converter into the mech and conducted another test. The results indicated that the energy system had returned to normalcy, that a sense of relief washed over their faces. Tony remarked, "Doctor, our efforts have not been in vain." They continued to enhance the mech, tirelessly optimizing every system. Their ambition was to transform the mech into an invincible entity, capable of confronting any perilous situation. Throughout the enhancement process, divergences occasionally arose. At times, Tony's proposals clashed with Ethan's ideas. They engaged in fervent discussions, each articulating their perspectives. "Doctor, I believe this proposal is more feasible. It will enhance the mech's maneuverability," Tony asserted. Ethan countered, "However, this approach may compromise the mech's stability. We must consider the broader implications." Through their debates, they refined their ideas, ultimately arriving at a compromise. Their collaboration grew ever more harmonious, as they recognized that mutual understanding and tolerance were essential for the successful enhancement of the mech. The mechs underwent continuous refinement. A decision was made to conduct a comprehensive test. They ventured to an expansive desert region devoid of any obstacles, ideal for assessing the performance of the mechs. Ethan, seated within the cockpit, felt a twinge of anxiety. He declared, "Tony, let us commence." Tony, stationed outside and operating the mech, responded, "Very well, Doctor." Preparing to initiate the mech, Ethan pressed the ignition button, and the engine roared to life. The mech began to traverse the desert, its colossal feet leaving deep imprints in the sand. Ethan meticulously monitored the data, stating, "Tony, all readings appear normal." Tony maneuvered the mech through various actions, such as sprinting, leaping, and spinning. The mech's performance exceeded their expectations in both speed and agility. Ethan exclaimed with excitement, "Tony, the mech's capabilities have improved significantly." Both of their faces illuminated with satisfaction. However, just as they were poised to conduct more rigorous testing, a sandstorm abruptly descended upon them. The fierce winds howled, and sand swirled through the air. The mech swayed amidst the tempest, prompting Ethan to anxiously remark, "Tony, we must swiftly locate a safe haven." That a sense of dread enveloped him, aware that the sandstorm could inflict damage upon the mech. Tony, recognizing the peril, suggested, "Activate the environmental adaptation system and assess its effectiveness." Ethan promptly engaged the mech's adaptation system. It sprang into action, automatically adjusting the center of gravity and balance while filtering the sand, ensuring a clear view within the cockpit. Tony, astonished, remarked, "Doctor, this system is remarkable." The mech persevered through the sandstorm, and thanks to the formidable capabilities of the environmental adaptation system, they successfully evaded the storm's onslaught. They sought refuge behind a sand dune, momentarily sheltered from the chaos. Ethan reflected, "Tony, we have once again turned peril into fortune." But a sense of gratitude filled them, acknowledging that their work on the mech's enhancements must continue. Upon returning to their hiding spot, they began to summarize the issues encountered during the testing phase. Ethan stated, "We need to further optimize the environmental adaptation system to ensure its functionality in more severe conditions." They commenced improvements to the system, adjusting certain parameters and incorporating new features. While refining the environmental adaptation system, they also contemplated enhancements for the mech's weaponry. Tony proposed, "Doctor, we could integrate an energy amplifier into the weapon system to augment its power." Ethan nodded in agreement, saying, "That is an excellent idea, we shall give it a try." They embarked on designing the energy amplifier, meticulously considering material selection and structural design. After dedicating substantial time and effort, they successfully crafted a satisfying energy amplifier. They installed it into the mech's weapon system and proceeded with testing, yielding a notable increase in the weapon's power. But a sense of satisfaction once again graced their faces. Tony remarked, "Doctor, our mech has become increasingly formidable." They continued to refine the mech, relentlessly exploring new technologies and methodologies. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the future, aware that they were crafting a legend of their own. However, their endeavors were soon detected by terrorists. One day, it discovered a significant number of terrorists active in the vicinity. Ethan furrowed his brow and stated, "Tony, we may need to relocate." Tony nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, Doctor, we must not allow them to find us." They began to gather their belongings, preparing to move to a new location. They chose to make their move under the cover of night, minimizing the chances of detection. Cautiously, they departed from their hideout, advancing toward a secluded direction. A sense of unease washed over Ethan. He understood the dire consequences that awaited should they be discovered. "Tony, let us proceed this way, it should be safer," he suggested. After a challenging relocation, they arrived at an abandoned factory. This location offered a degree of concealment and could serve as their new refuge. Ethan surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "This should be safe for the time being. We can continue our research here." They established a makeshift workspace within the derelict factory and resumed their modifications on the mech. Within the abandoned factory, they noted that certain components of the mech overheated after prolonged operation. Ethan declared, "Tony, we must address this overheating issue, or it will compromise the mech's performance." They embarked on a quest to design an effective cooling system, ensuring the mech maintained a stable temperature during operation. After numerous experiments, they successfully devised a cooling system. This system incorporated advanced thermal materials and a unique structural design, effectively dissipating heat from within the mech. They installed the cooling system onto the mech and conducted tests, which revealed that the temperature remained within a reasonable range during operation. System: the first optimization of the original battle armor is complete. Acquired enhancements for flight propulsion, environmental adaptability, and temperature control. Unlocked the original mech first-generation optimization compendium. Earned 10 points and an external nuclear power activation device. Chapter 2. System Atlas. As time flowed gently, in that humble refuge, after enduring a prolonged and torturous wait, Yang Hua finally awoke from his coma. He struggled to open his eyes, which initially appeared hazy, but gradually began to focus. When he beheld Tony quietly guarding his bedside, a warm surge of emotion enveloped his heart, filling him with profound gratitude. Having successfully accomplished the mission of treating his gunshot wound as assigned by the system, he was rewarded accordingly. At that moment, he had accumulated 20 points, along with the precious novice gift pack and Ethan's technological and medical advancements. Gazing at these rewards, he began to ponder the purpose of those 10 points, which plunged him into deep reflection. The resources in his hands resembled treasures. Ethan's medical technology not only promised to benefit Yanghua himself, but also offered crucial support to Tony in critical moments. For instance, the shrapnel embedded in Tony's chest had always posed a latent threat. With Ethan's medical technology, there was hope to extract all of those fragments. However, the current environment lacked the necessary conditions. They needed to return to the beautiful country, leveraging its efficient medical facilities and advanced technology. Now, various thoughts began to flicker through Yanghua's mind. He contemplated how to further enhance the mecha using Ethan's technology and treatment techniques. The optimized version of the second generation of the initial mecha gradually took shape in his imagination, focusing primarily on augmenting and improving the self-healing capabilities of the armor while continuously refining the external nuclear power system to better align with Tony's electromagnetic devices. These ideas swirled in his mind. Though his body remained frail, he brimmed with anticipation for the improvements to the mecha. He parted his lips, his voice weak yet imbued with gratitude as he addressed Tony. "Thank you, Tony." Tony smiled gently in reply. "No need to thank me, Doctor. I am simply delighted that you have awakened." Ethan, also known as Yanghua, gazed at Tony and softly inquired, "Where are we now?" Tony patiently responded, "We are still in our refuge. Your gunshot wound has just healed. You need to rest well." Ethan nodded slightly, acutely aware of his lingering weakness. Indeed, he required recuperation. Tony then adopted a serious expression, stating, "We are currently facing an energy crisis, but do not worry, I will find a solution." Ethan regarded Tony's resolute demeanor, feeling a surge of emotion as he replied, "Tony, you have already done so much for me. I do not wish to burden you further." Tony immediately countered, "You are not a burden, Doctor. You are my friend, my savior. I will not abandon you." Listening to Tony's words felt like being bathed in sunlight for Ethan, filling him with warmth. In this unfamiliar and perilous world, he understood he was not alone. With Tony by his side, he had a reliable anchor. Tony began to pace back and forth in that cramped sanctuary, his brow furrowed as he racked his brain for solutions to the energy dilemma. Various ideas continuously surfaced in his mind, yet upon careful consideration, he deemed them all impractical. He understood that this presented a formidable challenge. A misstep could jeopardize their return journey. Ethan observed Tony's distressed expression, and a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. "Tony, we might procure some energy from the nearby nuclear power plant." Tony, upon hearing Ethan's suggestion, felt a surge of enthusiasm as his eyes brightened. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "That is an excellent idea, Doctor. However, the nuclear facility is undoubtedly heavily guarded. We must devise a meticulous plan." Thus, they began to collaborate on strategies for infiltrating the power plant to secure the necessary energy. Drawing from his vast experience, Ethan offered invaluable insights, meticulously analyzing the plant's layout and the guards' patrol patterns. Tony, leveraging the capabilities of the mech suit, integrated this information into a concrete operational plan. Their gazes sparkled with anticipation, as though they could already envision the moment of triumphant energy acquisition. After thorough preparations, they resolved to commence their mission. Adorned in his formidable mech suit, which glimmered with metallic sheen under the lights, Tony took a deep breath and piloted the suit toward the nuclear power station. As he soared through the air, a sense of anxiety tinged his excitement. This was a perilous endeavor. Yet, the prospect of resolving their energy dilemma fueled his exhilaration. As they drew nearer to the plant, his heart raced with trepidation. Upon approaching the nuclear facility, Tony cautiously lowered the altitude of the mech suit. True to their expectations, numerous guards were seen patrolling the vicinity. Activating the mech's cloaking feature, it gradually became translucent under the refracted light. Like a phantom, he stealthily infiltrated the depths of the power plant. Once inside, Tony navigated the intricate corridors with grace and agility, each step measured and deliberate. His eyes remained locked on the nuclear plant's layout map, diligently searching for the energy storage location amidst the labyrinthine passages. As seconds turned into minutes, beads of sweat formed on his brow. At long last, he discovered the energy storage room nestled in a concealed corner. With exhilaration coursing through him, he opened the door to reveal a trove of nuclear energy sources. Each device shimmered with an enigmatic glow under the light, igniting a spark of determination within him. Swiftly, he began transferring the energy devices into the mech's energy compartment, arranging them methodically with practiced ease. Just as he prepared to depart, the piercing sound of an alarm shattered the silence of the nuclear plant. The guards had detected an anomaly. Realizing his cover had been blown, Tony activated the mech, bracing himself for a hasty escape. The guards, alerted by the alarm, unleashed a barrage of gunfire in his direction. In an instant, a hail of bullets enveloped the area around him, demonstrating remarkable agility. Tony maneuvered the mech to evade the onslaught, the suit seeming to possess a life of its own under his deft control. Simultaneously, he retaliated using the mech's weapon systems. A dazzling beam of energy erupted from the mech, akin to a bolt of lightning, scattering the guards in disarray. Some guards fell to the ground, emitting painful groans after being struck. As Tony fought, he rushed towards the exit, acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. Lingering here too long was not an option. The mech navigated through a hail of gunfire, with only one thought occupying Tony's mind: to return swiftly to Ethan with the energy source. His gaze was resolute and unwavering. He did not flinch in the face of enemy assaults. He maneuvered the mech with agility, evading wave after wave of attacks. After a fierce battle, Tony finally burst forth from the nuclear power plant. He piloted the mech towards their hiding place. During the flight, he opened the energy compartment for a brief inspection, discovering that they possessed enough energy to return to the United States. A smile of relief graced his face. This perilous venture had not been in vain. Upon returning to their refuge, Tony excitedly exclaimed to Ethan, "Doctor, we have succeeded. We have sufficient energy to fly back to the United States." Ethan, equally elated, replied, "That is splendid, Tony. We can finally depart from this treacherous locale." Joy sparkled in their eyes. Tony remained diligent, initiating a final inspection and calibration of the mech. He meticulously examined each component to ensure there would be no issues during flight. Meanwhile, Ethan assisted by organizing essential items, their movement swift. Cognizant that time was of the essence, Tony activated the mech's control panel to review various data, assessing the stability of the energy system, the status of the weaponry, and the mech's defensive capabilities. His fingers danced across the control panel with precision, his focused demeanor akin to that of an artist sculpting a masterpiece. As Ethan organized their supplies, he carefully placed important documents and tools into a specially designed backpack. He was diligent in ensuring that medical supplies and emergency equipment were also checked, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances during their flight. His actions were methodical, every detail meticulously considered. After completing his examination of the mech, Tony proceeded to inspect its external structure. He scrutinized the shell for any damage and assessed the flexibility of the joints. Gently, he caressed the exterior, savoring its texture. He held a deep affection for this mech, which had accompanied them through many arduous moments. Observing Tony's thorough inspection, Ethan remarked, "Tony, we must ensure the safety of the mech. It is our hope for returning home." Tony nodded, affirming, "I understand, Doctor. I will be thorough in my checks." Both were filled with an intense yearning for homecoming. During his inspection, Tony discovered a minor issue. A screw at a connection point was somewhat loose. Swiftly, he retrieved his tools and tightened the screw, stating, "Even minor issues can lead to significant troubles. We must not overlook any detail." Ethan concurred with a nod. Suddenly, Ethan recalled the potential for turbulence during their flight. He advised Tony, "We need to prepare for possible turbulence interference. Adjustments can be made to the mech's balance system." Tony acknowledged Ethan's insight, replying, "You are right, Doctor. I shall optimize the balancing system." Tony accessed the settings of the mech's balancing system, adjusting various parameters. Drawing from his extensive flying experience, he configured the system to automatic adaptation mode, enabling the mech to self-correct its balance in the face of turbulent air currents. He remarked, "This should enhance the stability of the mech during flight." Ethan observed Tony fine-tuning the balancing system and said, "Tony, your skills are truly exceptional. With you on board, I am confident we will safely return to our beautiful homeland." Tony smiled and replied, "That is largely thanks to your suggestions, Doctor. We are a team." They continued their preparations for the flight. Tony inspected the mech's communication system, ensuring they could maintain contact with the outside world during their journey. He donned the communication headset and tested the signal strength. Meanwhile, Ethan watched Tony's deft maneuvers with admiration for his professionalism. Tony addressed Ethan, "Doctor, we must remain in contact at all times. Should any issues arise, inform me promptly." Ethan responded, "Understood, Tony. I will be vigilant." The synergy between them was palpable at that moment. Once all was set, Tony and Ethan entered the mech. Tony settled into the cockpit, fastening his seatbelt. He donned his helmet and activated the mech's display screen, while Ethan took the co-pilot seat, ready to assist Tony. Their expressions were grave, for they understood the significance of this flight. Tony initiated the mech, the roar of the engines reverberating within their hideaway. The mech ascended slowly, heading toward the beautiful land. Their spirits soared with the ascent, and as they gazed out at the scenery, they were filled with anticipation for the future. During the flight, they indeed encountered turbulent air currents. The mech began to jolt, and Tony gripped the control stick firmly, maintaining the balance of the craft. "Doctor, the turbulence is quite intense. But fret not, The balancing system is functioning effectively, he assured. Ethan watched the mech struggle against the currents, his heart racing. Yet, seeing Tony's composed demeanor, he gradually found solace. Tony, drive carefully, he urged. Tony nodded, fully immersed in piloting the mech, skillfully maneuvering around one vortex after another. As they continued their journey, the mech gradually stabilized. Doctor, we have navigated past the turbulent zone. The flight is now considerably smoother, Tony announced. Ethan sighed in relief, responding, wonderful, Tony. Your piloting skills are indeed top-notch. They continued their flight, relishing the view of the azure sky and fluffy clouds, their spirits lifted. Doctor, we have finally left that perilous area. Now we can return home, Tony declared. Indeed, Tony. Our efforts have not been in vain, Ethan affirmed. After a while, Tony noticed that the mech's energy consumption was rather swift. He activated the energy monitoring system to assess the consumption levels. Doctor, the energy depletion is occurring faster than I anticipated. We may need to adjust our flight speed, he stated. Very well, Tony. We must ensure we have sufficient energy to return to our beautiful homeland, Ethan replied. Tony reduced the flight speed of the mech, thereby conserving energy. He remarked, this should help save some power. As their speed diminished, their flight duration extended correspondingly. Yet, they remained unperturbed, as long as they could safely reach the land of beauty. A little extra time was worth the wait. Their hearts brimmed with patience and perseverance. During their journey, they beheld exquisite landscapes below, undulating mountains and vast forests. Tony exclaimed, Doctor, look at the beauty of these vistas. It has been ages since we last witnessed such splendid scenery. Ethan replied, Indeed, Tony. The allure of nature is always captivating. While they reveled in the sights, they did not slacken their vigilance over the mech. Tony attentively monitored the mech's data, ensuring everything functioned smoothly. Ethan assisted him, their cooperation remarkably harmonious. Suddenly, Tony detected some interference in the mech's communication system. Furrowing his brow, he stated, Doctor, the communication system is experiencing interference. There may be a magnetic field nearby. Ethan responded, We must resolve this issue swiftly. Otherwise, it could hinder our connection with the outside world. Tony commenced troubleshooting the communication system, adjusting the frequency to evade the source of interference. After considerable effort, the communication system returned to normal. He announced, Doctor, the communication system is operational again. We can continue our contact with the outside world. They resumed their flight, drawing closer to the land of beauty, their hearts filled with joy and anticipation. Tony declared, Doctor, we are nearing home. Ethan replied, Yes, Tony. I can hardly wait to return to the land of beauty. However, as they approached the airspace of their destination, they encountered unusual occurrences. Unidentified flying objects appeared ahead, varying in shape and moving at remarkable speeds. Tony inquired, Doctor, what are those? They do not resemble ordinary aircraft. Ethan scrutinized the unidentified objects and cautioned, Tony, we must exercise caution. These may be enemy vessels. Heightening his alertness, Tony maneuvered the mech into a combat-ready stance. He asserted, regardless of their nature, we cannot allow them to jeopardize our safety. The unidentified flying objects advanced towards them. Shimmering ominously, Tony activated the mech's weapon systems, preparing to confront the unknown entities. He instructed, Doctor, prepare for battle. Ethan replied, Understood, Tony. Let us repel them together. Tony commanded the mech to unleash energy weapons, directing the beams towards the unidentified objects. Some were struck and erupted in brilliant explosions, yet others continued their advance. Tony noted, These entities are quite resilient. Ethan advised, Tony, we must discern their weaknesses. We cannot attack blindly. Tony began to analyze the flight patterns and attack strategies of the unidentified objects. He observed that the underside appeared to be their vulnerability. He exclaimed, Doctor, I have identified their weakness. We shall target their underbelly. Tony maneuvered the mech to launch an assault on the underside of the unidentified flying objects. The energy weapons struck their vulnerabilities with precision, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Tony exclaimed, Doctor, we have succeeded. Ethan responded, Splendid, Tony. Let us press onward. They continued their flight, ultimately entering the airspace of the United States, their hearts brimming with excitement and nostalgia. Tony remarked, Doctor, we have finally returned home. Ethan affirmed, Indeed. Tony, after enduring so many challenges, we are back at last. The mech descended onto a vast expanse of land. They exited the mech, inhaling the familiar air. Tony surveyed the surroundings, his heart filled with emotion. He said, Doctor, we are truly home. This is our homeland. Ethan replied, Yes, Tony. Everything we know is right here. They returned to Stark Industries. Gazing at the familiar architecture, Tony felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. He declared, Doctor, we must continue our research and work here. Ethan agreed, Certainly, Tony. We shall enhance the mech's capabilities. Tony commenced further modifications and upgrades to the mech, aspiring to render it more perfect and formidable. Ethan stood by, providing technical support. Their enthusiasm for their work was palpable, for they understood that only through relentless progress could they confront future challenges. Tony proposed, "Doctor, we could integrate a self-repair system into the mech, allowing it to autonomously mend itself during combat." Ethan nodded, saying, "That is an excellent idea. We should explore it." They began designing the self-repair system, meticulously experimenting and refining their choices from materials to programming. After considerable effort, they successfully crafted an efficient self-repair system. They installed it in the mech and proceeded to conduct tests. Inflicting controlled damage upon the mech, they activated the self-repair system. The results revealed that the mech restored itself to its original state in a remarkably short time, eliciting satisfied smiles from their faces. Tony stated, "Doctor, our mech is growing ever more powerful." Ethan concurred, "Indeed, Tony, we must continue our efforts to prepare the mech for even greater challenges." Their eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. However, their endeavors attracted the attention of unsavory individuals. Some nefarious parties began to covet their mech technology, dispatching spies to pilfer their research findings. Tony and Ethan detected the presence of these spies and took measures to fortify the protection of their research. They installed surveillance equipment around the laboratory and bolstered security personnel. Yet, these wrongdoers did not relent. They devised even more cunning tactics. Utilizing advanced technology, they attempted to disrupt the laboratory's monitoring systems, seeking an opportunity to infiltrate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tony and Ethan began upgrading their surveillance system, employing encryption techniques to safeguard their work. They have also set up various traps within the laboratory to thwart the infiltration of malefactors. Through arduous efforts, Yang Hua and Tony have finally completed the second-generation optimization of the initial battle armor. Although the first-generation armor still bears a somewhat cumbersome exterior, its internal mechanisms have undergone a remarkable transformation. It now possesses fundamental capabilities for combat and maneuverability, a testament to their intellect and diligence. In terms of energy, the optimized external nuclear power device has played a monumental role, successfully addressing the persistent energy issues that plague them. Chapter 3. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. This device serves as the formidable heart of the armor, providing stable and ample power for its operation, enabling the armor to maintain exceptional performance under various conditions. At the moment they completed the optimization, a notification resonated in their minds. System, second optimization of the initial battle armor, is complete. The mechanical voice echoed in the stillness, seemingly affirming and rewarding their efforts. Following this, additional messages followed. External energy nuclear power optimization acquired. Primary healing enhancement of the armor achieved. This signifies a new breakthrough in the armor's power and self-repair capabilities, greatly enhancing its survivability and sustained combat effectiveness. Soon after, the system announced, the second-generation optimization catalog for the initial mech has been illuminated. Earned 10 points, along with automatic voice and artificial intelligence technology. This news filled Yang Hua with elation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Eagerly, he perused the unlocked catalog, and upon discovering the acquisition of artificial intelligence technology, his heart swelled with joy. This is a critical technology, holding immense significance for the armor's upgrade. Unable to contain his happiness, he exclaimed, "Fantastic!" In an instant, a name flashed through his mind, Jarvis. He excitedly shouted, "Jarvis! We can now utilize the Jarvis artificial intelligence device." As a devoted fan of Iron Man from the Marvel Universe, he understood well the qualitative leap that Jarvis would bring to Tony's armor. In the original storyline, Jarvis only emerged with the birth of the second-generation armor, which was necessitated by the crash of the first-generation armor in the desert, compelling Tony to initiate the development of the second-generation suit in such dire circumstances. However, now, after 2 optimizations, the initial battle armor has achieved a power level comparable to that of the second-generation armor. In terms of destructive capability, the first-generation armor now approaches the strength of Obadiah Stane's iron armor from the first season of Iron Man. This is indeed an extraordinary accomplishment, considering that Obadiah's armor was a formidable force in its time. Unable to suppress his excitement after unlocking the catalog, Yang Hua immediately turned to Tony and said, "Tony, we can now confidently enhance the armor with artificial intelligence." His voice brimmed with anticipation and fervor, as if he could already envision the armor growing even more powerful with the support of artificial intelligence. Upon hearing the term artificial intelligence, Tony initially hesitated, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Yet, being the genius that he is, he quickly grasped the implications. He inquired, "Doctor, are you suggesting?" Tony then speculated, Are you implying that I can leverage artificial intelligence to gain control over the various functionalities of the armor without the need for manual activation? Excitement gradually flickered in his eyes, for this notion resonated profoundly with some of his long-held ideas. Yang Hua observed the spark of enthusiasm in Tony's gaze and felt a surge of joy, as it was evident that this had been Tony's aspiration all along. With a smile, he affirmed, "Indeed, and it extends far beyond that." His voice brimmed with confidence, for he was acutely aware of the tremendous potential artificial intelligence held for enhancing the armor. Yang Hua elaborated, "This could elevate the armor's efficiency to an entirely new level." His eyes gleamed with anticipation, convinced that, with the aid of artificial intelligence, the armor would undergo a monumental transformation. As he spoke, Yang Hua and Tony seemed to share a silent understanding, rising simultaneously, ready to head to Tony's residence. They were aware that within Tony's villa resided an existing artificial intelligence system, JARVIS, which would serve as the pivotal ally in their endeavor to refine the armor. They strode purposefully towards the door, just as they were about to exit the office. The door swung open unexpectedly, the sound resonating sharply in the otherwise tranquil space. A tall figure stepped inside, and Yang Hua instantly recognized him. It was Obadiah, the man secretly colluding with terrorists. His presence at the threshold cast a shadow over the room, enveloping it in a stifling atmosphere. Upon entering, Obadiah's face registered incredulity, his eyes widening and mouth slightly agape, as if he had witnessed something astonishing. However, he quickly masked his expression, replacing it with an insincere smile. He feigned concern, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness." His tone was drawn out, bordering on theatrical as he approached Tony. He continued, "Tony, do you have any idea how worried everyone has been during your absence?" A glimmer of something inscrutable flickered in his eyes. This was not genuine concern, but rather a veiled agenda. He inquired, "I thought you had gone missing in the Middle East? When did you return? I even dispatched numerous troops in search of you." His words, akin to poison cloaked in sugar, superficially expressed care while covertly probing Tony's situation. Obadiah's feigned solicitude irked Yang Hua immensely. He silently reflected that this man was nothing but a villain scheming to entrap Tony. He recognized that Obadiah, as a weapons dealer, had long coveted Tony's position in the Stark Industries empire. Meanwhile, Tony remained blissfully unaware, believing Obadiah's intentions were sincere, considering him an important figure within the company. With a smile, Tony introduced, "By the way, Obadiah, let me present to you my savior, Dr. Ethan." His voice brimmed with gratitude as he turned slightly, allowing Obadiah a clearer view of Yang Hua. Tony continued, "If it weren't for the doctor, I wouldn't have made it back." His gaze was infused with deep respect for Yang Hua, genuinely appreciative of the assistance he had received in the cave. Obadiah glanced at Yang Hua, feigning gratitude as he said, "Thank you, doctor." His tone lacked sincerity, merely a facade put on for Tony's benefit. Obadiah then shifted the focus back to Tony, stating, "Tony, you should get a checkup." His tone appeared to convey concern for Tony's health, yet his true intention was to find an opportunity to exert control over him. He continued, "Do you have some business to attend to? You returned without even a word to me." His words carried a hint of reproach, but primarily sought to pry into Tony's whereabouts and plans. Tony shook his head, recalling Yang Hua's earlier advice to keep the matter of the armor confidential, even from Pepper and Colonel Rhodes. He replied, "I'm fine. The doctor and I have matters to discuss. We need to head home first." With that, he exchanged a glance with Obadiah and prepared to leave with Yang Hua. His movements were fluid, devoid of hesitation, as he yearned to depart swiftly and delve into the enhancements of the armor. Seeing Tony's demeanor, Obadiah ceased to impede him. Maintaining his insincere smile, he remarked, "Tony, there's a party tonight to welcome you back. Please don't disappoint." He aimed to use this gathering to tighten his grip on Tony's actions. Tony extended his hand in agreement and left without a backward glance. His strides were resolute, his mind consumed with thoughts of armor improvements. Paying little heed to Obadiah's swarth, Yang Hua followed closely behind Tony, casting a wary glance back at Obadiah, fully aware that this man would not relent easily and that further troubles lay ahead. Once outside the office, Tony and Yang Hua made their way to the parking lot. Tony moved swiftly, a sense of urgency swelling within him as he longed to return home and begin refining the armor with Jarvis. The parking lot was filled with an array of luxurious vehicles, gleaming under the sun's radiance. Tony headed directly to his sports car, opening the door and gesturing for Yang Hua to enter. As Yang Hua settled into the car, he reveled in its opulent and comfortable interior. Tony ignited the engine, which roared with a deep and powerful growl. The car surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, tracing an elegant arc across the parking lot. As he drove, Tony turned to Yang Hua and said, "Doctor, we must hasten our pace. I can hardly wait to witness the synergy between Jarvis and the armor." Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. Yanghua nodded in agreement, stating, "I feel the same, Tony. This will mark a significant transformation for the armor." He gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, anticipation swelling within him. The car raced along the highway, Tony skillfully maneuvering to avoid other vehicles. His driving skills were exceptionally adept, akin to his mastery over the battle armor. Suddenly, a vehicle surged forth from the side, nearly colliding with theirs. Tony hastily applied the brakes, the car emitting a sharp screech. He furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Damn it, how do they even drive?" Yanghua, startled, felt his heartbeat quicken. He cautioned Tony, "Be careful, we cannot afford any accidents." Tony nodded, restarted the vehicle, and continued on their journey homeward. After a considerable drive, they finally arrived at Tony's villa. The residence was opulent, surrounded by exquisite gardens and expansive lawns. Its architectural style was unique, brimming with modernity. Tony parked the car in the lot before the villa and, alongside Yanghua, exited the vehicle. As they approached the villa, Tony remarked, "Doctor, welcome to my home," his voice imbued with pride. Upon entering, the lavish decor was striking. The hall showcased various expensive artworks and furnishings, with crystal chandeliers dazzling above. "Jarvis, I'm back," Tony called, his voice echoing through the hall. A moment later, a gentle electronic voice responded, "Welcome home, sir." This was Jarvis's voice. Tony turned to Yanghua and said, "Doctor, let us begin." Yanghua nodded, and they proceeded towards Tony's laboratory. The lab was situated in the villa's basement, equipped with an array of advanced devices and tools. Upon reaching the laboratory, Tony powered on the computer and commenced connecting the artificial intelligence technology with the battle armor's control system. His fingers danced across the keyboard, a flurry of code flashing across the screen. Yanghua observed, though a technology enthusiast. He found Tony's operations somewhat bewildering and could only offer his thoughts and suggestions from the sidelines. While manipulating the system, Tony articulated, "Doctor, we need to integrate Jarvis's intelligent analysis capabilities into the armor's offensive system, allowing it to automatically adjust its attack methods based on the enemy's situation." Yanghua's eyes lit up at Tony's words. "That's an excellent idea, Tony. The attack efficiency of the armor will significantly improve." He envisioned the armor adeptly responding to adversaries in combat. Tony continued, "Additionally, we can have Jarvis manage the energy distribution of the armor, rationally allocating power based on different functional needs, thus preventing energy wastage." They busied themselves in the laboratory, time slipping away unnoticed as they became engrossed in enhancing the armor. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice interjected, "Sir, an unknown signal is attempting to breach our system." Tony furrowed his brow and commanded, "Jarvis, block it." His expression turned serious, aware that this could be an enemy attack. Jarvis replied, "Blocking now, sir." The atmosphere in the laboratory grew tense as both Tony and Yanghua paused their work, fixated on the computer screen. The screen displayed the confrontation between Jarvis and an unknown signal, with strings of code flashing rapidly. Tony's hand gripped the mouse tightly, ever ready to take further action. After a fierce struggle, Jarvis announced, "Sir, the invasive signal has been thwarted." Tony exhaled in relief and replied, "Jarvis, ascertain the origin of this signal." Jarvis responded, "Querying now, sir." Preliminary analysis suggests the signal may stem from a hostile technological organization. Tony furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems our actions have attracted some attention." Yanghua said, "Tony, we must exercise greater caution. If our armor technology falls into enemy hands, the consequences would be dire." Tony nodded in agreement, stating, "Doctor, you are absolutely right. We must fortify the system's security." They resumed their work on enhancing the armor, placing greater emphasis on its safety. With Jarvis's assistance, they implemented multiple layers of encryption and protective measures. After extensive effort, they finally completed the preliminary integration of the armor with artificial intelligence. Tony exclaimed with excitement, "Doctor, we have succeeded." His face radiated with joy. Yanghua, equally thrilled, suggested, "Tony, let us test the armor's performance now." Tony nodded, donned the armor, and activated the system. Jarvis's voice resonated within the armor. "Sir, the armor system is online, and all functions are operational." Tony sensed a remarkable difference. He could distinctly feel Jarvis assisting him in controlling the armor. He conducted some simple tests in the laboratory and discovered significant improvements in the armor's response speed and attack precision. He exclaimed, "Doctor, the results are astonishing." Yanghua replied, "Tony, this is merely the beginning. We have much room for enhancement." His eyes gleamed with anticipation, confident that the armor would grow even more formidable in the future. Tony exited the laboratory and ventured into the garden of the villa, seeking a larger space to test the armor's capabilities. He activated the armor's flight function, and it ascended gently into the air. Jarvis cautioned from within the armor, "Sir, please be mindful of your surroundings." Tony acknowledged, I am aware, Jarvis. He maneuvered the armor through a series of intricate aerial maneuvers, including rapid spins and swift dives. Yang Hua watched in awe from the garden, marveling at the power of technology that granted an individual such extraordinary abilities. After testing the flight function, Tony proceeded to assess the armor's weapon systems. He fired an energy weapon at a distant target, and the energy beam struck with precision, obliterating the target instantaneously. Returning to the ground, he excitedly proclaimed to Yang Hua, Doctor, the performance of the armor has improved tremendously. I feel more powerful than ever. Yang Hua replied, Indeed, Tony, but we must not rest on our laurels. We must continue to innovate. Just as they were engrossed in their enthusiastic discussion about the armor's enhancements, Tony's phone rang. He retrieved it to find a call from Pepper Potts. He answered the phone and said, Pepper, what is it? On the other end, Pepper inquired, Tony, where are you? Obadiah said you had returned. Why didn't you inform me? And you simply must come to the party tonight. Tony replied, Pepper, I understand. I'm a bit occupied at the moment, but I will attend the soiree. After hanging up, Tony turned to Yang Hua and remarked, Doctor, we must prepare to attend the gathering. Although I am not particularly fond of such occasions, I must honor my commitment. Yang Hua nodded in agreement and suggested, Tony, we can observe Obadiah's actions at the party. Perhaps we might uncover some of his schemes. Tony acknowledged Yang Hua's insight, saying, Very well, Doctor. Let us prepare at once. Returning to the villa, they each retreated to their rooms to change. Tony donned a sharp suit, adjusting his tie in front of the mirror. Yang Hua also changed into suitable attire, gazing at his reflection with a sense of unfamiliarity. After all, he now bore the identity of Dr. Ethan, a role that required some adjustment. Once dressed, they exited the villa together and entered Tony's sports car, heading toward the venue of the celebration. Along the way, they discussed strategies for dealing with Obadiah. Upon arriving at the party location, they found themselves amidst a sea of people. The sounds of music, laughter, and conversation intertwined to create a lively atmosphere. As Tony and Yang Hua stepped into the event, their presence attracted considerable attention. Upon spotting Tony, Pepper rushed over, exclaiming, Tony, you finally made it. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Tony smiled at Pepper and replied, Pepper, I am here. He then introduced, This is Dr. Ethan, my savior. Pepper greeted Yang Hua enthusiastically, saying, Hello, Doctor. It is a pleasure to meet you. As they engaged in conversation, Obadiah approached, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile. Tony, welcome to the party. I hope you enjoy yourself, he said. Thank you, Obadiah, Tony responded. Obadiah's gaze shifted between Tony and Yang Hua, as if searching for something. The party continued with people dancing, drinking, and conversing. Tony and Yang Hua navigated through the crowd, mingling while observing Obadiah's demeanor. Suddenly, Yang Hua noticed Obadiah discreetly departing the party. He turned to Tony and said, Tony, Obadiah has left. We must follow him. Tony nodded, and they stealthily trailed Obadiah. Just as they were about to hasten their pursuit, a man in a suit unexpectedly appeared before them, blocking their path. He exuded a distinctive aura, elegant and refined, yet possessing an air of formidable presence. He stood quietly, radiating an invisible charisma. Yang Hua regarded this man, feeling a flicker of recognition, though he could not immediately recall his identity. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with confusion as he swiftly rummaged through the recesses of his memory, endeavoring to unearth clues regarding the identity of the man before him. However, Tony immediately recognized him, a displeased expression manifesting on his face as he curtly remarked, What do you want now? I've made it clear that I have no interest in the government. A palpable annoyance tinged Tony's voice, his gaze drifting past the man. Fixated instead on the direction in which Obadiah had departed, an unmistakable urgency reflected in his eyes. The newcomer, undeterred by Tony's demeanor, spoke gently, Tony, I understand that your return has not been easy, and I wish to have a conversation with you. His tone was soft and steady, akin to soothing a restless beast. Despite the sincerity in his gaze, Tony remained unmoved. Furrowing his brow, he resolutely rejected, Regardless of who you are or which department you represent, please refrain from disturbing me. His stance was unwavering. His mind was consumed with the imperative not to let Obadiah escape unchallenged, for he needed to ascertain the nature of Obadiah's schemes. Yang Hua, having overheard the exchange between Tony and the man, felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that the individual before him was likely an operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. In his prior understanding of the comic book universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. was an immensely enigmatic and powerful organization, often lurking in the shadows of various superhero narratives. He was aware that the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. was Nick Fury, the one-eyed director. Nick Fury held significant influence within the comic book realm, overseeing S.H.I.E.L.D. while diligently safeguarding global peace and perpetually searching for and recruiting various superheroes. The individual before him, Yang Hua surmised, was likely an aide to Nick Fury, tasked with scouting for superheroes on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. He silently contemplated the gravity of the situation, realizing that it was no trivial matter that Tony had caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Yang Hua's mind, and he unconsciously murmured, Captain America? He recognized that, according to the current timeline, Captain America had emerged as a superhero even before Tony. Captain America held a prestigious position in the annals of comic book history, embodying justice, courage, and the spirit of sacrifice. However, he quickly dismissed his own musings, muttering to himself, no, according to the timeline, it would be another 10 years before Captain America awakens. His eyes narrowed slightly as he delved into deep contemplation. He understood that within this intricate comic book universe, the timeline was a crucial element. With each event occurring at specific junctures, he began to meticulously calculate in his mind. Aside from the slumbering Captain America, the superheroes who predated Tony included the original Black Panther, Thor, the original Ant-Man, Captain Marvel, and the Hulk. As he pondered, he analyzed the unique abilities and narratives of these superheroes, each of whom inscribed their own legends within the comic book world. Finally, he recalled the Ancient One. And then there was the Ancient One. A subtle tremor coursed through his heart as he realized that, aside from the Ancient One and the Elder Ant-Man, the rest of these individuals were nearly unreachable. The Ancient One, a supreme sorceress, safeguarded the enigmatic forces of Earth, her very existence shrouded in mystery. And the magical prowess she wielded commanded profound respect. Yang Hua contemplated the situation, sensing that this could represent a pivotal moment, perhaps engaging with the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would yield unforeseen assistance. He approached Tony and softly suggested in his ear, Tony, I recommend that you converse with him. His voice, though gentle, bore an undeniable firmness. Agent Coulson, overhearing Yang Hua's suggestion, regarded him with an approving glimmer in his eyes. He slightly lifted his gaze, pausing momentarily on Yang Hua. As if reassessing him, Coulson scrutinized Yang Hua, seemingly perceiving something in his expression, as if he were already aware of Yang Hua's true identity. Tony, caught in a whirlwind of confusion and conflict, had no time to ponder introductions. Yet, upon hearing Yang Hua's counsel, he momentarily hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. He could not fathom why Yang Hua would advocate for a conversation with someone who had been persistently entangled in his affairs, especially when his primary concern was Obadiah. Before Tony could articulate his thoughts, Agent Coulson interjected, Tony, I believe the doctor is correct. It is indeed time for a discussion. His voice was calm and gentle, imbued with an irresistible charm. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes, as if he had awaited this moment for an eternity. Tony gazed at Coulson in astonishment, his mind rife with questions. The identity of Dr. Ethan was meant to remain a closely guarded secret, aside from him and the terrorists. No one should be privy to Dr. Ethan's existence. How then could this agent be aware of Ethan's identity? His brow furrowed in apprehension, his gaze brimming with wariness. Sensing Tony's confusion, Yang Hua gently patted him on the shoulder, attempting to ease his tension. Go and talk to him. I will pursue Obadiah, he asserted with conviction, feeling compelled to uncover the depths of Obadiah's conspiracy and prevent Tony from falling into greater peril. However, Tony grasped Yang Hua's arm firmly, shaking his head resolutely. Doctor, you must not take that risk. His eyes were filled with concern, fully aware that Obadiah was a perilous adversary, and if Yang Hua pursued him alone, danger could very well ensue. After a moment of contemplation, Tony retrieved his phone, swiftly gliding his fingers across the screen in preparation to call his driver, Happy. He deemed Happy a trustworthy ally, believing that sending him after Obadiah might ensure greater safety. Yet, Agent Coulson smiled and interjected, there is no need. I have already dispatched my subordinates to follow him, so you need not worry. His smile appeared genuine, evoking an instinctive urge to trust him. A sense of confidence radiated from his demeanor, suggesting a steadfast belief in the capabilities of his team. At this juncture, the group exchanged glances. Yang Hua discerned a promise within Agent Coulson's gaze, leading him to believe that perhaps he could place his trust in him this once. Consequently, he gestured to Tony, urging him to engage in a conversation with Agent Coulson, perceiving this as an opportune moment to glean further insights. However, Tony remained somewhat reluctant, furrowing his brow as he remarked, I can converse with you, but Dr. Ethan must accompany me. His eyes reflected a stubborn resolve. At that moment, it seemed that only Ethan was worthy of his utmost trust. He was loath to part from Ethan, especially amidst such an atmosphere fraught with uncertainty. Agent Coulson shrugged nonchalantly, indicating his indifference. His demeanor exuded an effortless ease, revealing no trace of compulsion. He seemed more invested in having a meaningful discussion with Tony than in the presence of Yang Hua. Yang Hua nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in this arrangement. While Tony conversed with Agent Coulson, he would have the opportunity to meticulously organize his thoughts regarding the timeline and their mission. He was acutely aware that confronting Obadiah with Tony's initial suit would be a formidable challenge, necessitating careful contemplation of an effective strategy. The group proceeded toward a small room within the villa, their footsteps softly echoing on the floor as the air around them grew increasingly tense. Tony's expression retained its vigilance, his mind racing with speculation about Agent Coulson's intentions. Leading the way, Agent Coulson walked with a steady and confident stride, occasionally glancing back at Tony and Yang Hua with a faint smile, seemingly intent on alleviating the mounting tension. He opened the door to the small room and gestured for them to enter. Inside, the room was sparsely furnished with a table, several chairs, and a few simple decorations. The dim lighting evoked a sense of mystery and oppression. Tony and Yang Hua chose their seats, while Agent Coulson settled across from them. He broke the silence first. Addressing Tony, "Tony, I recognize your genius. Your creation of the iron armor is nothing short of astonishing. Yet, you must understand that this world harbors many dangers of which you remain unaware." His tone was grave, infused with profound concern. Tony scoffed dismissively, retorting, "I can handle my own affairs. I don't require the intervention of your S.H.I.E.L.D." His demeanor remained haughty, resistant to any encroachment upon his life, particularly from such a clandestine organization as S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson, unfazed by the rebuff, continued, "Tony, you may not fully grasp the extent of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities. We have been silently safeguarding this world, privy to much that escapes your knowledge." His eyes reflected a sense of pride, a testament to his allegiance to S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony responded with a cold smirk, "And what of it? I trust only in what I see and what I create." His gaze brimmed with confidence. He believed in his intellect and abilities, convinced that he could confront any peril without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance. Meanwhile, Yang Hua listened intently to their exchange, contemplating how best to interject into the conversation. He was well aware of Tony's obstinate nature, yet he also understood the formidable power of S.H.I.E.L.D. He sought an opportune moment to enable Tony to better embrace Agent Coulson's words. Agent Coulson gazed at Tony before abruptly shifting the conversation, inquiring, "Tony, are you familiar with your father, Howard Stark?" His eyes held a profound significance, for he knew the intricate connections between Howard Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony's expression shifted slightly as he responded, "Of course I know my father. He was a remarkable inventor. Why do you bring him up all of a sudden?" A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze, as he pondered why Agent Coulson had suddenly mentioned his father. Coulson chuckled softly, remarking, "Your father made numerous contributions to S.H.I.E.L.D. He shares a deep bond with us. We hope you can follow in his footsteps and join us in safeguarding this world." His voice brimmed with anticipation, yearning for Tony's acquiescence. After a moment of silence, Tony replied, "I am not my father. I have my own way of life. I do not wish to be constrained by S.H.I.E.L.D. His stance remained resolute, unwilling to tread the same path as his father, intent on living according to his own desires. Agent Coulson sighed, recognizing that altering Tony's perspective would be a formidable challenge. He cast a glance at Yang Hua, seemingly seeking assistance from him. Yang Hua, sensing Coulson's gaze, contemplated briefly before suggesting, "Tony, perhaps we should hear his specific plans before making a decision." Tony regarded Yang Hua, acknowledging his good intentions. After a moment of reflection, he addressed Agent Coulson, "All right, please share your plan." His eyes retained a hint of wariness, though it was less intense than before. Agent Coulson straightened himself, commencing a detailed exposition of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s initiative. "We are in the process of assembling a team of superheroes, comprised of individuals from various fields, aimed at addressing threats that ordinary humans cannot confront." His voice resonated with passion, exuding confidence in the endeavor. Tony furrowed his brow and queried, "What relevance does this team have to me? Why should I join?" His gaze reflected skepticism, as he struggled to comprehend the connection between himself and the plan. Agent Coulson responded, "Tony, your Iron Man suit is an extraordinarily powerful weapon, and you are a highly capable individual. We require someone of your caliber to join our team in collectively safeguarding this world." His eyes sparkled with hope, eager for Tony to be swayed by his words. After a moment's contemplation, Tony stated, "I can consider it, but I have my conditions." A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, as he sought to protect his interests through stipulations. Agent Coulson smiled and replied, Please, share your conditions. We can negotiate. His demeanor was earnest, fully aware that to secure Tony's involvement, certain demands would need to be accommodated. Tony declared, "Firstly, I wish to maintain my independence. I do not want to be completely controlled by SHIELD. Furthermore, I wish to ascertain the specific objectives and plans of this team. Lastly, I must ensure that my technology will not be misappropriated by SHIELD. His gaze was resolute, and these conditions represented his non-negotiable principles. Agent Coulson nodded, stating, "These conditions are open for discussion. We at SHIELD also respect the independence of each member. Our mission is to safeguard the world, and we will not misuse any technology." His tone was earnest, as he hoped Tony would place his trust in him. Yang Hua, listening to their exchange, perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. He turned to Tony and remarked, "Tony, perhaps this is a prudent choice. Joining SHIELD could provide us with greater resources and support, which would significantly aid us in confronting Obadiah." Tony glanced at Yang Hua, recognizing the validity of his words. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Agent Coulson. "Very well, I am willing to consider joining, but I require some time for reflection." His demeanor had softened, and he began to entertain the possibility of aligning with SHIELD. Agent Coulson smiled, replying, "All right, Tony, take your time. We will always welcome your participation." A look of satisfaction crossed his face, as he felt he had achieved a small victory. Just then, Agent Coulson's phone abruptly rang. He glanced at the screen, and his expression turned serious. He informed Tony and Yang Hua, "My subordinate has lost track of Obadiah. We need to devise a new plan." A hint of urgency tinged his voice, as he had not anticipated such a development. Tony's expression darkened. He retorted, "How does SHIELD operate? You've lost a person." His tone was laced with dissatisfaction, reflecting his belief that SHIELD's efficacy was lacking. Agent Coulson apologized, "I am sorry. Tony, this is our oversight, and we will locate him as swiftly as possible." His eyes were filled with remorse, aware that this was his responsibility. Yang Hua interjected, "Now is not the time for blame. We must swiftly devise a method to locate Obadiah." His gaze remained composed, understanding that the priority was to find Obadiah rather than engage in mutual reproach. After a moment's thought, Tony proposed, "I have a solution. My armor is equipped with a tracking device, and I can attempt to trace him." A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. As he considered this a viable means to locate Obadiah, Agent Coulson encouraged, "All right, Tony, please proceed with that." His voice brimmed with anticipation, hoping for Tony's success. Tony rose and exited the room, seeking an open space. He activated his armor and, through its control system, initiated the tracking device. His gaze fixed intently on the armor's display, yearning to uncover Obadiah's whereabouts. After a short while, Tony furrowed his brow and remarked, "The tracking device has failed to locate him. He may have employed a jamming device." Disappointment echoed in his voice, as he had not anticipated Obadiah's cunning. Agent Coulson stated, "Then we must explore alternative avenues. We may investigate his interpersonal relationships to ascertain his possible whereabouts." A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he resolved to seek out the whereabouts of Obadiah through alternative avenues. Yang Hua remarked, "I believe we can delve into his connections with the terrorists. Perhaps we might uncover some clues." A flash of wisdom illuminated his gaze, for he deemed this an essential lead. Agent Coulson nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct. We can pursue this angle. I will instruct my subordinates to commence the investigation promptly." He produced his mobile device, initiating the arrangements for his team to conduct the inquiry. Tony interjected, "So what are we to do now? Are we merely to wait idly here?" A hint of impatience colored his expression, as he found the prospect of inactivity distasteful. Agent Coulson replied, "We can prepare ourselves. Once we have a lead, we shall act without delay." His voice remained steady, for he understood the necessity of exercising patience in this moment. Yang Hua suggested, "In the meantime, we could analyze Obadiah's armored suit to identify any potential weaknesses." His eyes brimmed with contemplation, recognizing the importance of this preparatory work. "Excellent idea, Doctor," Tony affirmed. "We can proceed to my laboratory, where I possess some data regarding his armor." A spark of excitement danced in his eyes, as he perceived this as a splendid opportunity to deepen his understanding of Obadiah's suit. Agent Coulson declared, "Then let us make our way to your laboratory." His tone was decisive, fueled by curiosity about the secrets that might lie within Tony's workspace. Upon arriving at Tony's laboratory, they were greeted by a plethora of high-tech devices and instruments. The bright lighting infused the space with an atmosphere of advanced technology. Tony approached a computer, activating it to search for information pertaining to Obadiah's suit. Meanwhile, Agent Coulson explored the laboratory, marveling at everything in this realm of innovation. He encountered several high-tech contraptions he had never seen before, fostering a sense of admiration for Tony's intellect and ingenuity. Yet, a cloud of doubt loomed in Coulson's mind. The armor project was classified, known to only a select few. How, then, had Obadiah acquired this information? This question incessantly circled in his thoughts. Furrowing his brow, with an inquisitive glint in his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Tony, eager for answers. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Tony, how was your armor compromised?" His voice bore a note of urgency, for this question was critical to the unfolding situation. He pressed further, "How could Obadiah have had such access to infiltrate your laboratory?" His eyes brimmed with skepticism, as he found it hard to believe that Obadiah possessed such capabilities. However, at that moment, Tony remained engrossed in his examination of the armor. His focus intense and fervent, contemplating enhancements and future strategies. The world around him seemed irrelevant, as he immersed himself wholly in his research, seemingly oblivious to Coulson's inquiries. Seeing Tony's lack of response, Yang Hua interjected, "He certainly does not possess such capabilities." His voice was calm and steady, and he was acutely aware of the underlying reasons. Although he now existed as Dr. Ethan, he possessed a comprehensive understanding of the entire situation. He continued to explain, however, the attack in the Middle East was orchestrated by that individual, which is why Tony's armor was reported back to him after being seen by the terrorists. A flicker of disdain crossed his gaze. He felt a deep-seated aversion towards someone like Obadiah, who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. Upon hearing Yang Hua's explanation, Coulson nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "No wonder." His eyes narrowed slightly as he seemed to sift through the threads of the narrative in his mind. He now grasped that Obadiah had learned of the armor's existence through such means. Yet, his curiosity remained unquenched, prompting him to inquire, "But how can you be certain that Obadiah has begun to develop matches?" His eyes reflected his skepticism, for this was merely a conjecture that required further evidence for validation. His gaze flitted between Tony and Yang Hua, awaiting their responses. At this moment, Tony turned to look at Yang Hua, pondering why Dr. Ethan had deduced Obadiah's motives and intentions. His expression was one of curiosity, aware that Dr. Ethan must have his justifications. Yet he himself had yet to fully comprehend them. Yang Hua felt somewhat awkward under Tony's scrutiny. His mind raced, and he quickly explained, "I was previously confined in a cave and overheard the terrorists mention him." His voice trembled slightly, for this was a hastily concocted rationale. Fortunately, Dr. Ethan understood the language spoken in the Middle East, making this explanation somewhat plausible. Yang Hua silently relieved himself, hoping that Tony and Coulson would not delve further. His heart raced slightly, as he was now weaving a falsehood. Chapter 5, Stark Industries. After hearing Yang Hua's explanation, Tony nodded in agreement with the reasoning presented. The doubt in his eyes dissipated. He placed his trust in Dr. Ethan's words. Standing up, his expression turned grave as he declared, "We are running out of time. Obadiah possesses the core technology of Stark Industries, and if he manages to produce large-scale lethal mechs, the consequences would be dire." Concern tinged his voice, for he was acutely aware of the threat Obadiah posed. Furrowing his brow, he paced the room, murmuring to himself, "Where could that man possibly be?" Anxiety filled his gaze. He needed to find Obadiah swiftly to thwart his nefarious plans. His mind was a whirlwind of possibilities, yet none provided a clear direction. The group fell into deep contemplation. The room enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Tony's footsteps. Each person was laboring to consider Obadiah's potential whereabouts, the question weighing heavily upon their hearts like a massive boulder. Coulson was the first to break the silence, stating, "I have already reported to the director and requested that more agents be dispatched to track down Obadiah." His voice was steady and powerful, emanating a profound belief in the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was certain that once the director issued the order, additional resources would be allocated to the pursuit of Obadiah. He added that news would likely arrive within the hour. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He hoped to swiftly uncover Obadiah's whereabouts, enabling them to take action. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist, a testament to his resolve. Yang Hua recalled the subsequent events from the Iron Man narrative, remembering that Obadiah had seemingly ventured to the Middle East to gather information on Tony's armor. His eyes narrowed slightly as images from the storyline surfaced in his mind. He understood that while this situation was somewhat different, the general trajectory would likely remain similar. Fortunately, he would be accompanying Tony throughout, ensuring that the original armor could be returned unscathed. He silently rejoiced, recognizing that had the original plot unfolded, Tony's armor might well have been left behind in the cave. His presence appeared to be altering the course of the narrative. Yet, he was acutely aware that matters were far from straightforward. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "However, The blueprints and some raw materials remain in that cave. Obadiah should be able to acquire them. A hint of resignation tinged his voice, for he knew this posed a significant risk. Taking a deep breath, Yang Hua realized that the direction of the plot seemed to have been set. He understood that, according to the original storyline, it would not be long before Obadiah utilized the quietly crafted mech to settle scores with Tony. His gaze filled with vigilance. He must devise a means to thwart this impending occurrence. He silently pondered, I must act before him. Otherwise, Obadiah will undoubtedly create a considerable uproar. He was well aware that once Obadiah launched an attack, the destruction would be monumental. His resolve solidified. He resolved to alter the trajectory of the narrative. He further contemplated that according to the original script, Tony would declare himself Iron Man the day after defeating Obadiah. He deemed such a development rather hasty. In this perilous world of American comics, Tony lacked the requisite strength to confront subsequent challenges. He recognized that Tony needed additional time to grow and prepare. Yang Hua deliberated that he could not allow Tony to announce this news so swiftly. He intended for Tony to navigate the threat posed by Obadiah safely, after which they could continue refining several iterations of the armor, thereby ensuring sufficient combat capability to face the looming threat of Thanos. A spark of wisdom glimmered in his eyes as he formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. He raised his head, gazing at Tony and Coulson, and suggested, we should visit the Stark Industries laboratory and assess the progress of this fellow's mech. We must act swiftly to sabotage it. His voice resonated with determination, for he believed this to be a pivotal maneuver. If they could disrupt Obadiah's mech production plans, they would significantly mitigate the danger. Upon hearing Yang Hua's suggestion, Tony nodded in agreement, affirming, the doctor is right. Ever since we extracted the armor from the cave in the Middle East, Obadiah must have learned of our actions and begun preparations. His eyes reflected a hint of fury. He was profoundly angered by Obadiah's actions and resolved to thwart Obadiah's nefarious scheme. He proposed another plan, to infiltrate Obadiah's office and procure evidence of his collusion. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his gaze. He understood that if he could acquire proof of Obadiah's dealings with terrorists, he could entirely unmask his conspiracy, leaving him no refuge. Upon hearing Tony and Yang Hua's strategy, Coulson expressed his agreement, stating, all right, we shall operate separately. I will head to Obadiah's office while you proceed to Stark Labs. His voice was crisp and decisive, as he deemed this division of labor both logical and effective for striking at Obadiah from two fronts simultaneously. Yet, Tony remained somewhat apprehensive. Furrowing his brows, he remarked, Obadiah's office is not easily accessed, and the information is stored on his computer. You might not be able to hack in. Concern lingered in his eyes, for he recognized that Obadiah's office was heavily fortified, making entry and retrieval of information a formidable challenge. As he spoke, he retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and called out to Pepper, who was upstairs. His voice resonated in the room, imbued with an undeniable authority. He knew Pepper was an exceptionally reliable individual, capable of assisting Coulson in his mission. Before long, the gentle-natured Pepper descended. A smile adorned her face, and her eyes radiated warmth and concern. What is the matter, Tony? She inquired, her voice soft and melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Upon noticing the presence of several individuals in the room, she seemed to surmise something was amiss. A trace of curiosity flickered in her eyes as she looked at Coulson and asked, and who might this be? Tony had little time for elaborate explanations, hastily responding, there is no time for lengthy details. His eyes conveyed urgency. His foremost concern was to halt Obadiah's plot, leaving no room for a comprehensive introduction to Coulson's identity. He turned to Pepper, instructing, Pepper, you and Coulson must visit Obadiah's office. Use the USB to hack into his computer and uncover evidence of his dealings with terrorists. His tone was grave and earnest, as he believed in Pepper's capabilities to accomplish the task. Upon hearing Tony's directive, Pepper did not inquire further. She recognized that Tony had his reasons, and she was always willing to follow his lead. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she replied, all right, Tony. There was no hint of hesitation in her voice. Turning towards the garage, she swiftly located a sports car. With practiced ease, she opened the door, slid into the driver's seat, and addressed Coulson, Agent, please follow me. Her movements were precise and efficient, showcasing her competence. Coulson nodded, entering the vehicle alongside Pepper. She ignited the engine, which roared to life, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Their figures swiftly vanished from Tony and Yang Hua's sight. Witnessing their departure, Tony activated his armor. The armored suit radiated a brilliant light as various mechanical devices sprang to life. He addressed Ethan, saying, Doctor, let us set forth. His voice, clear and resolute, cut through the roar of the suit. Yang Hua nodded, approached Tony, and settled into the armor. He felt an exhilarating sense of technological prowess and strength envelop him, his heart racing with anticipation. It was evident that the night would not be ordinary. They were on the brink of a fierce battle. Once Yang Hua was secured, Tony declared, "Let us go." His voice brimmed with fighting spirit. Fully prepared for the confrontation ahead, excitement glimmered in his eyes as he yearned for a showdown with Obadiah. He then instructed J-A-R-V-I-S, navigate and ensure our energy reserves are fully stocked. His command echoed within the suit, and J-A-R-V-I-S' soft electronic voice responded promptly, "Understood, sir. Navigating now. Energy reserves are being replenished." Tony skillfully maneuvered the suit into the sky, heading towards the Stark Industries laboratory. Throughout the flight, he meticulously scanned the surroundings, remaining vigilant for any looming danger. His gaze was sharp, akin to that of a hawk, capturing every detail. Inside the suit, Yang Hua observed the scenery through the display screen, a twinge of nervousness prickling within him. It was his inaugural venture into such an operation. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his nerves. "Tony, once we reach the lab, we must be wary of traps. Obadiah will undoubtedly be prepared," he cautioned, concern lacing his tone. He recognized Obadiah's cunning nature, understanding that the laboratory could be riddled with perilous snares. Tony nodded in acknowledgement, assuring, "I am aware, Doctor. I will exercise caution." His expression radiated confidence, believing firmly in his capabilities to confront any threat. His hands gripped the controls tightly, poised for any unforeseen circumstances. As they neared Stark Industries laboratory, Tony reduced their speed, searching for a suitable landing spot to avoid attracting undue attention. His gaze scoured the surrounding structures until he pinpointed a relatively concealed corner. The suit descended gradually, and both Tony and Yang Hua exited the armor. They treaded carefully towards the laboratory, the silence around them punctuated only by the echo of their footsteps in the corridor. Their eyes were alert, acutely aware that danger could strike at any moment. Arriving before the laboratory's entrance, Tony discovered the heavy door securely shut, equipped with a keypad and fingerprint scanner. Frowning, he contemplated how to gain access. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he resolved to attempt a code breach. Yang Hua watched anxiously, his heart racing. He feared that lingering too long on the door could expose them to Obadiah's notice. He scanned the vicinity, staying attuned to any disturbances. With his ingenuity, Tony swiftly cracked the code. The door opened slowly, emitting a faint hum. Tony and Yang Hua swiftly entered the laboratory, carefully closing the door behind them. Their movements were deliberate and quiet, striving to minimize any sound. The laboratory was filled with an array of experimental apparatus and materials, the dim lighting casting an air of mystery and oppression. Tony and Yang Hua began their search for traces of Obadiah's mecha construction within its confines. In a corner, they stumbled upon several mecha components, and Tony picked one up for closer examination. Anger flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "It appears Obadiah has commenced the fabrication of mechas, and at a pace swifter than I had anticipated." His voice, though low, brimmed with fury. Yang Hua, also scrutinizing a component, asserted, "We must hastily dismantle these parts. We cannot allow him to proceed with his creation." Determination radiated from his gaze, aware that once assembled, these components would pose a grave threat. Tony nodded in agreement and began to seek methods to destroy the parts. Spotting a workbench nearby laden with tools, he seized a laser cutter and commenced cutting through the components. The laser cutter emitted a brilliant light, and the parts were swiftly reduced to fragments under its beam. Tony and Yang Hua worked tirelessly, aiming to obliterate as many components as possible before Obadiah's return. However, amidst their industrious efforts, the laboratory was abruptly pierced by the shrill sound of an alarm. The blaring siren echoed ominously in the silence of the lab, and their faces drained of color as they realized they had been discovered. "Doctor, we must hasten our departure," Tony urged, a note of urgency lacing his voice. Knowing that should they be encircled by Obadiah's minions, escape would be nearly impossible. He set down the laser cutter, preparing to dash towards the exit. Yet Yang Hua interjected, "Tony, we cannot leave just yet. We have yet to locate the core components for his mecha. If we do not destroy that, he will still be able to fabricate it." His gaze was resolute. He did not wish their efforts to be in vain. After a moment of contemplation, Tony conceded the validity of Yang Hua's argument. "Then let us continue our search, but we must be swift." His eyes were alert, scanning for any signs of danger as they resumed their quest. In a concealed chamber of the laboratory, they uncovered a colossal metallic device, intricate and surrounded by a maze of wires and pipes. "This must be the core component of his mecha," Tony exclaimed, excitement illuminating his features as he finally identified their target. Yang Hua questioned, "But how do we destroy it?" His expression was one of uncertainty. The core component appeared formidable, not easily vanquished. He began to search the chamber for tools suitable for the task. Noticing a control panel nearby, Tony approached it to investigate further. He discerned that this console managed the core component. If he could alter its programming, it might be possible to dismantle the core. He began to input commands, his fingers dancing across the keyboard in a flurry, lines of code flashing across the screen. His focus was intense, and he understood that success was paramount. However, just as he neared completion, a throng of Obadiah's henchmen burst into the chamber. Armed, they shouted at Tony and Yanghua, "Don't move." Their eyes brimmed with hostility as they had been ordered to protect this vital component. Tony glanced at these subordinates and continued entering commands, his movements unwavering. He understood the urgency of the moment and could not afford to be distracted. His gaze was resolute. He was determined to sabotage the core component before being captured. Yanghua stood in front of Tony, addressing the subordinates. "You better not act recklessly, or you will all regret it." His voice was steady and powerful, attempting to intimidate them and buy Tony more time. However, the subordinates remained unmoved. One of them declared, "You are surrounded, surrender now." His voice dripped with provocation, convinced that Tony and Yanghua had no escape. At that moment, Tony completed the command input. He pressed the enter key, and the core component erupted with a brilliant light, followed by smoke. Seeing this, the subordinates charged towards Tony and Yanghua. Activating the armor's defense system, an energy shield materialized before them. The attackers' blows collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of sound. Tony said, "Doctor, we need to find a way out now," urgency lacing his tone. Yanghua nodded and began surveying the surroundings for an escape route. He spotted a vent on one side of the chamber and exclaimed, "Tony, we can exit through that vent," hope glimmering in his eyes. Tony glanced at the vent and maneuvered the armor towards it. The situation was dire. There was no time to destroy Obadiah's various armor components. As more of his subordinates surged in like a tide, the dense crowd created an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Under this pressure, Tony and Yanghua resigned themselves to the necessity of escape, realizing that failure to do so would leave them ensnared and unable to flee. Stark Industries, once entirely Tony's domain, was now being undermined by Obadiah's machinations. What was once a thriving enterprise now lay shrouded in conspiracy, akin to a seemingly sturdy edifice hollowed out from within, teetering on the brink of collapse. This transformation evoked a profound reflection on the malice of human nature and the unpredictability of fate. Inside the armor, Tony gripped the controls tightly, his expression taut with anxiety. His eyes scanned the darkness vigilantly, seeking the enemy as if his gaze could pierce the shadows. Surrounded by Obadiah's henchmen, they found themselves trapped, with hostile eyes glinting ominously in the dark. The entirety of Stark Industries reverberated with the shrill blare of alarms, a sound akin to the wailing of a vengeful spirit echoing through the stillness of the night. The red warning lights flickered incessantly, casting the premises in a crimson hue, as if foretelling impending peril. This cacophony heightened the already tense atmosphere, rendering it even more oppressive and fraught with danger. Fortunately, in the past, Yanghua and Tony had optimized the second-generation mech, and now they had the intelligent assistance of Jarvis. Jarvis functioned as a considerate aide, constantly providing unwavering support from behind the scenes. With its aid, the mech's performance saw significant enhancement, enabling the duo to escape the industrial park unscathed. That perilous journey felt akin to navigating through a hail of bullets. They reached the rooftop of Stark Tower, a relatively safer haven, yet the atmosphere remained heavy with tension. Tony sat silently within the mech, his demeanor shrouded in a sense of loss and confusion. The mech stood quietly in the night breeze, resembling a solitary statue, exuding an air of desolation. Yanghua leaped from the armor, his feet lightly touching the rooftop, producing a faint sound. He stood at the edge, gazing down at the brilliantly lit Stark industrial zone, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He understood the gravity of their situation. A prompt solution was imperative, lest the consequences be dire. A hint of worry flickered in his eyes. His voice gently echoed in Tony's ear. "It seems impossible to destroy these armors now. It appears Obadiah's mech has also been completed and activated by him." His words carried a note of helplessness, akin to a chilling breeze penetrating Tony's already frosty heart. However, he received no response from Tony. He called softly once more, "Tony?" His tone was laden with concern as he approached the mech. He noticed Tony seated inside, lost in profound contemplation, silent and unresponsive. His expression was somewhat vacant, as if everything around him was irrelevant, ensnared in his own world. Yanghua, increasingly worried, inquired, "What troubles you? What are you thinking?" His gaze brimmed with confusion and concern. He could not fathom why Tony had suddenly become so despondent. Standing beside Tony's mech, he waited silently for a response, as the night breeze gently caressed them, tinged with a hint of chill. Tony managed a bitter smile, a reflection of both sorrow and self-mockery. He spoke slowly. "Since childhood, I have sought to chase Howard, to surpass him." His voice was low, as if recounting a distant and profound memory. A glimmer of longing shone in his eyes, a mixture of reverence for his father and a desire to transcend him. He continued, "Yet Uncle Obadiah has always outshone me. The entirety of Stark Industries is his handiwork." There was a note of resignation and defeat in his tone. In his heart, Obadiah loomed as a formidable presence, an insurmountable mountain. He felt diminutive in the face of Obadiah. Chapter 6. The Lost Tony, he self-deprecatingly remarked. "And what am I? Merely a playboy." His eyes were filled with self-denial. In his view, his past persona was that of a frivolous hedonist, lacking seriousness. Compared to Obadiah, he felt utterly incapable of shouldering the responsibilities of Stark Industries, and even less qualified to lead the enterprise. Observing Tony's deep melancholy, Yang Hua found himself at a loss for words of consolation. After all, Yang Hua had merely gleaned an overview of the narrative through comics and films. He had yet to delve deeply into the intricate complexities of Tony's true thoughts and multifaceted personality. Standing there, Tony felt somewhat adrift. Moreover, being pursued within his own company on this very night compounded his feelings of alienation, as no one acknowledged him as the rightful heir of Stark. This sensation of betrayal and abandonment by those he considered kin pierced his heart like a sharp blade. He perceived himself as an outsider within the company, an extraneous presence. Yang Hua, however, sought to offer words of solace, saying, "Tony, do not think this way." His voice was gentle yet resolute, attempting to dispel the dark clouds that loomed over Tony's heart. He understood that Tony required encouragement, someone to affirm his worth and capabilities. His gaze was filled with sincerity, hoping to uplift Tony's spirits. He continued, "You have already surpassed your father. The suit you pilot is testament to that." He gestured toward Tony's armor, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. In his view, the suit Tony had created represented an unprecedented technological achievement, a clear indication that Tony's talents and abilities had indeed eclipsed those of his father. Nevertheless, Tony shook his head in resignation, replying, "Doctor, there is no need to console me." His voice was heavy with exhaustion and frustration. He felt that Yang Hua's words were mere platitudes, lacking true understanding of his turmoil. His heart was consumed by failure and self-doubt, making it difficult to accept any form of consolation. He continued, "This armor was largely completed thanks to your assistance. Without you, I would have long perished in that cave." He cast a grateful glance at Yang Hua, yet that gratitude did little to alleviate his emotional turmoil. He believed that his achievements were dependent on other support, rather than solely his own strength. Yang Hua wished to say more, but Tony gestured for him to remain silent. His motion was subtle yet firm. He was not in the mood for further reassurances. He craved solitude to ponder and untangle his chaotic thoughts. His expression betrayed a stubbornness, a resolute desire to remain undisturbed. Tony then stated, "Doctor, I am truly grateful for your rescue." His tone was calm, yet imbued with sincerity. He recognized that without Yang Hua, he might no longer be among the living. The debt of gratitude he owed Yang Hua was etched deeply in his heart, an indelible kindness he could never forget. He added, "Previously, I was wholly intent on returning to elevate my armor to new heights." His eyes had once sparkled with hope and ambition, aspiring to change the world through his inventions and to become a great inventor. Yet now, those dreams appeared to drift further out of reach. His voice grew somber as he confessed, "However, tonight I have come to realize that Obadiah is indeed more suited to lead Stark than I." A profound sense of defeat enveloped him, as he questioned his own leadership abilities and commercial acumen, doubting whether he was truly capable of managing Stark Industries. At this moment, his confidence was utterly shattered. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, buffeted by the cold night breeze and gazing at the splendid skyline of his beloved country, Tony felt no joy within his heart. His eyes were filled with confusion and despondency. He was at a loss as to which path to take. A desire to retreat began to take root within him. As he contemplated abandoning everything, Yang Hua sensed the gravity of the situation. If Tony chose to relinquish his fight, Obadiah would undoubtedly settle the score with both of them. He was acutely aware of Obadiah's ruthless nature. He was a man devoid of mercy who would not spare anyone posing a threat to his position. Yang Hua could not bear to witness Tony's surrender. He had to devise a way to rekindle Tony's spirit. Urgently, he implored, "Tony, you cannot do this." His voice was laced with anxiety and concern. He understood that if Tony gave up, all their prior efforts would be rendered futile. A resolute glint flickered in his eyes. He was determined to sway Tony's decision. He continued, "You must think not only of yourself, but also of Potts." Mentioning Pepper was intentional. He knew she held a significant place in Tony's heart. He hoped that by invoking her name, he could inspire Tony to regain his fighting spirit and confront the challenges ahead. Tony paused, softly murmuring, "Potts?" A trace of tenderness flickered in his gaze, as the mention of her name stirred gentle ripples in his heart. Pepper had always been a pivotal figure in his life, his capable assistant and one of his closest confidants. However, he soon reverted to his despondent demeanor, stating, "She would support my decision. I intend to step back and allow Obadiah to take over. The armor will be in his hands, and with your assistance, Doctor, it will only improve." His voice was calm, yet suffused with resignation. He felt utterly incapable of competing against Obadiah any longer. The mention of Pepper did little to alter Tony's resolve, prompting Yang Hua to grow increasingly anxious. His heartbeat quickened as he recognized the urgency of the situation. He could not allow Tony to surrender. He had to find a way to reignite his fighting spirit. With a raised voice, he demanded, "Tony, what is wrong with you?" His words echoed in the night, filled with urgency and confusion. He could not comprehend why Tony would so readily capitulate. This was entirely at odds with the Tony he had always known. His eyes reflected doubt and concern. He called out again, "This is not you." There was a hint of anger in his tone. He believed Tony should not be so easily defeated. The Tony he remembered was one brimming with determination, fearless and courageous. A hero capable of defying the divine with his mortal frame. Tony smiled gently, a soft expression devoid of any anger. He spoke quietly, "Doctor, your worth can be fully realized at Stark Industries." His words carried a note of reassurance, as he hoped Yang Hua would find his place within the company. Even if he himself chose to withdraw, he added, "Rest assured, Obadiah would not dare to kill me. I can protect you." A spark of confidence illuminated his gaze, as he believed that Obadiah would not easily strike against him. He felt that although he had lost control over Stark Industries, his identity and status could still serve as a shield for himself and Yang Hua. He added, "In fact, I could recommend you to oversee the mech permissions." His voice was calm, as he believed this was a commendable arrangement for Yang Hua. He hoped that Yang Hua would accept this suggestion and showcase his talents at Stark Industries. However, Yang Hua shook his head, resolutely declining Tony's proposal. His eyes radiated determination. He knew precisely what he desired. He did not aspire to become Iron Man. Instead, he wished to assist Tony in optimizing the armor, completing his collection, and gradually forging connections with more superheroes. "Me?" he said, a hint of self-deprecation lacing his tone. He was aware that he lacked both the ability and ambition to become a superhero. He was merely an individual who had traversed into this world, intent on altering certain aspects according to his own plan, rather than stepping into the spotlight. He continued, "I have no desire to be a superhero. With great power comes great responsibility." The classic quote echoed in his mind, yet he understood he did not possess the capacity to shoulder such immense responsibility. He simply wished to support Tony from the shadows, aiding him in becoming a more formidable superhero. This thought solidified his resolve to reject Tony's suggestion. He recognized that his choice might disappoint Tony, but he had to adhere to his convictions. His gaze was unwavering. He believed Tony would ultimately comprehend his stance. He addressed Tony once more, saying, "Tony, you are a person who despises evil. Entrusting this technology to Obadiah would only plunge the world into greater chaos." Concern filled his eyes, for he was acutely aware of Obadiah's ambition and ruthlessness. If Obadiah were to seize control of the mech technology, the world would be thrust into an even graver crisis. He added, "Just look at how chaotic the Middle East has become." His voice was tinged with anger as he recalled the devastation wrought by war and terrorist attacks in that region. He understood that allowing Obadiah to command the mechs would only spread this turmoil further. In a moment of desperation, he quickly retrieved his phone. Searching for images he had saved, pictures depicting the tragic aftermath of terrorist assaults on the people of the Middle East. He hoped these images would prompt Tony to recognize the gravity of the situation. Indeed, upon seeing them, Tony's demeanor shifted. He became tense. His eyes filled with shock and outrage, as the horrors captured in the photographs pierced his heart. Memories of his own experiences in the Middle East flooded back, reminding him of the innocent lives lost to war and violence. His body trembled slightly, fists clenching involuntarily. A surge of intense anger and responsibility welled up within him. He began to realize that he could not simply abandon the fight. He had to take action against Obadiah to protect the world. His eyes ignited with renewed determination, and he turned to Yang Hua, declaring, "Doctor, you are right. I cannot give up like this." His voice resonated with determination. He had emerged from the depths of despair and rekindled his fighting spirit. He continued, "I cannot allow Obadiah to further tarnish this world." A sense of mission gleamed in his eyes, for he understood that as an inventor, he bore the responsibility to wield his technology for the protection of the world, rather than allow it to be exploited for malevolent ends. He proclaimed, "I shall reclaim control of Stark Industries. My armor will become a force for safeguarding the world." His voice grew fervent, filled with hope and dreams. He had resolved to confront Obadiah head-on. Yang Hua, witnessing Tony's resurgence, felt a wave of relief. He knew that once Tony set his mind to something, he would pursue it with unwavering commitment. His eyes sparkled with pride as he remarked, "Tony, This is the person I know. His tone was imbued with encouragement and support. Tony smiled and replied, Doctor, thank you for helping me find myself again. He cast a grateful glance at Yang Hua, acutely aware that without his encouragement and reminders, he might have remained ensnared in self-doubt and despondency. He was filled with gratitude towards Yang Hua. He continued, now we must devise a plan on how to reclaim control of Stark Industries and thwart Obadiah's schemes. His gaze was contemplative as he began to formulate various strategies in his mind. Yang Hua stated, Tony, first we must comprehend Obadiah's plans and weaknesses. Only by knowing ourselves and our adversary can we emerge victorious in every battle. His eyes radiated wisdom. He recognized that to defeat Obadiah, understanding him was paramount. Tony nodded and said, Doctor, you are correct. We can begin by examining his armor, seeking out its vulnerabilities, and then devising a means to overcome him. His eyes shone with confidence, for he believed in his ability to identify the weaknesses in Obadiah's armor and exploit them to his advantage. He added, we could also investigate his interpersonal relationships to determine if he has any allies or enemies. We can leverage his foes against him. A cunning glimmer sparkled in his eyes, for he understood that in the realms of business and power, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Yang Hua responded, Tony, we could also engage with public opinion. We can unveil Obadiah's conspiracy, revealing his true nature to the public. This way, we can garner public support, which would be immensely beneficial in our quest to reclaim Stark Industries. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, hopeful that the power of public sentiment could be wielded to vanquish Obadiah. Tony pondered for a moment and replied, Doctor, your idea has merit. However, we must tread carefully. Obadiah will undoubtedly have countermeasures against public discourse. We cannot allow him to easily refute our accusations. His expression was cautious, aware that Obadiah was a shrewd individual who would not be easily vanquished by public opinion. Yang Hua suggested, Tony, we should gather more evidence. Only with sufficient proof can we persuade the public of our claims. His eyes brimmed with determination, for he understood that evidence was the key to vanquishing Obadiah. Doctor, Tony proclaimed, let us commence our actions forthwith. We must hastily gather evidence, devise a strategy, and then launch our assault on Obadiah. His gaze radiated fervor. He was eager to initiate their endeavors. Yang Hua remarked, Tony, we also require allies. We should reach out to trustworthy individuals and enlist them in our cause. His expression reflected deep contemplation, aware that in this struggle, they needed additional strength to bolster their efforts. Tony pondered briefly before responding, Doctor, I can contact Colonel Rhodes. He is someone I can rely on, and he will surely assist us. His eyes shone with trust, confident that Colonel Rhodes, a man of integrity, would stand by his side. Yang Hua urged, Tony, reach out to him immediately. We must expedite his integration into our ranks. His gaze glimmered with anticipation, hoping that Colonel Rhodes would join them swiftly, thereby amplifying their power against Obadiah. Tony retrieved his phone and dialed Colonel Rhodes's number. The ringing reverberated through the night sky, and Tony's eyes sparkled with hope. He yearned for Rhodes to answer and to be willing to lend his support. After a moment, Rhodes's voice resonated from the other end. Tony, it's rather late. What is the matter? A hint of perplexity colored his tone, uncertain as to why Tony would call at such an hour. Taking a deep breath, Tony recounted the unfolding events to Colonel Rhodes, detailing Obadiah's machinations, the current state of Stark Industries, and their plans. After a brief silence, Rhodes replied gravely, Tony, do you comprehend the gravity of what you're asserting? These are serious allegations. Concern tinged his voice, as he recognized that mishandling this matter could lead to monumental repercussions. Yet, he also trusted that Tony would not speak without justification. Rhodes, Tony asserted, I am fully aware of the implications. I possess sufficient evidence, though further collection is needed. I require your assistance. You are one of the few I can trust. His tone was earnest, knowing that Rhodes's influence within the military could significantly enhance their odds of success. Colonel Rhodes contemplated for a moment before stating, Tony, you know I have always stood by your side. However, this endeavor carries substantial risk, and we must proceed with caution. His expression bore resoluteness, recognizing the peril of this decision, yet willing to risk it for the sake of Tony and justice. Upon hearing Rhodes's response, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, Rhodes. With you on board, I feel as though we have already achieved half of our goal. A hint of a grateful smile graced his face, aware that Rhodes's involvement would provide them with considerable support. Rhodes inquired, Tony, what shall we do next? I can initiate an investigation into Obadiah's military connections right away to uncover any useful leads. He had begun to contemplate how he could contribute to this plan, his military instincts propelling him swiftly into action mode. All right, Rhodey, Tony said, you tackle this aspect first. The doctor and I will continue gathering evidence from other fronts, and then we shall reconvene to discuss our next steps. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, He firmly believed that through their collaborative efforts, they would surely uncover sufficient evidence to expose Obadiah's conspiracy. After ending the call, Tony turned to Yanhua and declared, "Doctor, Colonel Rhodey has joined us. We must expedite our evidence collection." His voice resonated with determination. He felt invigorated, no longer weighed down by despondency. Yanhua suggested, "Tony, we could start by examining the internal documents of Stark Industries. Perhaps we might discover evidence of Obadiah's collusion with terrorists or his misappropriation of company resources to fabricate suits." His eyes glimmered with wisdom, aware that Stark Industries harbored an abundance of documents that could serve as crucial evidence. Tony nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct, Doctor. However, we must exercise caution. Obadiah will undoubtedly have personnel guarding those vital documents. We cannot afford to raise any alarms." His gaze was imbued with caution, cognizant that Obadiah would not easily allow them to find incriminating evidence. Yanhua proposed, "Tony, we can leverage JARVIS's capabilities. He can infiltrate the Stark Industries system to locate those hidden or encrypted files." His eyes radiated hope, confident that JARVIS would assist them in uncovering valuable evidence. Tony pondered for a moment before replying, "Doctor, that is indeed a commendable idea. Yet, we must also ensure that JARVIS remains undetected. Should he be discovered, Obadiah may take measures to thwart our efforts." His expression reflected concern. He understood that while JARVIS was an indispensable tool, he also represented a potential risk. Yanhua suggested, "We can have JARVIS establish a virtual intrusion route to mislead Obadiah's surveillance systems. This would mitigate the risk of detection." His eyes brimmed with confidence, believing that this approach would facilitate a secure infiltration of Stark Industries systems by JARVIS. "Very well, Doctor. Let us set JARVIS in motion," Tony affirmed. He issued a command to JARVIS within the suit. JARVIS, execute the Doctor's plan. Infiltrate the Stark Industries system and search for critical documents related to Obadiah. JARVIS's gentle electronic voice responded promptly, "Understood, sir." Commencing task. As JARVIS penetrated the system, Tony and Yanhua remained vigilant. They commenced their search for additional potential sources of evidence around the Stark Tower, meticulously evading Obadiah's minions as they navigated through the shadows. Tony discovered a passageway leading to the basement and remarked to Yanhua, "Doctor, this basement may harbor some useful items. Let us investigate." His eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, unaware of the secrets that lay hidden within the depths of the basement. Yanhua nodded in agreement and followed Tony into the subterranean realm. The basement was dim and damp, permeated by an acrid odor. They switched on their flashlights, illuminating the surroundings. The basement was cluttered with various discarded machine parts and some unfinished experiments. Chapter 7. The Rescue of Little Pepper. Amidst the heap of components, Tony discovered a chip emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo. He picked it up, scrutinizing it closely, remarking, "This chip appears rather peculiar. It is unlike ordinary parts." His gaze was filled with confusion, as he suspected this chip might be linked to Obadiah's sinister plot. Yanhua leaned in to examine the chip as well, stating, "Tony, this chip could be the key component Obadiah uses to control his mechanized suits. We should take it back and have Jarvis analyze it." His eyes sparkled with excitement, as he believed they had stumbled upon a significant clue. Tony nodded and tucked the chip into his pocket. They continued their search in the basement for further evidence. They uncovered several design blueprints concerning the energy systems of the mechs, which appeared to bear Obadiah's handwriting. Tony declared, "Doctor, these blueprints serve as evidence. Obadiah is indeed misappropriating company resources to manufacture mechs." His expression was one of fury, incensed by Obadiah's actions. Yanhua replied, "Tony, we have found some evidence, but it is insufficient. We require more proof to fully expose his conspiracy." His gaze was resolute, aware that they could not afford to let their guard down with only this evidence. At that moment, Jarvis's voice echoed within Tony's suit. "Sir, I have located some crucial documents. These files indicate a close relationship between Obadiah and terrorists, and he is covertly diverting company funds to manufacture mechs." Tony instructed, "Jarvis, download those documents and send them to my private server." His eyes gleamed with excitement, recognizing these files as the key evidence needed to unveil Obadiah's conspiracy. "Understood, sir. Downloading files now. Estimated time is 2 minutes." During those 2 minutes, Tony and Yanhua anxiously awaited, knowing that if Obadiah discovered them, all their efforts might be in vain. At last, Jarvis announced, "Sir, The files have been successfully downloaded and sent. Tony exhaled in relief, stating, Doctor, we now possess sufficient evidence. We can begin formulating our next plan. His eyes radiated confidence, believing they had grasped the key to victory. Yang Hua suggested, Tony, we could first leak this evidence to some reliable media outlets, allowing them to report on it and draw public attention. Then, we can choose an opportune moment to confront Obadiah directly. His expression was contemplative, understanding the immense power of public opinion, if wielded wisely. It could grant them a significant advantage. Tony pondered for a moment and replied, Doctor, that is a commendable idea. However, we must select the appropriate media outlets, ensuring that Obadiah has no opportunity to refute or suppress these reports. His gaze was imbued with caution as he understood that Obadiah wielded considerable influence in the media realm. Yang Hua remarked, Tony, I am aware of a certain media outlet renowned for its fairness and objectivity. We should entrust the evidence to them. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, for he believed that this outlet would report the events with integrity. Tony replied, Very well, Doctor. Let us contact this media organization without delay. They exited the basement and returned to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Tony activated the armor, and together with Yang Hua, they soared towards the headquarters of the media outlet. During their flight, Tony stated, Doctor, I feel we are inching closer to victory. However, we must remain vigilant. Obadiah will undoubtedly not sit idly by. His expression was one of alertness, fully aware that Obadiah would devise various strategies to counter their challenge. Yang Hua responded, Tony, I understand. We must be thoroughly prepared to face any potential retaliation from Obadiah. His demeanor radiated determination, firmly believing that unity would empower them to triumph over Obadiah. Before long, they arrived at the media headquarters. Tony and Yang Hua entered the building and approached the editor-in-chief, presenting the evidence and recounting the entire sequence of events. The editor examined the evidence and listened intently to their narrative, then declared, This is a highly significant story. We will verify the evidence promptly and proceed with the reporting. His eyes gleamed with excitement, aware that once published, this news would create a substantial stir. Tony interjected, Mr. Editor, we hope for a swift publication. This concerns the safety of the entire world. His gaze was filled with expectation, eager for the media to unveil Obadiah's conspiracy to the public. The editor nodded, assuring them, We will exert our utmost effort. You may return and await our updates. Tony and Yang Hua departed from the media headquarters and returned to Stark Tower, where they anxiously awaited the report. Soon enough, the media released an expose regarding Obadiah, instantly capturing widespread societal attention. The public was enraged by Obadiah's actions, fervently demanding that the government investigate him. Upon witnessing the report, Obadiah seethed with anger, realizing his conspiracy had been exposed, and he began to concoct plans to salvage his situation. He attempted to suppress the media outlet, but it was too late. Public opinion had spiraled beyond his control. Observing this turn of events, Tony remarked, Doctor, our initial plan has succeeded. Now we must prepare to launch our final challenge against Obadiah. His expression was filled with fighting spirit, eager for the ultimate confrontation with Obadiah. Suddenly, Yang Hua recalled Pepper and Coulson on the other side, a look of concern crossing his face as he hastily inquired, By the way, how are things progressing with Potts and the others? He was acutely aware that their mission was fraught with danger, and with the situation unclear, anxiety gripped his heart. Upon hearing Yang Hua's words, Tony became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He swiftly grasped his phone, his fingers deftly gliding across the screen to dial Pepper's number. An air of urgency filled his gaze, as anxiety for her safety surged within him, compelling him to hope she would answer without delay. However, after the call connected, an unsettling silence ensued. Pepper did not pick up. Tony's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes brimming with concern. Clutching the phone tightly, he pressed his ear to the receiver, yearning to hear her voice. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered, This is bad. She hasn't been captured, has she? A hint of trepidation laced his voice, for Pepper held a profoundly significant place in his heart, and the mere thought of her falling into peril was unbearable. His heartbeat quickened, fraught with an ominous premonition. The importance of Pepper's safety to Tony was palpable. She was not merely his capable assistant, but an indispensable part of his life. Seeing Tony's distress, Yang Hua himself felt a sense of urgency. He understood that should anything happen to Pepper, Tony would undoubtedly stop at nothing to rescue her. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, This is not good. Stark Industries has gone into emergency mode, and it is highly likely that Potts and the others have been captured. Worry clouded his eyes as he rapidly contemplated the various possibilities. He recognized the substantial danger that both Pepper and Coulson faced in this situation. He then addressed Tony with resolute conviction. Tony, we must head to Obadiah's office to save them. His voice was firm and decisive, for he knew that hesitation was no longer an option. Immediate action was imperative. His eyes shone with determination, fully prepared to embark on this perilous endeavor alongside Tony. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony nodded, swiftly donning his armor. The mechanical whirring of the suit filled the air, accompanied by a myriad of blinking lights. He called out to Yanghua, "Doctor, get in quickly. We are leaving now?" His voice rang clear amidst the cacophony of the suit, tinged with urgency. Yanghua nodded, leaping into the armor with agility. Once inside, he sensed the tense atmosphere enveloping them. He cautioned Tony, "You must be careful," concern etched in his features. He understood the inherent dangers of this mission, necessitating their utmost vigilance. He added, "Tony, Obadiah is likely lying in wait to lead us into a trap." His tone grew grave and serious, for he was acutely aware of Obadiah's cunning nature, anticipating that he would have set numerous traps within his office. A glimmer of wariness shone in his eyes as he endeavored to ensure Tony fully grasped the peril they were about to confront. Tony's expression remained resolute. Devoid of any fear. "I must go to rescue Potts," he declared, his voice unwavering and powerful. His feelings for Pepper propelled him to disregard the dangers ahead and forge ahead with determination. Firmly gripping the controls of the suit, he prepared to soar towards Obadiah's office. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "By the way, I've contacted the media and instructed them to head to Stark Tower immediately." A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. He understood the immense power of public opinion and was determined to expose Obadiah's conspiracy to the world. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "Tonight, Obadiah's schemes will be laid bare." His voice resonated within the armor, brimming with resolve. He believed that once the media reported on Obadiah's machinations, the public would rally to their side, empowering them to confront Obadiah more effectively. At this moment, Yanghua paused, realizing that the revelation would also bring to light the existence of the mechs. A flicker of concern crossed his gaze. He was acutely aware that the public disclosure of the mechs would usher in a plethora of unforeseen troubles. Yet, he recognized that this was Tony's plan, and he could only resign himself to the inevitable. He silently mused. But this is Tony's typical approach. Keeping secrets is more unbearable than ending his life. Understanding Tony's character, he knew that Tony was a man who faced all challenges head-on, unafraid to reveal the truth despite the inconvenience it might bring. A wry smile of resignation crossed his face as he uttered, "Very well." His tone was tinged with helplessness. He understood that Tony's decision was unchangeable. All he could do was hope they could navigate the myriad challenges that would arise from the mech's exposure. His eyes were clouded with worry as he pondered the uncertainties of the future. He turned to Tony and said, "Tony, you must also prepare for the world to discover your mech secrets." His tone was grave, as he wished for Tony to grasp the seriousness of the situation. He knew that once the mech's secrets were unveiled, Tony would encounter numerous trials and dangers. Tony merely replied with a nonchalant hum, his expression devoid of hesitation. At this moment, he was unconcerned, fixated solely on rescuing Pepper. His eyes were filled with determination. He was ready to face whatever lay ahead. Turning to J.A.R.V.I.S., he commanded, "J.A.R.V.I.S. Navigate to Obadiah's office and devise the safest rescue plan." His voice was steady and powerful, reflecting his confidence in J.A.R.V.I.S. capabilities as he hoped for an impeccable rescue strategy. The gentle electronic voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. responded promptly, "Understood, sir. The navigation route has been established, and I have two options available for your consideration." J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice echoed within the armor, clear and precise, swiftly analyzing various data and circumstances to present two feasible plans. Before Yanghua and Tony could react, J.A.R.V.I.S. had already formulated a rescue strategy, leaving Yanghua astonished by the rapidity of J.A.R.V.I.S.'s response. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he anticipated the details of the proposed plans. J.A.R.V.I.S. continued. Option 1. Lead Colonel Rhodes to encircle Stark Tower and, in the name of the military, detain Obadiah along with his unlawful mech. J.A.R.V.I.S. elaborated on this plan, its voice calm and steady, as if recounting a mundane event. It went on, success rate, 90. Obadiah would be apprehended by the government, albeit with subsequent risks of retaliation. Its analysis was remarkably objective, acknowledging that while the proposed plan boasted a high success rate, there remained the looming threat of Obadiah seeking retribution against Tony and others should the opportunity arise. It then presented a second option, to confront Obadiah alone, with the victors seizing control of Stark Industries. Jarvis's voice remained devoid of any fluctuation, as it merely adhered to data and logic in delivering this proposal. It recognized the perilous nature of the plan, yet held a profound respect for Tony's courage. It concluded with a success probability of 30%, asserting that Obadiah would perish, eliminating any risk of retaliation. Jarvis's analysis was comprehensive, clearly delineating the merits and drawbacks of both strategies before Tony and Yang Hua, thereby enabling them to make an informed decision. Upon hearing Jarvis's proposal, Yang Hua found himself momentarily speechless. He mused that any rational individual would know which option to choose. However, being well-versed in Iron Man's narrative, he understood which path Tony would inevitably take. A hint of resignation flickered in his gaze, for he was acutely aware that Tony's character dictated a preference for the most perilous yet straightforward option. As anticipated, Tony declared without hesitation, Option 2. His voice was resolute and unwavering, devoid of any doubt. His eyes radiated determination. He had resolved to face Obadiah alone, rescue Pepper, and reclaim Stark Industries. He continued. Objective, rescue Pepper. His tone was imbued with deep emotion, his feelings for Pepper driving him to disregard his own safety. In his mind's eye, only Pepper's image remained, and he was willing to take risks and fight for her. Tony did not ponder the likelihood of success. His sole desire was to save Pepper. Even the prospect of a deadly confrontation with Obadiah was of little concern to him. His heart harbored a singular conviction. Pepper must not come to harm. His gaze was filled with steadfast resolve, and he was fully prepared for battle. Jarvis responded, Understood, sir. We will arrive in 5 minutes. Please prepare for combat. Jarvis's voice remained calm as it commenced adjusting the flight path in accordance with Tony's directives, ensuring timely arrival at Obadiah's office. During the flight, Yang Hua revealed a wry smile of resignation. He reflected, This is the Tony I remember. He knew that Tony was the sort of person who would go to any lengths for those he cherished. His eyes brimmed with admiration, feeling pride in fighting alongside such an individual. He silently thought of the fearless hero, one who would dare to confront an entire army of Thanos with nothing but mortal strength. Recalling Tony's courageous feats in the future, he recognized that Tony's bravery was unmatched. A glimmer of aspiration filled his gaze. He hoped to witness Tony create even more miracles in this world. With determination, he proclaimed, All right. His voice was filled with fighting spirit. He understood that retreat was not an option, and he must stand alongside Tony to face the forthcoming challenges. His eyes sparkled with resolve as he prepared himself for the impending battle. In his heart, he quietly reflected, having the rare opportunity to inhabit such a significant character in the Marvel Universe and to fight alongside Iron Man is truly exhilarating. He felt this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and he was determined to seize it. His eyes were alight with excitement, filled with an eager anticipation for the impending battle. Just as he steeled his resolve, an all-too-familiar voice echoed in his mind. It resonated like a resounding bell, invigorating his spirit. The voice proclaimed, System notification, task, defeat Obadiah. The mechanical tone was clear and unambiguous, illuminating Yang Hua's next objective. A glimmer of exhilaration flickered in his gaze. He understood that fulfilling this mission would yield substantial rewards. The voice continued, task completion reward, 20 points, Obadiah's mech, points system. Upon hearing this, Yang Hua's heart swelled with joy. He recognized the significance of these rewards, knowing they would enhance his abilities, allowing him to thrive in this comic universe. Drawing in a deep breath, he silently mused, Who? He was aware that he and Tony would soon face a fierce confrontation. His gaze was resolute, brimming with determination. He was prepared to give his all. This battle was not merely about Pepper's safety, but also the future of Stark Industries. As Tony soared through the skies, his expression was focused and unwavering. He envisioned Pepper's smile, a warmth akin to sunlight that enveloped his heart. He could not afford to lose her. He must rescue her at all costs. His hands gripped the controls tightly, channeling every ounce of strength into his armor. Fury flickered in his eyes, a response to Obadiah's actions, and he yearned for the moment to confront him. Yang Hua observed Tony's demeanor, recognizing the turmoil within him. Silently, he cheered Tony on, confident in his prowess as a formidable warrior capable of overcoming Obadiah. He strategized for the battle ahead, aware of the formidable nature of Obadiah's mech, and knew they could not afford to be complacent. His eyes were filled with contemplation as he endeavored to envision the battlefield, seeking methods to counter Obadiah's might. As they drew nearer to Obadiah's office, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Tony's heartbeat quickened, and his breaths grew shallow. He sensed the impending danger, but felt no fear. Yang Hua shared the weight of this tension, inhaling deeply to steady himself. His expression was vigilant, ever prepared for any lurking threats, fully aware of the arduous battle that lay ahead. Jarvis's voice resonated within the armor. Sir, 1 minute until destination. Please prepare for combat. Jarvis spoke with calm assurance, reminding Tony and Yang Hua of their imminent arrival. Tony took a deep breath and said, Doctor, we must exercise caution. Obadiah has undoubtedly set numerous traps within his office. His tone was grave and deliberate. understanding that Obadiah was a cunning adversary who would not easily permit them to rescue Pepper. Yanghua nodded, responding, "Tony, I will stay right behind you. Together, we shall charge in." His voice was resolute and powerful, for he understood that unity was paramount for their greater chance of victory. His gaze was imbued with determination. Tony cast a glance at Yanghua, expressing his gratitude. "Doctor, thank you. With you by my side, I feel invigorated." He recognized Yanghua as a trustworthy ally, and he felt fortunate to have him fighting alongside. As the final 10 seconds of the countdown ticked away, both Tony and Yanghua prepared themselves for battle. Their eyes radiated fervor, their bodies taut, akin to arrows poised to be released. The moment the countdown reached its end, Tony propelled himself into Obadiah's office within the armored suit, which roared like an enraged beast charging at its foe. The office was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering emergency lights. Chapter 8. Overcoming Obadiah. Tony and Yanghua's eyes quickly adjusted to the gloom, and they began to search for Pepper and Obadiah's presence. Suddenly, a laser shot through the darkness. Tony deftly maneuvered the suit to evade it, shouting, "Doctor, be careful." His voice echoed in the shadows, laden with tension. Yanghua swiftly took cover in a corner, his eyes alert, cognizant that this was merely the beginning, with greater dangers awaiting them. He silently calculated the enemy's positions in his mind. Tony activated the suit's scanning function, endeavoring to locate their adversaries. The suit's display revealed vague outlines, indicating several enemies concealed in the shadows. He directed the suit to fire energy weapons at those foes, beams of light slicing through the dark with dazzling brilliance. The enemies began to retaliate, and the office was soon filled with the cacophony of gunfire and the discharge of energy weapons. Yanghua sought an opportunity in his corner. He noticed an enemy expose a flaw and swiftly seized a shard to hurl at him. The fragment struck the adversary's head with precision, causing him to collapse. Tony continued to navigate the office, searching for Pepper while also on the lookout for Obadiah's mech. He understood that defeating Obadiah's machine would rescue Pepper and resolve all their dilemmas. Suddenly, he heard Pepper's voice, "Tony, I'm here." Her call emanated from a corner, and a flicker of surprise crossed Tony's face. He hastened towards the sound. However, upon reaching her location, he discovered it was a trap. Obadiah's voice resonated through the darkness. "Tony, you finally arrived. Today marks your demise." His tone was rife with arrogance. Tony's gaze blazed with fury as he retorted, "Obadiah, you despicable villain, release Pepper." His voice reverberated through the dark, steeped in rage and authority. Obadiah laughed heartily. "Tony, do you truly believe you can save her? Today, both you and your friends shall perish here." His laughter echoed ominously in the shadows. Unperturbed by Obadiah's words, Tony maintained his composure, stating, "Obadiah, your schemes have been unveiled. You have no chances left." He sought to provoke Obadiah with his words, searching for an opportunity to strike back. Obadiah let out a contemptuous grunt and declared, "Tony, even if my schemes are unveiled, I will ensure your suffering. Today, I shall utterly defeat you with my mech." His voice brimmed with animosity as he activated his mech. Obadiah's colossal machine emerged from the shadows, its massive form glinting with a metallic sheen. The mech's eyes flickered ominously with crimson light, exuding an aura of terror. Tony, upon witnessing Obadiah's mech, felt no trace of fear. "Obadiah, your mech appears formidable, yet I shall not cower," he asserted, his voice resonating with confidence as he maneuvered his armor to confront Obadiah's machine. Yanghua observed from the sidelines, acutely aware that this was a pivotal moment. He silently cheered for Tony, firmly believing in his ability to triumph over Obadiah, while also seeking an opportunity to assist him. Obadiah launched the first assault, unleashing a powerful energy beam from his mech towards Tony's armor. Tony deftly maneuvered to evade, the beam narrowly missing his suit and instead obliterating a hole in the wall behind him. Seizing the moment, Tony retaliated, firing several missiles from his armor toward Obadiah's mech. The missiles, trailing long tails of flame, struck Obadiah's machine, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Though Obadiah's mech staggered momentarily, it quickly regained its balance. With fury, he exclaimed, "Tony, your attacks are futile." He urged his mech forward, intent on using its close combat weaponry against Tony. Observing this, Tony advanced, and the two machines collided in the darkness, producing a thunderous metallic clamor. Within their respective mechs, Tony and Obadiah wielded their weapons, exchanging blows with fervor. Seizing an opportune moment, Yanghua dashed from the shadows, grasping a shard of mech debris and hurling it at the joint of Obadiah's machine. The fragment struck its mark, causing Obadiah's mech to falter in its movements. Noticing this change, Tony intensified his assault, his energy weapons relentlessly bombarding Obadiah's mech, causing fractures to appear on its exterior. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Obadiah hastily retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Tony's armor. A flicker of panic crossed his gaze, soon eclipsed by rage as he shouted, "Tony, do not delude yourself into thinking you can defeat me this way." His voice echoed throughout the office, imbued with defiance. Emboldened by his momentum, Tony propelled his armor toward Obadiah's mech. "Obadiah, your end is nigh," he proclaimed, his eyes filled with determination, fully aware that this was the moment to vanquish Obadiah, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Suddenly, Obadiah's mech unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles, prompting Tony to swiftly maneuver his armor to evade. The suit executed a series of intricate aerial maneuvers, while the energy blasts detonated around him, the resulting shockwaves causing his armor to tremble. Yang Hua stood anxiously to the side, fully aware of the peril Tony currently faced. Silent thoughts raced through his mind as he contemplated strategies, his gaze laden with concern. He scanned the vicinity for any weapons or tools that could aid him in assisting Tony once more. After stabilizing his armor, Tony activated its maximum power, the surface shimmering with an intense glow as energy coalesced around him. He prepared to unleash a formidable attack, intent on obliterating Obadiah's mech. Observing Tony's actions, Obadiah refused to be outdone. His mech began absorbing the surrounding energy, its brilliance intensifying. He readied his most powerful assault to counter Tony. In this tense moment, Pepper suddenly shouted, "Tony, watch out behind you." During her captivity, she had discerned a vulnerability in Obadiah's mech. The energy core at the back was inadequately protected. At the sound of Pepper's warning, a surge of hope surged through Tony. He swiftly altered his attack trajectory, soaring towards the rear of Obadiah's mech. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Obadiah faltered. Tony commanded his armor to launch a potent energy beam, targeting the core at the back of Obadiah's mech. The beam struck true, penetrating the mech with overwhelming energy. The internal systems of the mech began to malfunction, alarms blaring in chaos. A look of terror spread across Obadiah's face as he attempted a futile final resistance. With a violent explosion, Obadiah's mech was utterly annihilated, leaving him gravely wounded. Collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life, Tony swiftly flew to Pepper's side, opening his armor to embrace her. Holding her tightly, he said, "Pepper, I am so relieved you are safe." His voice brimmed with affection, and his eyes sparkled with the joy of survival. Pepper returned the embrace, her voice slightly choked. "Tony, I knew you would come for me." Throughout her ordeal, she had been deeply concerned for his safety, yet she held steadfast in her belief that he would rescue her. Witnessing this poignant reunion, Yang Hua's face broke into a smile of contentment. He approached Tony and said, "Tony, congratulations, we did it." His tone resonated with joy, knowing they had not only saved Pepper, but also thwarted Obadiah's nefarious plans. Tony looked at Yang Hua with gratitude, replying, "Doctor, this success is largely due to you. Without your assistance, I could not have accomplished the mission so smoothly." He recognized Yang Hua's pivotal role throughout the ordeal and felt immense appreciation for him. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside. It was the media, having arrived at Stark Tower per Tony's prior arrangements. They burst into Obadiah's office. Witnessing the aftermath of the confrontation, journalists eagerly raised their cameras, capturing this historic moment, and began questioning Tony, eager to uncover the details of the unfolding events. Tony gazed at the media reporters, aware that the moment had come to unveil Obadiah's sinister plot. Standing before the crowd, he began to recount how Obadiah had colluded with terrorists, embezzled corporate resources to manufacture mechs, and executed his various schemes. The reporters, upon hearing Tony's account, were left utterly astonished. They swiftly disseminated this information, and soon the entire world was made aware of Obadiah's malevolence. The public expressed their support and admiration for Tony, restoring their trust in Stark Industries. Observing the unfolding events, Tony felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He realized that he had not only safeguarded Stark Industries, but had also protected the world. His gaze was filled with pride, and he reveled in all that he had achieved. Yang Hua, watching Tony from the side, recognized that Tony had now become a true hero. Silently, he rejoiced for Tony, understanding that this was merely the first step in Tony's journey to becoming a superhero, with many more challenges awaiting him. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yang Hua's mind. Mission to defeat Obadiah completed. Rewards issued. 20 points. Obadiah's mech point system. A wave of joy surged within Yang Hua. He knew these rewards would aid him in further enhancing his abilities. He thought to himself, "Wonderful, I have received rewards. These will greatly assist our future development." His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he began to contemplate how to utilize these rewards. Yang Hua nodded and said, "Tony, we can continue to optimize the armor and enhance our strength. We will face more adversaries. We must be prepared." His expression was resolute. He understood that they could not rest on their laurels, but must continuously strive for progress. Tony replied, "Doctor, you are absolutely right. We need to find more superheroes to form a formidable team, united in our guardianship of this world. His eyes brimmed with aspiration as he envisioned a new goal, the formation of the Avengers. Pepper Potts, listening to their exchange, interjected, "Tony, no matter what you do, I will support you." Her gaze was filled with trust and affection, recognizing the greatness of Tony's ideals, and she was willing to stand by him always. Tony looked at Pepper, touched, and said, "Potts, with you by my side, I feel I can face any challenge." He grasped Pepper's hand tightly, knowing she was his strongest ally. The fierce battle at Stark Industries had drawn the attention of countless media outlets and the public, much like a magnet. The intense combat scenes, the clash of powerful mechs, and the vast conspiracy lurking behind it all were elements infused with a certain magic, capturing the focus of the entire city, indeed the world. Colonel Rhodes arrived with his troops, their military boots echoing a steady and heavy sound against the ground, creating an air of authority around the building. A hint of urgency graced Colonel Rhodes' face. He understood that a significant event had transpired, and he needed to reach the scene promptly to ascertain the situation. Seeing Tony, battered and bruised, Rhodey hurried over with concern. "Tony, are you all right?" His eyes were filled with worry. As friends, it pained him to witness Tony's injuries. He extended his hand, eager to assess Tony's condition. Tony, suppressing his pain, replied, "Colonel, if you don't hurry, my uncle might truly finish me off." His voice was somewhat weak, yet laced with a hint of jest. Leaning against his armor, which bore numerous scars from the battle with Obadiah, he tried to maintain his composure. Pepper, visibly displeased, chimed in, "Colonel, what is going on with the military? Haven't you monitored someone as dangerous as Obadiah?" Her eyes reflected her dissatisfaction, believing the military should have been aware of such a perilous figure. With her arms crossed, she stood protectively beside Tony. Rhodey, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, "We have been aware of him for quite some time." His voice was low. He understood the military bore some responsibility in this matter. Frowning, he continued, "However, we lacked concrete evidence. It was only after Coulson provided me with the evidence of Obadiah's crimes and his agreements with terrorists that I was authorized to mobilize the troops." He glanced at Tony and added, "You really should have informed me about such a significant issue." His gaze held a tinge of reproach, yet predominantly conveyed his concern. He recognized Tony's independent nature, but felt discomfort by the secrecy surrounding such a grave matter. Rhodey glanced at the armor nearby, unsure how to articulate his feelings. The design and technological sophistication of the suit far surpassed his expectations. He had never imagined his flamboyant friend could create such an advanced and powerful piece of equipment. His eyes brimmed with astonishment and admiration. Tony chuckled and quipped, "What's the matter? Have you forgotten who took down your all-flying craft a while back?" A hint of pride danced in his eyes as he sought to tease Rhodey. He knew Rhodey would certainly recall that moment, which had marked the first demonstration of the armor's prowess. At this juncture, Yanghua recalled their earlier encounter in the Middle Eastern desert with those flying crafts. The tense scene replayed in his mind, those machines pursuing them while Tony deftly maneuvered with the armor. "I see now. I thought it was terrorists sent to hunt us down," he remarked, a look of realization dawning upon his face. He now understood that this was Rhodey's method of detecting aerial threats, and he deemed the military's approach somewhat too aggressive. Rhodey, exasperated, remarked, "You, of all people, act as if nothing is amiss despite your injuries." He found Tony's bravado both amusing and heart-wrenching. Knowing Tony was a resilient individual, he still worried that his injuries might worsen. He then turned to Pepper and Yanghua, saying, "Pepper, Doctor, I insist you both go to the hospital for a thorough examination." His tone was serious. He recognized the necessity for comprehensive checks following such a battle to ensure no hidden injuries remained. His gaze was imbued with concern, as he hoped they would prioritize their health. He then addressed Tony, saying, "Moreover, Tony, there may be a media conference tomorrow that requires your presence to provide some explanations." He was acutely aware that this matter had garnered significant attention from both the media and the public. As the head of Stark Industries, it was imperative for Tony to offer the public some clarity. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "If it's inconvenient for you to appear, I can step in to deflect the inquiries." He understood that Tony's current physical condition might not be suitable for facing the media, and he was willing to shoulder this responsibility on Tony's behalf. His eyes radiated sincerity. He was a true friend. Rhodey then proposed an idea. Why not claim that Stark Industries is conducting weapon experiments? He believed this rationale could temporarily obscure certain truths and prevent excessive public panic. His eyes reflected a hint of contemplation as he weighed the feasibility of this suggestion. He continued, "Coincidentally, Obadiah's conspiracy could also be unveiled." He felt that this approach could gradually reveal the truth to the public, allowing them to understand Obadiah's true nature while safeguarding the image of Stark Industries. Tony fell into silence, seemingly mulling over something profound. His gaze was somewhat profound, as he pondered Rhodey's proposal while also weighing his own thoughts. He recognized that this situation involved numerous facets, and he needed to consider it with utmost caution. Yang Hua sensed Tony's contemplation. According to the original storyline, Tony would undoubtedly reveal to the media that he was Iron Man. His eyes glimmered with anticipation, uncertain if Tony would adhere to the original plot. He silently reflected on the potential ramifications of this development. Of course, he refrained from dissuading Tony. Such a timeline felt appropriate. He understood that in this comic universe, every event followed its own trajectory. He did not wish to disrupt the narrative flow through excessive interference. Since his arrival beside Tony, although he had provided substantial assistance, the main storyline had remained unaffected. He quietly reminisced about the experiences he had shared with Tony, realizing that in most instances, events continued to unfold as per the original script. After a moment of introspection, Tony finally spoke. "Very well, Colonel." His voice was calm. He had ultimately decided to accept Rhodey's proposal. He acknowledged that both his health and the situation of Stark Industries necessitated a discreet handling of this matter. He added, "We can take a break for a while. I entrust the media conference to you." His eyes conveyed a sense of gratitude, recognizing Rhodey's support in alleviating his burdens. He now desired to rest and recalibrate his condition. Rhodey chuckled and patted Tony on the shoulder, saying, "When have I not been the one to clean up your mess?" His words were laced with playful banter, reflecting the camaraderie filled with mutual teasing and support between them. He knew that Tony sometimes acted impulsively, and he was always there to help tidy up the aftermath. He continued, "All right then, you should go for treatment and take some time to rest." His voice was gentle, and he hoped that Tony, Pepper, and Yang Hua could rest well and regain their health. His gaze was filled with concern. He was a thoughtful friend. He concluded with a resolute declaration, "Leave the subsequent matters to me." His tone was unwavering, and he was prepared to handle the ensuing affairs. He understood his responsibilities and was determined to ensure that Stark Industries could weather this storm smoothly. At that moment, Tony's driver, Happy, hurried over, saying respectfully, "Sir, please get in the car." He was visibly worried upon seeing Tony injured. He swiftly opened the car door, ready to take Tony to the hospital. Tony nodded and, with the support of Yang Hua and Pepper, entered the vehicle. His steps were somewhat unsteady, and his body felt weak due to his injuries. Leaning back against the seat, he sighed in relief, feeling that he could finally relax for a moment. Yang Hua sat in the car, gazing at Stark Tower, feeling somewhat at a loss. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes as he pondered the implications of Tony's decision for the future. His brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated various possibilities. He silently mused, "Goodness, this diverges from the main storyline, doesn't it? How could Tony agree with Rhodey?" His inner astonishment grew. He had assumed Tony would follow the original plot and reveal to the media that he was Iron Man. Doubt crept into his expression as he thought. If he doesn't announce himself as Iron Man, will that affect the subsequent developments in the Marvel Universe? He was acutely aware that in the realm of Marvel, every event is interconnected. Tony's decision could potentially create a butterfly effect, influencing the entire narrative's progression. Chapter 9. Obadiah's main armor. However, Yang Hua realized he could neither control nor forcibly intervene in Tony's choices and actions. He recognized that he was merely a traveler in this world and could not drastically alter the course of the story. He could only offer assistance to a certain extent, without steering the events. With a resigned shake of his head, he mentally reviewed the rewards he had obtained: 20 points, Obadiah's armor, and the point system. He understood that these rewards were crucial for him, as they could enhance his strength in this world. He read the introduction regarding Obadiah's armor. "Congratulations. You have acquired a brand new Obadiah's main armor, a battlesuit comparable to Tony's first-generation armor, optimized to the 6th generation. Unlock it for 15 points. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew this was a formidable piece of equipment. He then saw the introduction to the points system. From now on, you can use points to unlock various items and skills. His heart brimmed with anticipation as he began to contemplate how to judiciously utilize these points to become even more powerful. He silently strategized. Perhaps I should first unlock some skills related to the armor. That way, I can better assist Tony. In this perilous Marvel world, he understood that only by continuously enhancing his own strength could he hope to survive. He pondered, perhaps I could redeem some special items with my points, such as devices that could enhance the armor's defense. His gaze was filled with contemplation as he envisioned various tools and skills within his mind. Pepper, seated beside him in the vehicle, gazed at Tony's injuries with a heart full of concern and gently remarked, "Tony, you mustn't act so impulsively again." Her voice was soft, brimming with affection. She understood that Tony often disregarded his own safety in his quest to protect others, and she wished for him to cherish his own life more dearly. Tony smiled faintly and replied, "Pepper, you know me. There are certain things I must do." Though his voice was weak, it resonated with unwavering resolve. He recognized his responsibilities and could not stand idly by while danger loomed. He turned to Yang Hua and said, Doctor, I truly owe you my gratitude this time. Without you, I might not have navigated this crisis so smoothly. His eyes were filled with appreciation, aware of Yanghua's pivotal role throughout the ordeal. Yanghua responded, Tony, we are friends. It is only natural for us to help one another. His tone was sincere, valuing the bond he shared with Tony. He understood that having a friend like Tony in this world was a rare fortune. The vehicle gradually made its way to the hospital, and passers-by curiously glanced at the luxurious car, unaware that it carried the recently battle-worn Tony Stark. All they saw was a lavish automobile in motion. Tony leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Though his body was weary, his mind continued to churn with thoughts about the future of Stark Industries and his next steps. Pepper observed Tony as he shut his eyes, gently clasping his hand in hers, hoping her presence would provide him solace. Her gaze was tender, akin to a guardian angel watching over him. Yanghua, meanwhile, gazed out the window at the passing scenery, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. He was uncertain of what his future in this world would hold. All he knew was that he must continually enhance his abilities and stand alongside Tony to face various challenges. Upon arriving at the hospital, Happy hurriedly exited the vehicle to open the door for Tony. With the assistance of Pepper and Yanghua, Tony slowly stepped out. They entered the hospital, where doctors and nurses rushed to assist upon seeing Tony's injuries. A physician conducted a thorough examination and then solemnly stated, Mr. Stark, your injuries are quite serious. You will need to be hospitalized for observation. Concern flickered in his eyes, aware of Tony's significance. He felt it imperative to ensure Tony's swift recovery. Pepper implored, Doctor, please take good care of him. Her voice was urgent, as she hoped for the best treatment for Tony. Trust radiated from her gaze, confident in the doctor's expertise. As Tony lay on the hospital bed, he said to Pepper and Yanghua, You should both get checked as well. Don't worry about me. His tone was gentle, wishing for them to look after themselves. His eyes were filled with concern for their well-being. Yanghua said, Tony, please rest well. We will go for the checkup. He understood that Tony needed rest and wished not to disturb him. Accompanied by Pepper, he exited the ward to attend to the examination. During the process, Yanghua contemplated Tony's decision. He mused to himself, perhaps Tony has his own considerations, intending to reveal his identity as Iron Man at a more opportune moment. A hint of understanding flickered in his gaze, for he recognized Tony as a meticulously planned individual. After the examination, Pepper approached the doorway of Tony's room. Peering through the window at Tony lying on the bed, her heart brimmed with worry. Silently, she prayed for Tony's swift recovery. Following his own checkup, Yanghua joined her outside Tony's room. He reassured Pepper, Potts, Tony will be fine. He is a remarkably strong person. He sought to comfort her, aware of her deep concern for Tony. Pepper nodded, her voice slightly choked. Doctor, I know, but I cannot help but worry about him. Her feelings for Tony ran deep, and the thought of him suffering was unbearable. At that moment, Colonel Rhodes arrived at the hospital. Entering Tony's room, he found Tony resting on the bed, his eyes filled with concern. Tony, I have arranged the press conference. You can rest easy, he assured. Tony replied, Thank you, Rhodey. You are always so dependable. His voice was feeble, yet brimming with gratitude. He knew Rhodey was a trustworthy friend and felt fortunate to have him by his side. Rhodey continued, Tony, take good care of yourself. Once you recover, we have many plans ahead. His gaze was filled with anticipation, aware of Tony's grand aspirations. He hoped for Tony's swift recovery so he could pursue those ambitions. Rhodey then addressed Pepper and Yanghua. Potts, Doctor, please take care of yourselves as well. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. His tone was sincere, reflecting his warm-hearted nature. Pepper replied, Colonel, thank you. We will take care of ourselves. Her voice was gentle, appreciative of Rhodey's concern. Yanghua added, Colonel, thank you. We will. His tone was earnest. He recognized that in this world, having an additional friend equates to possessing more strength. He held great respect for a soldier like Rhodey. Rhodey departed the ward, proceeding to manage the subsequent affairs of Stark Industries. Aware of the gravity of his responsibilities, he understood the necessity of ensuring the stable development of the company. With resolute steps, he advanced towards his objectives. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Tony rested on his bed, gradually regaining his strength while his mind slowly relaxed. He began to contemplate improvements for his armor, envisioning ways to enhance its power. Pepper remained vigilantly by Tony's bedside, occasionally offering him sips of water or morsels of food. Her eyes radiated warmth and affection as she meticulously cared for him. Yanghua paced the corridors of the hospital, engrossed in contemplation regarding the optimal utilization of his rewards. His gaze was imbued with deep thought as he weighed the pros and cons of various choices. He mused to himself, if I were to unlock the mecha of Obadiah now, it might lead to unnecessary complications. After all, I currently lack the sufficient prowess to control it. He understood that while the mecha was formidable, it demanded a certain level of strength to master. He pondered further, Perhaps I should first allocate my points to enhance my physical attributes, enabling me to better adapt to various combat scenarios. He recognized that physical fitness served as a vital foundation. Only with a robust physique could he fully leverage his other capabilities. Silently calculating in his mind, he deduced that enhancing his physical attributes would require approximately 5 points, leaving him with 40 points to manage wisely. An idea struck him. I could also unlock a minor defensive skill with my remaining points, which would allow me to better protect myself during battles. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he envisioned himself wielding this new defensive skill. Resolute in his plan, he engaged with the points system in his mind, allocating points according to his strategy. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he felt himself growing stronger. With the expenditure of his points, he sensed alterations within his physique. His muscles tightened, and his reflexes quickened. He was acutely aware that his physical condition had indeed improved. Eager to test the newly acquired defensive skill, he discovered a faint energy shield enveloping his body. A wave of delight washed over him, for he recognized the utility this skill would offer in combat. Upon returning to Tony's hospital room, he exclaimed, "Tony, I feel remarkably empowered now." His voice resonated with excitement. Eager to share his elation with his friend, Tony, intrigued, inquired, "Doctor, what has instilled such confidence in you? Have you made any new discoveries or devised plans?" His expression bore a hint of curiosity, yet it was overshadowed by anticipation for what Yang Hua might reveal. He knew that Yang Hua often brought surprising insights, and his interest was piqued. With a smile, Yang Hua replied, "Tony, I have recently utilized some extraordinary rewards to enhance my physical attributes and unlocked a defensive skill." His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, reflecting his satisfaction with his current state. He approached Tony's bedside, intent on providing a detailed explanation. Tony's eyes widened slightly as he asked, "Oh, what rewards? How did you acquire them?" Clearly intrigued by the rewards Yang Hua mentioned, his mind began to churn with possibilities. He contemplated whether he, too, could obtain similar rewards to augment his own abilities and those of his armor. Yang Hua then recounted the system task of defeating Obadiah and the subsequent acquisition of 20 points, along with the details of the mecha and point system rewards. He spoke in great detail, encompassing the performance of Obadiah's mech and the points required for unlocking it, as well as how the point system could be utilized to access various items and skills. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes flickered with a hint of envy as he remarked, "That sounds like a splendid reward, Doctor. You must make good use of these resources to become even stronger. Perhaps we will encounter more foes like Obadiah in the future, or even more formidable adversaries." His voice bore a trace of concern, yet it was predominantly filled with encouragement for Yang Hua. Pepper, listening to their conversation from the side, may not have fully comprehended the intricacies of superpowers and reward systems, but she recognized the significance of this matter to both Tony and Yang Hua. She interjected, "As long as you can protect yourselves, I will be at ease. I certainly do not wish to see either of you injured again." Her gaze was imbued with deep concern. Yang Hua nodded and replied, "Don't worry, Pepper. We will be cautious." However, he redirected the conversation back to Tony's media conference scheduled for tomorrow, still somewhat apprehensive about how this decision might affect future outcomes. Tony remained silent for a moment before responding, "Doctor, I understand your concerns. However, I am not yet fully prepared to reveal my identity as Iron Man to the world. I wish to maintain a low profile for a while, allowing Stark Industries to stabilize and affording myself more time to refine the armor." His eyes reflected determination, indicating that he had thoroughly contemplated this decision. Yang Hua nodded in understanding and said, "Tony, you make a valid point. As long as it is a decision you have thoughtfully considered, I will support you. However, you must realize that once you choose to disclose your identity in the future, it will undoubtedly create a greater uproar." His gaze carried a note of caution, knowing that such a revelation would dramatically alter Tony's life. Tony smiled and replied, "Doctor, I am mentally prepared. Yet, before that, we have many tasks to attend to. For instance, I wish to study Obadiah's mech technology to see if I can integrate any useful aspects into my armor." His eyes sparkled with a thirst for new technology, as he was constantly seeking ways to enhance his suit. "That is an excellent idea, Tony," Yang Hua responded. "Obadiah's mech technology must possess unique attributes, and once integrated, your armor will undoubtedly reach new heights. However, we must also be vigilant about any potential risks involved." His expression conveyed a sense of prudence. He understood the necessity of guarding against the dangers that new technology might bring. Pepper interjected, "Tony, you should prioritize resting for now. We can discuss the mech research once you have fully recovered." Her tone was gentle yet assertive. She knew that once Tony began contemplating these matters, he would disregard his physical condition, and she did not wish for his injuries to worsen. Tony chuckled helplessly and said, "Pepper, you are absolutely right. I do need to rest." He recognized that Pepper was looking out for his well-being. and he felt his body still weak and in need of ample rest to regain his strength. He closed his eyes and began to relax his body. While Tony rested, Yang Hua and Pepper Potts stepped out of the ward, engaging in hushed conversation along the hospital corridor. Yang Hua remarked, "Pepper, you must have endured quite a lot during this time, caring for Tony." His gaze reflected a hint of admiration. He understood the depth of Pepper's feelings for Tony and her willingness to sacrifice everything for him. Pepper shook her head and replied, "Doctor, this is what I ought to do. Tony is incredibly important to me. I cannot bear to see him face these challenges alone." Her eyes brimmed with affection, an unconditional love for Tony. She gazed towards the ward, silently praying for his swift recovery. Yang Hua said, "Pepper, you truly are a remarkable woman. Tony is fortunate to have you by his side. However, we must also make plans for the future. Stark Industries, though temporarily stabilized, still faces numerous challenges ahead." A touch of concern flickered in his eyes, aware that danger could arise at any moment in this comic book world. Pepper nodded and inquired, "Doctor, do you have any thoughts? I am not well versed in matters of superheroes and battles, but I will support Tony and Stark Industries to the best of my ability." Her gaze radiated trust. She believed in Yang Hua's capability to devise a sound strategy for their future. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Hua responded, "Pepper, our first priority must be ensuring the security of Stark Industries. We can enhance security measures to prevent internal betrayals like that of Obadiah from happening again. Additionally, Tony's armor technology must remain confidential, safeguarding it from enemy acquisition." His eyes reflected deep contemplation as he envisioned various plans in his mind. Pepper replied, "Doctor, I will discuss these matters with Tony. However, strengthening security measures will undoubtedly require substantial funding, and Stark Industries may be facing some financial strain after the recent crisis." A trace of worry colored her expression, cognizant of the financial challenges that might lie ahead for Stark Industries. Yang Hua acknowledged, "Pepper, this is indeed a concern. Yet, we can explore alternative solutions. For instance, we could seek partnerships to share the security costs or optimize Stark Industries' internal management to reduce unnecessary expenditures." His eyes sparkled with hope, confident that these strategies could alleviate the financial difficulties facing Stark Industries. Pepper responded, "Doctor, your suggestions are highly constructive. I will convey these ideas to Tony. However, I prefer not to burden him with these matters until he has fully recovered." Her expression bore a sense of determination. She wished for Tony to focus solely on his healing without added stress. Yang Hua agreed, "Pepper, you are right. What Tony needs most right now is rest. We can organize these ideas and present them to him once he has recuperated." His eyes conveyed approval, understanding that Pepper was acting in Tony's best interest. Days passed, and Tony's condition gradually improved. He began to research materials regarding exosuits while still confined to his bed. Although his body had not yet fully healed, his spirit was already vibrant. He addressed Pepper and Yang Hua, saying, "I believe I have nearly recovered and can begin to tackle a few tasks." Pepper, with a hint of concern, replied, "Tony, are you truly ready? The doctor mentioned you need more rest." Her eyes reflected a trace of doubt. She wished for no haste from Tony that might impede his recovery. Approaching Tony's bedside, she sought to assess his physical condition. Tony smiled and responded, "Potts, I am well aware of my own health. I intend to engage in some light research work, nothing too strenuous. Moreover, I feel quite invigorated." His gaze brimmed with confidence, as he acknowledged his body could now withstand some moderate tasks. Yang Hua remarked, "Tony, if you feel up to it, we could commence by analyzing Obadiah's mech technology. However, do take care of yourself and avoid overexertion." His eyes conveyed a note of caution, for he understood Tony's propensity to neglect his well-being once absorbed in work. Tony nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Doctor, I shall be cautious. Let us delve into the remarkable technologies that Obadiah possesses." His eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to unveil the mysteries of Obadiah's mech technology to incorporate it into his own suit. Thus, Tony, Yang Hua, and Pepper commenced their study of Obadiah's mech technology within the confines of the hospital room. They meticulously analyzed each piece of data and every design element, striving to uncover the secrets therein. They recognized this as a vital opportunity to enhance the suit's capabilities, a crucial step in preparing for future challenges. After an extended period of study, Yang Hua and Tony increasingly felt it was time to upgrade and optimize the new version. Their eyes glimmered with excitement and expectation as they gazed upon the plethora of mech technology data. Throughout their research, they unearthed numerous new possibilities, akin to treasures concealed in darkness, awaiting their discovery. With the support of Obadiah's technological advancements, it was as if a surge of vitality had been injected into their research. An idea blossomed in Yang Hua's mind. He intended to propose that Tony unlock advanced healing capabilities for the suit. In this perilous world, such functionality would undoubtedly be paramount, providing formidable protection during combat. This advanced healing feature was no trivial matter. It meant the ability to utilize the suit for treatment in the event of severe injuries. In battle, it was tantamount to gaining an extra life. Chapter 10. Discharging from the hospital without Pepper's knowledge, however, this technology was exceedingly challenging to realize, even with Dr. Ethan's expertise in medical technology. They had previously found it difficult to achieve. It represented an insurmountable technological pinnacle. Yet now, circumstances had shifted with Obadiah's technology. The possibility of realization emerged. It was akin to glimpsing a ray of hope in the darkness. Within Obadiah's technology seemed to lie some crucial elements that could provide the technical support necessary for this advanced healing capability. They could almost envision the suit endowed with healing functions. Yang Hua addressed Tony, saying, "Tony, once your injuries have healed, we can proceed with the optimization." His voice was calm, yet his gaze was filled with anticipation. He understood that, should this optimization succeed, the armor would ascend to unprecedented heights. He looked at Tony, hoping for his patience to endure until full recovery. Tony, upon hearing Yang Hua's words, was eager and even sat up, his eyes brimming with urgency. "Doctor, I believe we can commence immediately," he declared. His enthusiasm for optimizing the armor burned like an unquenchable flame, impossible to suppress. He felt that the enhancement of the armor was of utmost urgency and should not be delayed due to his injuries. He continued, "My injuries are inconsequential. Optimizing the suit is paramount." His resolve was unyielding. In his heart, the armor represented another facet of his very existence, a vital instrument for safeguarding the world. He was unwilling to halt the improvement of the armor for a mere injury, yearning to render it even more formidable. Yang Hua sighed, realizing that once Tony fixated on something, his opinions were seldom swayed. "I promised Pepper that you must be fully recovered before you can be discharged," he stated, a hint of resignation in his tone. He recognized that Pepper's concern for Tony was unwavering, and he could not betray the promise made to her. Although Pepper often indulged Tony, she would not compromise when it came to his health. Furthermore, Yang Hua had a healthy respect for Pepper, a formidable woman who held substantial sway within Stark Industries. Her influence was significant, and her words carried weight. Tony awkwardly chuckled, "Ahem, Pepper will understand." He attempted to persuade Yang Hua, confident that Pepper would support his decision. He was aware of her feelings for him and believed she would grasp the importance of optimizing the armor. His eyes glimmered with anticipation, hoping Yang Hua might reconsider. "How about this? We return to the villa and have the finest doctors treat me. It would amount to the same," he proposed, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Convinced it was a win-win solution. This way, he could continue with the armor's optimization while also receiving treatment. He added, "With current medical technology, I believe nothing surpasses JARVIS. His confidence in JARVIS was unwavering, as the AI played a pivotal role in both his personal and professional life. He believed JARVIS could offer assistance in numerous areas, even possessing unique insights into medical matters. Yang Hua was somewhat at a loss for words. "Tony, as exceptional as JARVIS is, he remains merely a program. Actual medical care requires a physician," he replied. He understood that while JARVIS was remarkably intelligent, in the realm of medicine, which demanded practical experience and expertise, professional doctors remained the most reliable choice. His gaze reflected a hint of insistence, as he did not wish for Tony to underestimate the role of physicians. However, he considered that returning to the villa for a private doctor could indeed be a viable option. After deliberating, he felt this approach could satisfy Tony's desire to expedite the armor's optimization while also alleviating Pepper's concerns. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes as he weighed the pros and cons of this proposal. The two reached a consensus. Yet Yang Hua remained anxious about Potts placing blame upon him. A flicker of concern shadowed his gaze, for he was acutely aware of Pepper's deep concern for Tony's well-being. He feared that Pepper might become irate due to their premature departure from the hospital, and he felt ill-equipped to confront her wrath. Tony, with a reassuring smile, comforted him, saying, "Do not worry, our leaving will not incite any retaliation from Pepper." His tone was light and carefree, as he believed that Pepper would not truly act against them. He had a fair understanding of her temperament and was confident that she would ultimately comprehend their decision. Yang Hua nodded, albeit with uncertainty lingering in his heart. After all, while Pepper unwaveringly supported Tony, she was particularly steadfast when it came to matters of health and safety. He knew her to be quite resolute in such affairs, leaving him uncertain about her potential reaction to their actions. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Ah, Tony, I fear we might find ourselves ensnared by Potts." His words carried a hint of jest, yet they betrayed his underlying anxiety. He envisioned Pepper's angry visage and felt an involuntary shudder. The two exchanged playful banter as they settled into the car. The driver, happy, chuckled at their antics but proceeded to steer the vehicle towards the villa, adhering to Tony's wishes. The car gradually roared to life, emitting a low rumble as it made its way to their destination. Within the confines of the vehicle, Tony began to contemplate the optimization and enhancement of his armor. His expression grew intense, and myriad ideas regarding the armor danced through his mind. He pondered how to better integrate Obadiah's technology into the suit, augmenting its formidable capabilities. Simultaneously, he began sketching the blueprints for the second generation of armor. The emergence of Yang Hua had delayed the design of the second generation. They had previously concentrated on refining the existing suit, leaving little energy for the new design. Now, he felt the time had come to embark on conceptualizing the next iteration. Yang Hua, too, had been preoccupied with enhancing the armor alongside Tony, neglecting the advancements for the second generation. His ambition was to assist Tony in perfecting the current suit to unlock its utmost potential. He understood that a solid foundation was essential for the successful design of new armor. As Tony continued to reflect, he murmured to himself, "The Obadiah matter has reached a temporary conclusion, yet the forthcoming crises will only multiply." A hint of worry clouded his eyes, as he recognized the world's myriad unknown dangers. Obadiah was merely the beginning. More formidable foes awaited them in the shadows. He further mused. Captain America is on the verge of awakening. The old Ant-Man is scouting for a son-in-law, and Hulk's whereabouts remain a mystery. Images of these superheroes materialized in his mind, each endowed with unique abilities, their presence poised to significantly impact the world. He contemplated strategies for collaboration with them or potential solutions to forthcoming challenges. Yang Hua began to consider that once he and Tony had enhanced the third generation of armor, perhaps it would be time to pay a visit to a certain influential figure. His gaze was imbued with a hint of anticipation, for he harbored his own ambitions within the realm of American comics. He yearned to forge connections with more superheroes, united in their endeavor to confront the crises besetting their world. In his mind, he mused, Doctor Strange and the Ancient One might indeed be worth engaging. He recognized that both Doctor Strange and the Ancient One were formidable entities, wielding enigmatic magical powers. He believed that an alliance with them could inspire novel ideas for the optimization of his armor or for navigating impending challenges. Contemplating Captain America, he decided it prudent to wait for his awakening to initiate contact. Acknowledging Captain America's significance, he understood that his revival would incite considerable commotion. He aspired to seize the opportune moment to cultivate a rapport with Captain America, collaboratively striving to safeguard their world. Having delineated his future plans, Yang Hua reclined against the car seat and gradually closed his eyes. His body swayed gently with the car's motion, exhaustion creeping upon him. He wished to rest before reaching the villa, gathering strength for the tasks and strategies that lay ahead. Even as he drifted into slumber, his mind continued to whirl with myriad thoughts: how to better collaborate with Tony in optimizing the armor, how to navigate existence in this comic universe, and how to confront the various crises looming on the horizon. His thoughts resembled a tangled web, yet they seemed to possess an inherent order. Tony, observing Yang Hua's repose, refrained from disturbing him. He remained engrossed in his reflections on the armor. His fingers lightly tapped on his knee, as if simulating the armor's operations. His eyes sparkled with focus, completely absorbed in the conceptualization of the armor. The car glided smoothly along the highway, the scenery outside the window a blur. Sunlight streamed through the glass, enveloping them in a gentle warmth. Yet, their minds were far removed from the beauty of the landscape. Both were preoccupied with the future. Tony contemplated the armor's energy issues. He understood that while the current energy sources met their immediate needs, the increasing functionalities of the armor would escalate energy consumption. He pondered how to discover a more efficient, more sustainable energy source to power the armor. Ideas began to form in his mind, such as advanced reactor technologies or harnessing unique energy materials from the cosmos. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Recognizing the potential of these concepts, he commenced a meticulous exploration of their feasibility within his thoughts. Simultaneously, he considered the armor's mobility. He envisioned enhancing its agility during flight and movement, enabling it to execute complex maneuvers with greater swiftness. Recalling the performance of the armor during his confrontation with Obadiah, he acknowledged the myriad areas ripe for improvement. He contemplated integrating design principles from various aircraft into the armor's architecture. Images of diverse aircraft shapes and structures danced through his mind as he sought elements suitable for the armor. His expression turned serious, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Tony further deliberated on the armor's weaponry system. He aspired to equip it with more potent and diverse armaments. He contemplated laser weapons, energy shields, miniature missiles, and more. He pondered how to enhance the synergy among these arms to unleash their utmost potential. Precision and range were also on his mind. He understood that in combat, accurate shots and sufficient range were of paramount importance. In his mind, he simulated various battle scenarios, evaluating the performance of different weapons at varying distances. His brow furrowed slightly as he meticulously weighed the myriad factors. Meanwhile, although Yang Hua was resting, his subconscious was preoccupied with thoughts of the battle armor. In his dreams, visions of optimizing the armor danced before him, as if he could see it becoming more flawless under his guidance. A faint smile graced his lips, suggesting he envisioned a promising future. The driver, happy, focused intently on the road, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror to check on Tony and Yang Hua. He recognized the significance of their thoughts and wished not to intrude. He silently fulfilled his duty, ensuring their safe arrival at the villa. As the car drew nearer to their destination, Tony's contemplations began to yield results. He sketched a rough outline of an armor optimization plan in his mind, believing it could significantly enhance the armor's capabilities across the board. Confidence gleamed in his eyes. He was eager to put his plan into action. Finally, the vehicle arrived at the villa. After parking, Happy addressed Tony and Yang Hua. "Gentlemen, we have arrived." His voice was steady as he opened the car door, awaiting their exit. Tony stepped out, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the villa's architecture, feeling invigorated. "Doctor, let us commence," he declared, unable to contain his eagerness to begin the optimization work on the armor. Yang Hua also exited the vehicle, surveying the surroundings before responding. "Tony, let us prioritize your treatment first." He understood that while Tony was impatient, health must take precedence. He did not wish to overlook Tony's injuries in the pursuit of armor enhancements. Tony nodded reluctantly, acknowledging the validity of Yang Hua's counsel. Following him into the villa, they arranged for a private physician to attend to Tony's treatment. While awaiting the doctor's arrival, Tony continued to discuss the armor optimization plan with Yang Hua. Before long, the private doctor arrived at the villa. After conducting a thorough examination, he informed Tony, "Mr. Stark, while your condition has improved, you will require additional time for rest and treatment." His demeanor was serious, emphasizing the importance of Tony prioritizing his health. Impatiently, Tony replied, "Doctor, I am aware of my condition. Please expedite my recovery." A sense of urgency tinged his voice. He wished to avoid any delays due to his injuries and hoped the doctor would employ the most effective treatment methods to ensure his swift restoration. The doctor nodded, resigned, and began the treatment. Throughout the process, Tony continued to engage in quiet discussions with Yang Hua about the armor, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was undergoing treatment, Yang Hua gazed at Tony and, with a smile, remarked to the doctor, "Please do not take offense. He is simply captivated by his armor." He understood that once Tony immersed himself in matters concerning the armor, it was exceedingly difficult for him to extricate himself. He hoped the doctor would appreciate Tony's fervor. The doctor smiled gently and replied, "I understand. Mr. Stark is indeed a highly creative individual. However, he still requires rest." His tone was soothing as he continued to diligently attend to Tony's treatment. Meanwhile, as the doctor administered care, Yang Hua began to organize the materials they had previously researched regarding the armor. He meticulously categorized the documents to facilitate easier access and utilization during the optimization process. His gaze was imbued with seriousness, reflecting his meticulous approach to the task at hand. Observing Yang Hua's efforts, Tony spoke up, "Doctor, please take a look at our earlier analysis of the Obadiah armor technology. I believe there are still numerous insights to uncover." His eyes shimmered with anticipation, hoping Yang Hua would unearth more valuable information to enhance the armor. Yang Hua nodded and began to examine the analysis of the Obadiah armor technology closely. His focus sharpened as he sought out potentially overlooked details, aware that these nuances could significantly influence the armor's optimization. He stumbled upon intriguing information regarding the armor's energy transmission system. It appeared that the Obadiah armor featured some unique designs that allowed for more efficient energy transfer within the suit. He felt this technology could be applied to Tony's armor, enhancing its performance. "Tony," he exclaimed, "I have discovered a technique related to energy transmission that I believe could be integrated into our armor." His voice carried a hint of excitement as he presented the documents for Tony's review. Tony accepted the materials and scrutinized them intently. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he responded, "Doctor, you are absolutely right. If we implement this technology into our armor, it will significantly enhance its energy efficiency." He was thoroughly pleased with this revelation, considering it a pivotal breakthrough in their optimization efforts. Just as they were engrossed in discussing the energy transmission technology, the doctor completed his treatment of Tony. He advised, "Mr. Stark, our session concludes here for today. You must adhere to my instructions regarding rest and medication to ensure a swift recovery." His gaze conveyed a sense of urgency as he hoped Tony would heed his counsel. Tony nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, doctor. I will follow your advice," though a hint of impatience lingered in his eyes. He recognized the necessity of complying with the doctor's recommendations. He yearned to regain his health swiftly, so he could fully devote himself to the armor optimization endeavor. Once the doctor departed, Tony turned to Yang Hua and declared, "Doctor, we can now officially commence the optimization of the armor." His eyes brimmed with eagerness. Unable to contain his excitement about applying the new technologies, Yang Hua cautioned, "Tony, we must still proceed with caution. Despite the advent of new technologies, one may encounter various challenges during their application." A hint of caution flickered in his gaze, for he understood that optimizing the armor was an intricate endeavor that demanded patience. "I am aware, Doctor," Tony remarked. "We should commence our testing within the simulation system before implementing any changes to the armor." His reasoning was sound. He recognized the necessity of thorough testing prior to any modifications to ensure safety and efficacy. Thus, they proceeded to Tony's laboratory, which was brimming with an array of advanced equipment and tools, alongside several incomplete components of the armor. Tony activated the simulation system, meticulously inputting the new technical parameters. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, a stream of code flashing across the screen. Yang Hua observed Tony's operations, occasionally offering his own suggestions. His eyes were filled with concentration as he scrutinized each input parameter, ensuring that no errors were present. For he understood that even the slightest mistake could lead to the failure of the entire simulation test. Once Tony completed the parameter input, he initiated the simulation test. They watched with bated breath as the armor model commenced operation based on the newly integrated technical specifications. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping to witness enhanced performance from the armor under the influence of the new technology. However, during the simulation, complications arose. The armor model exhibited instability and energy during the execution of certain complex maneuvers. Tony furrowed his brow and said, "Doctor, it appears that our energy transmission technology requires further refinement." A contemplative glimmer shone in his eyes as he began to dissect the issue at hand, meticulously examining the simulation data in an effort to identify the specific factors contributing to the energy instability. Yang Hua edged closer, scrutinizing the data on the screen. "Tony, I suspect the incompatibility between the new energy transmission system and the existing armor energy circuit may be the root cause. We might need to redesign the energy circuit to better accommodate the new transmission system." Wisdom illuminated his gaze as he proposed a potential solution based on his experience. Tony nodded in agreement, stating, "Doctor, your insight is indeed valid. Let us commence with the redesign of the energy circuit." His eyes rekindled with determination. He was undeterred by the challenges, viewing these obstacles as opportunities to enhance the armor's capabilities. He began drafting a new design for the energy circuit on the computer. As they reimagined the energy circuit, Pepper entered the laboratory. Noticing Tony and Yang Hua engrossed in their work, she sighed with a hint of exasperation. "Tony, shouldn't you be taking a break? Doctor, why are you disregarding Tony's health alongside him?" A hint of reproach glimmered in her eyes, as she expressed her deep concern for Tony's well-being. Chapter 11. Armor Enhancement. Tony offered an awkward smile, asserting, "Pepper, I assure you, I feel significantly better. Moreover, we are currently at a pivotal juncture. The optimization of the armor cannot be delayed." He endeavored to elucidate to Pepper the significance of their work, hoping she would grasp its importance. Yang Hua interjected, "Pepper, we will be mindful of Tony's condition. Our sole intention is to expedite the application of the new technology to the armor, thereby ensuring Tony's safety when faced with peril." He recognized Pepper's genuine concern for Tony and wished for her support in their endeavors. With a sigh, Pepper replied, "Fine, Tony. I realize it is challenging to alter your mindset, but you must promise me not to overexert yourself and to take regular breaks." Her eyes brimmed with worry, as she understood that once Tony immersed himself in his work, it would be arduous to pull him away. She could only hope that he would remain attentive to his health. Tony nodded, assuring her, "Pepper, I promise. Rest assured, I will take care of myself." Gratitude flickered in his eyes. He recognized that Pepper's intentions were rooted in concern for him. He also wished to alleviate her worries, striving to find a balance between work and rest. Pepper glanced at their ongoing tasks and inquired, "What are you currently working on? It appears quite complex." Though she lacked a profound understanding of the armor's technology, she remained intrigued by Tony's work and yearned to learn more about the armor's optimization. Tony explained, "We are redesigning the energy circuitry of the armor to enhance the efficacy of the new energy transmission technology. During previous simulation tests, we encountered some issues with energy instability, which we are now addressing." He endeavored to articulate their objectives in accessible terms. After listening, Pepper nodded and remarked, "That sounds impressive. However, I admit I don't fully grasp the technical aspects. I merely hope that you both can complete it successfully." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. She believed in Tony and Yang Hua's capability to resolve these challenges and fortify the armor. With Pepper's understanding, Tony and Yang Hua refocused on the design of the energy circuitry. They approached every detail with heightened diligence, ensuring the new circuitry would seamlessly integrate with the new energy transmission system. Their eyes gleamed with concentration, aware of the significance of this phase. After a period of dedicated effort, the design for the new energy circuitry was finalized. Tony inputted the new design parameters into the simulation system and initiated a test. They watched intently as the armor model in the simulation began to operate, executing complex maneuvers flawlessly while maintaining stable energy transmission. A sense of relief washed over Tony and Yang Hua as their labor bore fruit at last. Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Doctor, we have succeeded." His eyes were brimming with joy. Yang Hua, smiling, responded, "Tony, this is merely the first step. There remains a plethora of work ahead, such as optimizing the weapon systems and enhancing mobility." He understood that the refinement of the armor was a complex undertaking, requiring improvements in numerous facets. He did not wish to become complacent due to this minor triumph. Tony nodded in agreement, stating, "Doctor, you are indeed correct. Let us commence with the optimization of the weapon systems." His gaze was filled with anticipation. He was eager to augment the armor's weaponry. They began exploring methods to enhance the weapon systems. Tony proposed several ideas, saying, "We could increase the power of the laser weapons, enabling them to more effortlessly penetrate enemy defenses. Simultaneously, we could refine the guidance systems of the miniature missiles to improve their precision." His eyes sparkled with excitement. Confident in his suggestions, Yang Hua pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Tony, I believe we could also introduce a novel weapon to the armor, such as an energy pulse gun. This weapon has the capacity to unleash high-intensity energy pulses, inflicting substantial damage on adversaries." His innovative suggestion resonated with Tony, who found it to be quite creative. "Doctor, that idea is quite remarkable," Tony acknowledged. "However, we must consider how to address the energy supply issue. Such an energy pulse gun would undoubtedly require a significant amount of energy support. Without adequate supply, it will fail to unleash its full potential." His expression reflected contemplation as he began to devise a solution. Yang Hua proposed, "We could start by overhauling the armor's overall energy distribution system. By recalibrating the energy allocation ratios, we can prioritize more energy for the pulse gun. Of course, this necessitates optimizing the energy consumption of other weapons to ensure that the normal operation of other systems is not compromised while utilizing the energy pulse gun." His eyes radiated wisdom as he envisioned an initial solution. Tony nodded affirmatively, saying, "Doctor, let us proceed with your plan. We will first adjust the energy distribution system and subsequently design the specific parameters for the energy pulse gun." His gaze conveyed trust, as he believed in Yang Hua's strategy to resolve the issue. They began the intricate task of adjusting the armor's energy distribution system. This complex process required meticulous calculations and adjustments for each energy transmission node. They proceeded with great caution, acutely aware that any misstep could lead to a complete system failure. Their eyes were filled with focus, understanding the gravity of their undertaking. During the course of adjusting the energy distribution system, they encountered minor challenges. For instance, altering the parameters of one energy transmission node affected the stability of energy transmission in nearby nodes. Tony furrowed his brow and remarked, "Doctor, this issue is somewhat troublesome. We need to devise a more effective solution." A hint of concern flickered in his gaze. Yang Hua meticulously examined the simulated data, pondering for a moment before articulating, "Tony, I believe we can adopt a hierarchical energy control approach. By categorizing the energy transmission nodes into various levels and allocating energy based on the priority of weapon usage, we can mitigate the impact on other nodes when adjusting parameters of a specific node." His eyes sparkled with inspiration as he proposed a novel solution. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes brightened, and he responded, "Doctor, this method sounds quite feasible. Let us put it to the test." Following Yang Hua's counsel, he redesigned the energy distribution system, modifying the code on his computer to establish a stratified treatment of the energy transmission nodes. After completing the adjustments to the energy allocation system, they commenced the design of the energy pulse gun's specific parameters. Drawing upon his experience and understanding of the overall performance of the exosuit, Tony determined the fundamental parameters such as power, range, and firing frequency of the energy pulse gun. Meanwhile, Yang Hua reviewed these parameters to ensure their rationality. They input the design specifications of the energy pulse gun into the simulation system and initiated a test. Tension filled the air as they observed the exosuit model within the simulation when the model fired the energy pulse gun at a target. A powerful energy pulse surged forth from the muzzle, striking the target with precision and inflicting significant damage. Elated, Tony and Yang Hua exchanged triumphant high fives, their faces aglow with joy. "Doctor, our energy pulse gun has succeeded. Our exosuit now boasts an additional formidable weapon," Tony exclaimed, his eyes brimming with pride over their achievement. Yang Hua replied, "Tony, this indeed marks a substantial advancement. However, we must not rest on our laurels. We still need to enhance the mobility of the exosuit." He recognized that their optimization efforts were far from complete, and they needed to persist in their endeavors to elevate the exosuit to its optimal state across all dimensions. Nodding in agreement, Tony stated, "Doctor, you are absolutely right. Let us now begin our research on how to enhance the exosuit's mobility." His gaze was filled with anticipation as he contemplated ways to make the exosuit more agile during flight and movement. They then delved into the issue of the exosuit's mobility. Tony suggested, "We could improve the propulsion system by increasing the number and power of the thrusters, thereby enhancing the exosuit's flight speed and acceleration." His eyes gleamed with thoughtful insight as he proposed a potential solution based on his experience. Yang Hua responded, "Tony, I believe we can also optimize the design of the joint areas of the exosuit to facilitate more complex movements. For instance, we could expand the range of joint mobility and employ more flexible connection structures." His suggestion was astutely targeted. He understood that the exosuit's mobility depended not only on the propulsion system, but also on the design of its joints. After listening, Tony remarked, "Doctor, that is an excellent idea. Let us combine both aspects and work together to optimize the exosuit's mobility." His eyes sparkled with determination. Eager to embark on the next phase of their endeavor, they commenced the optimization of the suit's mobility according to their own visions. Tony dedicated himself to enhancing the propulsion system, diligently assembling new thrusters in the laboratory while meticulously adjusting their parameters. Yang Hua, on the other hand, focused on designing the joints of the suit, sketching new joint structure blueprints on his computer, and incessantly revising and refining them. Amidst their industrious efforts, Pepper Potts entered the lab. Observing Tony and Yang Hua engrossed in their work, she smiled with a hint of resignation and remarked, "Tony, you truly are a workaholic. However, witnessing your relentless dedication assures me that the suit will undoubtedly become more formidable." Her eyes reflected a glimmer of reassurance, for she understood that Tony and Yang Hua toiled tirelessly to safeguard the world. Tony lifted his gaze, meeting Pepper's eyes, and replied with a smile, "Potts, this is simply our duty. Once we complete the suit's optimization, I will be better equipped to protect you in this world." His gaze brimmed with determination. Fully aware of the weight of his responsibilities, he then lowered his head, immersing himself in his work. As he and Yang Hua persevered towards the goal of optimizing the third generation of the suit, the third generation optimization of the initial suit represents a further enhancement of the functionalities from the preceding two generations, encompassing numerous pivotal aspects. It is akin to meticulously refining an already robust foundation, with the enhancement of mobility being a crucial element. The increase in mobility signifies a substantial augmentation of the suit's agility in combat, enabling it to deftly evade attacks or launch counterstrikes with greater swiftness. Energy sustainability also stands as a focal point of this optimization. In the heat of battle, energy serves as the lifeblood of the suit. An insufficient energy supply would render its formidable capabilities mere rhetoric. The optimization aims to ensure that the suit remains operational during prolonged skirmishes or high-intensity missions, preventing it from succumbing to power depletion and thereby maintaining its formidable combat prowess. Perhaps the most significant advancement lies in the superior healing capability, marking a monumental innovation in the suit's functionalities. In perilous combat environments, injury is almost inevitable. Possessing advanced healing abilities is akin to equipping the suit with a doctor on standby. This capability allows the suit to perform self-repair and treatment promptly when sustaining considerable damage, significantly enhancing its survivability. The medical and technological expertise of Dr. Ethan, along with the suit technology from Obadiah, provided substantial assistance to both Tony and Yang Hua. Dr. Ethan's profound mastery in medical technology serves as a magical key, unlocking the theoretical and technical possibilities for the suit's advanced healing feature. His knowledge and experience shine like brilliant starlight, illuminating numerous technical challenges encountered during the suit's optimization process. Obadiah's suit technology, akin to a precious puzzle piece, fills the gaps in the optimization of other functionalities. His techniques embody unique design philosophies and engineering wisdom, which Tony and Yang Hua deftly integrated into the third-generation optimization of the suit, resulting in remarkable enhancements across various dimensions. Tony meticulously followed Yang Hua's suggestions, embarking on the path of optimization and improvement. He was acutely aware that Yang Hua's suggestions were thoughtfully considered, rooted in their shared objectives and comprehensive understanding of the armor. Tony treated each recommendation as if it were a precious gem, carefully embedding them into the grand blueprint for the armor's optimization. Moreover, with the assistance of the second-generation Jarvis artificial intelligence, they could bypass numerous manual and laborious tasks, thereby achieving upgrades with remarkable efficiency. Jarvis functioned as a super assistant. Its intelligent computing capabilities and precise data processing enabling swift analysis of various optimization proposals and providing accurate guidance throughout the implementation process, significantly enhancing the efficiency of the optimization efforts. The third-generation enhancements were nothing short of revolutionary. As Tony busily adjusted various circuits and devices within the armor, he expressed his thoughts with a sense of excitement and anticipation. He knew that this optimization would elevate the armor to unprecedented heights, ushering in a new era of its development. Every function of the mech would align perfectly with Jarvis and the overall performance of the armor. Concurrently, as Tony undertook the upgrades, Yanghua observed with a sense of wonder. Watching Tony adeptly manipulate an array of tools and equipment filled him with aspirations for the future of the armor. He understood that once the optimization was complete, the armor would emerge as a far more formidable weapon in combat. For Tony, his unwavering dedication to developing armor technology overshadowed any concerns for S.H.I.E.L.D. or Stark Industries. In his heart, the endeavor felt akin to a sacred mission, where he poured all his passion and energy. The world around him seemed to consist solely of the armor's components, circuits, and programs, save for Pepper Potts, of course. In Tony's heart, she held a unique position, serving as a warm harbor in his life, a source of solace during times of fatigue and confusion. Regardless of how much energy Tony invested into the armor's development, Pepper remained an indelible presence in his thoughts. Alternatively, Yanghua mused that at this moment, Tony still cared for Dr. Ethan and Colonel Rhodes, who could be considered a half-hearted inclusion. To Tony, Dr. Ethan was not just a partner, but also a spiritual mentor and dear friend. Although Colonel Rhodes differed from Tony in certain aspects, their friendship was profound, characterized by mutual support and assistance in critical times. This fellow was indeed a tech enthusiast, entirely devoid of the playboy persona. Through his time spent with Tony, Yanghua gradually realized that Tony was far from the unapproachable billionaire depicted in comic books or the world-saving Iron Man. He witnessed the other side of Tony behind the armor, a passionate and dedicated technophile focused on research and development. He was also a person with personal interests, loved ones, and cherished friendships. Tony's life extended beyond the armor and superhero identity. He cherished numerous aspects of life and valued those around him. His friendships and love were integral components of his existence. However, in that particular timeline, Tony had tragically lost Dr. Ethan at the outset, which rendered his character increasingly reclusive. The departure of Dr. Ethan cast a shadow of darkness over Tony's heart. The loss of this pivotal partner and friend felt akin to the severance of a fragment of his soul, prompting Tony to retreat inward, becoming increasingly reclusive and indifferent. The successive departures of significant figures in his life, such as Howard and Ethan, led to profound transformations within Tony. Each of these losses struck like a sharp blade, repeatedly piercing his heart. Through the pain and solitude, he gradually evolved into a more resilient, yet solitary individual, with his actions and decisions deeply influenced by these experiences. Consequently, in this world, Tony could effortlessly retreat into the background, even foregoing the need to proclaim himself as Iron Man, largely due to Dr. Ethan's presence, which instilled in him a greater sense of responsibility. Dr. Ethan's existence served as a stabilizing force, enabling Tony to confront various situations with greater composure. He no longer needed to overexpose himself to fill the void within. Instead, he could fulfill his responsibilities with a newfound steadiness. Reflecting on this, Yanghua felt a sense of comfort, realizing that his presence had catalyzed Tony's transformation, which was not necessarily a negative outcome. Observing Tony's newfound positivity and vitality filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. He felt that he was not merely a spectator in this world, but rather a participant capable of influencing the destinies of others and altering the trajectory of their stories. Doctor, are you preoccupied with something? Tony, while enhancing the armor's capabilities, noticed Yanghua lost in thought, seemingly contemplating something. He paused his work, lifted his gaze to Yanghua, his eyes imbued with concern. Aware of Yanghua's crucial role in this process, he wished for him to be free from any distress. Yanghua smiled gently. Tony, I believe you are a remarkably pragmatic individual. His eyes sparkled with sincere admiration. Throughout their collaboration, he had deeply appreciated Tony's industrious spirit. Tony not only possessed numerous brilliant ideas, but, more importantly, demonstrated the ability to actualize these concepts, methodically optimizing the armor. This world needs you. Yanghua's voice was calm, yet resonated with strength. He recognized the immense value of Tony's abilities and talents for the world. The continual development and refinement of Tony's armor technology would provide robust safeguards for the preservation of global peace and the management of various crises. Tony, momentarily taken aback by Yanghua's direct praise, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Scratching his head, he responded, "Doctor, why the sudden commendation? My pragmatism is built upon the resources at my disposal." He understood that his success was inextricably linked to the formidable support of Stark Industries and did not wish to claim all the credit for himself. "This armor is more a product of your dedication, Doctor. I merely provided a conduit for these technologies to materialize." Tony's humility shone through, yet within. He genuinely regarded Ethan as a dear friend. He recognized that the optimization of the armor was a collective achievement, with each individual playing an indispensable role. He harbored deep gratitude for both Yang Hua and Dr. Ethan. Yang Hua gazed at the rapidly transforming and upgrading third-generation battle armor, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He observed how, under Tony's meticulous craftsmanship, the armor was gradually evolving into a more perfect creation, akin to witnessing a child grow. His heart brimmed with anticipation, for he understood that this armor was destined to become a formidable presence. With Jarvis's assistance, it seemed that subsequent optimizations could progress at an increasingly swift pace. Yang Hua remarked with a sense of awe. He was acutely aware of Jarvis's significance in the optimization process, likening him to an indefatigable aide who continuously provided data support and analyzed optimization plans, significantly accelerating the entire enhancement procedure. "Tony, have you completed the blueprints for the second-generation armor? I am eager to see them," Yang Hua inquired, his curiosity piqued by the innovative designs and concepts that Tony might have introduced in the second iteration. Chapter 12. Considerations for the second-generation armor. He recognized that the second-generation armor represented a pivotal transition from the initial model to a more advanced version. Tony, presenting his blueprints, replied, "Doctor, I have been awaiting your valuable insights." He handed the drawings to Yang Hua, his eyes reflecting eager anticipation. He hoped Yang Hua would offer professional suggestions to refine the design of the second-generation armor. The second generation essentially retains the functionalities of our first model, lacking any new improvements or upgrades, he explained, gesturing toward the details of his blueprints. "However, I believe the first-generation armor, while already quite perfect in its capabilities, can achieve an even more optimal state with Jarvis's assistance." His words conveyed an appreciation for the initial armor while subtly indicating the need for enhancements in other areas. "Yet, it is rather cumbersome," Tony remarked with a furrowed brow. The heaviness of the first-generation armor had long been a concern for him, as it could hinder the armor's maneuverability and agility during combat. He aspired to address this issue in the design of the second-generation armor, aiming for a lighter and more agile creation. True to his genius, Tony's vision was indeed remarkable. The blueprints depicted an uncolored Iron Man suit, the epitome of excitement and astonishment. The lines of the armor were sleek, and its structure compact. Although merely a sketch, it already exuded immense power and a distinctive allure. Yang Hua nodded in approval. Quite impressive." He scrutinized the blueprints, analyzing the design from a professional standpoint. He recognized the thoughtfulness and innovation in Tony's work, feeling a deep admiration for his design prowess. There are no significant differences in functionality. However, the style and propulsion for flight require enhancement. Yang Hua expressed his perspective. He believed that while maintaining the core functionalities of the armor, improvements in aesthetics and flight propulsion could elevate the armor to new heights. His gaze was contemplative, envisioning the possible appearance of the enhanced suit in his mind. "Moreover, our first-generation armor is a two-seater, which indeed adds to its bulk," Yang Hua added. He understood that while the two-person design might have certain advantages in specific situations, it would unnecessarily increase both the weight and spatial occupation of the armor, ultimately compromising its overall performance. He hoped that Tony could optimize this issue in the design of the second-generation armor. Tony nodded thoughtfully, assuring, "Rest assured, Doctor, I have also tailored a suit of armor for you, although it currently belongs to my auxiliary gear." His gaze was filled with sincerity as he wished for Yang Hua to possess his own armor, enabling them to fight side by side more effectively. He recognized the immense effort Yang Hua had contributed to this endeavor, deeming him worthy of an armor that belonged to him alone. "After all, only my electromagnetic device can currently power it." Tony chuckled resignedly, aware that this was a present technological limitation. Yet he believed this issue would be resolved with the advancement of technology. He was already contemplating how to enhance the electromagnetic device to allow Yang Hua's armor to operate independently. Yang Hua, however, was unperturbed. "There's no rush. Once your second generation is completed, I can temporarily use Obadiah's armor." His demeanor was calm. He understood that, given the current circumstances, utilizing Obadiah's armor was a commendable alternative. His primary focus was on assisting Tony in the design and manufacturing of the second-generation armor. Hearing Yang Hua's words warmed Tony's heart. He recognized Yang Hua as a remarkably understanding partner, always providing him with support and empathy in various situations. "Doctor, You truly possess an exceptional understanding of others, he remarked. Nevertheless, I will expedite making your armor operational independently. His eyes sparkled with determination. Yang Hua smiled and replied, Tony, I have faith in you. I am confident in your technical abilities. For now, let us concentrate our efforts on improving the second-generation armor. His gaze was filled with anticipation, eager to witness the refinement of the second-generation armor through their collaborative endeavors. Tony nodded and resumed his work on the blueprints, meticulously explaining his design concepts to Yang Hua. He pointed to various sections of the drawings, elucidating each part's function and design purpose. His eyes radiated focus, hoping Yang Hua would grasp his design philosophy comprehensively. Yang Hua listened attentively to Tony's explanation, occasionally posing questions or sharing his own insights. His gaze reflected deep contemplation as he analyzed the rationality of Tony's design approach and identified areas for potential optimization. Their exchange resembled a collision of knowledge, consistently igniting new inspirations. During their discussion, Tony suddenly conceived a novel idea. Doctor, I believe we could incorporate an adjustable thruster on the back of the armor. This thruster could be modified according to varying combat needs, significantly enhancing the armor's maneuverability. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, confident in his proposal. Upon hearing Tony's suggestion, Yang Hua's eyes brightened. Tony, that idea is splendid. However, we must consider the energy supply for the thruster. Without adequate energy, it may fail to perform as intended. His reminders were pivotal. He understood that when designing new features, it was essential to consider various factors to ensure the overall stability of the system. Tony nodded in agreement, stating, Doctor, you are absolutely right. We can allocate a portion of the overall energy distribution system of the armor specifically for this thruster. This way, we can guarantee its proper functioning without compromising other functionalities. His eyes were filled with contemplation as he began to envision how to adjust the energy distribution system in his mind. Yang Hua suggested, Tony, we could also employ some innovative materials in the design of the thruster. These materials are not only lightweight, but also capable of withstanding higher temperatures and pressures, thereby enhancing the thruster's performance. His suggestion was constructive. He recognized that the selection of materials significantly impacts the thruster's efficacy. After hearing this, Tony wholeheartedly agreed with Yang Hua's proposal, saying, Doctor, your understanding of materials is truly profound. I will promptly seek suitable materials to fabricate this thruster. Gratitude shone in his eyes, for he was well aware that Yang Hua's expertise had often provided him with substantial assistance. As they delved deeper into the design of the second-generation armor, they encountered additional issues. For instance, the joints of the armor might experience wear during high-difficulty maneuvers, which could affect its longevity. Tony furrowed his brow and remarked, Doctor, we must address this issue of joint wear. Concern flickered in his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Hua suggested, Tony, we could utilize a new type of lubricant at the joint areas. This lubricant not only reduces wear, but also enhances the joint's flexibility to a certain extent. His eyes sparkled with wisdom as he proposed a feasible solution based on his experience. Tony replied, Doctor, that sounds promising. However, we still need to test whether this lubricant is compatible with the armor's other materials. Incompatibility could lead to further issues. His meticulous consideration reflected his understanding that compatibility is a crucial concern when applying new materials or technologies. Yang Hua proposed, we can initially conduct tests in a controlled simulation environment and then make adjustments based on the results. His suggestion was reasonable. He knew that simulated testing could reveal potential problems early, preventing greater losses in practical applications. Confidence radiated from his eyes, for he believed this method could effectively resolve the issue of joint wear. After addressing the joint wear problem, they shifted their discussion to the armor's weapon system. Tony stated, Doctor, I wish to incorporate a close-range attack weapon into the second-generation armor. The first-generation armor's weapons were primarily designed for medium to long-range engagements, lacking effective close-range capabilities. A glimmer of thought sparked in his eyes as he contemplated a suitable close-combat weapon for the armor. Yang Hua responded, Tony, you might consider installing an energy blade on the armor's arms. This energy blade could exhibit formidable cutting power in close-quarters combat and can be adjusted in length and intensity as needed. His suggestion was quite innovative. He understood that the energy blade weapon was exceptionally practical in close combat. After listening, Tony found the idea commendable. He remarked, Doctor, the design of this energy blade is truly creative. However, we must consider how to manage the energy consumption of the blade to prevent excessive energy depletion during use. A glimmer of contemplation appeared in his gaze as he began to ponder the issue of energy management for the blade. Yang Hua proposed, we could establish an energy threshold. When the energy consumption of the blade reaches this threshold, it would automatically cease operation or reduce its intensity. This would effectively manage energy consumption. His eyes sparkled with wisdom as he presented a straightforward yet effective energy management plan. Tony nodded in agreement, stating, "Doctor, this plan is feasible. Let us proceed with designing the energy blade according to this proposal." His eyes brimmed with enthusiasm. He was eager to integrate the energy blade into the weapon system of the second-generation armor. During the design process of the energy blade, they encountered several technical challenges. For instance, how to ensure that the energy blade maintains stable cutting capability across varying environments, and how to prevent it from causing harm to the user. Tony furrowed his brow and said, "Doctor, these issues are rather daunting." A hint of concern clouded his expression. Yang Hua pondered thoughtfully for a moment before suggesting, "Tony, we could implement an energy shield around the exterior of the energy blade. This shield could automatically adjust based on the usage of the blade, providing protection to the user while enhancing the stability of the blade in different environments." A spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes as he proposed a new solution. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes brightened. "Doctor, that idea is simply brilliant. This energy shield would be akin to a protective garment for the energy blade, addressing the stability issue while safeguarding the user from harm." His excitement was palpable, dispelling any previous worries. In his mind, he began to envision the perfect integration of the energy shield with the energy blade. Yang Hua cautioned, "However, Tony, the energy source for this shield must be meticulously planned. We cannot allow it to excessively deplete the armor's total energy, or it will compromise the normal functioning of other features." His gaze carried a sense of caution. In the design of the armor, even the smallest detail could impact overall performance, with energy management being of utmost importance. Tony nodded in agreement, stating, "Doctor, we can divert a portion of the energy from the energy blade's source to power the shield, while incorporating an intelligent regulation system that dynamically allocates energy based on the blade's usage status. For instance, when the energy blade is in high-intensity use, we could moderately reduce the energy supply to the shield and vice versa." As he spoke, he rapidly documented his thoughts on the blueprints. Yang Hua, observing Tony's notes, added, "The algorithm design for this intelligent regulation system must be precise to avoid any unreasonable energy distribution. We can first establish a mathematical model to conduct simulation tests, ensuring stable energy distribution under various scenarios." His gaze was filled with intense focus, every detail demanding attention. Only through rigorous testing could the reliability of the new features be assured. After addressing the issues with the energy blade and energy shield, they turned their attention to the armor's defense system. Tony remarked, "Doctor, while the defensive capabilities of the first-generation armor are commendable, they fall short against certain high-intensity attacks. I aspire to enhance the defensive capabilities in the second-generation armor." His eyes sparkled with a yearning for improvement, hoping that the second-generation armor would protect its user in various perilous environments. Yang Hua pondered for a moment and replied, "Tony, we can approach this from two angles. On one hand, we could improve the external armor materials, utilizing newer, sturdier, and lighter materials. On the other hand, we should optimize the algorithms for the defensive energy shield, enabling it to respond more swiftly and intelligently to various types of attacks." His eyes gleamed with wisdom as he articulated a dual-faceted approach for enhancement. Tony responded, "Doctor, I already have some ideas regarding the new armor materials. I am aware of an alloy currently under development, renowned for its exceptional hardness and toughness, coupled with a lightweight composition. I will reach out to the relevant research teams to see if we can procure this material for the armor." His gaze radiated anticipation, confident that this new material would significantly elevate the armor's defensive capabilities. Yang Hua acknowledged, "Excellent, Tony. As for optimizing the algorithms for the defensive energy shield, we can draw from our previous experiences in energy management within the weapon systems. By intelligently adjusting the shield's energy distribution and defense angles based on the intensity, type, and direction of the attack, we can enhance its effectiveness." His eyes were filled with contemplation, understanding that algorithmic optimization required a comprehensive consideration of multiple factors to achieve optimal defense. As Tony modified the armor's design on paper, he suggested, "Doctor, I believe we could also incorporate small defensive devices into the armor, such as miniaturized energy absorbers at critical points. When under attack, these absorbers could siphon off a portion of the energy, alleviating the defensive pressure on other areas of the armor." His eyes brimmed with creativity, continuously introducing new elements to the armor's defense system. Yang Hua, impressed, replied, "Tony, that idea is quite visionary. However, we must be mindful of the layout of these miniaturized energy absorbers and their energy transmission pathways to prevent disrupting the armor's overall structure and other functionalities." His timely reminder underscored the necessity for any newly added devices to harmonize with the armor's overall design, ensuring no aspect was compromised. During their refinement of the armor's defense system, they uncovered a potential issue. The addition of multiple defense devices and functionalities might increase the armor's overall weight, consequently affecting its mobility. Tony furrowed his brow and stated, "Doctor, we cannot overlook this weight issue. Mobility is one of the armor's crucial performance indicators." His gaze reflected a touch of concern. Yang Hua contemplated briefly before suggesting, "Tony, we can optimize the internal structure of the armor. Eliminate unnecessary structural components while adopting a lightweight design philosophy for the re-engineering of certain critical parts. This approach not only creates space for new defensive mechanisms, but also maintains control over the overall weight of the armor." His eyes brimmed with confidence, as he believed that through judicious structural optimization, the dichotomy between weight and maneuverability could be reconciled. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, "Doctor, your idea is splendid. We can utilize 3D modeling technology to conduct a detailed analysis and optimization of the internal structure. This will allow us to visualize the function and interrelation of each component, ensuring that the optimized structure meets functional requirements while also reducing weight." His gaze radiated enthusiasm for new technologies, as he was adept at employing various technological means to resolve challenges. During the 3D modeling and internal structure optimization process, they uncovered several subtle details that could further enhance the armor's performance. For instance, adjusting the installation angles of certain components could diminish energy loss during transmission, while optimizing the ventilation system could improve the heat dissipation efficiency of the internal devices. Tony exclaimed, "Doctor, although these minor details may seem trivial, their cumulative effect will significantly bolster the armor's overall performance." His eyes gleamed with the joy of discovery. Yang Hua smiled and replied, "Tony, this is the allure of optimization. It is through meticulous refinement of every detail that we can elevate the armor to an almost perfect state." His gaze was filled with a passion for their work, as every small enhancement represented a step towards their goal. They continued to devote energy to these finer points, leaving no opportunity for performance enhancement unexplored. Once they had completed the internal structure optimization of the armor, they shifted their focus to its exterior design. Tony stated, "Doctor, while aesthetics may not be the crucial factor in the armor's performance, a striking and aerodynamically sound exterior design can not only enhance its visual appeal, but also improve flight efficiency to a certain extent." His eyes reflected a pursuit of the synthesis between aesthetics and functionality. Yang Hua concurred, "Tony, you are absolutely right. We can optimize certain lines and shapes while preserving the overall style of the armor. For example, we can make its silhouette more streamlined to reduce air resistance. Simultaneously, we could adopt bolder color schemes to accentuate the armor's individuality." His eyes sparkled with unique insights into design, as he understood that exterior design was not merely for visual delight, but also resonated with functionality. As Tony sketched the new exterior design on paper, he remarked, "Doctor, I envision incorporating uniquely shaped decorative components on the shoulders and legs of the armor. These elements should not only be visually appealing, but also serve functional purposes, such as concealed storage for weapons or additional energy reservoirs." His eyes shone with creativity, seamlessly merging beauty with utility. Yang Hua reviewed Tony's design and offered a suggestion. "Tony, the design of these decorative components must ensure harmony with the overall structure. We must not sacrifice maneuverability and agility in pursuit of aesthetics. Moreover, while augmenting these functionalities, one must also consider their compatibility with the other systems of the armor." His gaze was imbued with meticulousness, as any design must be predicated on the preservation of the armor's fundamental performance. Upon establishing a general direction for the aesthetic design, Tony commenced the refinement of each component's design. He meticulously sketched every line, contemplating each angle and curvature. He remarked, "Doctor, I aspire for the appearance of the second-generation armor to unmistakably convey its power and uniqueness, akin to the awe inspired by the original suit." His eyes gleamed with anticipation for his creation. Yang Hua observed Tony's creative process from the sidelines, occasionally offering suggestions. He stated, "Tony, this section could be accentuated slightly more for greater visual impact. Additionally, the lines here could be rendered smoother to better align with aerodynamic principles." His gaze radiated an unwavering pursuit of perfection, as he desired the second-generation armor to be flawless in appearance. After finalizing the exterior design, they revisited the overall concept of the second-generation armor. Every aspect, from mobility and weapon systems to aesthetic design, underwent meticulous consideration and enhancement. Tony expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Doctor, I believe our second-generation armor has made significant strides. Now, we must proceed to the actual manufacturing and testing of these designs." His eyes shimmered with confidence in the new armor. Chapter 13. The third-generation optimization of the original armor. Yang Hua nodded in agreement, stating, "Tony, We must rigorously control the quality of every aspect during the manufacturing process. Even a minor error could result in issues with the armor. The testing phase is equally crucial. We need to simulate various authentic combat scenarios to comprehensively assess the armor's performance. His eyes reflected solemnity, fully aware of the importance of both manufacturing and testing phases, which ultimately determine the armor's success. Tony replied, "Doctor, I will assemble the most professional team to oversee the manufacturing efforts. For testing, we can leverage Jarvis's simulation capabilities to create a myriad of complex combat scenarios. Concurrently, we can conduct practical tests in secure locations to ensure the armor performs well in real-world environments." His gaze was filled with planning and organization, as he had already envisioned the entire manufacturing and testing process in his mind. During the manufacturing of the second-generation armor, Tony and Yang Hua personally oversaw each phase. They scrutinized the quality of every component, ensuring they met the design specifications. Tony remarked, "Doctor, these components are akin to the cells of the armor. Each one is crucial. We cannot permit flawed parts to enter the assembly stage." His expression was earnest, as he approached every detail with diligence. Yang Hua concurred, "Indeed, Tony. Moreover, during the assembly process, we must operate according to an exact sequence and methodology. It is akin to constructing a precision edifice. Any deviation could compromise the overall stability." His eyes conveyed a sense of rigor, fully cognizant that precision is paramount in the fabrication of such high-tech armor. As the manufacturing process gradually progressed, the silhouette of the second-generation armor began to materialize. Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Doctor, witnessing its gradual transformation is indeed a profound sense of accomplishment. This is the fruit of our collaborative efforts." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld his design materializing from mere sketches into reality, his heart brimming with joy. Yang Hua smiled in response, "Tony, this is merely the beginning. The forthcoming testing phase will truly test its capabilities. We must identify any potential issues and refine it further." His gaze was filled with anticipation, aware that testing is a crucial process for uncovering flaws and enhancing the armor. Upon the completion of the second-generation armor, they commenced the testing phase, initiating with simulations devised by Jarvis. Jarvis conjured a variety of intricate combat scenarios, ranging from aerial confrontations to ground battles, from engaging a solitary foe to facing hordes of adversaries. Tony and Yang Hua observed the armor's performance in the simulated environment with palpable tension. During the simulation, several minor issues emerged. For instance, the energy blade exhibited fluctuations after prolonged use, affecting its cutting efficiency. The defensive energy shield displayed a sluggish response when confronted with certain specialized attacks. Tony furrowed his brow and remarked, "Doctor, it appears there are still areas that require our attention." His expression bore a hint of concern, yet was predominantly filled with determination for improvement. Yang Hua reassured him, "Tony, this is entirely normal. The purpose of the simulation is to reveal such issues. We can make adjustments to optimize the energy supply system for the blade and refine the algorithms for the defensive shield." His demeanor radiated calmness, confident that these problems were solvable through targeted enhancements. Following adjustments to the energy blade and the defensive shield, they conducted another round of simulations. This time, the armor exhibited marked improvement within the simulated environment. The issue of energy fluctuations in the blade was rectified, resulting in a more stable cutting performance. Likewise, the shield's response time was enhanced, allowing for more timely defenses against various attacks. Tony joyfully proclaimed, "Doctor, it seems our adjustments have proven effective. However, we must also conduct tests in a real-world environment, as there are inherent differences between simulations and reality." His eyes reflected caution. He understood that the armor could only be deemed truly competent after successful testing in genuine conditions. Thus, they selected a secure location for the practical tests. Tony donned the second-generation armor and executed a series of maneuvers, including high-speed flight, sharp turns, close combat strikes, and defensive actions. Yang Hua meticulously observed from the sidelines, documenting the armor's performance during the practical tests. In the real-world testing, new issues arose. For example, while flying at high speeds, slight noises emanated from the joints, likely due to the impact of airflow pressure and vibrations in the actual environment. Additionally, the efficiency of energy transfer from the energy absorbers to other components was suboptimal. Upon recognizing these concerns, Tony stated, "Doctor, we must address these issues promptly." His gaze was filled with focus, fully aware that unresolved problems would adversely affect the armor's performance. Yang Hua remarked, "Tony, regarding the unusual sounds emanating from the joints, we should examine the structural connections and sealing conditions to ascertain if there is any looseness or gaps. As for the energy absorption efficiency of the device, we can optimize the transmission lines and employ more effective conductive materials." His gaze was imbued with contemplation as he proposed rational solutions to the newly emerged issues. After addressing the problems identified during practical testing, the performance of the second-generation armor was significantly enhanced. Tony expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Doctor, after numerous rounds of testing and refinement, the second-generation armor has become increasingly sophisticated. I am confident it will excel in real combat situations." His eyes sparkled with faith in the armor, as he anticipated the day it would prove its mettle in genuine warfare. Yang Hua nodded in agreement and responded, "Tony, this is the result of our relentless optimization and improvement. However, we must not rest on our laurels. We must continue to explore and gather insights for the future development of the armor." His gaze was filled with visions of the future, fully aware that the evolution of the armor is a continuous journey, and they have a long path ahead. Following the completion of the second-generation armor tests, Tony and Yang Hua began to contemplate how to apply the technologies from the second generation to the optimized version of the third generation. Tony remarked, "Doctor, many technological advancements from the second-generation armor can serve as references for the optimization of the third generation, such as the energy blade, the new defense system, and the refined internal structure." His eyes were alight with thought as he began to envision how to integrate these technologies into the third-generation armor. Yang Hua concurred, stating, "Indeed, Tony, we can integrate and upgrade the mature technologies from the second generation for application in the third-generation armor. Simultaneously, we must implement targeted improvements based on the specific requirements of the third generation. For instance, the advanced healing capabilities of the third-generation armor will necessitate a reconfiguration of energy distribution and internal structure." His gaze was filled with readiness for new challenges, cognizant that the optimization process for the third generation would be considerably more intricate. Tony continued, "Doctor, regarding the advanced healing capabilities, I believe we could draw upon Dr. Ethan's medical technologies to design a dedicated healing module. This module could utilize the armor's own energy to swiftly repair critical components when damaged." His eyes reflected deep respect for Dr. Ethan, as he aspired to incorporate his technological wisdom into the armor's design. Yang Hua responded, "Tony, that is an excellent idea. However, we must ensure that this healing module does not conflict with the armor's other functionalities, and it must operate effectively in various complex environments. We can conduct multiple simulation tests during the design process to preemptively eliminate potential issues." His gaze was marked by meticulousness, fully aware that compatibility and stability are paramount when designing new features. Throughout their discussions on optimizing the third-generation armor, Tony and Yang Hua were filled with fervor and anticipation. They understood that this would be a more formidable challenge, yet they were confident that through their intellect and diligence, the third generation of the battle armor would emerge as an even more potent weapon. They delved deeply into various technical details, mapping out an ambitious blueprint for the optimization of the third generation armor. Naturally, the second generation they had produced thus far was merely a prototype, still far from being battle-ready. This prototype resembled a child just learning to walk, although it possessed the fundamental form and functions. It required further refinement to navigate the complexities and dangers of real combat. After all, the battlefield is fraught with peril, where every minute detail could conceal a lethal threat. Any minor oversight could jeopardize Tony's safety. As the user of the armor, Tony's life was intricately linked to its performance. In actual combat, the armor must be infallible to ensure that Tony could emerge unscathed from various threats. Tony, inspired by the second generation of the armor, "We can have Jarvis continue to upgrade and iterate on it," suggested Yang Hua, "until the second generation is flawless." He was acutely aware of Jarvis's formidable capabilities, believing that through continual iteration and upgrades, the second generation armor could be gradually perfected, eliminating potential issues one by one to reach a state of near perfection. Tony nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significance of Jarvis in this process. Jarvis was like an indefatigable assistant, capable of executing complex calculations and adjustments with precision according to their specifications. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future improvements of the second-generation armor. Although the second-generation armor had shed considerable weight, making it more agile, the substantial reduction in materials might also lead to instability. Tony furrowed his brow as he analyzed the situation. He understood that in the pursuit of lightweight agility, the armor's stability could not be overlooked. It was a matter of balance, akin to walking a tightrope, where any tilt could result in failure. Hearing this, Yang Hua chuckled and corrected him. "Tony, I believe we can still call the first-generation armor mecha, as it exudes a strong mechanical essence." He reminisced about the first generation's robust mechanical structure, imbued with a metallic texture and a sense of mechanical power, which indeed suited the designation of mecha. His gaze reflected nostalgia for the first-generation armor. However, the second generation resembled more of a second skin. Tony smiled gently. "Indeed, the The second generation is akin to a battle suit. The design of the second generation armor was more attuned to the human form, with smoother lines, resembling a high-tech battle suit custom-tailored for the user. This transformation was not merely cosmetic, it was also evident in its flexibility and maneuverability. After sharing a knowing smile, Yang Hua continued, "Tony, next we must upgrade the second generation to the third generation." His eyes brimmed with determination, recognizing that this was a gradual process. Each upgrade represented an enhancement in the armor's performance, and the third generation would achieve a significant leap based on the foundations laid by the first and second generations. After careful consideration, Yang Hua articulated his belief that only by perfectly upgrading the original battle armor to the ninth generation could they truly activate the second generation. He reasoned that this approach would ensure the first generation accumulated sufficient technological advancements, thereby providing a solid foundation for the activation of the second generation, allowing it to commence from a superior starting point. Tony, however, hesitated. Optimizing 9 versions would undeniably consume considerable time. Although he was not lacking in wealth or resources, time was of the essence. In a world fraught with peril, every moment could herald a new crisis. And he worried that spending too much time on upgrading the original battle armor might cause them to miss the optimal opportunity to confront impending threats. "Doctor, I feel that optimizing 9 versions may be overly tedious. What if we refine it to the third generation before activating the second generation?" His eyes glimmered with a hint of hope, yearning for Yang Hua to comprehend his perspective. He believed that, given the current circumstances, swiftly deploying the second generation would be more advantageous in addressing the challenges that lay ahead. Observing the earnestness in Tony's gaze, Yang Hua recognized the validity of his concerns. After all, following the crash of the original battle armor in the desert, Tony had swiftly produced the second generation. His capabilities and creativity could not be underestimated. He had a remarkable knack for delivering results under pressure. This underscored the possibility that, in certain situations, rapid advancement could indeed be feasible. Nevertheless, Yang Hua possessed a systematic guide, indicating that the Iron Man suits in this world still held immense potential for enhancement. This guide resembled a compendium, rich with knowledge and possibilities for armor upgrades. He understood that adhering to its directives could elevate the armor's performance to unprecedented heights. Particularly, the challenges in this world were likely far more formidable than those in the original Marvel Universe. Here, a mere adversary nearly led them to their demise, let alone the subsequent threats awaiting in the universe of the Avengers. The foes they faced were more powerful, and the dangers more unpredictable, necessitating armor with superior performance and enhanced resilience. Reflecting on this, Yang Hua shook his head resolutely. "Tony, I strongly recommend you heed my advice." His tone was unwavering. He recognized that while his suggestion might require more time, it would ultimately be more beneficial for the development of the armor and their readiness for future challenges. He hoped Tony would grasp the significance of his considerations. The current functions of the original armor were rudimentary, its combat capabilities rather simplistic, adequate for general skirmishes and crises. Yet Yang Hua began to elaborate on his thoughts, aiming to make Tony acutely aware of the limitations of the original armor. In the face of unprecedented calamities, their armor would be as fragile as paper, offering no protection. His gaze reflected a tinge of concern, for he was acutely aware that in this world of unknown dangers, only robust armor could safeguard them and those they wished to protect. He was unwilling to overlook the critical importance of enhancing the armor's performance due to a hasty desire for immediate results. Noticing Dr. Ethan's unusually grave demeanor, Tony reluctantly retracted his previous statement. Despite his reluctance, reason compelled him to accept Yang Hua's counsel. He recognized that Yang Hua approached problems from a more comprehensive and long-term perspective. Although he felt a tinge of impatience, he understood the significance of steady development for the armor. "Very well, Doctor," Tony sighed in resignation. He realized that this decision meant they would need to invest more time and energy into upgrading the original armor. Yet, for the sake of better preparedness against future dangers, he was willing to embrace this arrangement. While a hint of reluctance lingered in his gaze, it was overshadowed by a steadfast resolve for the future. Tony activated the original armor and commanded Jarvis, initiate the third upgrade of the original armor according to our optimizations for the third generation." His voice resonated with authority, and he trusted Jarvis to execute this command with precision. As he gazed upon the original armor, his heart brimmed with anticipation, eager to witness the transformations that would unfold post-upgrade. "Understood, sir," Jarvis promptly replied. "The blueprints, commands, and materials for the current third-generation optimizations are prepared. I shall commence the upgrade immediately." Jarvis's tone was calm and efficient, having prepared thoroughly for this task. It resembled a loyal steward, ever ready to fulfill its master's wishes with remarkable efficacy. With Jarvis's adept assistance, the original armor upgraded at a visibly rapid pace before their eyes. Various components assembled automatically, circuits reconnected, and the armor's exterior underwent material enhancements. This entire process resembled a high-tech magic show, leaving onlookers in awe. "Don't rush. Have some pizza." Pepper entered the basement, holding Tony's favorite pizza. Her arrival was like a ray of warm sunlight, dispelling the tense atmosphere of labor. She was aware that Tony and Yang Hua might forget to eat amidst their busy work, prompting her to bring sustenance. Yang Hua smiled and remarked, "Pepper truly knows how to care for others. It's wonderful to have someone special." Observing the interaction between Pepper and Tony, he felt a pang of envy. Realizing how fortunate one could be to have someone who genuinely cared in a world fraught with danger and challenges. His gaze held a hint of longing. As Tony savored the pizza, a blissful expression graced his face. "Doctor, even though you have a daughter, it's still essential for you to find another partner." He teased Yang Hua while munching, believing he too should seek happiness beyond the confines of work and armor research. Pepper chimed in, "Indeed, doctor. I happen to have excellent resources to introduce you to someone." Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, wishing for Yang Hua to discover his own happiness in this world. She believed he was an admirable person deserving of a wonderful companion. Yang Hua chuckled, recalling his former self as merely a comic book enthusiast lost in the world of superheroes. He reminisced about his past life, immersed in comics and oblivious to the romantic pursuits of reality. Never did he anticipate arriving in this vibrant comic universe, facing such circumstances. Yet, in this world brimming with beauty, he found himself somewhat captivated. In this world, he beheld a myriad of enchanting women, a stark contrast to his previously monotonous existence. A ripple of emotion stirred within him, yet he swiftly reined in his feelings. As an esteemed doctor, he could not afford to be so impulsive and frivolous. He was acutely aware of his identity and responsibilities. He could not allow a fleeting infatuation to distract him from his mission in this realm. His focus had to remain on the research of armor, assisting Tony in enhancing its capabilities to confront various dangers. Chuckling, he momentarily diverted his thoughts. While savoring a slice of pizza to mask his embarrassment, the trio engaged in light-hearted conversation. They set aside the topic of armor and shared amusing anecdotes from their lives. This relaxed atmosphere provided a welcome reprieve from their demanding work, fostering a deeper camaraderie among them. During their banter, Tony recounted amusing tales from his childhood. He reminisced about his early fascination with machinery, how he would dismantle various household appliances and attempt to reconstruct them. A glimmer of nostalgia sparkled in his eyes. Those childhood memories were the genesis of his profound interest in mechanics. Pepper listened intently, occasionally bursting into laughter. She saw in Tony's youthful exploits a remarkable talent and insatiable curiosity. Her gaze softened as she looked at him, brimming with affection. She relished hearing Tony share his past. Feeling it brought her closer to him. Yang Hua, too, was captivated by Tony's stories. "Tony, it's no wonder you could design such extraordinary armor now. Given your creativity as a child," he remarked, recognizing the potential for greatness that Tony's childhood experiences revealed. Admiration gleamed in his eyes. Tony chuckled in response. "Doctor, I must admit, I was quite the troublemaker in my youth. Once, I dismantled an important mechanical device of my father's, nearly damaging it, and received a stern reprimand in return." A playful smile crept across his face, evoking memories of his mischievous childhood. Pepper teased, "Tony, you were quite the little rascal back then." She imagined the playful antics of young Tony, finding him utterly endearing. Her eyes sparkled with affection. She cherished this authentic side of him, whether as a superhero or as a mischievous child. Chapter 14. Illuminating the Prototype Armor. Third-generation optimization guide. Yang Hua remarked, "However, those experiences have become invaluable treasures of your growth. Each exploration and misstep has deepened your understanding of the mysteries of machinery." He recognized that these experiences had shaped Tony's character and creativity, his gaze reflecting a profound understanding of the journey of growth. Tony nodded, acknowledging, "Doctor, you are indeed correct. Those experiences taught me the importance of perseverance and exploration. Without those childhood attempts, I might never have designed the armor I have today." His eyes shimmered with gratitude for the past. Those seemingly insignificant moments were the very foundation of his success. Having finished reminiscing about their childhood escapades, they shifted the conversation to culinary delights. "Tony, do you know?" Pepper began. "Recently, I discovered a remarkable Italian restaurant where the pasta is exceptionally authentic." Her gaze sparkled with a hint of excitement. She is a culinary enthusiast who delights in exploring an array of delectable dishes. Tony remarked, pause. "We absolutely must try it soon. It has been ages since I savored genuine Italian pasta." The anticipation in his eyes mirrored his passion for gastronomy, which serves as a source of relaxation and enjoyment for him amidst his busy work life. Yang Hua chimed in, I too have a fondness for pasta. The varieties are numerous, each boasting its own unique flavor. He also engaged in the culinary discourse, demonstrating a solid understanding of the different tastes and preparation methods associated with Italian pasta, his eyes reflecting a genuine love for food. Little Chili interjected. The restaurant's signature dish is seafood pasta, featuring remarkably fresh seafood and delightfully chewy noodles, complemented by a specially crafted sauce that is simply exquisite. As she spoke, it was as if she were already reminiscing about the delightful pasta, her description leaving both Tony and Yang Hua salivating. Tony replied, "It sounds absolutely delicious. Let us visit that restaurant next time. However, for now, we should complete the upgrades for the original armor." Though his gaze still held a yearning for culinary delights, he remained mindful of his responsibilities, understanding that the armor's enhancement was of utmost importance at present. Yang Hua concurred. "Indeed, Tony. Once the upgrades for the original armor are complete, we shall indulge in the pleasures of fine dining. For now, let us focus our energies on the armor." He too set aside his culinary cravings, redirecting his attention to the upgrades. His eyes regained their focus. Thus, after finishing their pizza, they returned to their concentration on the armor. Tony observed the original armor undergoing upgrades and asked Yang Hua, "Doctor, what significant changes do you anticipate following this enhancement?" His eyes brimmed with curiosity, eagerly anticipating the results of the upgrade. Yang Hua pondered for a moment before responding. "Tony, I believe mobility will see a substantial improvement. Based on our prior plans for the third-generation optimized version, there have been considerable advancements in the propulsion system and joint flexibility. This will render the original armor more agile in movement and operation." His eyes sparkled with expectation as he analyzed the potential changes based on previous design concepts. Tony remarked, "Doctor, I too am eager for the enhancement in mobility. In combat, nimble maneuverability will allow me to better evade enemy attacks while enabling swifter counterattacks." He was acutely aware of the significance of agility in battle. Had the armor possessed greater mobility during his confrontation with Obadiah, he could have managed various situations with greater ease. Yang Hua added, "Moreover, the efficiency of energy utilization should also see improvement. We have optimized the energy transmission system and distribution mechanisms, allowing the original armor to sustain combat for a longer duration with the same energy reserves." His eyes radiated confidence in the application of new technologies, recognizing that advancements in energy management are crucial to enhancing the armor's performance. Tony responded, "That is excellent news. In the realm of combat, the uninterrupted supply of energy is of paramount importance. Should the energy be depleted, the armor would be rendered a mere heap of scrap metal." He reminisced about previous encounters where energy shortages posed significant challenges. That sense of helplessness underscored the critical nature of energy management. He fervently hoped that this upgrade would resolve the issue once and for all. As they engaged in discussion, their eyes were fixed on the progression of the first-generation armor's enhancement. Gradually, as time passed, the upgrade approached its conclusion. Tony's gaze brimmed with excitement, an eagerness to experience the newly enhanced armor overwhelming him. At last, the third upgrade of the first-generation armor was completed. Tony approached the armor with exhilaration, meticulously observing its upgraded form. He noted subtle alterations in its appearance. The lines were more fluid, and the overall structure appeared more compact. His eyes sparkled with delight. Donning the armor, he activated the system. He sensed that the armor's response time had significantly improved, rendering the controls more intuitive. In the basement, he performed a series of basic maneuvers, such as flying, turning, and striking. He discovered that the armor's agility had indeed experienced a remarkable enhancement. "Doctor, look! The maneuverability of the armor has truly improved," Tony exclaimed with joy. "I find it much easier to operate now." His voice resonated with elation, and he was thoroughly pleased with the results of the upgrade, excitement illuminating his expression. Yang Hua responded, "Tony, let us test the energy system next. We need to assess the energy consumption." He reminded Tony that this was a crucial component of the upgrade, eager to ascertain whether the efficiency of energy utilization had genuinely improved. Following Yang Hua's suggestion, Tony conducted high-energy consumption tests, including prolonged flight and continuous weapon firing. Upon concluding the tests, he scrutinized the energy consumption data and was pleasantly surprised to find a notable reduction compared to previous metrics. "Doctor, the efficiency of energy utilization has indeed increased. At this rate, the armor's operational duration will be significantly extended," he exclaimed, satisfaction radiating from his eyes. He recognized the profound implications this held for the armor's performance in real combat scenarios. Yang Hua nodded in agreement. "It appears our upgrade has been successful, Tony. However, this is merely the third enhancement. We have a considerable journey ahead." While he celebrated the success of the upgrade, he was acutely aware that achieving the perfection of the ninth-generation armor would require extensive further work. Tony replied, "Doctor, I understand. Yet, This success has instilled in us great confidence. I believe we can progressively elevate the first-generation armor to its ideal state. His eyes were filled with assurance. A belief that through their collaborative efforts, the first-generation armor would continuously evolve into a more formidable entity. Pepper, observing the exhilarated Tony and the satisfied Yanghua, felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Tony, Doctor, seeing you both so joyful brings me great comfort. It signifies that your efforts have not been in vain, she remarked, her gaze brimming with support and encouragement. Tony responded, Pepper, we owe it all to you. If it were not for your generous delivery of pizza, we might still be laboring with empty stomachs. He gazed at Pepper with gratitude, fully aware that her care and support were of paramount importance to him. His eyes radiated affection. Yanghua concurred, saying, Indeed, boss. Your presence has provided us with respite amidst our intensive work, significantly aiding our productivity. He too expressed his appreciation for Pepper's thoughtfulness, feeling that she was akin to a warm harbor, offering solace and comfort amidst their busy endeavors. System notification. The first-generation armor has been upgraded to the third-generation optimization catalog. Earned 10 points. Real-time combat network. In the jubilant atmosphere following the successful third upgrade of the initial armor, Tony began contemplating the next trajectory for optimization. He remarked, Doctor, while the enhancements in mobility and energy efficiency are commendable, I believe the weapon system still requires further refinement. The current array of weaponry may prove inadequate when faced with more formidable adversaries. His gaze reflected a yearning for the armor's augmented combat potential. Yanghua nodded in agreement. Tony, you are absolutely right. We could contemplate the incorporation of novel weaponry or the enhancement of existing systems. For instance, we might develop an energy beam weapon capable of penetrating high-intensity defenses or amplify the explosive power and precision of miniature missiles. His eyes sparkled with thoughts on the improvement of the weapon systems. Tony's eyes lit up. Doctor, the concept of an energy beam weapon is splendid. We could harness the armor's energy system to concentrate energy before discharging it, thereby generating formidable penetrative force. However, this may necessitate a recalibration of the armor's energy distribution to ensure sufficient power supply for this new armament. He had already begun to envision the design principles for this energy beam weapon in his mind. Yanghua nodded affirmatively. Precisely, Tony. Moreover, during the development process, we must consider how to regulate the firing frequency of the energy beam and manage heat dissipation. An excessively high firing frequency could lead to inadequate energy supply or overheating of the armor. His caution was crucial. The development of any new weapon necessitates a comprehensive consideration of various factors to avert potential complications. Tony replied, Doctor, regarding the heat dissipation issue, we could install specialized cooling modules near the weapon's firing apparatus, utilizing efficient cooling materials and designing appropriate heat dissipation channels. This would effectively address the overheating concern, ensuring the weapon's sustained operation. He felt confident in his solution, bolstered by his extensive experience and unique insights into mechanical design. Yanghua added, as for the enhancement of miniature missiles, we could focus on the design of the warhead and the guidance system. Developing a new type of explosive to increase the lethality of the warhead while optimizing the guidance system would enable the missiles to accurately strike targets. Even in complex electromagnetic interference environments, his eyes brimmed with plans for the improvement of miniature missiles. Tony remarked, Doctor, that idea is indeed promising. We could also endow the miniature missiles with special functions, such as releasing an electromagnetic pulse as they approach their target, thereby disrupting the enemy's electronic devices. This will grant us a greater advantage in battle. His mind is exceptionally agile, constantly introducing new elements for the enhancement of the micro-missiles. While discussing improvements to the weapon systems, they remain cognizant of the armor's defensive capabilities. Tony remarked, Doctor, we must not neglect our defenses. In addition to the previously mentioned optimization of the energy shield algorithms, we could apply a specialized protective coating to the armor's surface. This coating can absorb and disperse the enemy's attacking energy, thereby mitigating the damage sustained by the suit. His gaze reflected a resolute determination to augment the armor's defensive prowess. Yanghua responded, Tony, the choice of material for this protective coating is paramount. We require a substance that can effectively absorb energy without adversely affecting the armor's other functionalities. We could either screen and test existing materials or develop an entirely new one. His eyes shone with a focused dedication to materials research. Tony continued, Doctor, I recall a type of nanomaterial currently under investigation, renowned for its exceptional energy absorption and dispersion properties. We could reach out to the relevant research teams to explore the feasibility of incorporating this material into the armor's protective coating. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the potential of advanced technological materials, as he consistently monitors various cutting-edge research achievements. Yanghua acknowledged, Indeed, Tony, if this nanomaterial proves viable, it It would substantially enhance the armor's defensive capabilities. However, prior to application, we must conduct extensive testing to ensure its compatibility and stability with the armor. His expression was marked by a rigorous seriousness. The implementation of any new material necessitates stringent testing to guarantee safety and reliability. After deliberating on the armor's weapon systems and defensive capabilities, they shifted their focus to the Intelligent Assistance System. Tony stated, Dr. J.A.R.V.I.S. is already quite intelligent, but I believe we can further enhance its assistance functionalities. For instance, enabling J.A.R.V.I.S. to analyze the enemy's attack patterns and weaknesses with greater precision, providing me with strategies in advance. His eyes were filled with hope for the augmentation of J.A.R.V.I.S.'s capabilities. Yang Hua replied, Tony, this will require us to optimize J.A.R.V.I.S.'s algorithms and data processing capabilities. We can feed J.A.R.V.I.S. a greater volume of combat data and enemy information, allowing it to continuously refine its analytical abilities through deep learning. His gaze was contemplative, understanding the significance of intelligent assistance systems in combat. Tony suggested, Doctor, we could also connect J.A.R.V.I.S. to external intelligence networks to acquire more real-time information. This would enable it to stay abreast of enemy movements during battle, providing me with comprehensive informational support. His ideas were avant-garde. Linking the armor's intelligent assistance system to external intelligence networks could greatly enhance information acquisition. Chapter 15. Meeting with Coulson. Yang Hua remarked, Tony, this is an excellent idea, but we must also be vigilant about information security. Connecting to external networks may expose the armor to the risk of hacking. We need to establish robust firewalls and encryption systems to ensure the security of J.A.R.V.I.S.'s connection to external networks. His gaze was imbued with caution. In an era where cybersecurity issues are increasingly pressing, information security has become paramount. Tony remarked, Doctor, you are absolutely right. We can facilitate a collaboration between Jarvis and Stark Industries' cybersecurity team to create a secure and reliable information conduit. This will not only allow us to gather external intelligence, but also ensure the safety of the armor's information. His eyes radiated confidence in resolving the challenges posed by information security, convinced that through the cooperation of professional teams, this dilemma could be surmounted. After deliberating on the various systems of the armor, Tony stated, Doctor, I believe we now possess a clearer upgrade pathway. Let us proceed to gradually enhance the original armor according to this plan. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the forthcoming upgrade endeavors. Eager to embark on the next phase of enhancement, Yang Hua interjected, Tony, that sounds good. However, we must remain vigilant during the upgrade process. Each addition and improvement of new features must undergo rigorous testing to ensure they do not adversely affect the overall performance of the armor. His gaze exhibited a meticulous nature, fully aware that a steady and methodical approach is vital during the armor's upgrade process. Tony replied, Doctor, I understand. We can first conduct tests in a simulated environment before moving on to actual trials. This will minimize risks to the greatest extent. His rationale was sound. Simulated testing could preemptively identify issues, while real-world testing would validate the armor's performance in actual conditions, and the synergy of both would guarantee the armor's capability and stability. Pepper, listening intently to their discussion, may not have comprehended the intricate technical details of the armor, yet she could sense their earnestness and passion. She remarked, Tony, Doctor, I have faith that you will elevate the original armor to perfection. However, do remember to rest and not overexert yourselves. Her gaze was filled with concern, as she wished for Tony and Yang Hua to care for their well-being amidst their endeavors. Tony responded, Pepper, thank you for your concern. We will take heed. However, we are currently at a critical juncture, with much work ahead of us. He acknowledged Pepper's care, but was reluctant to let rest interfere with the armor's upgrade progress. A hint of helplessness in his eyes. Yang Hua reassured her, Pepper, rest assured. We will manage our time wisely. For now, let's finalize the next upgrade plan for the original armor before considering rest. He too recognized Pepper's concern, but prioritized the organization of their tasks. His eyes were filled with focus on their work. Thus, Tony and Yang Hua resumed their meticulous drafting of the next upgrade plan for the original armor. They established a detailed timeline and task list based on the various aspects previously discussed, including weapon systems, defensive capabilities, and intelligent assistance systems. Their eyes reflected a dedication to the seriousness and precision of their planning. During this process, Tony remarked, Doctor, we must also consider the allocation of resources. For instance, the development of new weaponry and protective coatings may necessitate substantial funding and materials. We must ensure that Stark Industries can provide adequate support. His gaze reflected a contemplation of resource management, recognizing that resources are vital for the enhancement of the armor. Yang Hua remarked, "Tony, you are indeed correct. We can allocate resources judiciously, prioritizing critical research and development projects. Simultaneously, we can seek out partners to share the burden of resource constraints." His eyes brimmed with visions of resource allocation, understanding that collaboration could yield greater resources and technical support. Tony responded, "Doctor, I believe we could collaborate with certain research institutions. They possess advanced research facilities and specialized personnel. We can leverage their resources to expedite the upgrade process of the armor." His expression was filled with anticipation for the prospects of collaboration, convinced that partnering with research institutions could foster innovation and breakthroughs. Yang Hua concurred, "Tony, that is an excellent notion. We should engage with those institutions that excel in weapon development, materials science, and artificial intelligence. This approach would allow us to harness each party's strengths and achieve mutual benefits." His demeanor was one of agreement regarding the collaborative model, aware that through cooperation, resources could be integrated, enhancing the efficiency of armor upgrades. Upon solidifying their intent to collaborate, Tony and Yang Hua began to seek suitable research institutions. They gathered information through various channels and shortlisted several institutions recognized for their leading positions in related fields. Tony stated, "Doctor, these research institutions appear to hold significant potential. We should reach out to them individually to ascertain their willingness and terms for collaboration." His expression conveyed a proactive attitude towards partnership. Yang Hua replied, "Tony, indeed. During our outreach, we must clearly articulate our needs and objectives while also understanding their research directions and achievements. This way, we can identify the most suitable partners for collaboration." His gaze exhibited caution regarding the negotiation process, acknowledging that clarity of mutual needs and objectives is essential for a successful partnership. Thus, Tony and Yang Hua commenced contact and discussions with the selected research institutions. They presented the project details of the armor and their upgrade requirements while also gaining insight into the institution's research focuses, achievements, and willingness to collaborate. During the discussions, they discovered one institution boasting unique advantages in energy weapon development and nanomaterials research. Tony observed, "Doctor, this particular research institution seems to align perfectly with our needs. Their achievements in energy weapon development could be directly applicable to our energy beam weapon project, and their research in nanomaterials resonates with our requirements for protective coating materials." His countenance radiated excitement upon identifying a fitting partner. Yang Hua affirmed, "Absolutely, Tony. We should engage in deeper discussions regarding the specifics of our collaboration, such as the nature of the partnership, ownership of intellectual property, and resource allocation. These matters must be clarified prior to collaboration to prevent any disputes in the future." His gaze was imbued with a profound appreciation for the intricacies of collaboration, for he understood that in the realm of business, success is often determined by the minutiae. Throughout the process of engaging in detailed discussions with the research institution, Tony and Yang Hua convened multiple meetings with its representatives. They reached a consensus regarding the mode of collaboration, opting for a joint research and development approach, wherein both parties would invest resources and manpower, sharing intellectual property. Resource allocation was to be conducted judiciously, reflecting each party's strengths and needs. Tony remarked, "Doctor, the details of our collaboration have now been finalized. We can officially commence our partnership with this research institution. I am confident that our collaboration will yield significant advancements in the upgrade of the initial battle suit." His eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence in the partnership, as he anticipated that their collaboration would herald new breakthroughs in the evolution of the battle suit. Yang Hua responded, "Indeed, Tony. However, during our collaboration, we must maintain communication and coordination, promptly addressing any issues that arise to ensure the smooth progression of the project." His expression conveyed a deep commitment to managing the collaborative process, recognizing that effective communication and coordination are paramount in any joint endeavor. While collaborating with the research institution, Tony and Yang Hua remained dedicated to the upgrade of the initial battle suit. Following their previously established upgrade plan, and with the assistance of Jarvis, they continued to enhance the battle suit. They gradually integrated the research institution's findings into the suit's upgrade, resulting in significant improvements across various facets. As time progressed, preparations for the fourth upgrade of the initial battle suit were nearing completion. Tony stated, "Doctor, after our diligent efforts over this period, we have laid substantial groundwork for the fourth upgrade. I believe this enhancement will elevate the performance of the initial battle suit to new heights." His eyes shimmered with anticipation for the upcoming upgrade. Yang Hua affirmed, "Absolutely, Tony. Nonetheless, we must, as before, conduct rigorous testing for every new feature to ensure that the fourth upgrade is executed seamlessly and does not adversely affect the suit's overall performance." His eyes reflected a meticulous nature, fully aware that the testing phase is indispensable in each upgrade process. During the course of the fourth upgrade of the initial battle suit, Tony and Yang Hua meticulously monitored every detail. They observed the gradual installation and calibration of the new weapon systems, defensive capabilities, and intelligent assistance systems on the suit, their hearts brimming with expectation. They understood that each upgrade was not only an enhancement of the suit's capabilities, but also a vital safeguard against future challenges. Of course, even with Jarvis's assistance and theoretical support from external research technologies, the optimization of the fourth generation of the initial battle suit would not be accomplished swiftly. This optimization process resembled the ascent of a towering peak, where, despite the availability of certain tools and external assistance, the mountain's daunting nature remained formidable, with each step fraught with challenges. Ultimately, the most crucial aspect lay in the real-time deployment of combat networks and the integration of the nation's social network resources, an undertaking of considerable complexity and significance. Real-time combat network deployment necessitates the establishment of an instantaneous, efficient combat information network. Integrating the vast resources of the social networks across this beautiful nation involves the consolidation and utilization of immense data, a complexity that surpasses imagination. Although Jarvis is intelligent and efficient, the magnitude of data and intricate functional requirements necessitate several days for data entry and functional rewriting. Despite Jarvis's rapid computation speed, it resembles the daunting task of filling a colossal warehouse within a limited time frame. Even with swift transportation, a considerable duration is required to accomplish such a formidable undertaking. Yang Hua suggested, "How about this, Tony? During this interim, we could meet with Coulson from last time." Yang Hua's intention was to leverage this period of armor optimization to expand external resources and relationships. He recognized that the SHIELD behind Coulson possessed abundant resources and connections, which could greatly benefit their future endeavors. "Coulson?" Tony queried, momentarily perplexed, before exclaiming, "You mean that SHIELD agent who assisted us in defeating Obadiah?" The image of Coulson, the composed and capable SHIELD agent, swiftly emerged in Tony's mind. He held a favorable impression of Coulson, as the agency had indeed provided significant support during the confrontation with Obadiah. "Yes, you did promise to join SHIELD, Yang Hua reminded Tony. In previous events, Tony had indeed made such a commitment. Joining SHIELD represented both a responsibility and an opportunity to access greater resources and information. However, Tony may have only made a fleeting verbal agreement without thoroughly contemplating the implications. Tony nodded, albeit with some hesitation. "It's just that I'm not very familiar with SHIELD, and I worry about their restrictions." Accustomed to freedom, Tony preferred to pursue research and innovation according to his own ideas and pace. He was concerned that SHIELD's myriad rules and regulations might constrain him, hindering his development and enhancement of the armor. Yang Hua was also aware of the internal discord within SHIELD, but he deemed it unwise to divulge this to Tony at that moment. He understood the complexities within SHIELD, where Hydra's influence had already insidiously infiltrated. However, the current situation did not necessitate burdening Tony with such dark realities prematurely, to avoid unnecessary distress and pressure. For instance, Hydra had quietly permeated SHIELD, akin to a hidden malignant tumor, steadily eroding the agency's integrity. Their conspiracies and schemes were unfolding discreetly, and any premature exposure could trigger a series of unpredictable repercussions, leading Yang Hua to choose to withhold this information for the time being. Yet, these matters would arise post-Avengers. Presently, Captain America remained dormant. In the current timeline, Captain America was still in a state of slumber, and many subsequent events had yet to transpire. The situation was relatively straightforward, and Yang Hua hoped to utilize SHIELD's assistance to prepare for the optimization of their armor and to confront future crises before the circumstances grew more convoluted. Yang Hua sought to persuade Tony to join SHIELD, recognizing the value of their resources and intelligence in order to meet formidable figures such as the Hulk, Ant-Man, and the original Black Panther. These superheroes, endowed with unique abilities and extensive experience, represent invaluable assets for both Yang Hua and Tony. Engaging with them could yield profound technological insights and strategies for crisis management. These individuals would only emerge after the events of Avengers, Age of Ultron. Thus, meeting them in advance would be advantageous. Establishing connections with these superheroes prior to the sequel could facilitate proactive planning, preparing them to confront even more formidable foes in the future. Their abilities and knowledge could offer fresh perspectives for optimizing the initial suits while enhancing global security. Tony, trust me, S.H.I.E.L.D. should be reliable. Yang Hua endeavored to assuage Tony's concerns. He understood Tony's apprehensions were justified, yet at present, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s positive forces predominated. They could leverage S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources to bolster their own strength, while simultaneously contributing significantly to global protection. The recent demonstration of Coulson's capabilities underscored this point. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Hua continued to advocate for his case. Coulson had showcased professionalism, efficiency, and integrity during their previous collaboration, reinforcing Yang Hua's belief that S.H.I.E.L.D. housed many trustworthy individuals, an essential reason for his desire to see Tony join. Tony hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. All right, let us schedule a meeting with S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he still harbored some doubts, he had faith in Yang Hua's judgment. He recognized that in a perilous world, achieving greater accomplishments independently was quite challenging. He was willing to explore the possibility of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. to see if it could provide him with additional support. Moreover, he was curious to meet the director that Coulson had mentioned. He pondered what sort of individual led S.H.I.E.L.D., what leadership style and strategic vision they possessed. He believed that a meeting with the director might deepen his understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operational mechanisms and developmental trajectory. With this in mind, he picked up the phone to have Pepper arrange a meeting with Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D. He knew Pepper's adeptness at handling matters made her the perfect candidate to coordinate this encounter. He trusted she would swiftly and efficiently establish contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. to finalize the meeting's time and place. Yang Hua, observing JARVIS as it automatically upgraded to its fourth version, continued, Tony, this world is fraught with danger. We must wisely harness the strength of others. His gaze was filled with concern, fully aware of the myriad threats facing their world. Relying solely on their two strengths was woefully inadequate. They needed to unite greater forces to confront the impending crises. Alone, we are but a single tree unable to withstand the storm, Yang Hua stated succinctly yet powerfully. He understood that while Tony possessed remarkable intellect and formidable armor, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed in the face of the world's dangers. They must harness the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. and other superheroes to forge a formidable alliance, ensuring the better protection of world peace. Tony replied, I am well aware of that. Yet I remain uncertain about whose abilities to utilize specifically. Although Tony comprehended the significance of unity, he lacked a clear strategy for integrating the strengths of others. Accustomed to resolving issues independently, he needed further learning and exploration regarding collaboration and leveraging the abilities of others. Doctor, is this the reason you want me to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony inquired. He began to grasp the deeper significance of Yang Hua's invitation to join S.H.I.E.L.D., which was not solely for acquiring resources and intelligence, but also to establish connections with a broader array of superheroes, consolidating various forces to collectively confront global crises. A flicker of understanding emerged in his gaze. Yang Hua nodded. Do not forget, this world is home to many other superheroes with extraordinary powers like ours. Yang Hua reminded Tony that numerous formidable superheroes existed. Each of these heroes possessed unique abilities and missions. If their strengths could be unified, they would form an indomitable force capable of addressing any threat. Superheroes? Tony asked, his curiosity piqued. Are you referring to? Although he had heard whispers of certain superheroes, he was unaware of their identities or the nature of their powers. He yearned to learn more about these heroes, hoping to draw inspiration for enhancing his armor. Yang Hua teased. Thus, we must join S.H.I.E.L.D. to encounter these extraordinary individuals. He refrained from revealing too much too soon, wanting Tony to discover and explore the mysteries of these superheroes on his own. He understood that once Tony developed an interest in them, he would be more eager to engage in collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D. Excellent. Tony's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was captivated by Yang Hua's words, yearning to meet these superheroes, understand their abilities, and explore potential collaborations or lessons to be learned from them. He perceived this as a splendid opportunity for self-improvement and armor enhancement, one he did not wish to miss. Speaking of which, Tony continued, I have heard tales of a green behemoth in South America. That fellow seems to be a doctor as well. He recalled the rumors surrounding the Hulk. In his imagination, this green giant was an immensely powerful entity, and he felt a blend of curiosity and awe towards this legendary superhero. Yang Hua scratched his head, realizing Tony was referring to the Hulk. He understood the Hulk's immense power, and if they could collaborate with him or gain insights into power control, it would greatly assist in optimizing the armor. He too hoped to meet the Hulk soon for dialogue and collaboration. How fortuitous. Once we complete the armor optimization, we could have an encounter with this green giant, Tony remarked, his words brimming with anticipation and challenge. He was not intimidated by the Hulk's formidable strength. Rather, he longed for an opportunity to engage or spar with him. He viewed this as an excellent opportunity to assess the performance of the battle armor and enhance his own abilities. Just then, Pepper Potts descended, accompanied by Coulson. Her arrival disrupted the ambience of their conversation, while Coulson's presence rendered the atmosphere even more delicate. A subtle smile graced Pepper's face as she successfully fulfilled her role as a guide. Tony, I was just about to call him when Coulson arrived at the doorstep. She remarked cheerfully, perceiving this as a mere coincidence that reflected Coulson's proactive nature. Chapter 16. Coulson's return visit. She was not taken aback by Coulson's arrival, for they had collaborated previously, and Coulson was known for his warmth and enthusiasm. Having met Coulson before and shared experiences, she led him downstairs with confidence. A certain degree of trust had been established between them, and she believed that his presence would not pose any complications. After completing her guiding task, she chose not to intrude upon the three men and ascended the stairs. Coulson greeted them with a smile. Hello, it's been a few days. His smile was amiable, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement and anticipation. He was delighted to see Tony and Yang Hua again, aware that this meeting might entail significant discussions, for which he had adequately prepared. Tony responded, Coulson, your timing is impeccable. We were just talking about you. A gentle smile adorned Tony's face as he welcomed Coulson. Curiosity flickered in his gaze. He wondered about the purpose of Coulson's visit and whether it pertained to S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson replied, Oh, is that so? How fortuitous. I have come to discuss your potential joining of S.H.I.E.L.D. He directly approached the subject, understanding that both Tony and Yang Hua preferred straightforwardness over lengthy pleasantries. His eyes brimmed with hope, desiring that they would formally join S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony said, Coulson, we are indeed considering that. However, we are not very familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D. Could you enlighten us? Caution tinged Tony's gaze. Although he had agreed to consider joining, he sought to gain a deeper understanding of the organization to ascertain its suitability for him. Certainly, Coulson replied. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a global security organization dedicated to safeguarding the world from various supernatural and mysterious threats. We possess cutting-edge technology, the finest agents, and a comprehensive intelligence network. Coulson's voice resonated with pride, instilling confidence in the mission of S.H.I.E.L.D. He began to elaborate on the organization's details. Coulson continued, We have bases and branches established worldwide, with our agents operating in every corner, gathering intelligence and combating threats. Our technology development department is continuously innovating new weapons and equipment to address the ever-evolving dangers. His eyes gleamed with passion, proud to be a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. That sounds quite impressive, Tony remarked. However, I still harbor concerns that you may impose restrictions on my research and innovation. I am accustomed to doing things my own way. Tony expressed his apprehensions, particularly regarding his development and enhancement of the armor. He is reluctant to face any limitations by joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson reassured him, saying, Tony, you need not worry about this matter. S.H.I.E.L.D. holds great respect for individual creativity and the spirit of innovation. We hope you will unleash your greater potential on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s platform and make a more significant contribution to global protection. Coulson endeavored to alleviate Tony's doubts, understanding that Tony's concerns were entirely reasonable, yet S.H.I.E.L.D.'s policy encourages innovation. Yang Hua inquired, Coulson, what can we expect to gain from joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Beyond resources and intelligence, what other rights and privileges would we possess? Yang Hua's question was practical. He sought to understand the tangible benefits of joining S.H.I.E.L.D., which would influence their decision on whether it was truly worthwhile. Coulson responded, If you join S.H.I.E.L.D., you will acquire the status and corresponding authority of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. You will have access to various facilities and resources, including laboratories, training grounds, and armories. Additionally, You will engage in collaboration and communication with other exceptional agents and scientists. Coulson elaborated on the rights and privileges of joining SHIELD. Tony remarked, "That sounds quite appealing. However, I have another question. What is the decision-making process within SHIELD? Do we have a voice in it?" Tony was concerned about his position and power within SHIELD. Not wishing to be merely an obedient follower, he aspired to play a role in the decision-making processes. Coulson replied, "Tony, the decision-making process at SHIELD is democratic. We listen to various opinions and suggestions and then make decisions based on actual circumstances. As members of SHIELD, you will undoubtedly have a voice. We welcome diverse viewpoints and ideas, as they aid us in better addressing various threats." Coulson patiently addressed Tony's inquiries. Yang Hua then asked, "Coulson, when might we meet the director of SHIELD? We are quite interested in him." Yang Hua understood that the director was a figure of great importance, and he wished to meet him soon to grasp his thoughts and plans. Exploring the possibility of more profound collaboration with SHIELD, Coulson replied, "If you are willing, we can arrange for you to meet him in the near future. The director is also looking forward to meeting you, as he is very interested in your abilities and technology." Coulson's eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping that Tony and Yang Hua would soon decide to formally collaborate with SHIELD. Tony stated, "Very well, Coulson. We can consider joining SHIELD. However, we need some time to reflect and prepare." Tony's attitude had become more positive, yet he remained cautious, requiring time to weigh the pros and cons to ensure his decision would be sound. Coulson replied, "Of course. Take your time to deliberate. However, I hope that you can reach a decision swiftly, as the threats we face will not wait." There was an air of urgency in Coulson's words. He understood that dangers in the world could erupt at any moment, necessitating a prompt consolidation of forces to confront the impending crisis. Yang Hua replied, "Coulson, we empathize with your sentiments. We will make a decision as soon as possible. In the meantime, could you provide us with information regarding the threats that SHIELD is currently addressing? We wish to gain insight into the present security situation." Yang Hua sought to ascertain whether aligning with SHIELD was prudent by understanding the threats they were confronting. Coulson responded, "Certainly. At present, we are focusing on several global threats, such as the awakening of mysterious supernatural forces and terrorist organizations attempting to acquire superpowered weapons. These threats are exceedingly perilous. If left unchecked, they could wreak havoc upon the world." Coulson's gaze was laden with concern, fully aware of the gravity of these threats. Tony interjected, "That sounds quite severe. What plans does SHIELD have in place to address these issues?" Tony was intrigued by SHIELD's strategies and wished to learn about their specific tactics and measures in confronting these threats, which could inform his own response strategies. Coulson explained, "We at SHIELD are intensifying our efforts in intelligence gathering and analysis to discern the origins of these threats. Simultaneously, we are developing new weapons and equipment to enhance our response capabilities. We are also actively seeking collaboration with other organizations and superheroes to jointly tackle these challenges." Coulson elaborated on SHIELD's response plan. Yang Hua inquired, "Coulson, have you considered addressing these issues at their root? For instance, studying the essence of these supernatural forces to devise a permanent solution?" Yang Hua's thoughts were profound. He hoped that SHIELD would not merely address surface-level threats, but seek to resolve the underlying problems. Coulson replied, "We have certainly contemplated this. Our scientists have been investigating the nature of these supernatural forces, but they are exceedingly enigmatic, and we have yet to make significant breakthroughs. Nevertheless, we believe that with advancements in technology and further research, we will ultimately find a lasting solution." Coulson's eyes sparkled with hope. He had unwavering faith in SHIELD's scientists. Tony then asked, "Coulson, if we join SHIELD, will we have the opportunity to participate in this research?" Tony was keenly interested in the study of these supernatural forces, believing that such research could inspire new innovations and breakthroughs in his armor development. He wished to contribute his talents to these endeavors. Coulson affirmed, "Absolutely, Tony. Should you choose to join SHIELD, you will have the opportunity to engage in various cutting-edge research projects, including the exploration of supernatural forces. Our laboratories are well equipped with advanced research instruments. and we have a multitude of exceptional scientists with whom to collaborate and exchange ideas. Coulson's words brimmed with a warm welcome for Tony and Yanghua, fully aware of their remarkable talents. Their addition would undoubtedly infuse fresh vigor into the research efforts of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is indeed quite enticing. Exploring supernatural forces may lead to unforeseen enhancements for my armor. He envisioned, in his mind's eye, the potential amalgamation of supernatural elements with his suit, which might culminate in an entirely new, more formidable form. He was filled with anticipation for this possibility. Yanghua concurred. Coulson, this is undeniably an alluring proposition. However, we must contemplate some practical considerations, such as our work arrangements and time allocations within S.H.I.E.L.D. We are still in the process of optimizing the initial generation of the armor and cannot afford to delay too much. Yanghua's perspective was pragmatic. He understood that while S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources and research initiatives were captivating, their own responsibilities must not be neglected. Coulson nodded in understanding. Dr. Yanghua, you need not worry about this. S.H.I.E.L.D. will implement flexible work arrangements tailored to your circumstances. You can continue optimizing your armor while also engaging in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s projects. We shall respect your time commitments, as the optimization of the initial armor is of paramount importance for global protection. Coulson's demeanor was earnest, aiming to alleviate Yanghua's concerns. Tony interjected. Coulson, what about the terms of our engagement with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Beyond what has been mentioned previously, are there any additional special provisions? For instance, regarding the protection of our intellectual property pertaining to armor technology. Tony was acutely aware of the value of armor technology and was apprehensive about potential disputes over intellectual property upon joining S.H.I.E.L.D., prompting him to seek clarity on the matter. Coulson replied, Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D. places great emphasis on the protection of intellectual property. Your rights concerning the armor technology will be thoroughly safeguarded. S.H.I.E.L.D. will not utilize your technology without your consent. Furthermore, any new inventions or innovations you develop during your time with S.H.I.E.L.D. will be entitled to corresponding intellectual property rights in accordance with relevant regulations. Coulson's response assuaged many of Tony's concerns regarding intellectual property. Yanghua inquired, Coulson, what is the composition of personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D.? I mean, aside from agents and scientists, are there any other specialized personnel or departments? Yanghua sought a more comprehensive understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal structure, recognizing its significance in their decision-making process regarding joining the organization. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Coulson elucidated, in addition to agents and scientists, S.H.I.E.L.D. boasts logistical support and intelligence analysis departments, among others. Furthermore, we have individuals with special abilities who play unique roles in addressing supernatural threats. However, the identities of these individuals are highly confidential, known only to a select few at the upper echelons and relevant personnel. There was an air of intrigue in Coulson's words, as he recognized these individuals as one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret weapons. Tony remarked, individuals with special abilities? That sounds fascinating. Are their abilities innate or acquired? Tony was filled with curiosity regarding these individuals with extraordinary powers. He sought to uncover the origins of their abilities, which might inspire new ideas for enhancing his armor's functionality. His gaze was imbued with a thirst for exploration. Coulson replied, Tony, the situation is rather complex. Some individuals possess innate abilities, such as certain extraordinary sensory perceptions, while others acquire their powers due to specific events or experiments. However, the particulars vary from individual to individual, and we are still conducting in-depth research on these abilities. Coulson endeavored to answer Tony's inquiries as comprehensively as possible. Yanghua interjected, Coulson, if we were to join S.H.I.E.L.D., would we have the opportunity to interact with these individuals possessing special abilities? Yanghua believed that engaging with these extraordinary beings could provide invaluable insights, whether concerning the control of superpowers or combat techniques utilizing such abilities. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Coulson responded, should you join S.H.I.E.L.D., you would indeed have the chance to interact with them. However, prior to any interaction, you must undergo certain security screenings and training. After all, the identities of these individuals are rather confidential, and we must ensure that security measures are in place. Coulson's expression was grave. He understood the paramount importance of safeguarding the information regarding these extraordinary beings, and he would not allow for any negligence. Tony remarked, security screenings and training? That is understandable. However, I hope the process is not overly cumbersome, as I do not wish to squander excessive time on it. Although Tony comprehended SHIELD's security protocols, he still hoped to conserve time, wishing to dedicate more energy to the development of his armor and addressing threats. Coulson reassured him, Tony, we will strive to streamline this process. We are aware of the value of your time, and our goal is to ensure safety while minimizing any inconvenience to you. Coulson's words provided Tony with a modicum of reassurance. He trusted that Coulson would endeavor to accommodate his requests. Yanghua inquired, Coulson, what is SHIELD's management approach towards superheroes? I mean, is it a more lenient or a stricter regime? Yanghua wished to comprehend SHIELD's attitude towards superheroes, as it pertained to their autonomy and developmental opportunities upon joining the organization. His gaze bore a hint of caution. Coulson replied, Dr. Yanghua, SHIELD's management of superheroes is relatively flexible. We respect the individuality and freedom of superheroes, while also providing guidance and support when necessary. Our hope is that superheroes can freely exercise their abilities under the overarching imperative of protecting the world. Coulson's response led Yanghua to perceive SHIELD's management as quite reasonable, striking a balance between restriction and neglect. Tony then asked, Coulson, if we join SHIELD and later discover any unreasonable aspects or hold differing opinions, may we propose suggestions for improvement? Tony is concerned about his voice within SHIELD. Should he discover any issues within the organization, he wishes to possess the authority to express his views and advocate for improvements. His gaze reflects determination. Coulson responds, Tony, of course, SHIELD welcomes constructive opinions and suggestions from everyone. We believe that only through continuous improvement and refinement can we better address various threats and safeguard global security. Coulson's demeanor is notably positive. He recognizes Tony as a person of significant insight, whose recommendations could positively influence SHIELD's evolution. Yanghua inquires, Coulson, does SHIELD have any external collaboration projects or international partnerships? I mean, aside from working with superheroes. Yanghua seeks to comprehend SHIELD's international cooperative endeavors, as this knowledge would greatly assist them in assessing the organization's influence and resource integration capabilities. His eyes shimmer with curiosity. Coulson replies, Dr. Yanghua, SHIELD has numerous external collaboration initiatives. We maintain partnerships with various governments, research institutions, and military organizations across many nations. Through these collaborations, we can share resources and intelligence, collectively confronting global threats. A hint of pride colors Coulson's words. He is aware of the vastness of SHIELD's international cooperation network. Tony remarks, it certainly sounds like SHIELD's resources and influence are formidable. However, I still harbor concerns about becoming entangled in political strife or unnecessary complications after joining. Tony's apprehension is justified, as SHIELD, being a global entity, inevitably engages with political elements and intricate interpersonal dynamics. He wishes to remain unencumbered by such factors. Coulson assures, Tony, we will do our utmost to prevent you from becoming embroiled in political conflicts. SHIELD's primary mission is to ensure world safety, and we will focus on this objective, minimizing unnecessary troubles. Of course, in practice, we may encounter complex situations, but we will strive to safeguard your interests. Coulson seeks to allay Tony's concerns, acknowledging that such trepidations are common among those contemplating joining SHIELD. Yanghua then asks, Coulson, does SHIELD have any classic success stories in addressing supernatural threats? I wish to understand the organization's operational capabilities. Yanghua aims to evaluate SHIELD's proficiency in dealing with supernatural menaces through its success stories, as this holds considerable significance for their decision to join the organization. Coulson responds, Dr. Yanghua, there are numerous successful cases. For instance, there was an occasion when a mysterious extraterrestrial entity invaded Earth. SHIELD, through intelligence gathering, weapon development, and agent operations, successfully thwarted the invasion, safeguarding the planet's security. On another occasion, We confronted an evil organization attempting to dominate the world through supernatural powers. And we emerged victorious. A sense of pride illuminates Coulson's eyes. He takes great pride in SHIELD's accomplishments. Tony concludes, it certainly appears that SHIELD possesses formidable combat capabilities. However, I wish to know about the organization's losses during these battles. Tony's inquiry was quite pragmatic. He sought to understand the costs incurred by SHIELD when confronting threats, which would provide him with a more comprehensive insight into the organization's realities. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in his gaze. Coulson responded, Tony, in combat, SHIELD inevitably faces certain losses, including casualties among agents and damage to equipment. However, we strive to learn from every encounter, continually refining our strategies and gear to minimize these losses. There was a weight to Coulson's words, for he understood that each loss was profoundly sorrowful, yet an integral part of warfare. Yang Hua then inquired, Coulson, if we were to join SHIELD, what would our roles in combat be? Would we serve as primary forces or support? Yang Hua was eager to ascertain their positioning within the organization as it pertained to their combat responsibilities and duties. A question lingered in his eyes. Coulson replied, Dr. Yang Hua, that will depend on the specific circumstances of each battle. If your armor technology proves pivotal, you might take on a leading role. Conversely, in certain scenarios where other forces are better suited to counter the threat, you may serve in a supportive capacity. Regardless of the role, your contributions will be of utmost significance. Chapter 17. An encounter with Director Fury. Coulson's response resonated with Yang Hua, as he recognized the necessity of adapting combat forces based on situational realities. Tony interjected, Coulson, does SHIELD possess a mechanism for evaluating armor technology or other superhero abilities? I mean, how do we ascertain our roles and value in combat? Tony was concerned with how SHIELD measures their capabilities, as this would significantly influence their standings and task allocations within the organization. A spark of curiosity illuminated his expression. Coulson explained, Tony, we have a specialized assessment team at SHIELD. They evaluate armor technology and superhero abilities based on various data points and real-world performance. The results of these assessments serve as crucial foundations for formulating operational plans and assigning tasks. However, evaluations are not static. They evolve with enhancements in abilities and variations in combat scenarios. Coulson elaborated comprehensively on Tony's query. Yang Hua then asked, Coulson, should we join SHIELD? Will our armor technology need to be integrated or shared with other technologies within the organization? Yang Hua was apprehensive about the developmental direction of their armor technology, fearing unreasonable forced integration or sharing that might compromise its independence and uniqueness. A hint of concern clouded his eyes. Coulson reassured him, Dr. Yang Hua, we will not compel you to integrate or share your technology. However, should you wish to, we can provide platforms and resources to facilitate collaboration and exchange between your armor technology and SHIELD's other innovations. This could be a mutually beneficial opportunity, but ultimately, the decision rests with you. Coulson's response alleviated Yang Hua's worries, affirming that his control over the armor technology would remain secure. Tony inquired, Coulson, does SHIELD have a training program specifically designed for superheroes or agents? If we were to join SHIELD, would we be required to partake in these training sessions? Tony sought to comprehend the training framework of SHIELD, recognizing the significance of training in enhancing one's abilities. However, he was also averse to engaging in training that was trivial or overly cumbersome. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Coulson replied, Tony, we do have a training program within SHIELD. However, these training regimens are tailored to the specific needs of individuals and the requirements of various missions. Should you join SHIELD, we will devise a training plan suited to your circumstances. These programs primarily aim to bolster your combat proficiency and your capacity to respond to crises. Coulson's response resonated with Tony, who understood that appropriate training would indeed benefit his development. Yang Hua interjected, Coulson, has SHIELD ever considered collaborating with civilian organizations or the general populace when addressing supernatural threats? After all, such threats could potentially affect everyone. Yang Hua's perspective was quite unique. He believed that civilian organizations and ordinary citizens might harbor significant power, and if harnessed effectively, could greatly aid in confronting supernatural dangers. His gaze was filled with contemplation. Coulson responded, Dr. Yanghua, we have contemplated this. In certain circumstances, we collaborate with civilian organizations, particularly in areas such as intelligence gathering and rescue operations. We also strive to enhance public awareness through education and outreach, empowering individuals to better protect themselves in the face of supernatural threats. Coulson's answer instilled in Yanghua a sense of confidence in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s foresight and recognition of the importance of civilian power. Tony continued, Coulson, while S.H.I.E.L.D. is dedicated to safeguarding global security, have you considered how the findings from research on supernatural forces could be utilized to improve human life? Tony's inquiry was pragmatic. He felt that if the research outcomes were solely applied to combat, it would be a squandered opportunity. If these findings could be judiciously employed to enhance human existence, it would indeed be a profoundly meaningful endeavor. A flicker of hope danced in his eyes. Coulson replied, Tony, we have given this matter due consideration. Some of our research findings have begun to find initial applications in fields such as medicine and energy. For instance, we have developed new medical devices utilizing technologies related to supernatural forces, which can more effectively treat complex ailments. In the energy sector, we have also made some new explorations and breakthroughs. Coulson's response left Tony feeling quite satisfied, as he recognized that S.H.I.E.L.D. had made notable strides in this domain. Yanghua posed another question, Coulson, if we were to join S.H.I.E.L.D., would we have the opportunity to participate in the civilian transformation of these research findings on supernatural forces? Yanghua expressed a keen interest in the civilian application of the research outcomes, viewing it as a significant and meaningful direction. He felt that engaging in such work would be an intriguing endeavor, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Coulson assured him, Dr. Yanghua, should you join S.H.I.E.L.D., you would indeed have the opportunity to be involved in this important work. We welcome individuals from diverse professional backgrounds to participate in the civilian application of research findings related to supernatural powers, as this greatly aids us in realizing the value of these results. Coulson's response brought joy to Yanghua, who felt that joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would provide more opportunities to contribute positively to humanity. Tony inquired, Coulson, has S.H.I.E.L.D. ever encountered ethical dilemmas when addressing supernatural threats? If so, how did you resolve them? Tony's question was profound. He understood that dealing with the unknown, such as supernatural forces, often leads to ethical challenges. He sought to comprehend S.H.I.E.L.D.'s stance and approach in this regard, his gaze reflecting curiosity. Coulson replied, Tony, we have indeed faced ethical dilemmas. For instance, during our research on supernatural forces, certain experiments may affect life itself. Our solution has been to establish a stringent ethical review mechanism to ensure that all our research and actions adhere to ethical standards. Additionally, we conduct internal discussions and consult external experts to confirm that our decisions are sound. Coulson's answer reassured Tony of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsible stance on such matters. Yanghua added, Coulson, if we join S.H.I.E.L.D., what specific ethical norms must we adhere to? Aware that different organizations may impose varying ethical requirements, Yanghua sought to clarify these in advance to assess his willingness to comply. His expression conveyed caution. Coulson responded, Dr. Yanghua, should you join S.H.I.E.L.D., you will need to adhere to our fundamental ethical norms, such as respecting life, safeguarding privacy, and refraining from the abuse of power. These principles constitute our code of conduct, which all members must uphold. Yanghua found these norms reasonable and felt he could accept them. Tony then asked, Coulson, when can we expect to make a decision regarding our potential membership in S.H.I.L.D.? We require some time to organize our thoughts. Tony's stance was clear. He needed time to reflect and did not wish to make a hasty decision, his expression revealing hesitation. Coulson replied, Tony, you may provide me with your answer within 3 days. This time frame should suffice for you to deliberate. I hope you will consider it carefully as S.H.I.E.L.D. eagerly anticipates your joining. Coulson's eyes brimmed with hope, wishing that Tony and Yanghua would reach a decision within the stipulated time. Tony then affirmed his intention to join S.H.I.E.L.D., stating, I agree to join, but I request to do so alongside Dr. Ethan. Tony recognized Dr. Ethan's capabilities and value, believing that having him by his side in the intricate environment of S.H.I.E.L.D. would provide greater assurance. Moreover, Dr. Ethan's expertise could play a pivotal role in numerous projects, and their collaboration would be more harmonious. Furthermore, we propose certain essential conditions that require your unconditional support. Tony's gaze exuded determination. He was unwilling to be excessively constrained after joining SHIELD. He aspired for both himself and Dr. Ethan to maintain a degree of autonomy within the agency, enabling them to fully harness their abilities and make a more substantial contribution to safeguarding the world. Coincidentally, if Mr. Coulson was amenable, he could facilitate a meeting with your director. Tony was eager to establish a connection with the upper echelons of SHIELD, believing that direct dialogue with the director would provide a clearer understanding of the agency's strategic direction and operational methodology. He also wished to communicate his thoughts and expectations to the director, ensuring a mutual consensus in their collaboration. Yang Hua nodded in agreement, asserting the necessity for absolute freedom and decision-making authority, emphasizing that their actions and judgments should remain unimpeded. He understood that during the development of the armor and in addressing threats, swift decisions must be made based on real-time circumstances. Excessive interference could result in missed opportunities and potentially dire consequences. Director Nick Fury must also be curious about us, Yang Hua mused, filled with intrigue regarding the director. He recognized Nick Fury's pivotal role within SHIELD, believing that his leadership and strategic vision were integral to the agency's stability amidst various threats. He yearned for the chance to engage in face-to-face dialogue with the director. At this juncture, Coulson smiled, reassured that as long as the two individuals before him were willing to join, everything would fall into place. He had invested considerable effort in recruiting Tony and Yang Hua, and witnessing a shift in the situation brought him immense satisfaction. He understood that their inclusion would invigorate SHIELD and enhance its capacity to address diverse threats. After all, his primary objective during this period had been to recruit Tony. And if he could also bring aboard a doctor skilled in armor production, it would be a tremendous bonus. Coulson recognized that Tony's expertise in armor technology and Yang Hua's specialized knowledge represented invaluable assets. Should they join SHIELD, the agency's capabilities in confronting supernatural threats and advancing technological research would be significantly bolstered. He retrieved a tablet device, stating, "That is certainly feasible. You can initiate a remote video call right now." Coulson swiftly produced the equipment, knowing both Tony and Yang Hua were straightforward individuals. Since they expressed a desire to meet the director, prompt arrangements were in order. He was confident that the director would also find these two individuals intriguing, and a remote video call would serve as an excellent initial means of communication. As he spoke, the tablet projected a figure, a tall, bald man wearing an eye patch. This distinctive appearance immediately captivated Tony and Yang Hua. Nick Fury's visage emanated an aura of authority and mystery, embodying the formidable power and enigmatic background of SHIELD. Both Tony and Yang Hua focused intently on the projection of Director Fury. Though Tony was somewhat unfamiliar with the man, Yang Hua was well acquainted. While Tony had heard of Nick Fury's name, this was his first genuine glimpse of the director. Yang Hua, on the other hand, possessed a deeper understanding of Fury's numerous exploits within SHIELD and the intricate narratives that lay behind him. Here stands the illustrious director of SHIELD, Nick Fury. Nick Fury holds an indelible position in the annals of SHIELD's history. With remarkable leadership skills and keen insight, he has guided the organization through countless crises. His name resonates as a formidable presence in the realms of the supernatural and the mysterious. It is said that he lost one of his eyes aboard a spaceship during an encounter with the formidable Captain Marvel due to a charming tabby cat, also known as a flurkin, which caused quite the spectacle. This peculiar tale is both intriguing and shrouded in mystery. The seemingly ordinary tabby cat possesses astonishing capabilities, and this peculiar experience has become one of Fury's distinctive hallmarks, albeit one that Yang Hua would naturally refrain from mentioning. As Fury beheld the two individuals before him, along with the original Iron Man suit behind them, he felt a sense of curiosity. His gaze shifted between Tony, Yang Hua, and the early prototype of the suit. Having already heard of Tony's armor technology, witnessing it firsthand only intensified his intrigue. He recognized that such advanced technology could serve as a formidable asset for SHIELD. He greeted them, stating, "Greetings, I am Nick Fury." His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with the gravitas of a leader. His eyes reflected scrutiny and curiosity as he sought to discern the characters and capabilities of these two individuals, assessing their worthiness, as Coulson had claimed, to become valuable allies for SHIELD. D. Tony nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "You are the director? I have accepted Coulson's invitation to join SHIELD. His reply was succinct and unequivocal. He had made his decision. He believed that within the grand framework of SHIELD, he could access greater resources and information, while also collaborating with more superheroes to collectively confront the myriad threats facing the world. That's splendid news. Tony, this world is in dire need of your assistance, Nick Fury expressed, a trace of relief illuminating his countenance. He understood that Tony's inclusion was of paramount importance to SHIELD. The synergy of Tony's armor technology and his intellect was precisely what the organization required, and Fury was confident that Tony would play a pivotal role in future confrontations. Though Fury was merely a projection, he continued to maintain a semblance of movement as he articulated, "Currently, the terrorist attacks in the Middle East have yet to abate. The remnants of Obadiah are still stirring trouble over there." Fury's words carried an undercurrent of concern. He was acutely aware of the complexities surrounding the situation in the Middle East, where terrorist acts inflicted immense suffering upon the local populace, and the remnants of Obadiah exacerbated the turmoil, further deteriorating the circumstances. While the military can intervene, they face significant constraints due to the lack of a formal mandate. Nick Fury analyzed the current state of affairs. The military's response to such situations is often hampered by various regulations and international laws. However, as a unique security organization, SHIELD might possess greater flexibility under such circumstances, albeit requiring the appropriate forces to engage effectively. In this regard, Fury cast a glance at Tony, his intent unmistakable. He hoped Tony would take action to quell the terrorist threats. Fury was well aware of the formidable combat capabilities of Tony's armor, and he aspired for Tony to leverage his power to address the challenges plaguing the Middle East. He believed that Tony possessed the capability, and this presented a splendid opportunity for Tony to showcase his prowess and demonstrate his worth to SHIELD. Upon hearing this, Tony was indignant. He harbored a profound disdain for acts of terrorism and the remnants of Obadiah's forces. His eyes blazed with fury as he felt a responsibility to quell the turmoil and protect the innocent populace. His armor existed for the preservation of peace, and he would not stand idly by. "I can intervene to calm the situation, but the subsequent matters and disputes must be handled by you," Tony stipulated. He recognized his potential to make a difference in battle, yet felt ill-equipped and unwilling to engage in the intricate realms of politics and diplomacy that followed. He hoped that SHIELD would shoulder these responsibilities to ensure a thorough stabilization of the situation. Nick nodded in agreement. "Of course. Whatever assistance you require, I can provide at any moment." Director Nick Fury readily acquiesced to Tony's terms, understanding that Tony's requests were reasonable, given SHIELD's vast experience and resources in managing subsequent affairs. He aspired to offer Tony ample support to facilitate the successful completion of his mission. Tony, not one to hold back, added, "I have one condition. Upon the completion of this task, I would like an introduction to that green behemoth." Tony had long been intrigued by Hulk and desired the opportunity to meet this legendary superhero. He believed that an encounter with Hulk could inspire him anew and enhance his understanding of supernatural forces. "Oh," Fury replied, intrigued. He recognized that the green behemoth Tony referred to was indeed Hulk. Hulk was a uniquely formidable entity, his power immense and difficult to control. Fury contemplated Tony's request, curious about why Tony held such fascination for Hulk. "Are you referring to Hulk?" Fury confirmed, his gaze contemplative as he weighed Tony's request. Hulk's situation was complex, necessitating careful consideration of his identity and abilities. Yet, he acknowledged that fulfilling Tony's request could incentivize Tony to serve SHIELD with greater enthusiasm. Both men nodded in tacit agreement, their curiosity about Hulk palpable. They yearned for an exchange with Hulk to understand the origins of his power and methods of control, believing such knowledge it could significantly aid in the development of armor and enhance their own capabilities. "Very well. However, whether that fellow is willing to meet you is another matter." Fury replied candidly, acquiescing to the condition. "Is there anything else?" Director Fury was acutely aware of Hulk's reclusive nature and was uncertain if Hulk would welcome a meeting with Tony and Yang Hua. Nonetheless, he initially consented to Tony's request, confident that if managed properly, such a meeting could indeed be realized. Tony glanced at Yang Hua. "Doctor, do you have any conditions? Feel free to express them." Tony afforded Yang Hua the opportunity to voice his thoughts, knowing that Yang Hua might have his own ideas and requests. He hoped Yang Hua would articulate his conditions to ensure they could secure greater benefits and opportunities upon joining SHIELD. Yang Hua contemplated for a moment, realizing that this was an opportune occasion to witness the remarkable technology of the Hulk, as well as the wisdom of the original Ant-Man and the first Black Panther. He understood that each of these superheroes possessed unique technologies and abilities, and meeting them would significantly enrich his knowledge and experience, which was pivotal for his research and the optimization of his battle armor. If possible, we would also like to meet Chaka and Hank Pym. Yang Hua articulated his request. Chaka, the first Black Panther, hailed from the technologically advanced and culturally rich nation of Wakanda, while Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, had made exceptional contributions in the realm of microtechnology. Yang Hua eagerly yearned for the opportunity to engage with them, to absorb their techniques and insights. As he spoke, he paused, nearly mentioning Captain Marvel. Given her long-standing acquaintance with Nick Fury, he suddenly realized that it was not the appropriate moment to bring up Captain Marvel, for her identity and powers were exceedingly unique, and mentioning her could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, he prudently restrained his words. Certainly, director Nick Fury readily acquiesced to Yang Hua's request. He was not taken aback by Yang Hua's aspirations, recognizing Chaka and Hank Pym as invaluable figures. He believed that a meeting between Tony and Yang Hua with them would also be beneficial for the advancement of S.H.I.E.L.D. This doctor, Ethan, indeed possesses a wealth of knowledge. I eagerly anticipate your gathering at S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury mused, his regard for Yang Hua visibly elevated. As curiosity about the doctor blossomed within him, he sensed Yang Hua's profound insights and thirst for knowledge, contemplating that he might be a person of considerable depth and potential, and looked forward to further discourse with him. Chapter 18. Joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Following a brief video, Coulson inquired, "So, when might the two of you be available to commence your positions at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Coulson was eager to finalize Tony and Yang Hua's onboarding timeline, wishing for them to swiftly integrate into the S.H.I.E.L.D. framework and begin contributing to its missions and projects. There was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Tony pondered briefly before responding, "How about tomorrow, Mr. Coulson? Why don't you stay for dinner tonight before you depart?" Tony's reply was straightforward. He was fully prepared to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and wished to seize this opportunity to engage further with Coulson, fostering mutual understanding. Simultaneously, he desired to convey his friendliness and warmth. Coulson chuckled. "Thank you. That works perfectly. I would also like to tour the place." He was delighted by Tony's invitation, accepting the gesture graciously. He was keen to explore Tony's base, eager to witness his armor development facilities and achievements, confident that it would prove to be an intriguing experience. Tony guided Coulson through his base, first arriving at the armor development workshop, which housed an array of advanced equipment and tools, alongside components of the original armor. "Coulson, this is where I design my armors. Each piece of equipment here plays a crucial role in the creation of the suits," he explained, pride illuminating his gaze. Coulson gazed curiously at his surroundings, marveling at the high-tech equipment and tools. "Tony, your research and development facility is truly state-of-the-art. These devices appear incredibly intricate. How do you operate them to create your armor?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to comprehend the process of armor fabrication. Tony chuckled, replying, "Coulson, it requires a wealth of knowledge and experience. I first establish the armor's structure and functionality based on the blueprints, then employ these devices for material processing, component manufacturing, and assembly. Each step demands precise operation and stringent quality control." He patiently elucidated the armor-making process to Coulson. Nodding appreciatively, Coulson expressed his admiration for Tony's expertise and skill. "Tony, you are truly a genius inventor. Your armor technology is unparalleled in the world. I believe at S.H.I.E.L.D. you can leverage this technology to an even greater extent." His gaze was filled with anticipation for Tony's potential contributions. Subsequently, Tony guided Coulson to the armor testing facility. It was an expansive space, equipped with various testing apparatus and protective installations. "Coulson, this is where I evaluate the armor's performance. Here, I can conduct comprehensive tests on mobility, weapon systems, and defensive capabilities," he stated, his excitement evident as he relished the opportunity to test the armor in this arena. Coulson surveyed the testing ground, envisioning the armor executing intricate maneuvers and engaging in fierce battles. "Tony, this testing facility is indeed ideal for evaluating the armor. Here, you can simulate various real combat scenarios, ensuring the armor's reliability in the field." His expression reflected his approval of the testing site. Tony activated several devices within the facility, demonstrating some fundamental testing maneuvers of the armor. "Coulson, observe how the armor can achieve high-speed flight, agile turns, and powerful strikes within this space. Through these assessments, I can continually optimize the armor's performance." His eyes shone with passion for his creation, pride swelling within him. Coulson was astonished by the spectacle before him. Tony, your armor is truly formidable. I am confident it will play a significant role in the mission in the Middle East. However, please prioritize your safety during the operation. His gaze was filled with concern, aware of the dangers inherent in the Middle Eastern mission. Thank you for your concern, Coulson, Tony replied. I will be cautious. My armor possesses robust defensive capabilities, and I have ample combat experience. Nevertheless, I still need to make some final optimizations and checks before the mission. His expression radiated confidence, assured that his armor could meet the challenges ahead. After touring the testing facility, Tony led Coulson to his Intelligent Systems Development Room, the birthplace of JARVIS, where various smart devices and computer servers were in operation. Coulson, this is JARVIS' Development Lab. Jarvis serves as my intelligent assistant, playing a pivotal role in the operation and optimization of the exosuit. His gaze is imbued with affection for Jarvis. Coulson observes these intelligent devices and servers, filled with curiosity regarding Jarvis's formidable capabilities. He inquires, Tony, Jarvis is truly remarkable. How does he achieve such precise control and data analysis of the exosuit? His eyes reflect a deep desire to comprehend the underlying principles of Jarvis's technology. Tony elucidates, Coulson, Jarvis is an intelligent system grounded in artificial intelligence technology. Through extensive learning and analysis of vast data sets, he comprehends my commands and adeptly manages the myriad systems of the exosuit. Moreover, he performs real-time analysis of combat data, offering me invaluable decision-making support. He patiently elaborates on Jarvis's operational mechanics to Coulson. Coulson responds, Tony, your Jarvis technology is truly advanced. At SHIELD, we have conducted some research in artificial intelligence, yet it pales in comparison to your Jarvis. I believe that if we could collaborate, we would undoubtedly achieve greater breakthroughs in AI technology. His gaze is filled with anticipation for potential collaboration. Tony replies, Coulson, I too look forward to collaborating with SHIELD on artificial intelligence. Jarvis possesses considerable potential for growth, and I am confident that through our partnership, he can evolve to become even more intelligent and powerful. His eyes radiate confidence in Jarvis's future development. After touring the Intelligent Systems Research Lab, Tony and Coulson arrive at the living quarters of the base. Here, they find comfortable rooms, a dining area, and recreational facilities. Tony remarks, Coulson, this is our living area. Here, we can rest, dine, and unwind. While we are often occupied with the development and testing of the exosuit, it is essential to indulge in relaxation. His eyes reflect a genuine appreciation for life. Coulson surveys the living quarters, finding the environment quite inviting. He comments, Tony, your living facilities are quite comprehensive. Life here must be quite pleasant. I imagine this is one reason you can maintain such efficient work habits. His gaze conveys an understanding of Tony's lifestyle. Tony affirms, indeed. Coulson, a conducive living environment fosters a positive mindset and state of being. Amidst the pressures of work, I also relish the opportunity to unwind here. Now, let us proceed to the dining area. Pepper should have dinner ready by now. As Coulson follows Tony to the dining area, he is greeted by the enticing aroma of delectable food upon entering. Pepper has meticulously prepared a sumptuous dinner, with the table laden with a variety of dishes, including succulent steaks, vibrant vegetable salads, and fragrant French soups. With a warm smile, Pepper welcomes him. Welcome, Mr. Coulson. I hope you enjoy these dishes. Her eyes sparkle with hospitality. Coulson courteously replies, Everything looks delicious, Miss Potts. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. He takes a seat at the table, gazing at the array of food, filled with anticipation for Pepper's culinary skills. Tony settled into his seat, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Coulson. Coulson, this is Pepper's signature dish. You are in for a treat today. His eyes sparkled with a hint of pride, as though showcasing Pepper's culinary prowess. Throughout the meal, Coulson savored the food, showering compliments. This steak is cooked to perfection, crispy on the outside yet tender within, and the vegetable salad is refreshingly delightful, a splendid combination. Hearing the praise, Pepper's face radiated with happiness. Mr. Coulson, I'm thrilled that you enjoy it. Meanwhile, Tony engaged Coulson in light-hearted conversations about SHIELD, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Curiously, he inquired, Coulson, what kind of training do SHIELD agents undergo? I've heard it is quite rigorous. He sought to delve deeper into the training methodology of SHIELD agents, hoping to glean insights that could potentially enhance the operation and combat strategies of his armor. Coulson set down his utensils, wiping his mouth before responding. Tony, our training encompasses various aspects, including physical fitness, combat skills, weaponry, and intelligence gathering. He elaborated. In terms of physical training, agents must endure high-intensity workouts to ensure they can maintain peak physical condition in challenging environments. Combat training incorporates various martial arts styles, equipping agents to confront diverse adversaries. The weaponry training is extensive, requiring proficiency in everything from conventional arms to specialized high-tech weapons. His eyes brimmed with pride for SHIELD's training regimen. Tony nodded in agreement. That sounds comprehensive. And what about training and intelligence gathering? I believe that is a crucial aspect when addressing threats. He recognized the significance of intelligence. Whether in business or in the battles of superheroes, accurate information plays a decisive role. After sipping his soup, Coulson replied, intelligence gathering training includes espionage techniques, information analysis, and cryptography. Agents must learn how to acquire intelligence without detection and swiftly and accurately assess its value. Coulson continued, moreover, we have specialized training for unique missions and particular adversaries. For instance, when faced with supernatural threats, agents undergo training in relevant knowledge and response strategies. This is a key differentiator for SHIELD compared to other organizations. After hearing this, Tony gained a deeper appreciation for SHIELD's training framework, convinced that these methodologies indeed cultivate exceptional agents. Pepper, listening intently, curiously asked, Mr. Coulson, is there a distinction in training between female and male agents at SHIELD? Her inquiry was quite pertinent. She wished to understand whether, within this seemingly male-dominated organization, female agents were afforded equal training opportunities and avenues for advancement. Coulson responded, Ms. Potts, there is no difference in basic training. Both male and female agents undergo the same rigorous training. He continued, however, for specific missions, adjustments are made based on the individual agent's strengths and capabilities. At SHIELD, we are fortunate to have a multitude of exceptional female agents, each playing a pivotal role across various domains. Upon hearing this, Pepper nodded in satisfaction, expressing her belief that women possess distinctive advantages in many aspects, which should be fully realized within an organization like SHIELD. Her gaze radiated affirmation of feminine strength. After dinner, Tony and Coulson engaged in further discussion regarding the details of their impending onboarding at SHIELD. Tony remarked, Coulson, tomorrow, Dr. Ethan and I will bring along some of our research materials and equipment. I hope SHIELD can provide us with a suitable workspace to facilitate the ongoing optimization of our armor. His eyes sparkled with visions of future endeavors. Coulson assured him, Tony, that will not be a problem. SHIELD is equipped with numerous advanced laboratories and work facilities, and we will arrange an appropriate location based on your needs. Moreover, you will have the opportunity to collaborate and exchange ideas with other scientists and technicians at SHIELD, which will greatly benefit your research. His eyes reflected unwavering support for Tony and Dr. Ethan's work. Tony inquired, Coulson, what projects will we be involved in at SHIELD? Aside from the tasks in the Middle East and armor optimization, of course. He sought to grasp the scope of his responsibilities at SHIELD to prepare accordingly. After a moment of contemplation, Coulson replied, Tony, aside from those, you may also engage in some of SHIELD's long-term research initiatives, such as studies on supernatural forces and the development of new weapons and equipment. He added, we will also tailor special assignments for you based on your expertise and skills, as you are indeed highly capable individuals, and SHIELD hopes to leverage your strengths to their fullest potential. Finding this quite reasonable, Tony responded, all right, Coulson, I am looking forward to my work at SHIELD and hope we can achieve remarkable results together. His eyes shimmered with anticipation for the future. That evening, Coulson stayed at Tony's base. The following morning, Tony and Dr. Ethan gathered their necessary belongings in preparation for their journey to SHIELD. Pepper assisted them in loading their items into the car, reminding Tony, take care of yourself at SHIELD. If anything arises, contact me promptly. Her gaze was filled with reluctance and concern. Tony smiled reassuringly. Pepper, do not worry, I will be just fine. Together, Tony, Dr. Ethan, and Coulson set off for SHIELD. Upon their arrival at the headquarters, they were awestruck by the sight before them. The headquarters stood as a colossal structure, exuding modernity and technological sophistication. Surrounding the building were tight security measures, with an array of high-tech defense systems and surveillance equipment reflecting an exceptionally high level of safety. Coulson guided them into the headquarters. Upon entering, they observed a bustling environment, with personnel actively engaged in their respective tasks. Coulson introduced, "This is the SHIELD headquarters, where all departments operate. First, we will meet with the director, after which we will arrange your onboarding procedures and work matters." Tony and Dr. Ethan followed Coulson. Their curiosity piqued as they observed their surroundings. They arrived at the office of Director Nick Fury, who stood to greet them as they entered. "Welcome, Tony and Dr. Ethan. I hope your journey with SHIELD begins splendidly." His gaze radiated warmth and anticipation. Tony replied, "Director, we are eager to commence our work here." Dr. Ethan nodded in agreement. Director Fury continued, "First, we need to complete your onboarding procedures. Coulson will guide you through the necessary departments, after which I will provide a brief overview of SHIELD's current focal points and project outlines." Following the director's instructions, Tony and Dr. Ethan accompanied Coulson to initiate their onboarding process. Although somewhat convoluted, they successfully navigated the procedures with Coulson's assistance. Once completed, they returned to the director's office, where Nick Fury began his introduction. Currently, SHIELD's primary focus, aside from the situation in the Middle East, is the monitoring and investigation of supernatural forces. We suspect that in certain corners of the world, hidden supernatural powers are awakening, which, if left unchecked, could pose a grave threat to our planet. Concern etched in his expression. Tony inquired, "Director, what specific tasks will we undertake within these projects?" He sought clarity regarding his responsibilities to effectively channel his efforts. Nick Fury responded, "Tony, you and Dr. Ethan will primarily be tasked with optimizing the armor technology to better confront the threats posed by these supernatural forces. Additionally, you may engage in the study of these phenomena to explore innovative perspectives through the lens of armor technology." Dr. Ethan added, "Director, we understand. Which departments or personnel will we need to collaborate with?" Aware that collaboration was vital within such a vast organization as SHIELD, he sought further information. Nick Fury replied, "You will work alongside our R&D department, the Weapons Development Division, and various special agent teams. The Research Department will provide theoretical support and resources, while the Weapons Division will collaborate with you on integrating armor technology with new weaponry." He continued, "The special agent teams will furnish you with practical data and feedback from real-world operations. Through this multi-departmental collaboration, we aim to enhance our response capabilities expeditiously." Upon hearing this, Tony and Dr. Ethan found the collaborative model quite reasonable, convinced that their joint efforts with SHIELD's various divisions would yield commendable results. After clarifying their tasks and the collaboration framework, Coulson led Tony and Dr. Ethan to tour their workspace. Their first stop was the laboratory of the Research Department, an expansive facility filled with an array of experimental apparatus, some of which were unfamiliar to Tony and Dr. Ethan. Coulson introduced them. "This is our Research Department, where our scientists are engaged in cutting-edge studies." As a scientist observed their arrival, he approached to greet them. "Greetings, I am the head of this facility. Welcome to the Research Department. Should you have any inquiries or require assistance during your research endeavors, do not hesitate to reach out to us." Tony and Dr. Ethan expressed their gratitude to the administrator before embarking on a tour of the laboratory's equipment and research projects. They discovered that the research directions were remarkably diverse, encompassing fields such as supernatural forces, renewable energy, and novel materials. Subsequently, Coulson guided them to the Weapons Development Department, where the atmosphere was even more austere, with various weapon design blueprints and models adorning the tables. The head of the Weapons Development Department explained, "Our primary responsibility here is to develop new weaponry to address a myriad of threats. Our goal is to create weapons that are more efficient, precise, and powerful." As Tony and Dr. Ethan gazed upon the advanced weapon designs, they gained a renewed appreciation for SHIELD's capabilities in weapon development. Finally, Coulson led them to the agent training facility, where numerous agents were engaged in training, some focusing on physical conditioning, others honing their combat skills, and still others practicing weapon usage. Coulson remarked, "This is our agent training ground. These operatives are elite individuals who have undergone rigorous training, and they will play crucial roles in various missions." Observing the well-trained agents, Tony and Dr. Ethan developed a more tangible understanding of SHIELD's strength. After touring the various departments, Tony and Dr. Ethan returned to their workspace, where they began organizing their materials in preparation for work. Tony stated, "Dr. Ethan, we must quickly acclimatize ourselves to the environment and workflow here. and then commence optimization of the armor. I am confident that with SHIELD's resource support, we can elevate the armor to new heights. Dr. Ethan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Tony, we must make the most of the resources available here to achieve superior results." Days later, Tony and Dr. Ethan had gradually adapted to SHIELD's working environment and commenced their optimization work on the armor. Tony first analyzed the armor's energy system and discovered that some of SHIELD's renewable energy technologies could be integrated into the armor's energy system, thereby enhancing energy efficiency and prolonging operational duration. Chapter 19. Continuous optimization of the armor. Excitedly, he shared with Dr. Ethan, "Look, Dr. Ethan, SHIELD's renewable energy technology is incredibly beneficial. We can incorporate it into the armor." Upon reviewing, Dr. Ethan concurred, "Indeed, Tony. However, we still need to conduct some experiments and tests to ensure that this integration does not adversely affect the armor's other systems." They commenced the relevant experiments, and with the assistance of SHIELD's research department, they successfully completed the optimization experiment for the energy system. The results indicated a 30% increase in energy efficiency, a commendable achievement. Next, they began to optimize the armor's weapon system, drawing inspiration from some of the new weapon design concepts from SHIELD's weapons development department to enhance the armor's weaponry. Tony remarked, "Dr. Ethan, we could enhance the weaponry of the armor with new functionalities, such as the ability to emit energy waves that can disrupt supernatural forces." Dr. Ethan found this idea to be quite innovative, and they commenced the enhancement of the weapon systems. During the process of upgrading the weaponry, they encountered a series of technical challenges, including how to regulate the frequency and intensity of the energy waves and ensuring that these waves would not inflict harm upon the armor itself. Tony and Dr. Ethan collaborated with scientists from SHIELD to conduct research and discussions, and after numerous experiments and adjustments, they ultimately resolved these issues. As they continued to optimize the armor, Tony and Dr. Ethan also began to engage in SHIELD's research project regarding supernatural forces. They discovered that these forces manifested in a myriad of forms. Some were related to fluctuations in energy, while others pertained to unique states of matter. Tony proposed, "Dr. Ethan, we could approach the study of these supernatural forces from the perspective of armor technology, exploring whether we might discover methods to control or harness them." Dr. Ethan concurred, "Indeed, Tony, we can utilize the armor's sensor systems to detect the characteristics of these supernatural forces and analyze the data, perhaps uncovering some underlying patterns." They initiated tests on the supernatural force samples provided by SHIELD, collecting data through the armor's sensors and conducting in-depth analyses. Throughout their investigation of supernatural forces, Tony and Dr. Ethan identified a distinctive energy fluctuation pattern, which bore a significant correlation to their prior optimizations of the armor's energy system. With great excitement, Tony exclaimed, "Dr. Ethan, look, this energy fluctuation pattern may be the key to further optimizing our armor's energy system. If we can master this pattern, we might enhance the armor's performance even further." Dr. Ethan shared his enthusiasm, and they promptly delved deeper into this discovery. After a period of diligent research, Tony and Dr. Ethan successfully integrated this unique energy fluctuation pattern into the armor's energy system. The results indicated a remarkable improvement in the energy stability of the armor, while simultaneously augmenting its adaptability to supernatural forces. This achievement garnered the admiration of SHIELD's scientists, and Director Nick Fury expressed high praise for their efforts. During their tenure at SHIELD, Tony and Dr. Ethan not only made strides in armor optimization and the study of supernatural forces, but also cultivated fruitful collaborations with various departments and personnel. They exchanged cutting-edge scientific knowledge with researchers, co-developed new weapon concepts with the armament division, and shared operational insights regarding the armor with the agent teams. Additionally, Tony and Dr. Ethan met several individuals with unique abilities within SHIELD. The extraordinary talents of these individuals broadened their perspectives and provided fresh ideas for optimizing the armor. For instance, one individual had the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, prompting Tony to ponder whether this magnetic control could be incorporated into the armor's defense system to enhance its protective capabilities. As time progressed, Tony's work at SHIELD gradually garnered increasing attention. The potential of his armor technology in addressing supernatural threats became increasingly recognized by many. Some high-ranking officials within SHIELD began to contemplate the promotion of Tony's armor technology, enabling more agents to utilize similar equipment. Director Nick Fury approached Tony, saying, "Tony, we wish to disseminate your armor technology. What are your thoughts?" After pondering for a moment, Tony replied, "Director, I believe this is an excellent idea. However, the armor technology requires further refinement and optimization, and during the promotion process, we must ensure the technology's safety and controllability." Director Fury concurred, stating, "Tony, you are absolutely right. We will ensure this is handled properly. You may continue to optimize the armor technology, while we will assemble a team to oversee the related promotional efforts." With the support of SHIELD, Tony and Dr. Ethan intensified their efforts to enhance the armor technology. They built upon the existing foundation, incorporating new features such as improved self-repair capabilities, allowing the armor to recover more swiftly after sustaining damage. They also refined the Intelligent Assistance System, enabling JARVIS to better counter supernatural interferences. Concurrently, SHIELD's technology promotion team actively commenced their work. They conducted a thorough analysis and organization of Tony's armor technology, devising a suitable promotional plan. Initially, they selected a group of exceptional agents within SHIELD for trial use, gathering their feedback and subsequently adjusting the promotional strategy based on their insights. During the trial period, the agents highly praised Tony's armor technology. They found the armor's performance remarkably powerful, excelling in the face of various threats. However, they also offered suggestions for improvement, such as further reducing the armor's weight and enhancing the user interface for greater intuitiveness. In response to these recommendations, Tony undertook further optimization of the armor technology. Within SHIELD's laboratory, Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan were engrossed in the ongoing enhancement and modification of the armor. They understood that this suit was not merely Tony's personal equipment, but it held the potential to become a crucial asset for SHIELD in confronting diverse threats. In terms of energy modifications, Tony excitedly remarked to Dr. Ethan, "We need to devise ways to further enhance energy utilization efficiency. Although there has been some improvement in energy performance, it remains insufficient." Dr. Ethan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Tony. We can explore the energy transmission and conversion processes to identify optimization opportunities." They began a meticulous examination and analysis of the armor's energy transmission circuits. Tony discovered that certain circuits exhibited energy loss and proposed the idea of replacing some lines with more efficient superconducting materials. "I believe we should experiment with that new type of superconducting material. It could significantly reduce energy loss during transmission," Tony stated. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Ethan responded, "That is indeed a commendable idea, yet we must ensure that this material can operate stably within the exosuit's working environment." Following a series of experiments and adjustments, they successfully integrated the superconducting material into the energy transmission lines. Subsequently, they optimized the energy conversion apparatus, refining the conversion algorithms to enhance the efficiency with which energy is transformed into the various forms required by the exosuit. Behold the current energy utilization efficiency. It has significantly improved since our last assessment. Tony remarked with satisfaction as he reviewed the test data. "Indeed, but we must not rest on our laurels. There remains ample room for enhancement in energy utilization," Dr. Ethan replied. "Development of renewable energy systems is crucial, Dr. Ethan. We cannot solely rely on external energy supplies," Tony stated earnestly. "Do you have any thoughts on this, Tony?" Dr. Ethan inquired. After a moment of reflection, Tony suggested, "We might consider harnessing solar and wind energy. By incorporating solar panels onto the exosuit's surface, it could recharge automatically when exposed to sunlight. Additionally, we could design a compact wind turbine to generate power from the airflow produced during the exosuit's movement." Dr. Ethan found this idea quite innovative but raised some concerns. Will the solar panels and wind turbines impede the exosuit's maneuverability and aesthetic design? Tony chuckled. "That is indeed a valid concern, but I am confident we can strike a balance. We could engineer collapsible solar panels that deploy when needed and retract when not in use. The wind turbine could also be cleverly integrated into the exosuit's structure to minimize any adverse impact on mobility." Thus, they commenced the development of the renewable energy systems. After numerous designs and enhancements, they successfully installed collapsible solar panels and a compact wind turbine on the exosuit. Moreover, through an intelligent control system, they ensured that these renewable energy devices could operate efficiently without disrupting the exosuit's normal functions. Now, even in the absence of external energy supplies, the exosuit can sustain operation for a considerable duration. This will greatly enhance our endurance during specific missions, Tony exclaimed with excitement. Energy external module design is another consideration. Dr. Ethan, I propose we design an external energy module to provide additional power support to the exosuit during critical moments. Tony introduced a novel idea. This concept is intriguing. Yet the safety and compatibility of the external energy module must be prioritized, Dr. Ethan responded. Tony began sketching design concepts on paper. We could create a portable energy pack that supplies power to the exosuit via wireless transmission. Implementing multiple safety mechanisms on the energy pack will ensure that no accidents occur during usage. Dr. Ethan reviewed the sketches and offered some suggestions. We could also add an energy buffering device to the energy pack, which would mitigate fluctuations in energy transfer that could affect the exosuit. After a period of research and testing, they successfully created an external energy module. During a simulated experiment, as the suit's energy was nearly depleted, Tony swiftly connected the external energy module, and the suit instantly regained its vigor. This external energy module is truly a lifeline. At a critical moment, it may very well become the key to turning the tide of battle, Tony reflected. Regarding upgrades in combat, the establishment of a war alert system is paramount. Dr. Ethan, it is crucial to anticipate enemy attacks during combat. We need to develop a robust war alert system for the suit, Tony asserted. Indeed, I concur. But how can we accurately perceive the enemy's intent and actions? Dr. Ethan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Tony suggested, we could employ various sensors to achieve this. For instance, we could install radar sensors to detect distant targets, infrared sensors to perceive the heat signatures of enemies, and acoustic sensors to capture sounds and movements. Then, utilizing intelligent algorithms, we can integrate and analyze data from these sensors to predict enemy attacks in advance. They commenced the installation and debugging of various sensors while crafting the corresponding alert algorithms. During the testing phase, Tony discovered that relying solely on sensor data was insufficiently accurate and prone to misjudgments. Dr. Ethan, we need to involve Jarvis in the alert system. Jarvis can analyze sensor data with greater precision based on historical combat data and enemy behavioral patterns, Tony proposed. Dr. Ethan nodded in agreement. Excellent idea, Tony. Allowing Jarvis to learn and analyze enemy behavior patterns will significantly enhance the accuracy of the alert system. Through continuous optimization and training, the war alert system achieved remarkable results. In a simulated battle, the suit successfully provided an early warning of an enemy missile attack and took timely defensive measures. Fantastic. This war alert system will grant us more reaction time during combat, Tony exclaimed in excitement. In terms of developing a real-time combat mode, Tony stated, Dr. Ethan, we also need to create a real-time combat mode for the suit, enabling swift tactical adjustments based on enemy changes during battle. What specific ideas do you have, Tony? Dr. Ethan asked. Tony elaborated. We can have Jarvis analyze the battlefield environment and enemy actions in real time, then provide me with optimal battle strategy suggestions based on that information. Additionally, the suit's weaponry and defense systems should automatically adjust parameters according to the switching of combat modes. They began optimizing Jarvis's algorithms to enable rapid processing of battlefield data and accurate generation of combat strategies. Throughout the development process, Tony and Dr. Ethan encountered various technical challenges, such as ensuring that the switching of combat modes did not affect the suit's stability and operational fluidity. Dr. Ethan, we need to further optimize the suit's control system to enhance its processing capability and response speed, Tony remarked. After numerous trials and adjustments, they successfully developed the real-time combat mode. During a practical test, Tony encountered multiple enemy assaults. With the assistance of Jarvis, his armor swiftly transitioned into the appropriate combat mode, successfully vanquishing the adversaries. This real-time combat mode is extraordinary. It allows me to navigate the battle with unparalleled ease, Tony remarked with satisfaction. However, the combat simulation system requires further optimization, Dr. Ethan. We must enable it to anticipate the enemy's next moves and devise optimal strategies tailored to various battlefield scenarios, Tony stated. This is indeed a formidable challenge, Tony. We will need to amass substantial combat data to train the simulation system, Dr. Ethan replied. Determined, Tony resolved to collaborate with SHIELD's Intelligence Division to acquire diverse combat case studies and behavioral data on enemies. They inputted this data into the combat simulation system for learning and analysis. Jarvis, please meticulously analyze this data to discern the patterns and tactical characteristics of the enemies, Tony instructed. Understood, sir. I will endeavor to learn diligently, Jarvis responded. Throughout the training process, Tony and Dr. Ethan continually adjusted the algorithms and parameters of the simulation system to enhance its predictive accuracy and strategic formulation capabilities. After a period of dedicated effort, the combat simulation system exhibited significant advancements. Dr. Ethan observed, the combat simulation system can now predict enemy actions with greater precision. During simulated combat, the success rate of its devised strategies has markedly increased, Tony exclaimed with joy. This is indeed an extraordinary achievement, Tony. This combat simulation system will confer immense advantages in our engagements, Dr. Ethan noted. Regarding enhancements in detection capabilities, Tony remarked, Dr. Ethan, we must further strengthen our ability to detect supernatural forces. SHIELD frequently encounters various supernatural phenomena, and our armor must be adept at detecting and analyzing these energies. Indeed, you are correct. We could install specialized supernatural force detectors on the armor, such as energy spectrum analyzers and psychic sensors, Dr. Ethan suggested. Tony promptly initiated the procurement and installation of these devices. During the installation process, he realized that these detectors needed to be better integrated with the armor's other systems to maximize their efficacy. Dr. Ethan, we need to adjust the armor's system architecture to ensure seamless collaboration between the supernatural force detectors and the other systems, Tony articulated. After considerable effort, they successfully achieved the integration of the detectors with the armor's systems. During a survey of supernatural force samples, the armor accurately detected the frequency and intensity of energy fluctuations and transmitted the data to JARVIS for analysis. JARVIS. Can you ascertain the origin and characteristics of this supernatural force? Tony inquired. Analyzing now, sir. Based on the current data, this supernatural force may be related to an unknown energy field, JARVIS replied. Tony and Dr. Ethan continued their in-depth investigation of the survey data, striving to uncover more information regarding the supernatural forces. They discovered that by surveying and analyzing various samples of supernatural powers, a database of supernatural forces could be established, enabling quicker judgment and response in similar future situations. This supernatural powers database would serve as a crucial tool in our fight against supernatural threats, Tony remarked. Enhancement of unfamiliar environment surveying capabilities was essential. Dr. Ethan, during our missions, we frequently encounter unfamiliar environments. The armor must possess superior surveying capabilities to better comprehend our surroundings. Tony stated, we could augment the armor with environmental sensors, such as terrain scanners, gas analyzers, and radiation detectors, suggested Dr. Ethan. Recognizing the necessity of this proposal, Tony and his team commenced the installation of these sensors onto the armor. During testing, Tony observed that the terrain scanner lacked precision in complex terrains, while the gas analyzer exhibited limited detection capabilities for certain gases. Dr. Ethan, we must further optimize and enhance these sensors. The terrain scanner could utilize more advanced laser scanning technology to improve accuracy, and the gas analyzer could incorporate specialized sensor modules to bolster its detection abilities for particular gases. Tony articulated. After a period of research and refinement, the unfamiliar environment surveying system underwent substantial enhancements. In a simulated mission, the armor successfully surveyed an unfamiliar cave environment, providing Tony with detailed information regarding terrain, gas composition, and radiation levels. With this unfamiliar environment surveying system, we feel significantly more confident when entering uncharted territories, Tony asserted. The behavioral monitoring system also required refinement. Dr. Ethan, in addition to surveying the environment and forces, it is critical to analyze the behaviors of adversaries and surrounding personnel. We need the armor to better understand and predict their actions, Tony declared. This is a formidable challenge, Tony. Human behavior is exceedingly complex and difficult to predict with simplistic algorithms, Dr. Ethan responded. After some contemplation, Tony proposed we could integrate artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Let JARVIS collect vast amounts of human behavioral data through cameras and sensors, then learn and analyze it. We can establish a behavioral model library to classify and predict based on various scenarios and behavioral characteristics. They commenced the process of enabling JARVIS to gather and learn behavioral data, with Tony and Dr. Ethan continually providing guidance and adjusting algorithms. After a period of diligent effort, the behavioral monitoring system achieved notable success. JARVIS, what is your current accuracy rate in predicting enemy behavior? Tony inquired. According to recent test data, the accuracy rate has reached approximately 70, sir. However, there remains significant room for improvement, JARVIS replied. Keep pushing forward, JARVIS. We must enhance this system to be more accurate and reliable, so that we can better anticipate enemy movements during combat, Tony encouraged. Chapter 20. Deliberations on the fourth generation. During a recent field exercise, the behavioral reconnaissance system adeptly predicted an enemy ambush, enabling Tony to prepare defenses in advance and avert potential losses. This behavioral reconnaissance system is becoming increasingly formidable, Tony remarked with satisfaction. After a period of diligent effort, Tony and Dr. Ethan undertook a comprehensive optimization and transformation of the armor in terms of energy, combat, and reconnaissance capabilities. Their achievements garnered high praise from SHIELD, providing the agency with formidable support in addressing various threats. Director Nick Fury approached Tony, stating, "Tony, your work has been outstanding. The enhanced armor will offer our agents greater protection. I am confident that it will play a significant role in our future missions." Modestly, Tony responded, "Director, this is the result of the combined efforts of Dr. Ethan, myself, and the SHIELD team. We still have much work ahead to continuously refine and optimize the armor technology to meet the increasingly complex challenges of the future." Dr. Ethan concurred, "Indeed, Director. We shall persist in our endeavors to contribute our efforts toward the safety of SHIELD and the Earth. In the days to come, Tony and Dr. Ethan would continue their in-depth research and innovation on armor technology, supported by SHIELD, tirelessly striving to safeguard the peace and security of the planet. Within SHIELD's technologically advanced and enigmatic laboratory, illuminated by bright lights and adorned with various sophisticated devices blinking with indicators, the hum of machines coalesced into a unique symphony of technology. Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan were deeply engrossed in their meticulous study and enhancement of the original armor. After a period of relentless effort, the armor had achieved remarkable advancements in critical areas such as energy, combat, and reconnaissance. However, they were acutely aware that in a world fraught with crises and increasingly complex threats, the armor must continually evolve to better fulfill its guardianship role. On this particular day, Dr. Ethan lifted his head, his gaze imbued with contemplation and anticipation, and addressed Tony. "Tony, I have pondered this for quite some time and believe we can now commence the optimization and upgrade of the fourth generation of the original armor. While the current armor possesses considerable capabilities, there remains substantial room for enhancement in certain interactive aspects." Tony, initially engrossed in a technical report, felt his eyes light up at Ethan's words, curiosity and excitement shimmering within them. "Oh, do you have any specific ideas, Ethan? Please, share your thoughts." Dr. Ethan adjusted his glasses, his expression resolute and focused. He approached the workbench, retrieving a blueprint, and as he unfolded it, he remarked, "For instance, regarding battlefield communication, our current communication system does not perform sufficiently stable in complex combat environments. At times, signal interference can manifest, resulting in an obscured auditory experience. Occasionally, delays may occur, significantly impacting our collaborative efficiency with teammates, and in critical moments, it might jeopardize the successful execution of our mission." His brow furrowed slightly, betraying his concern regarding this issue. Tony nodded, arms crossed, lost in profound contemplation. He paced back and forth in the laboratory, and after a moment, he remarked, "You are entirely correct, Ethan. This issue indeed warrants our attention. How shall we improve it?" His gaze was fixed intently on the blueprints in Ethan's hands, as if seeking answers therein. Dr. Ethan smiled faintly, confidence radiating from his expression. He pointed to certain annotations on the blueprints and said, "We can draw inspiration from some of SHIELD's advanced communication technologies, equipping the armor with more powerful signal transmitters and receivers. Observe here, we can utilize this innovative material to construct the antenna, which will enhance both the transmission and reception capabilities. Furthermore, we must optimize the communication algorithms, employing more sophisticated encoding and decoding methods to bolster signal stability and resistance to interference. Additionally, I propose designing an intelligent voice recognition and conversion system, allowing you to communicate with your teammates more effortlessly during combat, eliminating the need for manual operation of communication devices. This way, you can immerse yourself fully in the battle, enhancing your reaction speed and operational efficiency." "That sounds promising. Let us proceed," Tony exclaimed, brimming with eagerness to commence the task at hand. His eyes sparkled with a thirst for new challenges and confidence in their success. Thus, they promptly delved into the renovation of the armor's wartime communication system. Tony and Dr. Ethan collaborated closely with SHIELD's research team, pooling their efforts to develop new communication devices and algorithms. During the experimental process, Tony stood beside the armor, calling out to Dr. Ethan, who was calibrating the equipment. "Ethan, how do you find the signal strength? I sense it remains somewhat unstable." A hint of anxiety crossed his face, his eyes glued to the data displayed on the instruments. Dr. Ethan meticulously examined the data, swiftly swiping his fingers across the tablet to scrutinize various parameters before responding. "There may be an issue with the antenna's layout. Let us adjust it and test again. Jarvis, please simulate the signal propagation under different antenna configurations." His tone was steady and composed, reflecting a scientist's meticulous approach when confronted with challenges. "Understood, Doctor." Jarvis's voice emanated from the armor's speaker, as calm and efficient as ever. After numerous trials and adjustments, they continually modified the positions and angles of the antennas, experimenting with various signal frequencies and encoding techniques. Each attempt was accompanied by a blend of anxious anticipation and careful analysis. Finally, after countless failures, they succeeded in enhancing the armor's wartime communication system. Tony excitedly addressed the communicator. "Jarvis, test the voice recognition functionality." His voice brimmed with anticipation and exhilaration. "Tony, greetings. The voice recognition function is operating normally." Jarvis promptly responded, his voice clear and precise. Tony smiled with satisfaction, a look of relief washing over his face. He excitedly raised his fist and exclaimed, "Wonderful. This will significantly enhance our communication efficiency in battle." His eyes sparkled with joy, as if envisioning the remarkable advantages the improved communication system would bestow upon them on the battlefield. With the issue of wartime communication resolved, their focus shifted towards upgrading the capability to secure military assistance. Seated in a chair, Tony clasped his hands over his chest, leaning back slightly as he plunged into contemplation. After a moment, he spoke, "Ethan, what are your thoughts on securing military assistance? How can we ensure that we receive prompt support when needed?" His gaze revealed the gravity of the matter, for military aid could prove to be a pivotal factor in turning the tide against formidable foes. Dr. Ethan approached the blackboard, grasping a piece of chalk to sketch a simple flowchart. As he drew, he elucidated, "We can establish a rapid communication channel with the military. When the armor detects a need for assistance, it can automatically send a request, providing detailed battlefield information and our location. Here, we require a high-precision positioning system to ensure the military can locate us accurately. Additionally, we must devise an encrypted communication protocol to safeguard information transmission, preventing interception or interference by adversaries. Do you think this process is feasible?" He turned to Tony, his eyes brimming with inquiry and anticipation. Tony rose and approached the blackboard, scrutinizing the flowchart while gently tracing it with his finger, contemplating each step. After a brief moment, he remarked, This idea is promising. However, we must also consider the military's response time and resource allocation capabilities. We need to ensure they can respond in the shortest possible time and provide the assistance we genuinely require. For instance, if we encounter an enemy with formidable firepower, we may need the military to supply heavy weaponry. If faced with a biochemical threat, we might require specialized decontamination units. How can we convey our needs to the military accurately? His brow furrowed slightly as he pondered the potential challenges within this proposal. Thus, they commenced discussions and negotiations with senior officials from SHIELD and military representatives. During a pivotal meeting, Tony stood before the projector, gesturing towards the schematic of the armor, passionately articulating their vision. "Director, esteemed generals," he began, "we aspire to establish a more cohesive collaboration mechanism. When our armor encounters emergencies during missions and requires military assistance, we must receive swift and precise responses. Through satellite communication and encrypted data transmission, we can achieve real-time information sharing. Consequently, the military can gain immediate insight into battlefield conditions and make the most rational decisions. Here, you can see our designed communication interface and data transmission method, which ensures the secure and rapid transfer of information." His gaze was resolute and filled with confidence, yearning for the acknowledgement and support of those around him. Director Furue nodded, his arms crossed over his chest, and remarked, "Tony, your vision is indeed prescient. However, the military adheres to its own protocols and regulations. We must collaboratively explore a feasible solution. After all, military operations must account for numerous factors and cannot simply abandon established norms to satisfy our demands." His tone conveyed both an appreciation for Tony's ideas and a concern for potential complications in practical implementation. A military representative seated at the conference table, his expression grave, declared, "We can establish a dedicated emergency response team to address your requests for assistance. However, we need to delineate the conditions and procedures under which such requests may be initiated to ensure the judicious allocation and utilization of resources. For instance, Under what circumstances may an aid request be triggered, and what precise information must you provide? His words reflected the military's meticulousness and emphasis on resource management. Following an intense discussion, everyone expressed their opinions, raising various questions and suggestions. Tony and Dr. Ethan attentively listened to each perspective, continually refining and adjusting their proposal. Ultimately, they reached a consensus, solidifying the specific plan and process for obtaining military assistance. Subsequently, they commenced modifications to the battle armor. Tony and Dr. Ethan meticulously integrated a specialized communication module into the armor, which encompassed the most advanced communication technology and encryption algorithms. They repeatedly checked the connections, ensuring that each solder joint was secure and every chip functioned properly. During the testing phase, Tony stood before the armor, addressing its communication system, Jarvis. Simulate a request for military assistance. A hint of tension colored his voice, for this was a pivotal test, crucial to the functionality's success. Request is being sent, sir. Jarvis responded. Moments later, the communicator relayed a reply from the military. This is the military emergency response team. We have received your request. Please provide detailed information, and we will deploy as soon as possible. Tony exchanged a glance with Dr. Ethan, a satisfied smile illuminating their faces. Tony patted Ethan on the shoulder, saying, "It appears this function has been successfully implemented. Ethan, our efforts have not been in vain." Dr. Ethan, smiling in return, replied, "Indeed, but we must not become complacent. Further field tests are necessary to ensure smooth operation under real conditions. After all, the battlefield is ever-changing, and we must be thoroughly prepared." A glimmer of caution and a pursuit of perfection shone in his eyes. Having completed the upgrade for acquiring military assistance, they turned their thoughts to how to enable remote summoning of S.H.I.E.L.D. superhero support. Tony and Dr. Ethan sat in the laboratory, surrounded by a clutter of blueprints and documents on the table, some sheets filled with dense notes and calculations. Tony tapped the table thoughtfully, a pensive expression gracing his features as he remarked, "Ethan, the function of summoning superhero assistance is no trivial matter. How can we ensure that we can accurately contact the appropriate superhero when the need arises?" His fingers rhythmically drummed on the table, betraying the inner turmoil and contemplation he experienced. Dr. Ethan pondered for a moment before picking up a sheet of paper adorned with rudimentary mind maps, stating, "We could establish a superhero database, encompassing all the information and contact details of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s superheroes, along with their unique abilities and areas of expertise. In the event of an emergency, the armor could employ intelligent algorithms to automatically filter the most suitable superheroes based on the battlefield conditions and mission requirements, dispatching a request for assistance. For instance, when confronted with an adversary wielding formidable magical powers, the system could prioritize selecting a sorcerer superhero like Doctor Strange for support." His eyes sparkled with wisdom, brimming with confidence in this proposition. Tony's eyes lit up, excitement evident in his voice as he replied, "That's an excellent idea. But how can we ensure that the superheroes respond promptly? They may also be engaged in other missions." A trace of concern mingled with his enthusiasm, for he understood that superheroes, too, had their own obligations and could not be on standby at all times. Dr. Ethan chuckled softly, responding, "We could implement a prioritization system, determining the urgency and significance of requests to establish their precedence. Furthermore, we can communicate with the superheroes in advance to formulate a response mechanism that guarantees they can make timely decisions upon receiving a request. For example, in the case of a top-tier emergency task, superheroes would need to respond within a stipulated time frame and assess their capacity to assist. We could also introduce incentive mechanisms or cooperative agreements to bolster their willingness to participate." "Very well, let's proceed with that," Tony declared, his eagerness to embark on this initiative palpable. They commenced discussions and coordination with the superheroes of S.H.I.E.L.D., introducing them to this plan and soliciting their insights and recommendations. During a meeting with Captain Steve Rogers, Tony enthusiastically expressed, "Captain, we are upgrading the armor and hope to incorporate the capability for remote superhero assistance. What are your thoughts on this idea?" His gaze was filled with anticipation, yearning for the endorsement and support of this esteemed superhero. Steve Rogers stood with his arms crossed, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement, stating, "This is quite a commendable idea, Tony. In the face of formidable foes, teamwork is of paramount importance. However, we must ensure the reliability and security of this system to prevent exploitation by our adversaries. As you know, enemies may attempt to undermine our collaboration or gain access to our communications." His expression conveyed a deep regard for teamwork and a vigilant awareness of potential risks. Tony concurred, assuring, "Rest assured, Captain, We will implement a series of security measures to ensure that this function can only be activated in genuine need. Moreover, we shall conduct stringent scrutiny and validation of all requests to ensure that no erroneous operations occur. We will employ cutting-edge encryption technologies to safeguard communications. Jarvis will also monitor the system's operations in real time, and should any anomalies arise, immediate action will be taken. His tone was resolute and confident, reflecting the determination and capability they possessed. With the support of the superheroes, Tony and Dr. Ethan commenced the establishment of a superhero database and the development of a corresponding communication system. They devoted considerable time and effort to gathering detailed information on each superhero, including their abilities, equipment, and previous combat experiences. Simultaneously, they crafted intricate algorithms that would allow the armor to accurately identify the most suitable superheroes based on varying battlefield conditions. After a significant period of endeavor, this functionality was finally in its preliminary stages of completion. Tony was eager to conduct a test. Jarvis, simulate a scenario for a remote call for superhero assistance. Let us assume we are confronting a formidable magical adversary and require support from magic-wielding superheroes, Tony declared, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. Currently filtering suitable superheroes, sir. A support request has been dispatched to Dr. Strange, Jarvis responded. Moments later, Tony received a text message on his phone, a reply from Dr. Strange. Request received, Tony. I will arrive as swiftly as possible. Tony enthusiastically pumped his fist, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, Excellent. This feature has finally succeeded. Ethan, we have taken a significant step forward. His eyes sparkled with a sense of accomplishment, envisioning the immense advantage this functionality would bestow upon them on the battlefield. Dr. Ethan also smiled, saying, Indeed. But we cannot afford to relax. The functionality for real-time satellite monitoring and access permissions still requires our refinement. The complexity of its implementation is considerable, yet the rewards it promises will be monumental. His eyes reflected a thirst for challenge and an anticipation of success. They began to explore how to secure satellite real-time monitoring and access permissions for the armor. Tony sat before the computer, his gaze intently fixed on the plethora of data on the screen, his brow furrowed. While perusing various technical documents, he remarked, Ethan, obtaining satellite permissions will not be an easy feat. We must collaborate closely with DS Satellite Division and address a myriad of technical and security challenges. Look here, the data transmission protocols and satellite orbital parameters are involved. Every detail must be executed flawlessly. His tone conveyed a hint of concern and caution. Dr. Ethan nodded, standing behind Tony and scrutinizing the information on the screen. Indeed, but once we succeed, the armor will become exponentially more powerful. We will be able to access global intelligence in real time, which will greatly aid us in executing our missions. Imagine, in combat, being able to preemptively understand the enemy's deployments and movements. This would provide invaluable support for our decision-making. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Filled with hope for the prospects of this functionality, they engaged in numerous discussions and negotiations with DS Satellite Division. During a meeting, Tony sat at the conference table, a substantial stack of technical proposals before him. He articulated their requirements to the head of the satellite department. We desire the battle armor to access satellite monitoring data in real time, enabling us to better comprehend enemy movements and the fluctuations of our surroundings during combat. This necessitates that you provide us with the appropriate interfaces and permissions, ensuring the secure transmission of data. As you can see, we have formulated a comprehensive security plan, encompassing data encryption, access control, and more, to ensure there is no threat to the satellite system's security. His tone was earnest and resolute, seeking to persuade the head of the satellite department. Chapter 21. A multifaceted discussion on mech upgrades. The head of the satellite department furrowed his brow, meticulously reviewing the proposal presented by Tony. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Tony, this involves sensitive information and security concerns. We must ensure that your battle armor system possesses adequate security to prevent data breaches or enemy tampering. After all, satellite data pertains to national security. Should any issues arise, the repercussions could be dire. His tone was imbued with apprehension and caution. Tony smiled reassuringly, stating, Rest assured, we will employ the most advanced encryption technologies and security measures. Moreover, Jarvis will monitor and analyze all data in real time, taking immediate action upon detecting any anomalies. We will also conduct regular security assessments and upgrades to ensure absolute reliability. Here, take a look at our security assessment report and upgrade plan. He produced a detailed report and handed it to the head of the satellite department, showcasing their efforts and preparations regarding security. After extensive discussion and negotiation, the satellite department ultimately consented to grant the battle armor a certain level of real-time satellite monitoring and access permissions. Tony and Dr. Ethan felt a wave of relief wash over them. They recognized this as a significant breakthrough, albeit one that also entailed greater responsibility and challenges. Tony and Dr. Ethan commenced the upgrade of the battle armor system, enabling seamless integration with the SHIELD satellite network. They undertook a thorough optimization and adjustment of both the software and hardware of the battle armor, ensuring its stable reception and processing of satellite data. During the testing phase, Tony stood in the center of the laboratory, addressing Jarvis. Jarvis, access satellite monitoring and check the situation surrounding our laboratory. His voice was laced with anticipation and tension. Connecting to the satellite, sir. Real-time imagery of the area surrounding the laboratory has been acquired, Jarvis responded. Tony gazed at the clear satellite image displayed on the computer screen, which revealed the buildings, roads, and crowds surrounding the laboratory, even distinguishing the make and license plate numbers of individual vehicles. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he remarked, "This is incredible. It's as if we have a pair of celestial eyes. Ethan, look at this. We can see everything around us clearly. It will provide us with a tremendous advantage in combat." Dr. Ethan also gazed excitedly at the screen, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm, and replied, "Indeed, the realization of this feature will significantly enhance our combat capabilities. However, we must continually optimize and refine our systems to ensure stable operation under various complex circumstances. After all, the battlefield is ever-changing, and we cannot afford the slightest complacency." In the days that followed, Tony and Dr. Ethan devoted substantial time and effort to repeatedly testing and enhancing the satellite real-time monitoring and access capabilities. They simulated a myriad of intricate battlefield environments, including severe weather conditions and intense electromagnetic interference, to guarantee that the armor could utilize satellite monitoring functionality under any circumstance. During a simulation test of torrential rain, Tony gazed at the somewhat blurred satellite imagery on the screen, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Jarvis. Analyze the cause of the image distortion. Sir, the thickening cloud cover and atmospheric interference due to the downpour have resulted in a certain degree of signal attenuation. Adjusting signal reception parameters now, Jarvis, promptly replied. Dr. Ethan, contemplating nearby, stated, "We may need to further optimize the signal processing algorithm to enhance image clarity in adverse weather conditions." Through relentless adjustments and improvements, they successfully enhanced the armor's satellite monitoring performance in inclement weather. Simultaneously, they continued to refine other functions of the armor. Tony and Dr. Ethan upgraded the armor's weaponry system, incorporating new weapons to increase its potency in combat. Standing beside the armor, holding a new energy weapon, Tony declared, "We need to diversify the armor's weaponry to counter various types of adversaries. This energy weapon can unleash powerful energy instantaneously, inflicting significant damage on the enemy." Dr. Ethan nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, we could also equip the armor with some long-range attack weapons, such as missiles or laser cannons, allowing for strikes at a distance while minimizing our own risks." They also reinforced the armor's defensive system, enhancing its resilience against attacks. Dr. Ethan pointed to the armor's exterior, suggesting, "We could employ a new alloy material that possesses greater strength and toughness, better withstanding enemy assaults. Additionally, we could add a layer of energy shield on the armor's surface to further bolster its defensive capabilities." Tony concurred, stating, "Excellent idea. We must make the armor an impregnable fortress." After completing a series of upgrades, Tony decided to invite Pepper and Coulson to witness their achievements. As Pepper entered the laboratory and beheld the revitalized armor, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes brimming with delight. "Tony, is this the improved armor you've created? It looks incredible. It's as if it originated from a future technological marvel." Tony approached with a proud smile, affirming, "Indeed, Pepper, this is our tirelessly refined fourth-generation armor, which boasts significant advancements in numerous aspects." Coulson stepped forward, examining the armor closely, his curiosity piqued. "Tony, I've heard you've made substantial improvements in interactivity. Could you elaborate on that for us?" Tony nodded and began to introduce the new features of the armor. Firstly, there is the wartime communication system, which allows for more convenient communication with teammates, ensuring a more stable signal. Next is the capability to summon military assistance in emergencies. We can swiftly receive support from the armed forces. Furthermore, there is the function to remotely call for SHIELD superhero support, which will bolster our confidence when facing formidable adversaries. Lastly, the satellite real-time monitoring and access permissions enable us to acquire intelligence globally, significantly enhancing our situational awareness on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Pepper exhibited a look of concern and remarked, "Tony, while these features are impressive, could they also pose certain risks? For instance, issues regarding information security." Tony gently patted Pepper's shoulder and reassured her, "Do not worry, Pepper. We have implemented a series of security measures to prevent any information leaks. Moreover, JARVIS will continuously monitor the system's security status and will take immediate action upon detecting any anomalies." Coulson then added, "Tony, your work is truly commendable. These upgraded armors will provide formidable support for SHIELD's mission execution. The director will undoubtedly be pleased." Just then, Director Fury entered with a satisfied smile, stating, "I am indeed pleased. Tony, Ethan, your achievements have surpassed my expectations. These armors will become vital tools in our fight against threats." Tony and Dr. Ethan saluted the director, responding, "Director, this is merely our duty. We will continue to strive to contribute to the safety of SHIELD and the Earth." In the days that followed, Tony and Dr. Ethan were not content with their current accomplishments. They understood that the development of technology is unending and that adversaries continually evolve and grow stronger. To better protect the Earth, they must incessantly explore new technologies and functionalities. They began researching ways to enhance the artificial intelligence of the armor, enabling JARVIS to assist Tony in combat more intelligently. Sitting in the lab, Tony pondered over the JARVIS code displayed on the computer screen, declaring, "JARVIS, we need to elevate your intelligence. You must better understand my commands, anticipate enemy actions, and provide me with more precise decision-making advice. Sir, I will strive to learn and improve." JARVIS's voice resonated from the speakers. Dr. Ethan interjected, "We could integrate some deep learning algorithms into JARVIS, allowing it to learn from vast amounts of combat data and continually enhance its intelligence." They commenced gathering various combat data, including sensor data from the armor and enemy behavior patterns, and tasked JARVIS with analysis and learning. After a period of diligent effort, JARVIS's intelligence significantly improved. It became more adept at predicting enemy movements and providing Tony with more effective decision-making suggestions. Simultaneously, Tony and Dr. Ethan were also investigating ways to enhance the armor's mobility and agility. They devised a novel propulsion system, enabling the armor to fly and maneuver at greater speeds. Tony stood beside the armored suit, gazing at the newly installed propulsion system, and remarked, "This propulsion system will render us more agile and versatile in combat, enabling us to evade enemy attacks more effectively." Dr. Ethan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we can also incorporate special maneuver modes into the suit, such as rolling and jumping, making it more challenging for adversaries to land a hit." They conducted a series of tests and adjustments on the armor, continuously optimizing the propulsion system and maneuver modes, elevating the suit's mobility and flexibility to unprecedented heights. As time passed, Tony and Dr. Ethan consistently achieved new breakthroughs in the enhancement of the armor. Their diligent efforts not only provided S.H.I.E.L.D. with a formidable weapon, but also made significant contributions to the preservation of peace and safety on Earth. In the days to come, they would persevere along the path of technological advancement, tirelessly striving for the future of the planet. The upgraded fourth-generation version of the original armor would play an even more pivotal role in future battles, becoming an invaluable ally to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the superheroes, safeguarding Earth's tranquility and security. Upon completing the modifications and upgrades to the fourth-generation version of the original armor, Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan were acutely aware that theoretical perfection does not equate to flawless performance in practical application. To ensure the armor's stable operation during combat and mission execution without any errors, they resolved to undertake a comprehensive and rigorous testing regimen with the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. On this day, the sun shone brightly, its warm rays illuminating the expansive training grounds of S.H.I.E.L.D., casting a golden glow in anticipation of the impending tests. Surrounding the training field, an array of advanced equipment stood in meticulous order, exuding a palpable sense of technological prowess. Tony and Ethan stood beside the brand-new armor, their expressions a mixture of eagerness and slight apprehension. Clad in his signature suit, impeccably tailored and striking, Tony's gaze was steadfastly fixed on the armor, as if he were beholding his own child, filled with affection and anticipation. He furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Ethan, this is the culmination of our hard work. I hope it performs exceptionally in this test." His voice was deep and resonant, revealing a hint of inner trepidation. Dr. Ethan nodded, dressed in a crisp white lab coat that accentuated his professionalism. He adjusted his glasses, and the focused gaze behind the lenses conveyed his seriousness. With a smile, he replied, "Tony, we have made thorough preparations, but real combat is the only true measure of truth. Let us await the outcome." His tone was imbued with confidence, yet tinged with caution. Jarvis's voice emanated from the armor, clear and steady. "Sir, the system has completed a comprehensive self-check. All indicators are normal, and we are ready to initiate testing." Just then, Director Fury approached with Pepper Potts, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, a fitted suit skirt paired with a white blouse. Pepper exuded elegance and vitality. Her eyes reflected both concern for Tony and curiosity about the armor. She bit her lips slightly, her hands unconsciously clenching. Her gaze fixed intently on Tony and the suit. Director Fury wore a serious expression, clad in his black S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform. His gaze deep and piercing. He understood the significance of this test, which not only pertained to the future of the armor, but also to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capacity to confront various threats. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode confidently to Tony, stating, "Tony, today rests upon your shoulders." His voice was low and grave, imbued with anticipation and trust. Tony replied with a confident smile, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "Rest assured, Director, we are confident." He then turned to Pepper, his demeanor softening. Gently grasping her hand, he assured her, "Pepper, do not worry. This will be spectacular." His smile radiated warmth akin to sunlight, seeking to alleviate her concerns. Pepper nodded slightly, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes, yet she managed to smile and say, "Tony, please be careful." Her voice was gentle, filled with concern. Shortly thereafter, Captain America Steve Rogers, Dr. Strange, and Dr. Connor arrived at the training ground. The captain, adorned in his iconic stars and stripes uniform, exuded a reassuring strength with his robust physique. His gaze was resolute and calm, as if no challenge could impede his advance. Dr. Strange donned a mysterious sorcerer's robe, its arcane symbols shimmering with a faint glow. His eyes gleamed with profound wisdom, as if capable of perceiving all. Dr. Connor, a seasoned scientist, wore glasses that accentuated his eager thirst for innovation and exploration. Clad in a white lab coat, he held a tablet, ever ready to record data and observe the proceedings. Tony approached them, extending his greetings. "Captain, Dr. Strange, Dr. Connor, thank you for participating in this test. Your experience and insights are invaluable to us." His face lit up with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with respect and anticipation. The captain responded with a smile, "Tony, we eagerly await the performance of this generation of armor. Teamwork is paramount in battle. I hope we can together refine it to perfection." His voice was resonant and steadfast, instilling a sense of inspiration. Dr. Strange nodded, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Indeed, Tony. The fusion of magic and technology might yield unforeseen results. I too am keen to observe how the armor adapts to various scenarios." His tone was rich with expectation and a desire for exploration. Dr. Connor adjusted his glasses, excitement illuminating his gaze. "Tony, I have always been fascinated by your technological innovations. I am thrilled to participate in this test. I will offer insights from a scientific perspective in hopes of assisting you." His voice resonated with enthusiasm for science and a yearning for new technology. The test commenced officially, beginning with the fundamental performance evaluation of the armor. Tony donned the suit, which instantaneously conformed to his body, as if merging with him. He activated the propulsion system and soared into the sky, the thrusters emitting a dazzling brilliance, propelling him skyward like an arrow released from its bow. He executed a series of intricate maneuvers in the air, including rapid turns, dives, and ascents, showcasing the agility and flexibility of the armor. Tony's face radiated excitement and concentration as he reveled in the armor's performance, as if he were dancing gracefully in the sky. On the ground, Dr. Ethan and Dr. Connor closely monitored various data metrics. Dr. Connor's eyes were fixed intently on the readings, his brow slightly furrowed as he remarked, "Ethan, based on the current data, the propulsion system of the armor has shown significant improvement, yet we must further observe its energy consumption during high-speed flight." His fingers swiftly glided across the tablet, recording every fluctuation in the data. Dr. Ethan nodded, his gaze earnest and focused. "Indeed, we need to ensure that the armor can maintain a stable energy supply during prolonged combat. Jarvis, report on the energy consumption." His voice was steady and calm, reflecting a scientist's meticulous approach to problem solving. "Doctor, the current energy consumption remains within normal parameters. However, there is a slight increase in consumption rate during high-speed flight and frequent acceleration," Jarvis replied, his voice emanating clearly and accurately from the armor's communication system. Upon hearing this, Tony responded, I will pay attention to adjusting my flight style to see if I can optimize energy consumption. A hint of contemplation colored his tone as he began experimenting with various flying techniques and movements to find the most efficient energy usage pattern. Next came the weapon system test. Tony hovered in the air, his gaze intently aimed at the targets on the ground. The targets were strategically placed at different distances, simulating various combat scenarios. Tony pressed the weapon launch button, unleashing energy cannons, missiles, and other armaments that soared forth with formidable power and precise guidance, striking the targets with accuracy and triggering a series of explosions. The sound of detonations echoed throughout the training grounds, flames erupted skyward, and smoke filled the air. Captain America observed from the sidelines, his expression revealing admiration, yet he offered valuable advice. Tony, the weapon's power is impressive, but in actual combat, one must consider the unique characteristics of different environments and foes. The speed and accuracy of weapon switching are equally critical. His arms crossed over his chest, his demeanor serious and focused, as if commanding a battle on the field. Tony replied, "You're right, Captain. We will further refine the weapon system's interface to enable quicker switching and targeting." Jarvis logged the weapon launch data and analyzed the effects under various conditions. His eyes gleamed with determination for improvement, contemplating how to elevate the weapon system's performance further. "Understood, sir," Jarvis responded. Following this was the defense system test of the armor. SHIELD. Personnel activated the simulated attack apparatus, launching beams of energy and projectiles toward the armor. The energy shield on the armor illuminated, forming a radiant blue aura, successfully deflecting the assaults. Energy beams and projectiles collided with the shield, emitting dazzling light and resounding noise, as if a fierce battle were unfolding. Dr. Strange observed the defensive capabilities of the armor, his gaze reflecting contemplation and assessment. "Tony, the strength of the energy shield is commendable. However, magical attacks often possess unique attributes, necessitating consideration of the armor's defensive prowess against such assaults. May I employ some rudimentary magical attacks for testing?" Mysterious arcs of magical light flickered in his hand, ready for invocation. Without hesitation, Tony replied, "Of course, Doctor. We aim to uncover any shortcomings of the suit as thoroughly as possible." His eyes brimmed with trust in Dr. Strange and a serious commitment to the test. Dr. Strange extended his hand, conjuring a small orb of magical energy, which glimmered with an enigmatic radiance as it soared toward the armor. Upon contact, the energy shield exhibited fluctuations, its brilliance flickering uncertainly, yet ultimately succeeded in repelling the attack. Dr. Strange nodded, a hint of satisfaction illuminating his expression. It appears the armor possesses a degree of resistance to magical energy, yet further enhancement is necessary. We could explore magical protective runes or energy conversion devices to bolster the armor's defensive efficacy against magical onslaughts. His mind began to contemplate various potential solutions. Dr. Ethan promptly recorded Dr. Strange's suggestions. "That's an excellent avenue of thought, Doctor. We shall consider this direction in our forthcoming improvements." His eyes sparkled with excitement over the new ideas and anticipation for enhancements. Chapter 22. Practical Combat Simulation. Next came the Practical Combat Simulation. SHIELD orchestrated a complex battlefield environment, incorporating enemy assaults, obstacles, and terrain variations. Various virtual adversaries were deployed, each exhibiting distinct attack methods and tactics. Clad in the armor, Tony entered the simulated battlefield, instantly enveloped by a tense combat atmosphere. He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute and focused, prepared to confront the challenge ahead. During the skirmish, Tony adeptly utilized the myriad functions of the armor, engaging in fierce exchanges with the foes. The combat communication system proved invaluable, allowing him to maintain close contact with Dr. Ethan and other teammates on the ground, promptly relaying battlefield conditions and seeking counsel. "Ethan, I've discerned a pattern in the enemy's attack strategies. I'm attempting to devise a countermeasure," Tony communicated through the communicator, his voice infused with excitement and concentration, as if he had stumbled upon a crucial breakthrough on the battlefield. Dr. Ethan responded, "Understood, Tony. We will analyze the information you provide to ascertain if we can identify the enemy's vulnerabilities." His eyes were fixed intently on the data displayed on the computer screen, fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, dissecting the insights Tony transmitted. Captain America observed the combat situation from the sidelines, his gaze sharp and penetrating, missing no detail. "Tony, be wary of the enemy's teamwork. They might employ flanking or combined attack tactics. Utilize the armor's maneuverability to evade encirclement." His voice was steady and authoritative, offering Tony vital tactical guidance. Upon hearing the commotion, Tony swiftly reacted. He harnessed the flight capabilities and agile maneuvers of his suit, deftly navigating through the air to evade enemy attacks. His eyes radiated decisiveness and cleverness as he quickly identified the vulnerabilities of his foes, launching a fierce assault that successfully vanquished a wave of adversaries. However, amidst the fray, the suit encountered some minor issues. At one juncture, while evading an onslaught, a sensor within the armor experienced a brief malfunction, resulting in a distortion of his perception of the surrounding environment. Jarvis. What is going on? It seems there's an issue with the sensor, Tony inquired anxiously, his brow furrowed and a hint of concern flickering in his gaze. Sir, I am currently diagnosing the source of the malfunction. It appears that the recent intense energy impact may have caused the sensor wiring to become loose. Jarvis replied, maintaining a tone of calm professionalism. On the ground, Dr. Ethan immediately interjected, Tony, withdraw from combat for the moment. We need to inspect the suit. His expression turned serious as he swiftly gathered tools, preparing to examine the armor. Reluctantly, Tony returned to the ground, a look of regret and worry etched across his face. Pepper stood nearby, watching with concern. She stepped forward and gently clasped Tony's hand, asking, Tony, are you all right? Her eyes were filled with care and apprehension. Do not fret, Pepper. This is merely a minor issue. We shall resolve it swiftly, he reassured her, donning a confident smile in an effort to alleviate her worries. After a tense period of repairs, Dr. Ethan and Dr. Connor meticulously scrutinized the sensor wiring, reconnecting and reinforcing the loose components. Beads of sweat adorned Dr. Ethan's forehead, yet his gaze remained focused and earnest. Dr. Connor, meanwhile, provided technical support, his expression revealing contemplation and analysis. At last, the sensor malfunction was rectified. Tony donned the suit once more, his eyes now reflecting resolve and determination. I am ready, let us resume testing. During the subsequent trials, Tony approached various scenarios with heightened caution. He continually adjusted his tactics, fully leveraging the advantages of his suit, gradually acclimating to the intricate battlefield environment. His movements became increasingly fluid and decisive, and his synergy with the armor grew ever more harmonious. In the face of a formidable enemy assault, Tony resolved to invoke the remote call for SHIELD superhero support. JARVIS. Initiate the remote call for superhero assistance. Requesting Dr. Strange's help. We are confronted by a powerful magical adversary, and I require his aid, Tony stated, his voice tinged with tension and anticipation. Request is being transmitted, Sir. JARVIS. Confirmed. Moments later, Dr. Strange received the call and swiftly arrived at the simulated battlefield. His presence emerged like a wraith, with his mystical staff shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Together with Tony, he engaged the enemy, wielding formidable magical powers that illuminated the entire battleground. The synergy between his magic and Tony's suit formed a formidable fighting force. Tony, utilizing the weaponry system and maneuverability of the armor, collaborated closely with Dr. Strange to triumph over their adversaries. Following the conclusion of the battle, the group convened to summarize and discuss the outcomes of the test. Tony was the first to speak, a hint of fatigue on his face, yet predominantly a glow of excitement and accomplishment. This trial illuminated several shortcomings of the armor, such as the stability of the sensors and its defensive capabilities against magical assaults. Nevertheless, overall, the armor performed commendably, and we have garnered invaluable insights. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for future enhancements. Dr. Ethan nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Indeed, we shall utilize the results of this test to further optimize and refine the armor. My gratitude extends to everyone for their assistance and support. His tone was imbued with appreciation. Captain America remarked, Tony, the armor possesses immense potential, yet in practical combat, teamwork and tactical coordination are equally vital. We must continually hone our collaboration to maximize our combat efficacy. His gaze revealed a profound respect for teamwork and confidence in future engagements. Dr. Strange added, I shall persist in exploring the fusion of magic and technology, seeking ways to equip the armor with enhanced protection and offensive capabilities. Tony, should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. His eyes radiated a fervor for the unknown and a sincere willingness to cooperate. Dr. Connor then proposed some suggestions from a scientific perspective. I believe we can innovate concerning the materials and structure of the armor to bolster its performance and stability. Concurrently, we could investigate new energy technologies to provide more robust power support for the armor. His eyes gleamed with intelligence as he recorded various data and ideas on his tablet. Director Fury, after listening to the contributions of all present, displayed a satisfied smile. Tony, Ethan, your work is exemplary. While this test unearthed certain issues, It also showcased the armor's immense potential. SHIELD will wholeheartedly support your efforts for improvement, and we hope that in the next mission, the armor will serve as our invaluable ally. His gaze was filled with hope for the future and trust in Tony and Ethan. Tony and Dr. Ethan expressed their gratitude to the director, assuring him of their continued dedication to perfecting the armor. In the days that followed, Tony and Dr. Ethan undertook a comprehensive optimization and enhancement of the armor, addressing the issues identified during the test and the suggestions put forth by their colleagues. They have reinforced the protective measures of the sensors, utilizing more robust materials and more stable connections to enhance their stability. They have also explored magical protection techniques, inscribing various protective runes on the armor's surface and installing energy conversion devices capable of transforming the energy from magical attacks into power for the armor, thereby augmenting its capacity to withstand such assaults. Innovations in materials and structure have led to the adoption of a novel alloy, rendering the armor lighter yet sturdier, while the optimization of its internal architecture has significantly improved its maneuverability and agility. Concurrently, they have delved into new energy technologies, developing an efficient energy core that further enhances the armor's power supply and endurance. After a period of diligent effort, the performance of the armor has seen remarkable advancements. Tony and Dr. Ethan once again invited everyone to partake in a verification test. On this day, the training ground was once more imbued with an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the pristine armor, which reflected a dazzling radiance. In this test, the armor's performance astonished all present. It achieved exceptional results across various performance evaluations, demonstrating a qualitative leap in mobility, weapon systems, defensive capabilities, and teamwork with allies. Clad in the armor, Tony proceeded with another flight test. He soared through the sky like a meteor, exhibiting greater speed and agility, while effectively managing energy consumption. The swiftness and precision of the weapon system's transitions were significantly enhanced, allowing instantaneous responses to diverse adversaries and combat scenarios. The defense system proved to be impregnable, effortlessly repelling both energy and magical attacks. During the simulated combat test, Tony engaged in fierce battles against virtual foes. With the formidable capabilities of the armor and his own exceptional skills, he swiftly vanquished the enemies. The communication system during wartime was notably seamless, facilitating impeccable coordination with his teammates. Upon the conclusion of the test, everyone expressed high praise for the efforts of Tony and Dr. Ethan. Pepper smiled, exclaiming, "Tony, you are extraordinary. I am confident that this armor will play a crucial role in the battles to protect Earth." Her eyes sparkled with joy and pride, reveling in Tony's achievements. Captain America gave a thumbs up, his face radiating with admiration. "Tony, this is an outstanding suit of armor. We look forward to fighting alongside you to safeguard the peace of our planet." His gaze brimmed with confidence for future battles and recognition of Tony's prowess. Dr. Strange nodded, revealing a glimmer of awe in his eyes. "Tony, the fusion of your technology with my magic will unveil boundless possibilities. This armor is already equipped to confront various threats." He held his magic staff, contemplating further integration with the armor's technology. Dr. Connor remarked with heartfelt admiration, "Tony, Ethan, your spirit of innovation and relentless effort is truly commendable. I believe this armor will become a milestone in the annals of technological history." His eyes were filled with reverence for scientific innovation and anticipation for the future. Director Fury gazed at the battle armor with satisfaction, his eyes reflecting determination and confidence. "Tony, Ethan, you have made tremendous contributions to SHIELD. This suit of armor will serve as a formidable weapon in our fight against malevolent forces. I look forward to your continued display of intellect and bravery in our future missions to safeguard peace and security on Earth." Tony and Dr. Ethan exchanged a glance, their faces adorned with proud smiles. Tony raised his chin slightly, a glimmer of confidence sparkling in his eyes as he replied, "Director, we shall not disappoint anyone's expectations. This armor is the fruit of our labor, and it is our instrument in protecting Earth." Dr. Ethan adjusted his glasses and stated earnestly, "We will relentlessly strive to refine the armor, dedicating our utmost efforts to the protection of our planet." Sunlight bathed the gathering, enveloping them in a golden radiance. The atmosphere in the training ground was vibrant and filled with hope as everyone reveled in the success of the armor. In the days ahead, Tony and Dr. Ethan continued to collaborate closely with their comrades at SHIELD. They made continual adjustments and optimizations to the armor, enhancing its capabilities based on various combat simulations. During one simulation testing combat against extraterrestrial beings, Tony donned the armor and charged into the fray. The aliens possessed peculiar forms and unconventional attack methods, unleashing powerful energy beams in an attempt to annihilate the armor. Tony maintained his composure, deftly evading their assaults with the armor's high maneuverability while communicating tactical strategies to his ground teammates via the combat communication system. Ethan, these extraterrestrial beings exhibit complex attack patterns. We must identify their vulnerabilities. His voice conveyed focus and tension. Dr. Ethan, analyzing data from the ground, responded, Tony, pay attention to their energy fluctuations. That may reveal their weak points. Captain America observed the skirmish from the sidelines and shouted, Tony, employ the armor's weapon systems for a concentrated assault to breach their defenses. Heeding his teammates' counsel, Tony swiftly recalibrated his strategy. He targeted the energy fluctuation zones of the aliens and unleashed a powerful energy cannon. With a resounding explosion, the alien was struck, erupting in a brilliant display of light. However, the battle was far from over. The extraterrestrial beings began to alter their tactics, coalescing to form a formidable energy shield. Tony's attacks were thwarted by the shield, failing to inflict any significant damage. Jarvis, analyze the structure of this energy shield, Tony said, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Sir, analysis in progress. This energy shield appears to be composed of an unknown energy source, exhibiting substantial defensive capabilities, Jarvis swiftly replied. Just as Tony found himself in a predicament, Dr. Strange arrived on the battlefield. With a flourish of his magical staff, he summoned formidable magical forces. The luminous magic resonated with the armor's energy, working in unison to combat the alien energy shield. Tony, we must unite the forces of magic and technology to shatter this shield, Dr. Strange proclaimed emphatically. Tony nodded in agreement, saying, All right, Doctor, let us strive together. They commenced a collaborative display of their powers. The fusion of magic and technology yielded formidable results. The energy shield gradually weakened under their onslaught, ultimately shattering. Following the conclusion of the battle, they reconvened to reflect upon the experience gained. Tony remarked, This confrontation with extraterrestrial beings has revealed the challenges our armor faces against unknown foes. We must enhance the adaptability and responsiveness of our suits. Dr. Ethan nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we can integrate more intelligent analytical systems into the armor, enabling it to swiftly adjust to various adversaries and combat environments. Captain America added, Collaboration is paramount in such battles. We need to synchronize our efforts more seamlessly to unleash our maximum combat potential. Dr. Strange also contributed his insights, saying, The amalgamation of magic and technology holds vast untapped potential. We can further explore additional magical defenses and offensive techniques to bolster our armor. Dr. Connor approached the matter from a scientific perspective, suggesting, We should investigate the energy structures of these extraterrestrial entities to see if we can derive new concepts for our armor's energy technology. Through their collective efforts, Tony and Dr. Ethan undertook another round of enhancements to the armor. They incorporated intelligent analytical systems, allowing the suit to swiftly identify the weaknesses and attack patterns of adversaries. Further optimized the magical defenses and offensive devices, augmenting the armor's capability to withstand magical and unknown energy assaults, and researched the energy structures of the alien life forms, achieving a breakthrough in the armor's energy technology. Over time, the armor's performance continually improved, becoming a formidable weapon for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the superheroes. In numerous missions, Tony and his armor fought alongside his comrades, safeguarding the peace and security of Earth. On a tempestuous night, S.H.I.E.L.D. received an urgent mission. A nefarious organization sought to unleash a potent biochemical weapon, threatening global safety. Tony and his allies sprang into action, donning their armor and racing to the battlefield. The storm raged on the battlefield, severely reducing visibility. Members of the evil organization guarded the biochemical weapon, poised to deploy it at any moment. Tony utilized the armor's satellite surveillance and access privileges to swiftly ascertain the situation on the ground. Everyone, be cautious. The enemy is numerous, and they may have ambushes set up, Tony warned through the communicator. Captain America responded, Tony, we must quickly locate the biochemical weapon and thwart their sinister plot. Dr. Strange cast spells to provide his teammates with protective measures and enhanced visibility. I can sense the energy fluctuations of the biochemical weapon. Follow me, he urged. Under Dr. Strange's guidance, Tony and his comrades hastened towards the weapon's location. Along the way, they encountered a fierce onslaught from the enemy. The armor's weapon and defense systems proved crucial as Tony engaged in a fierce battle with the adversaries. He employed energy cannons and missiles to dismantle the enemy's fortifications. Simultaneously, the armor's energy shield successfully repelled incoming attacks. However, the enemies remained resolute in their determination to prevail. They activated a specialized device that unleashed a formidable electromagnetic interference, attempting to disrupt the armor's systems. Jarvis, the system is being compromised. Restore it as swiftly as possible. Tony urged anxiously. Sir, I am endeavoring to restore the system, but the interference is quite potent and will require some time, Jarvis replied. In this critical moment, Dr. Connor played a pivotal role. Utilizing his scientific acumen, he swiftly analyzed the frequency and intensity of the electromagnetic disruption and devised a countermeasure. Tony engaged the armor's backup systems while simultaneously adjusting the frequency to evade the electromagnetic interference, Dr. Connor proclaimed. Heeding Dr. Connor's advice, Tony promptly switched to the backup system and adjusted the frequency. Gradually, the armor's systems returned to normal, allowing them to advance. Ultimately, they located the biochemical weapon and successfully thwarted the nefarious organization's plot. Throughout this fierce battle, the armor once again demonstrated its formidable prowess and vital significance. After the skirmish, the team, though fatigued, exchanged glances of satisfaction. They knew they had once more safeguarded the peace and security of the Earth. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a gentle warmth and hope upon the land that had recently endured intense combat. Standing beside the armor, Tony tilted his head slightly, feeling the sun's tender caress. As a profound sense of duty welled up within him, turning to Dr. Ethan with resolute eyes, he declared, Ethan, we cannot afford to pause. Each battle is a trial and an opportunity for growth. We must fortify the armor to confront the more formidable challenges that lie ahead. Dr. Ethan nodded, adjusting his glasses, his gaze equally resolute. Tony, you are right. We have come so far, yet there remains a long journey ahead. We must continuously explore new technologies and enhance the armor's capabilities. At that moment, Captain Steve Rogers approached, his face bearing the weariness of battle, yet his eyes remained bright. Tony, this skirmish has reaffirmed the armor's significance. However, we must not grow complacent. Our adversaries will continually evolve, and we must progress as well. Tony, undeterred, offered a subtle smile. Captain, we shall. With everyone's support and insights, we will undoubtedly transform the armor into the most formidable weapon for protecting the Earth. Dr. Strange then joined their discourse, his magical robe billowing gently in the breeze. Tony, the fusion of magic and technology holds immense potential. We can further explore how to integrate magical forces into the armor to enhance its defensive and offensive capabilities. Tony nodded thoughtfully. Doctor, your suggestion is invaluable. We can collaborate to investigate how to utilize magical runes and energies to elevate the armor's performance. Chapter 23. Jarvis's precise simulation testing. Dr. Connor also contributed to their discussion, holding a tablet that displayed various data and graphs. I have been contemplating ways to enhance the armor's energy efficiency. Perhaps we could investigate a novel energy storage technology or develop a system capable of harnessing energy from the surrounding environment. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dr. Connor, this is a splendid idea. We could explore harnessing solar, wind, or other renewable energies to power the armor. This would not only enhance energy efficiency, but also diminish our reliance on traditional energy sources. In the days that followed, Tony and Dr. Ethan collaborated closely with the S.H.I.E.L.D. team and various superheroes, embarking on a new phase of armor enhancements. They delved into the study of magical runes and the application of arcane energy, attempting to integrate these elements into the armor's defensive and offensive systems. In the laboratory, Tony and Dr. Strange examined an ancient tome of magic. Dr. Strange pointed to a particular rune in the book, saying, Tony, this rune is said to enhance the defensive capabilities of objects. We could try inscribing it onto the armor's surface to see if it improves its defensive prowess. Tony scrutinized the rune, contemplating its application to the armor. Doctor, this is a challenging proposition. We must discover a method to meld the magical runes with the armor's materials while ensuring the stability of the rune's effects. After numerous trials and experiments, they succeeded in engraving the magical rune onto the armor's surface. When the armor activated, the rune glimmered with an enigmatic light, bestowing a formidable layer of magical defense. Meanwhile, Dr. Connor led a team of scientists researching new energy storage technologies. They endeavored to utilize nanotechnology and principles of quantum mechanics to develop a novel battery capable of efficiently storing and releasing energy. After an extensive period of research and experimentation, they ultimately created a groundbreaking energy storage system. This system could not only store vast amounts of energy, but also release it rapidly, providing substantial power support for the armor. With the continuous enhancements to the armor, Tony and Dr. Ethan resolved to conduct a more rigorous field test. They invited S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and other superheroes to partake in this assessment. The testing ground was established in a desolate city, filled with various obstacles and hazards. Tony donned the armor, ready to face the challenge ahead. As the test commenced, Tony swiftly entered combat mode, utilizing the armor's myriad functions to engage in fierce battles against virtual adversaries. The combat communication system proved crucial, enabling him to maintain close contact with his teammates as they devised strategies together. During the skirmish, the armor's new features performed admirably. The magical defense rune successfully repelled enemy magical attacks, while the new energy storage system provided robust power support, allowing Tony to sustain his efforts in battle. However, new issues emerged, such as certain components of the armor overheating during prolonged combat, affecting its performance. Jarvis analyzed the cause of the armor's overheating. Tony remarked amid the fray. "Sir, it may be due to the new energy storage system generating excessive heat during energy release. We must devise a solution to this predicament," Jarvis responded. After the battle concluded, everyone convened once more to summarize and discuss the recent testing. Tony was the first to speak. "This test has illuminated the advancements of the armor, yet it has also revealed certain issues. We must further enhance the cooling system to ensure that the armor maintains its performance during prolonged engagements." Dr. Ethan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we could also contemplate incorporating automatic temperature regulation devices within the armor to prevent component overheating." Captain America offered his own insights. "During combat, we must also be mindful of the judicious allocation of the armor's energy to avoid excessive use of certain features that could lead to overheating." Dr. Strange concurred. "The efficacy of the magical runes could be optimized further. We can research more potent runes to bolster the armor's defensive capabilities." Dr. Connor remarked, "The new energy storage system still has significant room for improvement. We should continue exploring ways to enhance its energy density and stability." Through their collective efforts, Tony and Dr. Ethan undertook yet another round of enhancements to the armor. They refined the cooling system, integrated automatic temperature regulation devices, optimized the magical runes for better resistance against magical assaults, and continued to improve the new energy storage system, augmenting its energy density and stability. After a period of diligent work, the performance of the armor saw remarkable enhancement. Tony reflected with a sense of fulfillment. "Our efforts have not been in vain. This armor embodies our hope and serves as the source of our strength in protecting the Earth." Dr. Ethan smiled and affirmed, "We will persist in our endeavors to strengthen the armor, fighting for the future of our planet." In the days to come, Tony and Dr. Ethan would continue to collaborate with their SHIELD teammates, confronting various challenges and consistently achieving new marvels. They believed that as long as they remained united and leveraged their respective strengths, success was inevitable. System: Fourth optimization of the original armor completed. Enhanced advanced interaction and wartime assistance. Illuminated the fourth-generation optimization blueprint of the original mecha. Earned 30 points and a multi-porous design blueprint for the mecha. Upon completing the upgrade to the fourth-generation armor, Tony and Ethan Younghwa understood that despite the armor having undergone multiple enhancements, ensuring its infallibility under any circumstances necessitated rigorous real-world combat simulations and testing. Sunlight streamed through the laboratory windows, casting a sharp, technologically infused glow upon the pristine armor, as if beckoning forth new challenges. Standing before the armor, Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. "Ethan, this is our most perfect creation to date. But we cannot afford to be complacent. Only through the crucible of true battle can it transform into the ultimate weapon for safeguarding Earth." Ethan adjusted his glasses and nodded resolutely. "Indeed, Tony. This test must be comprehensive and thorough, leaving no detail that could potentially pose a problem overlooked." Nearby, Pepper observed them with a mix of concern and pride. "Tony, you must exercise caution. I know you have great confidence in this armor, but the battlefield is always fraught with uncertainties." Tony approached, gently grasping Pepper's hand. "Do not worry, my dear. With Ethan and everyone here, we shall ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Moreover, JARVIS will be my steadfast guardian at all times." "Of course, Sir JARVIS replied, his voice resonating throughout the laboratory. "I am fully prepared to initiate a variety of combat scenario simulations to ascertain that every function of the armor endures the most rigorous testing." Dr. Strange and Dr. Connor also entered the laboratory, ready to partake in this crucial evaluation. Dr. Strange, wielding his staff, wore a grave expression. "Tony, this time we shall push the amalgamation of magic and technology to its utmost limits, observing how the armor performs in a complex magical environment." Dr. Connor, holding his tablet brimming with data and graphs, added, "We must also focus on testing the armor's energy system and its new interactive features." As JARVIS activated the simulation system, the laboratory was instantly enveloped in a radiant glow, transporting everyone into an entirely new battlefield. Simulation Battlefield 1. The chaotic arena of magic and technology scene description. This battlefield is a convergence of magical energy and technological prowess. With vibrant magical runes swirling in the air, colliding with energy beams from various technological weapons. The adversaries consist of a hybrid force capable of wielding magic while equipped with advanced weaponry, concealed behind magical fog and energy shields, launching attacks on Tony's armor. Process. Clad in his armor, Tony soared into the fray. Upon entering, he felt a powerful surge of energy. JARVIS. Initiate a comprehensive scan and analyze the enemy's attack patterns, he commanded. Scanning now, sir. The enemy's magical assaults are deceptive and may disrupt the armor's sensors. I recommend activating the Magical Analysis Module, JARVIS, responded. Tony engaged the Magical Analysis Module, causing the runes on the armor's surface to flicker, countering the magical interference. He charged towards the enemy while unleashing energy blasts. The energy projectiles collided with the enemy's magical shields, erupting in brilliant displays of light. Dr. Strange, these magical shields are rather troublesome. What do you suggest? Tony inquired through his communicator. Tony, attempt to synchronize the armor's energy with my magic to disrupt their shield frequency. Dr. Strange advised, casting a mysterious beam towards the enemy's shield. Tony adjusted the energy output of his armor to resonate with Dr. Strange's magical beam. Together, their combined efforts created fissures in the enemy's magical shield. Now's our chance. Tony intensified the energy output, successfully breaching the enemy's defenses and obliterating a contingent of foes. However, the adversaries retaliated with more potent magical assaults, bolts of magic lightning arcing towards Tony. Though the armor's energy shield absorbed most of the strikes, some lightning penetrated the defenses, causing temporary overloads in certain systems. JARVIS. What is the status of the systems? Tony asked anxiously. Sir, several non-critical systems have experienced overload, but are rebooting automatically. I recommend optimizing the magical energy absorption and conversion module to better withstand such attacks. JARVIS replied. After the battle concluded, Tony returned to the ground, where everyone gathered around him. This assault indicated that while the magical defenses were effective, they necessitated further enhancement. Ethan remarked with a furrowed brow. Dr. Strange nodded in agreement. We must delve deeper into the convergence of magic and technology, enabling the armor to respond more adeptly to attacks in a magical environment. Dr. Connor examined the armor's data. The stability of the energy system under magical assault also requires improvement. Excessive energy fluctuations could potentially damage the suit. Simulated Battlefield 2. Energy Crisis and Enemy Assault Scene Description. The energy system of the armor is subjected to mysterious interference, leading to rapid energy depletion while simultaneously facing a multitude of enemy assaults. The enemy employs diverse forms of attack, including energy pulses, physical strikes, and electromagnetic disturbances. The battlefield is intricate, featuring narrow passages, towering structures, and concealed traps. Process. As Tony entered the battlefield, he noticed the energy indicator of the armor flashing erratically. Jarvis, what is happening? Why is the energy depleting so swiftly? Tony inquired anxiously. Sir, an unknown energy interference source has been detected and is currently being located. The armor's remaining energy is below 50%, Jarvis replied. Enemies surged from all directions, and Tony utilized the armor's agility to navigate through the narrow corridors, evading their attacks. However, due to insufficient energy, prolonged flight was not feasible. Tony, conserve energy and use the environment to avoid the enemies, Ethan reminded from the observation room. While evading foes, Tony sought the source of the energy interference. He noticed that the enemy's assaults seemed concentrated around several specific buildings, suspecting that the interference source might reside within one of them. Upon approaching a structure, the enemies unleashed an electromagnetic disturbance, causing the armor's movements to slow. Dr. Connor, the electromagnetic interference is too strong. Is there any solution? Tony shouted. Attempt to adjust the armor's electromagnetic frequency to evade the enemy's interference band. Dr. Connor swiftly responded. Following the suggestion, Tony adjusted the frequency, regaining some maneuverability. He charged into the building and discovered the energy interference source, a colossal energy absorption device. Jarvis, analyze this device to see if it can be destroyed, Tony instructed. Sir, the device possesses formidable defenses. Direct attacks may trigger an energy explosion. It is advisable to locate its energy transmission lines and sever the connections, Jarvis advised. Tony searched the building for the transmission lines while fending off enemy attacks. During an evasive maneuver against an energy pulse, he inadvertently triggered a trap and was ensnared by an energy net. Tony, Pepper exclaimed anxiously from the observation room. Don't worry, I can handle it. Tony activated the armor's emergency energy, breaking free from the energy net. Ultimately, he located the energy transmission lines and successfully dismantled the interference source, restoring the armor's energy to normal levels. With ample energy at his disposal, he swiftly defeated the remaining enemies. After the battle, Tony returned to the group, the armor still bearing the marks of combat. This test revealed the vulnerabilities of the energy system. In the face of unknown energy interference, we require better defenses and countermeasures, Tony stated. Dr. Connor scrutinized the data. We can develop a backup energy system that automatically switches on when the primary energy source is disrupted, ensuring the fundamental functions of the armor remain intact. Ethan nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, we must enhance the protection of the armor's energy transmission lines to prevent ease of destruction by adversaries. Simulated Battlefield 3, intense combat in extreme environment scene description. The battlefield is enveloped in an environment of extreme heat and intense radiation, with corrosive gases permeating the air. The enemy comprises a species adapted to such severe conditions, possessing resilient bodies and launching attacks infused with corrosive and high-temperature damage. The armor must sustain its performance amidst these harsh surroundings while engaging in prolonged, high-intensity confrontations with the foe. Process. Tony stepped into the simulated battlefield, immediately engulfed by the oppressive heat and radiation. The armor's temperature control system sprang into action. Jarvis, the environmental temperature is excessively high. Please monitor the system's temperature closely, Tony instructed. Sir, the emergency cooling protocol has been initiated, but the elevated temperatures may compromise the armor's materials. It is advisable to minimize prolonged exposure to these high-temperature zones, Jarvis responded. The enemy launched an assault, their corrosive liquid splashing onto the armor with a hissing sound. Signs of corrosion began to manifest on the armor's outer protective layer. Ethan, the protective materials of the armor will not endure in this environment for long. We must implement improvements, Tony exclaimed. Tony, see if you can utilize elements from the environment to counter the enemy. For instance, look for substances that can neutralize the corrosive liquid, Ethan suggested. As Tony scoured the battlefield, he discovered some unique ores. Employing the mechanical arm of his armor, he collected the ores, crushed them, and scattered them over the corrosive liquid, successfully neutralizing a portion of the attack. Yet, the enemy's high-temperature assaults continued to exert immense pressure on the armor. The internal temperature of the armor soared, and Tony began to feel a sense of breathlessness. Jarvis, activate the backup mode for the oxygen circulation system, while simultaneously enhancing cooling, Tony commanded. During the skirmish, Tony observed that the enemy moved swiftly in the high-temperature environment but became sluggish in cooler areas. He employed the armor's weapon systems to create low-temperature zones, thereby restricting the enemy's movements. Dr. Strange, is there a way to use magic to lower the ambient temperature? Tony inquired. I can attempt it, but under such radiative conditions, the efficacy of magic may be compromised, Dr. Strange replied, conjuring magic that manifested as ice blocks, thereby reducing the local temperature. After an extended battle, although the armor successfully withstood the enemy's assaults, it sustained significant damage. This test has revealed that there is considerable room for improvement in the armor's survivability in extreme environments, Tony remarked, his face glistening with sweat. Ethan examined the extent of the armor's damage. We need to develop a material that is more heat-resistant and corrosion-proof, while also optimizing the armor's environmental adaptation system to enhance its performance in extreme conditions. Dr. Connor added, we could also explore how to harness energy from the extreme environment, such as high thermal energy and radiation, converting it into power for the armor to achieve self-sufficiency. Simulated Battlefield 4. Information warfare and the unraveling of the armor scene description. The adversaries are a cadre of adept hackers skilled in information warfare, who have infiltrated the armor's systems in an attempt to commandeer it to launch attacks against its own allies. Concurrently, other enemies engage in assaults, sowing chaos across the battlefield. The armor must regain control amidst the disruptions and confront the foes. Narrative progression. As Tony soared through the battlefield, an unexpected anomaly manifested within the armor's control systems. Jarvis, what is happening? I have lost partial control of the armor, Tony exclaimed in distress. Sir, external intrusion has been detected. The enemy is attempting to manipulate the armor's command systems. I am endeavoring to resist, but their offensive is formidable, Jarvis responded, his voice tinged with instability. The armor veered uncontrollably towards its allies, and Tony grappled with the invasive programming. Dr. Connor, is there a method to restore control? Tony inquired urgently. Attempt to activate the armor's manual emergency system, sever the connection with external networks, and then reboot the core program, Dr. Connor advised. Following the instructions, Tony successfully activated the manual emergency system, momentarily halting the armor's erratic behavior. However, The hackers continued their relentless assault, bombarding the armor with interference signals. Ethan, we must fortify the armor's information security. We cannot allow this situation to recur, Tony asserted. I am currently analyzing the enemy's infiltration methods. We can implement multi-layered encryption and firewalls to thwart similar attacks, Ethan replied. Just as Tony prepared to reboot the armor's core program, the enemy launched a full-scale offensive. Other adversaries charged towards Tony and his comrades, unleashing a barrage of energy weapons. Everyone, be cautious, Tony shouted, manually operating the armor's weapon systems to retaliate against the foes. Amidst the arduous struggle to withstand the enemy's onslaught, Tony ultimately managed to restart the armor's core program, regaining complete control. JARVIS. Conduct a comprehensive scan of the enemies and locate the hackers, Tony commanded. JARVIS. Swiftly scan the battlefield. Identifying the hidden stronghold of the enemy hackers, Tony surged towards it, obliterating the stronghold and completely alleviating the crisis concerning the armor. Once the battle concluded, the group congregated, their expressions grave. The threat posed by this information warfare was dire. We must prioritize the armor's information security, Tony stated solemnly. Dr. Connor nodded in agreement. We need to collaborate with SHIELD's information security experts to develop more advanced encryption technologies and intrusion prevention systems. Ethan added. Simultaneously, we must establish backup and emergency recovery mechanisms for the armor's systems to ensure rapid restoration during an assault. Following a series of practical drills and evaluations, JARVIS provided detailed results and analyses for each test. His voice resonated through the laboratory. In light of the comprehensive results from this test, the armor exhibits varying degrees of deficiencies concerning the fusion of magic and technology, stability of the energy systems, adaptability to extreme environments, and information security. In the integration test of magic and technology, the functions of magical protection and energy resonance require further optimization. The energy system exhibits inadequate responsiveness to unknown disturbances, and the energy transmission lines are vulnerable to attacks. The materials of the battle armor and the environmental adaptation system need refinement under extreme conditions. There are security vulnerabilities that can be exploited by hackers. It is recommended that targeted improvements be made to address these issues, ensuring the perfection and reliability of the battle armor. Tony gazed at the assembled team, his eyes resolute. Now that we have a clear direction, let us persevere. We must endeavor to make this suit of armor flawless, safeguarding the peace and safety of our planet. Chapter 24. The Simulated Battlefield. Ethan, Dr. Strange, and Dr. Connor nodded in agreement, while Pepper revealed a trusting smile. They understood that this path was fraught with challenges, yet for the future of Earth, they would exert their utmost efforts. In the days to come, they would dedicate themselves once more to the enhancement of the battle armor, advancing toward the ideal of perfection based on these test results. Simulated Battlefield 5, Spatial Distortion and Multidimensional Assault Scene Description. The battlefield manifested spatial distortion phenomena, allowing the enemy to traverse between different dimensions and launch attacks. The armor's sensors faced severe interference under these spatial anomalies, rendering it difficult to accurately locate the enemy. The enemy's assault methods included firing energy beams from various dimensions and creating spatial rifts to ensnare the armor. As Tony stepped onto the battlefield, he immediately sensed the surrounding space twisting, his vision becoming obscured. Jarvis, the spatial distortion is severely impacting my visual and sensor systems. Is there a way to recalibrate? Tony inquired. Sir, I am attempting to adjust the sensor parameters, but the interference caused by the spatial distortion exceeds conventional limits. It is advisable to activate the spatial analysis module, Jarvis responded. Tony activated the spatial analysis module, and complex spatial data illuminated the visor of his armor. Yet the enemy's position remained elusive. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot forth from a distorted space to the side, prompting Tony to swiftly evade. These adversaries are truly formidable. They can strike from unexpected angles, Tony remarked with a furrowed brow. Tony, pay close attention to the patterns of the spatial distortions. Their attacks may correlate with spatial nodes. Dr. Strange advised from the observation room. Focusing intently on the patterns of the spatial distortions, Tony discerned that certain areas exhibited heightened distortion frequencies, seemingly hotspots for enemy attacks. He attempted to utilize the armor's flight capabilities to maneuver around these regions, evading the onslaught. However, the enemy swiftly altered their tactics, generating multiple spatial rifts in an attempt to trap Tony within. The armor's alarm blared, warning of the instability of the surrounding space. Jarvis, find a way to escape these spatial rifts, Tony shouted. Sir, I am analyzing the structure of the spatial rifts. Attempting to use energy pulses to strike the edges of the rifts may disrupt their stability, Jarvis replied. Following Jarvis's suggestion, Tony directed energy pulses toward the edges of the spatial rifts. After a brilliant flash, some of the rifts began to close, yet new ones continuously emerged. This is not a sustainable strategy. We must take the initiative, Tony resolved, deciding to take a calculated risk. He dashed towards an area of pronounced spatial distortion, which appeared to be a congregation point for the adversaries. As he approached this region, his armor came under assault from multiple dimensions, causing the energy shield to plummet dramatically. Dr. Strange, I require your assistance, Tony shouted. Dr. Strange wielded his formidable magic, stabilizing the surrounding space, thus enabling Tony to discern the positions of the enemies. Seizing the opportunity, Tony launched a fierce counterattack, skillfully utilizing the armor's weaponry and agility to successfully obliterate a portion of the opposition. After the battle concluded, Tony returned to the ground, his armor marked with numerous energy scorch marks. This conflict within the spatial distortion was exceedingly arduous. Our armor still has significant shortcomings in countering multidimensional assaults, Tony remarked. Dr. Strange nodded in agreement. We must delve deeper into the synthesis of spatial magic and technology, allowing the armor to accurately detect and engage enemies within distorted spaces. Dr. Connor scrutinized the data from the spatial analysis module. We need to enhance sensor technology to adapt to the warped spatial environment and optimize the energy shield's defensive capabilities against multidimensional attacks. Ethan concurred, suggesting, perhaps we could incorporate devices into the armor that disrupt the enemy's spatial traversal abilities, turning defense into offense. Simulated Battlefield 6, Anomalous Temporal Flow and the Enemy's Temporal Tactics Scene Description. Anomalies in the temporal flow on the battlefield have emerged, with certain areas experiencing a slowdown in time while others accelerate it. The enemies exploit this temporal disparity to mount their assaults, such as setting traps in the slowed regions and executing rapid strikes in the hastened zones. The armor must maintain operational coherence amidst this intricate temporal landscape and unravel the enemy's temporal strategies. Process. Upon entering the battlefield, Tony immediately sensed the temporal disarray. He observed some adversaries moving sluggishly in the area where time slowed, while others zipped through the accelerated zone like lightning. Jarvis, analyze the temporal flow discrepancies and adjust the armor's operational parameters, Tony commanded. Sir, the fluctuations in temporal flow are exceedingly complex. I am attempting to construct a model. Currently, I advise you to proceed with caution and avoid the extremes of either excessively fast or slow temporal zones, Jarvis replied. Tony navigated the battlefield with utmost care, but inadvertently entered a region where time had slowed. He felt his movements becoming lethargic, akin to traversing through viscous liquid. The enemies seized the opportunity to activate traps in this area, launching energy ropes towards him. This is not good, Tony exclaimed, struggling to evade the oncoming peril. Tony, utilize the armor's energy burst capability to attempt to break free from the constraints of the temporal flow, Ethan shouted from the observation room. Tony activated the energy burst function, unleashing a surge of power that marginally quickened his movements. He successfully dodged some of the energy ropes, but still found several ensnaring his legs. Just then, adversaries launched a surprise assault from the accelerated zone, hurtling towards Tony at blinding speed, their weapons glinting ominously. Jarvis, think of a way to extricate me from these ropes, Tony urged anxiously. Sir, we are currently analyzing the energy structure of the rope. I suggest employing the high-frequency vibration function to sever it, Jarvis advised. Tony activated the high-frequency vibration feature, successfully cutting through the rope. He swiftly adjusted his stance, bracing himself for the impending onslaught of enemies. As they approached, Tony retaliated with the weapon systems of his armor, despite the foe's rapid speed resulting in a lower accuracy of his strikes. He continuously evaded their assaults thanks to the agility of his suit. We must devise a strategy to counter their temporal tactics. We cannot afford to be led astray. Tony pondered amidst the skirmish. He observed that when the adversaries traversed the zones of accelerated and decelerated time, a brief phenomenon of temporal stasis occurred. Seizing this opportunity, Tony preemptively set energy barriers along their anticipated path during their next traversal. When the enemies collided with the energy obstacles amidst the time stasis, they sustained significant damage. Just like that, exploiting their vulnerabilities, Tony exclaimed with exhilaration. After an arduous battle, he gradually mastered the peculiarities of the time flow, ultimately vanquishing his opponents. Upon the conclusion of the conflict, Tony returned to his companions, his visage reflecting fatigue yet satisfaction. This recent challenge concerning the flow of time has posed considerable trials for the armor. We must delve deeper into strategies for combat under varying temporal velocities, Tony remarked. Dr. Connor examined the temporal analysis data, suggesting, We could develop a time calibration device to be integrated into the armor, assisting you in better adapting to temporal fluctuations. Ethan nodded in agreement, adding, simultaneously, we should investigate the enemy's time traversal technology to explore the possibility of augmenting the armor with similar functionalities, enhancing its maneuverability. Dr. Strange concurred, stating, there are also spells concerning time within the realm of magic. We could explore how to amalgamate these with the armor's temporal response capabilities. Simulation Battlefield 7, Psychological Warfare and Illusory Assault Scene Description. The adversaries are a cohort of experts in psychological warfare, capable of conjuring realistic illusions that distort Tony's judgment. The battlefield is laden with various devices designed to trigger hallucinations, while the enemies disrupt the armor's neural systems through unique energy waves, instilling feelings of fear and anxiety within Tony. The armor must maintain clarity amidst this psychological assault and discern the true positions of the foes. Upon entering the battlefield, Tony was suddenly confronted with a transformed scene. He witnessed his greatest fears manifesting, his teammates falling one by one before him, bloodied and lifeless. No, this cannot be real. A jolt of panic surged through him, yet the vividness of the imagery profoundly impacted his emotions. Sir, an abnormal fluctuation in your emotional state has been detected. This is the enemy's hallucinatory assault. Please remain composed and attempt to initiate the psychological defense protocol. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's ear. Striving to regain his composure, Tony activated the psychological defense program. However, the illusions did not dissipate. Instead, they grew increasingly intricate, accompanied by the cries of his teammates and the mocking laughter of their foes. Tony, do not let the illusions deceive you. This is the enemy's scheme. Pepper encouraged him through the communicator from the observation room. The enemy intensified their assault, utilizing specialized energy waves to further disrupt the neural systems of the armor. Tony felt an excruciating headache, and waves of negative emotions surged within him. I cannot allow them to control me. Clenching his jaw, Tony concentrated on resisting the hallucinations. He recalled the cherished memories with his teammates, using these recollections to dispel the fears that clouded his mind. As he struggled against the illusions, Tony discerned subtle clues. Certain elements within the hallucinations appeared to have a delicate connection to the surrounding environment, leading him to speculate that the enemy might be concealed near these points of association. Jarvis analyze the environmental elements within the hallucinations and identify their corresponding points in reality, Tony commanded. Analyzing, sir. I have detected that certain lights and sounds from the hallucinations correlate with energy fluctuations in a specific direction, potentially revealing the enemy's location. Jarvis replied. Following the lead, Tony gradually approached the enemy's concealed position. Realizing that Tony had not succumbed entirely to the hallucinations, the enemy launched a physical attack. Energy beams shot toward Tony from their hiding spots. Finally, I have found you. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Tony's eyes as he employed the armor's defensive system to withstand the enemy's onslaught while charging forward. As he neared the enemy, Tony activated the armor's powerful attack mode, obliterating the adversaries in one fell swoop. Once the battle concluded, Tony took a deep breath to steady his emotions. This psychological warfare was terrifying. The enemy nearly breached my mental defenses, Tony expressed, a lingering sense of dread in his voice. Ethan patted Tony on the shoulder, stating, we must enhance the armor's psychological defense system, ensuring it not only withstands illusionary attacks, but also maintains your optimal state under psychological pressure. Dr. Connor nodded. We could explore neurofeedback technologies to enable the armor to monitor and adjust your emotional state in real time. Dr. Strange added. There are also spells within magic that stabilize the mind. We could attempt to integrate these into the armor's psychological defense capabilities. Simulated Battlefield 8, Scarcity of Resources and Prolonged Combat Scene Description. The armor's energy and ammunition reserves are limited, while the enemy is numerous and relentless. The battleground is a vast wasteland, devoid of usable external resources. Tony must engage in a prolonged conflict with the enemy under conditions of scarcity, judiciously allocating resources and seeking to disrupt the enemy's supply lines. Tony gazed at the energy and ammunition data displayed on the armor, his brow furrowed. Jarvis. Our resources are limited this time. We must be frugal. Tony stated. Understood, sir. I recommend prioritizing close combat weapons and low-energy defensive functions to conserve energy and ammunition. Jarvis responded. The enemy launched their attack, and Tony utilized the armor's melee weapons to engage in close-quarters combat, striving to avoid the use of energy weapons. However, as the enemy numbers swelled, the pressure of melee combat increased significantly. This is not a sustainable approach. We need to locate the enemy's supply line and sever their reinforcements, Tony pondered while fighting. He observed the enemy's movement patterns, noting that some adversaries would retreat in a specific direction after a period of combat. Tony surmised that this direction might lead to the enemy's supply line. Ethan, I must pursue the enemy's supply line. I shall leave this place to the automated defense system of the armor, Tony communicated through the communicator. Tony, be cautious. The automated defense system cannot hold out for long. You must return swiftly, Ethan replied. Tony soared towards the direction of the enemy's retreat, skillfully utilizing the terrain to evade enemy fire and conserve energy. As he approached the area suspected to be the supply line, he discovered a substantial enemy supply station. Jarvis, scan the defense systems and energy supply of the supply station. Tony commanded. Sir, the supply station is equipped with formidable energy shields and anti-air systems. A direct assault may deplete significant energy reserves. I recommend identifying vulnerabilities in its energy core for a breakthrough, Jarvis responded. Tony meticulously searched for the location of the energy core around the supply station. During this endeavor, he encountered a patrol squadron of the enemy and was compelled to engage in combat. The necessity to conserve energy and ammunition rendered the battle exceedingly arduous. It appears I must take a calculated risk, Tony thought as he seized an opportune moment to charge towards a seemingly weak point in the supply station's defenses. Under the onslaught of enemy fire, the armor's energy shield flickered incessantly, yet Tony successfully breached the defenses and infiltrated the interior of the supply station. Within the supply station, Tony located the energy core. Utilizing the scant remaining ammunition of his armor, he effectively destroyed the energy core, plunging the supply station into chaos. The intensity of the enemy's assault began to wane, affording Tony the chance to return to the main battlefield, where he and his comrades eliminated the remaining foes. After the battle's conclusion, Tony rejoined his companions, the armor's energy nearly depleted and its weaponry running low. This prolonged engagement has revealed the armor's shortcomings in resource management and sustained combat, Tony reflected. Dr. Connor examined the data. We can develop a more efficient resource recovery and reutilization system, enabling the armor to acquire resources from foes or the environment during combat. Ethan nodded in agreement. Additionally, we should optimize the armor's automated defense system to enhance its protective capabilities in the absence of its operator, thus buying more time. Following a series of new simulated battlefield tests, Jarvis provided a comprehensive analysis of the results. His voice remained steady and professional. In this simulated battlefield test, the armor exhibited numerous deficiencies in spatial distortion, multidimensional attacks, abnormal time flow, psychological warfare through illusionary attacks, and resource scarcity in prolonged combat. The spatial module requires reinforcement in its capacity to analyze and respond to distorted space. The time calibration and adaptation mechanisms necessitate further optimization. The psychological defense system requires increased specificity and stability, and the resource management and recovery system urgently needs enhancement. I recommend in-depth research and improvements addressing these issues to elevate the armor's overall combat performance. Tony gazed at his team, determination radiating from his eyes. We are drawing ever closer to perfection. Each challenge we encounter fuels our advancement. Let us persevere and transform the armor into an indomitable force of protection. Nods of agreement resonated among the group. They understood that more challenges awaited them, yet they remained undaunted. For they fought for the peace and security of Earth, to safeguard all that they held dear. In the days to come, they would once again immerse themselves in the arduous task of enhancing their battle armor, striving toward loftier ambitions. Simulated Battlefield 9. The microscopic realm and the assault of nano-level adversaries. Scene description. The battle armor has been miniaturized to a microscopic scale, where everything is magnified. The foes consist of a swarm of nanoscale mechanical organisms that can navigate freely within this minuscule environment, utilizing minute energy pulses and physical strikes to inflict damage upon the armor. The armor must contend with the collective onslaught of these adversaries while avoiding the constraints imposed by the surrounding microcosm. As Tony felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, he opened his eyes to find himself in a peculiar microscopic world. The surrounding air molecules loomed like colossal spheres, and every component of the armor appeared disproportionately massive. Jarvis. This situation is rather precarious. We must recalibrate the control of the armor, Tony remarked, his voice sounding oddly distorted in this diminutive realm. Sir, micro-mode adjustment is now activated. However, be advised that enemy attacks may originate from any direction, and at this scale, our movements will encounter heightened limitations, Jarvis replied. Suddenly, a swarm of nanoscale mechanical organisms surged forth like a tide, encircling the armor and emitting tiny energy pulses. The energy shield of the armor flickered at the microscopic level, indicating that these assaults should not be underestimated. These tiny adversaries are proving to be quite formidable. Tony attempted to activate the armor's weapon systems, only to discover that conventional weaponry was significantly less effective in this microscopic domain. Tony, try employing the armor's micro-electric field generator. It may have an effect on these nano-level foes, Ethan suggested through a special communication channel from the observation room. Tony activated the micro-electric field generator, surrounding the armor with a faint electric field. Upon contact with the field, some of the nanoscale mechanical organisms slowed in their movements. It's working, but it isn't sufficient. Their numbers are overwhelming, Tony remarked as he maneuvered the armor through the microscopic landscape, seeking to evade the encirclement of his foes. During his traversal, Tony noticed certain unique structures within the microscopic environment that could be exploited. For instance, some molecular chains could serve as barriers to obstruct the foe's advance. JARVIS. Analyze the surrounding environment and identify potential defensive points, Tony commanded. Analyzing. Sir, a complex array of molecular structures has been detected ahead, which could serve as a temporary defensive barrier. JARVIS. Responded. Tony directed the armor toward the molecular formations, utilizing them to shield against the incoming attacks. Simultaneously, he pondered how to more effectively combat these nanoscale adversaries. Dr. Strange, is there any magic that could be effective at the microscopic level? Tony inquired through his communicator. I will require some time to adjust the scale of the magic, but I can attempt it, Dr. Strange replied, beginning to cast spells in an effort to infuse magical energy into the microscopic realm. As Dr. Strange prepared his incantations, the adversaries breached the molecular structure's defenses and charged at Tony once more. In response, Tony activated the armor's reserve energy, enhancing the electric field strength, and employed the armor's mechanical arms to launch physical attacks, aiming to disrupt the swarm of enemies. At last, Dr. Strange's magic took effect. A beam of magic light, at a microscopic scale, shot toward the adversary, disassembling a portion of the nanoscale mechanized beings. Seizing the opportunity, Tony concentrated the weapon systems of his armor upon the remaining foes, ultimately vanquishing them. Once the skirmish concluded, Tony returned to a normal scale, gazing at the data displayed on his armor. This battle in the microscopic realm illuminated the necessity for enhancements in both the defensive and offensive capabilities of the suit at the micro level, Tony remarked. Dr. Connor examined the microscopic analysis data. We could develop weapon systems specifically targeting nanoscale adversaries, such as nanocutters or microenergy binders. Ethan nodded in agreement. Additionally, we should optimize the armor's maneuverability and adaptability within microenvironments, ensuring superior performance in similar circumstances. Simulated Battlefield 10. The uncertainty of the quantum realm and enemy interference scene description. The armor became ensnared in the quantum realm, a domain rife with quantum fluctuations and uncertainty. The adversary exploited the characteristics of the quantum realm, altering its quantum state to evade attacks, while simultaneously creating quantum entanglement phenomena to disrupt the armor's systems and Tony's cognition. The armor needed to discern patterns amidst the profound uncertainty of the quantum environment and conquer the foes. A blinding light flashed before Tony's eyes, and he found himself immersed in a kaleidoscopic realm, teeming with peculiar fluctuations. Chapter 25. Initial discussions on the 5th-generation version Jarvis. What is happening? Everything has become so bizarre, Tony inquired in astonishment. Sir, we have entered the quantum realm, where the physical laws differ entirely from those of the macroscopic world. The enemy is employing quantum characteristics to assault us, and the armor systems are experiencing severe interference, Jarvis responded, his voice somewhat fragmented. The display screen of the armor was inundated with chaotic data, and Tony felt his thoughts becoming muddled, as if countless ideas were racing through his mind simultaneously. Stay calm, Tony. This is the interference of quantum entanglement on cognition. You must endeavor to concentrate. Dr. Strange's voice resonated through the communicator. Tony took a deep breath. Striving to regain his composure, he attempted to observe the enemy's movements, but their quantum states continuously shifted, appearing one moment and vanishing the next. Jarvis, is there a method to track the fluctuations in the enemy's quantum states? Tony asked. I am attempting, sir. The uncertainty in the quantum realm is too vast. We must establish a new tracking model. I suggest starting with the patterns of quantum fluctuations, Jarvis replied. Tony began to scrutinize the surrounding quantum fluctuations, discovering that certain areas exhibited a correlation in frequency with the enemy's appearances. I believe I have found some leads. The enemy seems to have a higher probability of manifesting in areas with frequent quantum fluctuations, Tony declared. He navigated toward the region of heightened quantum fluctuations while simultaneously activating the quantum detection function of his armor. As he approached a fluctuation area, the enemy suddenly materialized and launched an attack. The energy shield of the armor flickered erratically under the quantum assault. The energy forms of these attacks are peculiar, seemingly transmitted via quantum entanglement, Tony analyzed. Tony endeavored to utilize the energy of his armor to create a reverse entanglement with the enemy's quantum attacks, thereby neutralizing their offensive maneuvers, as suggested by Dr. Connor. Following this counsel, Tony adjusted the energy output of his suit, attempting to establish a reverse entanglement with the adversary's assaults. After numerous attempts, he successfully mitigated a portion of the enemy's strikes. That's it. Maintain this momentum, Ethan shouted from the observation chamber. Gradually, Tony mastered the intricacies of combat within the quantum realm, employing the principles of quantum fluctuations to track his foes and utilizing reverse entanglement to withstand their onslaughts. In a fleeting moment between enemy attacks, he unleashed the quantum impact weapon of his armor, striking the enemy and destabilizing their quantum state. The adversary vanished amidst a tumult of quantum fluctuations, and the armor's systems began to stabilize. Upon concluding the battle, Tony returned to the laboratory, his visage reflecting fatigue tempered with exhilaration. This confrontation in the quantum domain was an unprecedented challenge, yet we have gleaned invaluable insights, he remarked. Dr. Strange nodded in agreement, stating, "Our research into quantum magic can progress further. Integrating quantum sorcery with the armor's quantum capabilities will amplify its strength within the quantum realm." Dr. Connor scrutinized the quantum data. "We must refine the armor's quantum tracking and response systems to enhance its adaptability and combat efficacy in quantum environments." Ethan concurred. "This is an entirely new frontier. We have much work ahead, but each breakthrough brings us closer to perfection." Jarvis summarized the outcomes of the test. The quantum domain simulation indicates significant deficiencies in the armor's capacity to counteract the uncertainties of the quantum environment and the adversary's quantum disturbances. The quantum tracking model requires further optimization, and both the defensive and offensive systems must be fortified to better manage quantum entanglement phenomena. Additionally, it is imperative to enhance the protective mechanisms for the user's cognition under quantum interference. Tony regarded his colleagues with resolute determination. "We have surmounted numerous obstacles, and these new challenges shall not deter us. We must persist in refining the armor, transforming it into the ultimate weapon for safeguarding Earth, regardless of the extreme environments or adversaries we encounter." In the ensuing days, Tony, Ethan, Dr. Strange, and Dr. Connor immersed themselves in the rigorous and challenging task of enhancing the armor, guided by the new test results. They were acutely aware that the peace and security of Earth depended on the continual evolution of the armor, of which they were the driving force in the confluence of technology and magic. Each novel idea and arduous experiment represented steadfast progress toward the ideal suit. After completing the battlefield simulations directed by Jarvis, I and Ethan commenced discussions and designs for the 5th-generation version. The first discussion centered on the upgrade of the energy source, held in the conference room of the Avengers headquarters, attended by Tony, Ethan, Yang-Hua, Jarvis, Dr. Strange, Dr. Connor, Director Fury, and relevant technical experts from SHIELD. Within the conference room, a heavy atmosphere weighed upon each participant like a leaden burden. The vast conference table gleamed with a cold, hard sheen under the lights, surrounded by a group of individuals, each facing meticulously arranged stacks of data pertaining to simulated battlefield tests. The dense array of figures resembled enigmatic runes left by adversaries on the battlefield, yearning for interpretation. Tony was the first to shatter the silence, his brow furrowed and his gaze imbued with gravity. "Let us commence with the energy sources." The scarcity of resources in this simulation was nothing short of a nightmare, inflicting considerable hardship upon us. The armor functions like a ravenous beast, swiftly depleting energy during combat, which poses an exceedingly grave issue. Ethan, Yang-Hua, nodded in deep agreement, his expression somber. "Indeed, our current energy sources are patently inadequate for prolonged engagements. We require a more powerful, enduring energy source capable of providing stable power across various extreme environments." Much like in battles within the quantum realm, the fluctuations and uncertainties of energy demand exceedingly high standards for supply, which our existing sources cannot fulfill. Dr. Connor adjusted his glasses and offered his thoughts. "We might consider drawing inspiration from the Tesseract's energy principles. It is both stable and potent. The Tesseract harbors mysterious energies of the cosmos, and should we unravel its secrets, we may discover an ideal energy source for our armor." A technical expert from SHIELD immediately objected, his brow knitted and tone grave. "The Tesseract's energy is far too powerful and unstable for us to control. It is akin to taming a wild stallion. Any misstep could lead to catastrophe. Furthermore, the unique nature of the Tesseract's energy exhibits poor compatibility with our armor's existing energy systems. and its forced application could result in catastrophic system failures. Director Fury contemplated, resting his chin on his hand, before slowly suggesting, could we perhaps seek inspiration from other extraterrestrial technologies? For instance, the technology of Asgard. Their advancements in many domains surpass our own, and they might possess viable energy solutions for our armor. Dr. Strange gently shook his head, his expression grave. The integration of Asgardian energy systems with our earthly technology presents significant challenges, necessitating extensive research into compatibility. Their energy relies heavily on magic and mystical forces, fundamentally differing from our scientifically grounded armor energy systems. Additionally, Asgardian technology may harbor unknown risks for us. Reckless utilization could yield unforeseen complications. At this juncture, Jarvis interjected, his voice steady and calm. Gentlemen, we could explore the fusion of multiple energy sources, for instance, combining the arc reactor with a newly discovered stable energy crystal. Through specialized technological means, we could enable them to work synergistically. The arc reactor represents a relatively mature technology for us, and if the new energy crystal can harmonize with it, we may achieve the desired effect. Tony's eyes brightened, as if glimpsing a ray of hope. Jarvis, that notion is promising. Yet the specifics of the fusion technology and stabilization apparatus require thorough investigation. We must consider how to ensure that both energy sources can deliver stable output across various combat scenarios, and how to prevent them from interfering with one another. This necessitates extensive experimentation and computation. Moreover, our understanding of the new energy crystals remains limited, their characteristics, stability, and the efficiency of energy conversion when integrated with the arc reactor require meticulous analysis. A contemplative silence enveloped the room as everyone pondered these issues, the only sound being the occasional rustle of documents. Subsequently, fervent discussions erupted once more as participants delved deeper into the topic, with the potentialities of energy fusion and the technical challenges arising like an overwhelming tide. Some proposed the necessity of establishing a mathematical model for energy fusion to accurately compute the distribution and transformation of energy. Others expressed concerns regarding the stability of the new fusion energy system in extreme thermal conditions, and yet others focused on the safety issues inherent in the energy fusion process, apprehensive about the potential for energy leaks and other hazardous situations. Second discussion, design of the microscopic defense system location. Tony's laboratory participants, Tony, Ethan, Younghua, Jarvis, Dr. Connor standing at the center of the laboratory. Tony was surrounded by displays depicting simulated battles in the microscopic realm. The colossal screens vividly illustrated the combat, with nanoscale adversaries darting like phantoms, rendering the armor somewhat beleaguered under their assaults. Observing the skirmishes within the microscopic domain, it became evident that the armor's defenses were lamentably inadequate. With a grave tone, Tony fixed his gaze upon the screens, noting how effortlessly these nanoscale enemies could breach our defenses, akin to a swarm of ants overcoming a paper dam, a scenario we cannot accept. We must undertake the redesign of the microscopic defense system, ensuring that the armor remains impervious even at the microscopic level. Ethan, Younghua, scrutinizing the simulated scenes, furrowed his brow. Indeed, the attacking methods employed by those nanoscale foes are remarkably cunning, exposing numerous vulnerabilities within our existing defense systems on a microscopic scale. They can infiltrate through the crevices of the microstructure to directly target the armor's critical components. We must devise a countermeasure. Dr. Connor proposed, we could augment the armor's surface with a layer of microscopic energy shield specifically designed to counteract nanoscale attacks. This energy shield would function as a fine protective net, capable of repelling energy pulses and physical assaults from nanoscale enemies, while not impeding the armor's operations and functionalities in the macroscopic realm. Jarvis analyzed, however, this shield must not interfere with the armor's actions and other functions in the macroscopic world. We need to strike a balance. We must ensure that the armor's agility and maneuverability in macro combat remain entirely unaffected, which implies that the design of the energy shield must be exceptionally sophisticated. It cannot be overly cumbersome or excessively energy-consuming. Otherwise, in prolonged engagements, the armor would become unwieldy and deplete its energy reserves too rapidly, posing a critical issue during extended battles. Tony furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, furthermore, we must consider the energy consumption aspect. It cannot be excessively draining, as that would become a burden during prolonged conflicts. We need to devise a smart energy regulation mechanism that activates the energy shield only in the presence of microattacks, consuming an appropriate amount of energy, while remaining in a low-energy, standby mode when no threats are present. Additionally, the energy source must be taken into account. We cannot rely on the armor's primary energy supply to avoid compromising the functioning of other systems. The assembly began to deliberate on the energy source of the micro-energy shield, its activation mechanism, and its compatibility with the overall exosuit system. Some proposed harnessing energy particles from the microscopic realm to power the shield, employing specialized collection devices to convert this micro-energy into a form usable by the shield. Others suggested that the activation mechanism should rely on microsensors, automatically triggering when nano-sized adversaries approached. There were also concerns regarding the harmonious operation of the shield with other defensive systems of the exosuit, apprehensive about potential interference or conflict. Diverse ideas clashed, and new questions emerged incessantly, filling the laboratory with an atmosphere of fervent discussion. The third discussion, adaptive optimization in the quantum realm location. Dr. Strange's magical research chamber participants. Tony, Dr. Strange, Jarvis, a mystical ambience enveloped Dr. Strange's magical research chamber, with ancient magical runes etched upon the surrounding walls and a magic circle shimmering with enigmatic light on the floor. Dr. Strange gestured gracefully beside the magic circle, elucidating the principles of quantum magic to Tony, his motions akin to an elegant dance shrouded in mystery. In the quantum realm, our exosuits resemble blind men groping an elephant. Our utilization of quantum properties is woefully inadequate, Tony lamented, exuding a sense of helplessness. We are akin to children lost in darkness, utterly incapable of effectively countering enemy assaults, placing us at a significant disadvantage in combat. Dr. Strange nodded in agreement. We must intricately fuse quantum magic with the quantum functionalities of the exosuit to enhance our control within the quantum domain. The quantum realm is replete with wondrous phenomena, such as quantum entanglement and quantum fluctuations. If we can merge these magical elements with technology, the exosuit could thrive in this enigmatic sphere. Jarvis interjected, Doctor, could we perhaps design a magical rune to embed within the quantum system of the exosuit, guiding quantum energy through the runes to bolster tracking and defensive capabilities? These magical runes would function as keys, unlocking the treasury of quantum energy, allowing the exosuit to better adapt to the complexities of the quantum realm. Dr. Strange contemplated for a moment, a glimmer of insight illuminating his gaze. That is indeed an intriguing notion. However, the design and embedding of the runes must be approached with caution to avoid compromising the exosuit's intrinsic quantum structure. We must ensure that the runes in the exosuit's quantum system are perfectly compatible, akin to the precise interlocking of gears. The design of the runes should be predicated upon the principles of quantum magic, with each rune embodying a specific quantum function, such as enhancing the stability of quantum states or improving the perception of quantum energy. Tony added, moreover, we must ensure that the runes can maintain stable operation amidst quantum fluctuations, which will necessitate extensive experimentation. Quantum fluctuations are akin to surging waves, perpetually battering the stability of the runes. We must devise a method to enable the runes to retain their functionality amidst such turbulence. Perhaps we could design an adaptive rune structure, allowing it to self-adjust according to the intensity of quantum fluctuations. The trio delved into an in-depth brainstorming session regarding the design, embedding, and stabilization of the quantum magic runes. Dr. Strange continuously conjured small spells, the luminous magic flickering in his hands, demonstrating an array of possibilities. He showcased the varied shapes and structures of magical runes within the quantum energy field, elucidating how each rune interacted with the quantum energy. Tony, from the perspective of the armor's structure and functionality, posed questions and suggestions, contemplating how to embed the runes within the limited confines of the armor, ensuring their connection and collaborative operation with other quantum devices. Meanwhile, Jarvis employed his formidable computational prowess to analyze the feasibility and potential issues of various design schemes, providing data support and logical analysis for the discussion. The fourth discussion, enhancement of psychological defense location. Psychological research laboratory participants. Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Dr. Connor. Pepper stood in a corner of the psychological research laboratory, her gaze fixed on the psychological warfare simulation data, her face etched with concern. The display screen revealed Tony struggling in agony under the onslaught of hallucinatory attacks, a sight that tugged at her heartstrings. The terrifying nature of those hallucinations had nearly shattered Tony. With a hint of trepidation in her voice, Pepper asserted, "We cannot allow such a situation to recur. We must fortify the psychological defense system of the armor." Ethan, Yanghua, nodded in agreement, stating, "We must enhance the armor's psychological defenses, preventing the enemy from breaching it with ease." Such psychological assaults are akin to invisible blades, capable of piercing directly through Tony's mental fortifications. Should those defenses falter, the consequences would be dire. Dr. Connor proposed, we could integrate neurofeedback technology to monitor Tony's psychological state in real time. When anomalies arise, the armor's psychological defense parameters could be adjusted automatically. By installing high-precision neural sensors within the armor, we could capture Tony's emotional fluctuations and cognitive waves, subsequently modifying the defense system's intensity and mode based on this data. Tony furrowed his brow, hesitating. But this could raise privacy concerns. And it must not interfere too much with my thoughts. Otherwise, it could impair my combat judgment. I do not wish to feel as though I am being surveilled during battle, and if the psychological defense system is overly sensitive, it may cause distractions when I need to concentrate. Pepper suggested, could we not implement a manual switch, allowing Tony to activate a deep psychological defense mode when necessary? This way, Tony can decide based on his judgment whether to engage stronger psychological defenses, thereby protecting his privacy while avoiding unnecessary distractions. The group began to deliberate on the trigger mechanisms for the psychological defense system, privacy protection, and how to enhance defensive efficacy without compromising combat judgment. Some proposed designing an intelligent privacy protection mode that would encrypt and anonymize data while monitoring psychological states, ensuring Tony's privacy remained intact. Others focused on the manual switch design, exploring how to enable Tony to swiftly and conveniently activate deep defense mode in emergencies. While some discussed how to adjust defense parameters based on various types of psychological attacks to achieve optimal protection. Throughout the discussion, Tony and Ethan, Yang-Hua, intermittently reminisced about the harrowing scenes from the psychological warfare, as the vivid hallucinations and intense negative emotions seemed to linger vividly in their minds. Discussion 5. Strategies for improving time flow response location. Time Research Laboratory participants. Tony, Ethan, Yang-Hua, Dr. Connor, Jarvis, SHIELD time research experts within the Time Research Laboratory. An array of intricate instruments flickered with indicators, showcasing simulated data reflecting anomalies in the flow of time. The SHIELD time research expert stood before a large display, elucidating the data and models to the assembly. He illustrated the simulated data concerning time flow anomalies. In this intricate temporal environment, the adjustment parameters for the armor's movements were lamentably sluggish, much like a vessel striving against a torrential current. The armor found it exceedingly challenging to adapt to the fluctuations of time, which significantly hampered its combat efficacy. Tony nodded in agreement. We require a more sophisticated time calibration device that can swiftly acclimatize to varying rates of time flow. This device should function akin to a precise clock, ensuring that the armor maintains a consistent operational rhythm, irrespective of the surrounding temporal environment. Ethan, Yang-Hua, proposed, could we possibly draw inspiration from the principles of the time stones, bestowing the armor with localized time manipulation capabilities? The time stones wield formidable powers of temporal control. If we could derive inspiration from them, we might unearth a resolution to our predicament. Dr. Connor countered, the power of the time stones is exceedingly potent, and replicating it would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, it might provoke temporal paradoxes. The energy and principles inherent in the time stones pertain to the fundamental laws of the universe, which our current technological prowess is woefully inadequate to comprehend. Reckless attempts could precipitate chaos within the timeline, potentially bringing calamity to the entire cosmos. Jarvis suggested, we could develop a time adjustment algorithm rooted in relativity, precisely calculating the space-time surrounding the armor to modify its operational parameters. According to relativity, time and space are inextricably linked. We might leverage this principle by measuring the degree of distortion in the space-time around the armor to compute variations in the flow of time, subsequently adjusting the armor's operational parameters. The group engaged in a discourse regarding the feasibility of the time adjustment algorithm, the computational demands, and the requirements placed upon the armor's hardware. The time research expert elaborated on the complexities inherent in applying relativity to time adjustment, noting that precise measurement of space-time distortion necessitates highly accurate sensors, and the computational process is exceedingly intricate, imposing significant demands on the armor's computational systems. Chapter 26. Intense brainstorming concerns arose regarding the potential for extensive calculations to deplete energy reserves, hindering the operation of the armor's other functionalities. Others expressed apprehension about the algorithm's stability under extreme rates of time flow, fearing that computational errors could result in the armor spiraling out of control. Additionally, discussions ensued regarding the integration of the algorithm with the armor's existing control systems to ensure operational convenience and fluidity. Discussion 6. Enhanced analysis of spatial distortion location. Space Research Laboratory participants. Tony, Dr. Strange, Jarvis, SHIELD space research experts in the Space Research Laboratory. A vast simulation of spatial distortion adorned an entire wall, with various lines and colors representing distorted space and the flow of energy. The SHIELD space research expert pointed at the simulation, his expression grave. The SHIELD expert in spatial research gestured towards the simulation of spatial distortion. stating, "We must enhance the armor's capability to accurately detect enemy positions within this distorted space. The current spatial analysis module is woefully inadequate. In such warped realms, adversaries appear as phantoms cloaked in fog, making it exceedingly challenging to pinpoint their locations, thereby placing our armor at a significant disadvantage in combat." Dr. Strange invoked spatial magic, his hands aglow with arcane luminescence, conjuring a miniature region of spatial distortion within the laboratory to illustrate the complexities of such phenomena. We can embed a spatial perception magical array within the armor, thereby amplifying our ability to detect spatial nodes. This magical array serves as a beacon, capable of piercing through the obscuring mist of spatial distortion, revealing the traces of our foes. Tony interjected with skepticism. But will the integration of the magical array with technological equipment provoke a rejection reaction? We cannot allow these disparate forces to clash, as it may lead to catastrophic failures or even explosions within the armor's systems. Moreover, will the energy from the magical array interfere with the armor's other electronic devices and energy systems? JARVIS responded, "Sir, we can devise an isolation buffer layer to prevent direct conflict between the two, while ensuring seamless information exchange. This isolation buffer functions akin to a firewall, obstructing the interference of magical energies with technological apparatus, whilst allowing the data acquired by the spatial perception magical array to be relayed to the armor's control system. We can utilize specialized materials and energy fields to construct this isolation layer, guaranteeing its stability and compatibility." The assembly commenced discussions on the design of the spatial perception magical array, the materials and structure of the isolation buffer layer, and the integration with the existing spatial analysis module. The spatial research expert analyzed the spatially physical feasibility of various proposals from a scientific perspective, noting that different shapes and structures of magical arrays possess varying capabilities for perceiving spatial energy, necessitating selection based on the armor's specific requirements. Suggestions arose regarding the need for the isolation buffer layer to exhibit commendable conductivity and insulation properties to balance the transmission of magical energy and electronic signals. Others expressed concern over the connection of the spatial perception magical array with the existing spatial analysis module to ensure accurate data transmission and integrated analysis. And further discussions revolved around maintaining the stability and reliability of the entire system under varying degrees of spatial distortion. Seventh discussion, multidimensional attack and defense mechanisms location. Multidimensional research laboratory participants: Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Dr. Connor, JARVISSHIEL. D. Multidimensional research experts within the Multidimensional Research Laboratory. An array of models depicting various multidimensional attacks lay on display, showcasing the methods and principles through which adversaries might launch assaults from disparate dimensions, leaving onlookers bewildered. The SHIELD multidimensional research expert stood before the models, elucidating to the assembly. The models of multidimensional attacks illustrate that such cross-dimensional assaults are exceedingly difficult to defend against. We must fundamentally alter the armor's defensive architecture. Enemies can strike from dimensions we least expect, akin to hidden arrows raining down from all directions, rendering our current defensive systems utterly inept. Ethan, Yanghua, proposed the idea of constructing a multidimensional energy field around the armor, aiming to disperse or neutralize attacks from various dimensions. This multidimensional energy field would function akin to a comprehensive shield, safeguarding the armor from assaults across all dimensions. Dr. Connor added that this energy field must possess the capability to autonomously identify the energy characteristics of different dimensional attacks, enabling targeted defense. Given that the energy forms and properties of attacks from disparate dimensions may vary significantly, an intelligent recognition system is imperative, allowing the energy field to respond defensively according to the nature of the attack. Jarvis analyzed the situation, noting that maintaining such a field would require substantial energy and intricate computations, necessitating consideration of energy supply and upgrades to the computational systems. The creation of a multidimensional energy field demands immense energy expenditure, and we must ensure that the armor's energy system can sustain it. Furthermore, the identification of attacks from various dimensions and the adjustment of the energy field's defensive strategies will require extensive computation, posing a considerable challenge to the armor's processing capabilities. Tony nodded in agreement, emphasizing the need to ensure that the energy field does not impede the armor's operational and offensive capabilities in the normal dimension. Sacrificing the armor's performance in three-dimensional space for the sake of defending against multidimensional attacks requires a delicate balance in design. A vigorous discussion ensued among the group regarding the construction of the multidimensional energy field, energy supply, computational system upgrades, and compatibility with the armor's other functions. Experts in multidimensional research intermittently elucidated the principles of multidimensional attacks, detailing the spatial structures and energy characteristics of different dimensions and their influence on the nature and intensity of attacks. Some suggested harnessing dark matter or dark energy to power the multidimensional energy field, given their widespread presence in the universe and unique energy properties. Others focused on optimizing the algorithms of the computational system, advocating for the adoption of quantum computing technology to enhance speed and efficiency. And some deliberated on the synergy between the energy field and the armor's weapon systems, flight systems, and other functionalities, ensuring that defense measures would not compromise the armor's operational effectiveness. The eighth discussion centered on the resource recovery and recycling system, held at the Resource Research Laboratory. Participants included Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Dr. Connor, Jarvis, and experts from SHIELD's Resource Research Team. Within the Resource Research Laboratory, various alien debris and terrestrial resource samples were on display, illuminated by lights that cast an enigmatic glow over the objects. SHIELD Resource research experts stood before a large screen displaying alarming data on resource scarcity. Gazing at the simulation data on resource depletion, the expert gravely stated, "We must design an efficient resource recovery and recycling system to enable the armor to be self-sufficient in combat. The current model of resource consumption is unsustainable in prolonged warfare, akin to an army without a supply line, destined to face dire straits." Dr. Connor suggested the possibility of recovering energy and materials from enemy wreckage, proposing the design of a nanoscale decomposition and reassembly device. When the battle armor engages in combat, this device swiftly disassembles the valuable components found within the enemy's remains, whether it be metals, energy crystals, or other specialized materials. All can be extracted and transformed into resources usable by the armor. This nanotechnology design ensures that the disassembly process is sufficiently meticulous, leaving no valuable substance overlooked. Ethan, Yanghua, adds that, concurrently, it is crucial to discover a method for the armor to reclaim energy expended during use, perhaps by harnessing thermal or solar energy. In a combat environment, thermal and solar energy are omnipresent. We merely require an effective mechanism for their collection and conversion. For instance, installing specialized energy collecting panels on the armor's surface could absorb ambient thermal and solar energy, converting it into power for the suit. Jarvis analyzes that this necessitates a comprehensive overhaul of the armor's internal structure, incorporating resource recovery and conversion modules while ensuring their stability and compatibility. The addition of these new modules must not disrupt the armor's original structural balance or functional operations. We need to meticulously design their placement and connection methods to avoid issues such as overcrowding within the internal space or interference among circuits. Furthermore, the new modules must be capable of functioning stably in complex and adverse combat conditions, whether facing high temperatures, high pressures, or strong electromagnetic interference. Tony ponders for a moment, his brow furrowed. We must also consider the speed and efficiency of resource recovery. The process cannot impede combat during fierce engagements. The operational speed of the recovery apparatus must be sufficiently rapid to disassemble enemy remains and extract resources within a short time frame, while the efficiency of energy collection and conversion must be high to prevent the wastage of precious resources. Otherwise, on the ever-changing battlefield, the armor may find itself in dire straits due to untimely resource recovery. The group engages in a discussion regarding the design of the resource recovery and reutilization system, aiming to enhance the internal structure of the armor and improve recovery speed and efficiency. Resource research experts present various cases of resource utilization from alien technology, recounting how those enigmatic extraterrestrial civilizations adeptly survived and fought in resource-scarce environments. Some propose drawing inspiration from similar nanodecomposition technologies found in alien technology, suggesting reverse engineering to refine our designs. Others focus on the materials and shapes of the energy collecting panels, investigating which designs could optimally absorb diverse frequencies of light and thermal energy. Still, others deliberate on designing an intelligent control system for the resource recovery and conversion modules, enabling them to automatically adjust their operational modes based on combat scenarios, prioritizing the supply of resources for the armor's critical functions. Ninth discussion, optimization of melee weapons location. Weapons Research Laboratory participants, Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Dr. Connor, Jarvis, SHIELD. Weapons experts within the Weapons Research Laboratory, illuminated as brightly as day, the light reflects off a myriad of weapons, showcasing their cold, metallic sheen. An SHIELD weapons expert, holding an analysis report on melee weapons, stands before a table cluttered with weapon models, elucidating to the assembly. The S.H.I.E.L.D. weapons expert states, in protracted warfare characterized by resource scarcity, the significance of melee weapons becomes pronounced. However, there remains substantial potential for optimization in our current melee armaments. From the analysis of simulated combat scenarios, it has become apparent that our close-quarters weaponry exhibits significant inadequacies when confronted with a diverse array of adversaries. Tony, upon grasping a melee weapon and scrutinizing it intently, remarked, "We could enhance the multifunctionality of our weaponry by integrating compact energy devices, enabling us to unleash energy attacks in conjunction with physical strikes during melee engagements. This way, as we close in on our foes, we can not only employ the weapon's physical assault, but also unexpectedly release energy pulses to amplify our offensive capabilities, akin to bestowing our weapon with a secondary attack modality, leaving the enemy vulnerable and unprepared." Ethan Younghua suggested, moreover, we could alter the weapon's material to augment its strength and resilience while concurrently reducing its weight to enhance agility. New materials could render the weapon more durable, resistant to damage in intense close combat, and a lighter weapon would allow Tony to maneuver with greater swiftness, thereby improving both attack speed and accuracy. We could explore extraterrestrial metals or novel composite materials to identify suitable options for weapon fabrication. Dr. Connor added, the attack modalities of the weapon could also be diversified, such as designing unique attack angles and combo sequences to bolster the lethality of close-quarters engagements. By utilizing motion capture and analysis systems, we can devise more intricate attack methodologies for melee weapons. For instance, by combining rotations, thrusts, and slashes, we could create a cohesive set of attack combos that would be challenging for adversaries to counter. Jarvis analyzed, these enhancements must take into account the overall balance of the weapon and the consumption of energy by the battle suit, ensuring that the normal functionality of other systems remains unaffected. The multifunctionality and material alterations may shift the weapon's center of gravity and weight distribution, necessitating that we ensure Tony does not experience discomfort or imbalance while wielding it. Furthermore, the incorporation of energy devices and the design of new attack modes will demand greater energy expenditure. Thus, we must judiciously adjust energy allocation to avert shortages affecting other systems within the battle suit. The group engaged in a discussion regarding the materials of close-quarters weaponry, functional integration, optimization of attack modes, and overall equilibrium. Weapon specialists showcased the characteristics of innovative weapon materials, presenting a sample of extraterrestrial metal while elucidating its high strength, low density, and excellent energy conductivity. Some proposed the design of an adjustable weighting system for the weapon, catering to varying attack modes and Tony's personal preferences. Others focused on the types of energy devices and methods of energy output, investigating how to minimize energy consumption while ensuring effective attacks. And yet others deliberated on how to expedite Tony's adaptation to the new melee weapon attack modes through training and simulation systems, enhancing his combat proficiency. The 10th discussion, upgrade of the automatic defense system location. Defense System Research Laboratory participants, Tony, Ethan, Younghua, Jarvis, S.H.I.E.L.D. Defense system experts within the Defense System Research Laboratory, an array of models and testing apparatus for various defense systems adorn the space. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Defense System Expert, upon reviewing the test data of the automatic defense system, presented the findings to the assembly with a serious demeanor. The test data reveals that when Tony departs from the battle suit to disrupt enemy supply lines, the automatic defense system's duration of effectiveness was alarmingly brief, necessitating an upgrade. During that period, the battle armor faced relentless assaults from the enemy, while the automated defense system appeared somewhat overwhelmed, nearly leading to the destruction of the armor. Ethan Younghua suggested augmenting the weapon modules of the automated defense system to enhance its firepower, while simultaneously optimizing the defensive algorithms to improve its predictive capabilities against enemy attacks. By increasing the weapon modules, the automated defense system could bolster its offensive strength, enabling it to retaliate more effectively against enemy assaults. Additionally, refining the defensive algorithms would allow the system to more accurately anticipate the direction and type of enemy attacks, preparing defenses in advance. Jarvis analyzed the energy distribution issue, emphasizing the need for rational energy allocation to the automated defense system when the master was away, ensuring its prolonged and stable operation. Over-augmenting the defense system's capabilities could lead to energy depletion, thereby leaving the armor entirely unprotected. An intelligent energy distribution mechanism must be established, dynamically adjusting energy supplies based on the intensity and duration of enemy attacks. Tony added that it was crucial to ensure the automated defense system would not mistakenly harm allies, particularly in complex combat environments. The battlefield is ever-changing, and we cannot allow the automated defense system to engage indiscriminately. A precise friend or foe identification system needs to be designed, capable of recognizing allied signals and equipment characteristics to avoid inflicting damage on comrades. The group engaged in discussions regarding the enhancement of weapon modules, optimization of defensive algorithms, energy distribution, and friend or foe identification. Defense system experts demonstrated several existing advanced automated defense algorithms, explaining how they predict attacks by analyzing enemy trajectories, velocities, and energy characteristics. Suggestions were made to leverage artificial intelligence technology to further refine the defensive algorithms, enabling the system to learn and adapt to the attack patterns of various adversaries. Others focused on the types and layouts of weapon modules, investigating which combinations could enhance firepower without excessively increasing energy consumption. Additionally, discussions arose concerning the reliability and accuracy of the friend or foe identification system, particularly in the face of complex electromagnetic interference and deceptive environments. The 11th discussion, stability of the communication system location. Communication Research Laboratory participants: Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Jarvis, Pepper Potts, S. H. I. E. L. D. Communication experts within the Communication Research Laboratory. The indicators of communication equipment flickered incessantly, while the display screen showcased records and analysis data of communication interruptions. Pepper stood nearby, her face etched with concern as she scrutinized the data. Observing the records of communication failures, Pepper remarked, in certain extreme environments, the armor's communication system experiences interruptions, which is perilous. Tony would be akin to losing his sight and hearing on the battlefield, unable to connect with us or receive critical intelligence, potentially leading to the failure of the entire operation. A.S. H. I. E. L. D. Communication expert elucidated, quantum realms and spatial distortions significantly disrupt communication signals. We must enhance the resilience of our communication systems against these interferences. These extreme environments act like invisible barriers, obstructing the transmission of communication signals. And we must devise methods to overcome these obstacles. Ethan, Yanghua, proposed the adoption of multiband communication technology, which enables the simultaneous transmission and reception of multiple frequency signals, thereby enhancing the stability of communication. Different frequency signals exhibit varying behaviors when confronted with interference. By utilizing multiple bands concurrently, we can augment the probability of successful communication. It is akin to creating several alternative routes when a road is congested. Jarvis added that a signal relay device could be designed to automatically identify the optimal signal transmission path when faced with communication obstacles. This relay device would function as an intelligent navigator, capable of finding an unobstructed route for communication signals amidst complex environments, circumventing interference zones to ensure the accurate transmission of information. Tony nodded in agreement, emphasizing that the encryption of the communication system must also be fortified, preventing adversaries from easily intercepting our communications. In combat, the confidentiality of communication is paramount. Should the enemy gain access to our operational plans and intelligence, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. We must employ more sophisticated encryption algorithms to secure our communication data as if it were locked within a safe. The group engaged in a discussion surrounding multiband communication technology, the design of the signal relay device, and communication encryption. Communication experts introduced advanced encryption algorithms and signal enhancement technologies while demonstrating an encrypted chip, elucidating its encryption principles and security features. Some suggested leveraging quantum encryption technology to achieve absolutely secure communication based on the principles of quantum mechanics. Others focused on the automatic pathfinding algorithms for the signal relay device, exploring how it could swiftly and accurately identify the best route in complex environments. And yet others deliberated on the selection and switching strategies of frequency bands within multiband communication technology, discussing how to automatically adjust frequency usage according to varying environmental interference conditions. The 12th discussion revolved around the overall compatibility and upgrade integration of the battle suits, held in the main conference room of the Avengers headquarters. Participants included Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Jarvis, Dr. Strange, Dr. Connor, Director Fury, Pepper Potts, and various experts from S. H. I. E. L. D. Director Fury surveyed the attendees. The atmosphere in the conference room solemn and serious, as everyone recognized the significance of this discussion. Following 11 previous discussions, we have developed numerous promising ideas. And now we must consolidate these plans to ensure the overall compatibility of the battle suits. This upgrade is critical to the safety of Earth, and we cannot afford any oversight. Tony stood, his gaze resolute, and stated, "We must begin with the energy source. meticulously outlining each upgrade plan to ensure they complement one another rather than conflict. Energy is the core of the battle suit. Akin to how the heart supplies blood to the body, its enhancement will impact all other systems. We must ensure that the new energy source can reliably power all upgraded systems, whether it be the micro-defense system, quantum field adaptation capabilities, or any newly integrated modules. Ethan Yanghua nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, for instance, the micro-defense system and multidimensional defense mechanisms must be compatible with the overall energy distribution system to prevent any shortages in energy supply. The micro-defense system requires continuous energy support during combat. If the energy supply is unstable, the shields may develop vulnerabilities. Similarly, the multifaceted defense mechanisms consume a considerable amount of energy when confronting intricate attacks. We must ensure that energy allocation is judicious, preventing any system from failing due to energy shortages. Chapter 27, Functional Design and Resource Exploration. Dr. Connor adds that there are also psychological defense systems and temporal flow response strategies that must seamlessly integrate with the armor's control system, ensuring they do not hinder Tony's operations. The psychological defense system must not create distractions when Tony requires undivided focus during combat, and the adjustments to the temporal flow response strategies must align flawlessly with Tony's operational commands, allowing him to experience no delay or dissonance. Doctor Strange emphasizes the critical importance of the integration of magic and technology, ensuring that they function reliably under a variety of extreme conditions. Whether it is spatial perception magic arrays or quantum magical runes, the points of convergence with the armor's technological components must be robust and dependable, sustaining functionality amid high temperatures, intense pressure, quantum fluctuations, and spatial distortions. Otherwise, catastrophic repercussions for the armor may ensue. Jarvis begins to consolidate the technical details of each proposal, his rapidly operating computational system seemingly weaving a complex and intricate web. Experts from various fields within SHIELD offer suggestions and highlight potential issues from different perspectives, with each concern resembling a piece of a puzzle, necessitating careful consideration of their positions and interrelations. The room buzzes with fervent debate and the sparks of intellectual collision as ideas are vigorously exchanged. Some propose a complete redesign of the armor's system architecture to better accommodate all upgrade plans. Others focus on the interface standards between modules, ensuring accurate connectivity and communication, while additional discussions revolve around how to conduct comprehensive testing and validation of the system, checking compatibility and stability in realistic simulation environments. New ideas continuously emerge, evolving through collaborative discourse. Everyone understands the paramount importance of this upgrade for the safety of the Earth. They bear the weighty responsibility of protecting the planet, with every decision impacting countless lives, thus leaving no room for complacency. Following a brainstorming session on the 5th-generation version, Tony and Ethan, with the assistance and support of SHIELD and Jarvis, commenced the design of related elements and functionalities, energy source upgrade design, and rare energy exploration. Deep within the Avengers base, in a laboratory heavily fortified with protective layers, Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Jarvis, Dr. Strange, Dr. Connor, Director Fury, and several leading scientists from SHIELD gather. Before them, a vast virtual screen flickers with various data and models of energy sources. Tony, rubbing his weary yet resolute eyes, speaks first. We have identified the direction for the energy source upgrade. Now we must devise a concrete plan. Jarvis, please bring up the preliminary model integrating the arc reactor with the newly discovered energy crystal. Jarvis responds, understood, sir. Instantly, the screen displays a complex three-dimensional model, showcasing the structures of both energy sources in distinct colors and lines. Dr. Connor adjusted his glasses and pointed at the model, stating, theoretically, we require a specialized energy conversion device to transform the energy from the energy crystals into a form that the arc reactor can absorb and utilize, while ensuring the stability of this process. Ethan Yanghua nodded in agreement, responding, indeed, the selection of materials for this conversion device is paramount. We cannot utilize ordinary metals. We may need some extraterrestrial minerals with unique energy conduction properties. A scientist from SHIELD remarked, during our previous extraterrestrial exploration missions, we discovered similar minerals on a desolate planet, but extraction proved exceedingly challenging due to the harsh environment and interference from unknown energy fields. Director Fury furrowed his brow, declaring, regardless of the difficulties, we must endeavor. The significance of that mineral to Earth's safety far outweighs the challenges of acquiring it. Tony rose and paced around the laboratory, stating, we need to design a specialized extraction apparatus. Jarvis, begin drafting a design based on the environmental data from that planet. Jarvis responded, designing now, sir. Considering the complexities of the extraterrestrial environment, the extraction equipment must possess a robust energy shield and adaptive extraction tools. Over the ensuing days, the team engaged in intense work surrounding the design of the extraction equipment. Tony and Ethan, Younghwa, continuously offered suggestions for improvement, while Jarvis was responsible for calculating and simulating the equipment's operational performance under various conditions. The rotational speed of the extraction drill needs to be increased, otherwise, it will be unable to penetrate the hard shell surrounding that mineral, Tony stated, gazing at the design on the screen. However, Ethan, Younghwa, expressed concern. But if the speed is too high, it may cause energy fluctuations that could damage the mineral structure. Jarvis suggested, we could incorporate an intelligent speed regulation system that automatically adjusts the rotation speed based on the resistance encountered by the drill. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange was also utilizing magic to study how to stabilize the energy fluctuations during the fusion process. In a corner of the laboratory, he cast spells, and mysterious runes flickered in the air. These magical runes might be applicable to the energy conversion device, aiding in stabilizing the energy. In a separate specialized laboratory, Tony and Ethan, Younghwa, focused on the design of the microscopic defense system. Various models from the microscopic world and samples of nanomaterials adorned the surrounding display stands. Tony picked up a sample of a nanoscopic energy shield and scrutinized it under the light. The microscopic energy shield we are designing must not only withstand attacks from nanoscopic adversaries, but also be sufficiently thin and lightweight to not impede the flexibility of the armor in the macroscopic realm. Ethan, Younghwa, examined the design blueprints. We could employ a multi-layer composite structure, with each layer serving a distinct function. The outermost layer would be an energy absorption layer, capable of dispersing the energy from enemy attacks. The middle layer would serve as an energy conversion layer, transforming the absorbed energy into a usable form. And the innermost layer would be a stability layer, ensuring the overall structural integrity of the shield. Dr. Connor entered the laboratory, holding a materials report. I have discovered several substances that can be utilized for the microscopic energy shield, yet most require synthesis under specialized conditions. Tony took the report and examined it. These synthesis conditions are rather stringent: high temperatures, elevated pressures, and precise energy injections. We need to construct dedicated synthesis equipment. Jarvis' voice resonated. Sir, based on the synthesis requirements of these materials, I have devised a plan for the synthesis apparatus. It will employ electromagnetic confinement technology to achieve the necessary high temperature and high pressure environment, while utilizing precise laser beams for energy infusion. Excellent, Jarvis. Contact the SHIELD engineering team and instruct them to commence construction promptly, Tony commanded. During the construction of the synthesis apparatus, Tony and Ethan, Younghwa, continued their exploration of the activation mechanism for the microscopic energy shield. They conducted countless tests within the experimental chamber that simulated microenvironments. We require a more sensitive microscopic sensor that can activate the shield at the very first indication of an approaching adversary, Ethan remarked, scrutinizing the experimental data. The precision of this sensor must reach the nanoscale, without any room for misjudgment, Tony emphasized. Just then, Pepper entered the laboratory, bringing forth some fresh insights. Could we perhaps draw inspiration from certain biological microperception mechanisms? For instance, the antennae of insects, which can keenly detect changes in their surroundings. Tony's eyes lit up. That's a brilliant idea, Pepper. We should investigate whether we can incorporate this biological perception principle into the design of our microscopic sensor. In the realm of quantum adaptability optimization and quantum materials research, Dr. Strange's magical research chamber was abuzz with activity as Dr. Strange, Tony, and Jarvis collaborated on the fusion design of quantum magical runes and the quantum system of the armor. The room was suffused with an enigmatic magical aura, as models of the quantum realm flickered with peculiar light under the glow of magic. We must first ascertain the shape and structure of the magical runes. Each rune must be intricately connected to the quantum functions of the armor, Dr. Strange stated, his magic wand tracing intricate patterns in the air. Tony contemplated the designs. How can we embed these runes into the armor's quantum system without compromising its original structure? We require a precise embedding scheme. Jarvis interjected. Sir, I propose employing quantum etching technology. By meticulously controlling the variations in quantum states, we can etch the shape of the runes onto the surface of the armor's quantum system, ensuring a flawless integration. However, quantum etching necessitates special quantum materials as a medium, and we have yet to identify suitable candidates, Dr. Strange remarked with a frown. At that moment, a quantum expert from SHIELD entered. We have discovered a new quantum material in the laboratory. which possesses unique quantum properties that may be suitable for quantum etching. However, this material is highly unstable and requires specific stabilization methods. What methods are available? Tony inquired eagerly. We could utilize antimatter to stabilize it, but acquiring and controlling antimatter presents its own formidable challenges, the quantum expert replied. Director Fury's voice resonated through the communication device. Our SHIELD has embarked on several projects concerning antimatter research, albeit in its nascent stages. Nonetheless, it may provide us with valuable insights. We must concentrate our efforts on resolving this issue, as the adaptability within the quantum realm is crucial for our battle armor. In the ensuing days, Tony, Dr. Strange, and the scientists of SHIELD immersed themselves in the study of quantum material stability. They engaged in a series of perilous yet meticulous experiments within the antimatter laboratory. We must exercise caution in regulating the infusion of antimatter. Even a slight deviation could trigger an explosion, a scientist nervously remarked. JARVIS closely monitor the experimental data and initiate protective measures immediately upon detecting any anomalies, Tony commanded. Psychological defense system design and neurotechnology exploration within the Psychological Research Laboratory, Dr. Connor, Ethan, Younghua, Tony, and Pepper were deliberating on the intricacies of the psychological defense system's design. The walls of the laboratory were adorned with charts of neural structures and data from psychological warfare simulations. Dr. Connor pointed to a diagram of the brain's neural pathways and stated, the neural feedback system we intend to design must precisely tether to various neural nodes of the brain, allowing for real-time monitoring of emotional and cognitive fluctuations. This necessitates an extraordinarily refined neurointerface technology. Ethan, Younghua, suggested. We could draw inspiration from existing medical neurointerface technologies, but would need to implement substantial improvements to meet the demands of combat environments. Pepper, with a hint of concern, inquired. Will this neural interface pose any harm to Tony's body? After all, it will be implanted within the battle armor for an extended period. Dr. Connor reassured her. We will utilize biocompatible materials to minimize the impact on the body. Furthermore, this interface will be equipped with an automatic hibernation and safety mechanism, ensuring no interference with the brain during non-combat situations. Tony scrutinized the design blueprints. The manual switch design is equally vital. It must enable me to swiftly activate the deep psychological defense mode during combat. It cannot be overly complex, or I might not manage to operate it in emergencies. A neurotechnology expert from SHIELD brought forth exciting news. We have developed a novel neurosensor in a clandestine research project, boasting significantly higher precision and sensitivity than existing technologies, while also being more compact, making it ideal for our psychological defense system. Excellent. We must procure the technical documentation for this sensor post-haste and explore how to integrate it into our design, Tony exclaimed enthusiastically. Upon acquiring the information regarding the new neurosensor, the team began to recalibrate the overall design of the psychological defense system. They conducted multiple tests within simulated environments of psychological assault, continuously optimizing the neural feedback algorithms and the user experience of the manual switch. During these tests, it became evident that the psychological defense system's ability to recognize and counteract hallucination attacks required enhancement. We need to adjust the parameters of the neural sensors to augment their sensitivity to specific emotional fluctuations, Dr. Connor remarked while examining the test data. Simultaneously, the position of the manual switch could be further refined for more accessible operation, suggested Ethan, Younghua. 5. Strategies for improving time flow response in the search for time-related materials in the Time Research Laboratory, Tony, Ethan, Younghua, Dr. Connor, Jarvis, and the SHIELD time research experts gathered around a collection of intricate time flow simulation devices, engaged in a discussion regarding the design of the time calibration apparatus. One of the SHIELD experts pointed to a device displaying anomalous temporal data, stating, as per our previous discussions, the relativistic time adjustment algorithm necessitates precise temporal measurements and a keen perception of space-time distortions. We must seek out materials that exhibit a heightened sensitivity to temporal variations for the construction of our sensors. After a moment of contemplation, Tony inquired, have we uncovered any clues regarding similar materials in our previous investigations of extraterrestrial technologies or ancient terrestrial relics? A SHIELD researcher responded, we have discovered some items of potential temporal relevance within an ancient Maya ruin, though further exploration has yet to be undertaken. Perhaps there lie the clues we seek. Director Fury commanded, immediately organize a joint archaeological and research team to conduct an in-depth investigation of the Maya ruins. Simultaneously, continue the search for alternative materials within our existing resources. While awaiting the findings from the Maya ruins investigation, Jarvis and Dr. Connor began to formulate the mathematical model for the time adjustment algorithm based on relativity. Positioned before an expansive computational screen, they incessantly inputted and modified parameters. The computational demands of this algorithm are immense. We must optimize it, lest the armor's computational system be overwhelmed, remarked Jarvis. We could implement a distributed computing approach, allocating parts of the computational tasks to other shield computing centers, suggested Dr. Connor. Meanwhile, Ethan Yanghua focused on ensuring that the time calibration apparatus would be compatible with the armor's other systems. He meticulously disassembled and reassembled sections of the armor's model within the laboratory, insisting the interface of this device must connect seamlessly with the armor's energy and control systems, without any delays or conflicts. Upon receiving news from the Maya ruins investigation team, everyone convened to view their discoveries. We have uncovered several unique crystals within the ruins, which appear to possess a slight ability to distort the surrounding time, reported the investigation leader via video. We must expedite the transport of these crystal samples back to the laboratory for analysis. They may hold the key to overcoming our challenges with time flow response. Tony exclaimed excitedly. 6. Enhancement of spatial distortion analysis and the collection of mysterious materials in the Spatial Research Laboratory. Tony, Dr. Strange, Jarvis, and SHIELD spatial research experts were engrossed in the intricate design of a spatial perception magic circle and an isolation buffer layer. At the center of the laboratory stood a colossal spatial distortion simulation device, continuously demonstrating various complex scenarios of spatial distortion. A SHIELD spatial research expert presented a materials list, stating, according to our analysis, the isolation buffer layer requires a mysterious material that is both conductive and insulating, a substance exceedingly rare on Earth, with only trace amounts found in certain meteorites. Tony turned to Director Fury, saying, we must organize a meteorite retrieval mission to collect as much of this material as possible. Director Fury nodded, stating that he would arrange for the SHIELD Space Monitoring Division and Recovery Team to broaden the search area for the meteorite. Concurrently, we must investigate alternative materials or synthetic methods. Dr. Strange, standing nearby, sketched an improved design for the spatial perception magic array. Noting that the structure of this array must be adjusted according to the shape and functionality of the armor, ensuring it can optimally perceive the fluctuations in spatial nodes. Jarvis calculated the most effective way to connect the magic array with the existing spatial analysis module. Doctor, we can utilize quantum entanglement technology to facilitate rapid information transmission, thus ensuring that the data acquired by the magic array is promptly and accurately received by the Armor-S control system. While awaiting the collection of the meteorite, they conducted preliminary experiments on an isolation buffer layer using the limited samples of mysterious materials available in the laboratory. Current observations indicate that this material can indeed effectively isolate magical energy from electronic signals, though its stability requires enhancement. A spatial research expert from SHIELD remarked, we could attempt to incorporate additional elements to bolster its stability, such as rare earth elements. Tony suggested. In the multidimensional research laboratory, lights illuminated various models of multidimensional attacks, casting dazzling reflections. Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Dr. Connor, Jarvis, and SHIELD's multidimensional research experts gathered to discuss the design of the multidimensional energy field. Ethan, Yanghua, gazed at the models, stating, to construct the multidimensional energy field, we first need to ascertain its energy source. Utilizing dark matter or dark energy is a promising notion, yet our understanding of these phenomena remains limited. A multidimensional research expert from SHIELD responded, we already have some research projects concerning dark matter, but capturing and utilizing it poses an exceedingly challenging dilemma. It interacts negligibly with ordinary matter, necessitating specialized equipment and techniques. Tony furrowed his brow, asserting, no matter how difficult it may be, we must endeavor to try. Let us reach out to all relevant experts and collaboratively explore methods for capturing dark matter. Dr. Connor proposed, while investigating dark matter, we can simultaneously design the foundational structure of the multidimensional energy field. This energy field must possess the capability to automatically identify the energy characteristics of diverse dimensional attacks, requiring a robust energy analysis system. Jarvis commenced drafting the architectural diagram of the energy field on the screen. This analysis system can utilize machine learning algorithms, training itself to recognize the energy characteristics of varying dimensions through extensive simulation data. In the ensuing days, SHIELD organized the world's foremost physicists and engineers to collaboratively advance the dark matter capture project. They constructed vast dark matter detection laboratories deep underground, equipped with the most advanced detection apparatus. We must enhance the sensitivity of the detectors. The current detection range is still exceedingly limited, remarked a physicist. Simultaneously, we must ensure the stability of the detectors, shielding them from external environmental disturbances, added another engineer. On the other hand, Tony and his colleagues continued to refine the design of the multidimensional energy field within the laboratory. They conducted numerous tests in simulated environments of multidimensional attacks, persistently adjusting the parameters of the energy field and analyzing the algorithms of the system. In this round of testing, the energy field exhibited an improved rate of attack recognition beyond three-dimensional space. However, its defensive efficacy against higher dimensional assaults remained unsatisfactory. We must further optimize the algorithm, Ethan Yanghua remarked while examining the test report. Chapter 8. The design of resource recovery and reutilization systems and research on alien debris within the Resource Research Laboratory. Various alien remnants and terrestrial resource samples adorn the surroundings, emanating a mysterious glow under the illumination. Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Dr. Connor, JARVIS, and the experts from SHIELD's Resource Research Division engaged in discussions regarding the intricate design of the resource recovery and reutilization system. Dr. Connor, holding the blueprints for a nanoscopic decomposition and reassembly device, stated, "The core of this apparatus is composed of nanobots capable of breaking down useful components within the remnants of our enemies. We must devise an intelligent control algorithm that enables the nanobots to accurately identify different materials for decomposition and reassembly." Ethan Yanghua nodded in agreement, adding, simultaneously, "The energy supply for the nanobots poses a challenge. They must continuously receive energy during the decomposition process. We could consider utilizing microenergy batteries or harnessing energy from the materials being decomposed." SHIELD Resource research expert pointed to a piece of alien debris, saying, "From these remnants, we have discovered unique energy structures that may inspire our design." Tony picked up the debris for a closer inspection, stating, "We need to delve deeper into these extraterrestrial energy structures to ascertain their potential application within our resource recovery system." JARVIS, please arrange for a comprehensive analysis of these remnants. JARVIS responded, "Understood, sir." Concurrently, I have revised the design of the energy collection panel based on our discussions. This energy collection panel will feature a multi-layered structure, enabling it to more effectively absorb thermal and photonic energy across various frequency bands. As they researched the alien debris and designed the resource recovery system, they also contemplated how to adapt the internal structure of the armor to accommodate these new modules. "We must allocate sufficient space for the resource recovery and conversion modules without disrupting the layout of the armor's other systems," Tony observed, scrutinizing the internal structure model of the armor. "This requires precise design and ingenious spatial utilization. We could draw inspiration from biological structures that have achieved complex functions within limited spaces," Dr. Connor suggested. Chapter 9. Optimization of melee weapons and acquisition of special materials in the Weapons Research Laboratory. The illumination was as bright as day, reflecting off an array of weaponry and casting a cold, metallic sheen. Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Dr. Connor, JARVIS, and SHIELD weapon experts were engaged in the optimization design of melee weapons. SHIELD weapons expert held a sample of alien metal, stating, "This extraterrestrial metal possesses remarkable strength and toughness while being exceptionally lightweight, making it ideal for the fabrication of melee weapons. However, its processing is quite challenging, necessitating specialized equipment." Tony picked up the weapon model and stated, "We need to integrate compact yet high-output energy devices into the weapons." He turned to Jarvis. "What are your thoughts?" Jarvis responded, "Sir, we could employ miniature nuclear fusion technology for the design of the energy devices. This technology can generate substantial energy within a minuscule space, although challenges regarding heat dissipation and energy control must be addressed." Ethan Yanghua examined the attack pattern design of the weapon. The angles of attack and the combination of combos must align with Tony's combat style. "We can utilize motion capture and simulation systems to allow Tony to train in a virtual environment, continually refining the attack modes," Dr. Connor suggested. "An adjustable weight system is also crucial, as it will maintain balance across various attack patterns. We can implement smart materials to facilitate automatic weight adjustment." In the ensuing days, they sought equipment and technology capable of processing extraterrestrial metals while simultaneously designing the miniature nuclear fusion energy device. Tony reached out to SHIELD SIEL. Global Intelligence Network in search of clues regarding potential technologies for processing alien metals. We must urgently find a method for processing. This extraterrestrial metal is pivotal for upgrading our melee weapons. Ethan, Yanghua, researched the application of smart materials within the weight system in the laboratory. This smart material must swiftly adjust the weight based on the weapon's motion state and attack patterns. Extensive simulation experiments are necessary. Jarvis, harnessing its formidable computational power, devised a heat dissipation system for the miniature nuclear fusion energy device, SIR. The heat generated by miniature nuclear fusion is immense. The dissipation system must employ efficient heat pipe technology and a cooling liquid circulation system while ensuring the entire device remains compact. SHIEL. Weapon experts were attempting small-scale processing trials on the alien metal. The laser cutting technology we are currently using is ineffective on the extraterrestrial metal. We require cutting tools with a higher energy density. After several weeks of diligent effort, they finally discovered a clandestine research institution hidden in Eastern Europe, rumored to possess an ancient metal processing technique potentially applicable to extraterrestrial metals. Tony and Ethan, Yanghua, promptly traveled to Eastern Europe to meet with the head of the institution. We require your technology to process a unique metal, which is crucial for our efforts to protect the Earth, Tony earnestly conveyed. The head of the research institution examined the sample of alien metal, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This is a metal I have never encountered before, but our techniques might be worth a try. However, it will demand considerable time and resources. We will provide all necessary support, provided we can expedite the processing. Ethan, Yanghua, assured. While awaiting the processing of the extraterrestrial metal, the design of the weapon's attack mode continued at a brisk pace. In the virtual training room, Tony relentlessly experimented with new attack combos, while Jarvis and Dr. Connor recorded and analyzed the data. This spinning thrust maneuver can be further optimized to enhance the energy output during this action, thereby increasing lethality, Jarvis suggested. Indeed, following a swift slash with an immediate backhand thrust can disrupt the enemy's defense, Dr. Connor added. In the laboratory dedicated to the research of defense systems, an array of models and testing apparatuses for various defense mechanisms captivated the eye. Tony, Ethan, Jarvis, and experts from SHIELD were engaged in the enhancement of an automated defense system. Ethan observed the model of the automated defense system. Now augmented with additional weapon modules, the newly integrated weapon modules must seamlessly harmonize with the existing defense framework, ensuring no blind spots in firepower. The arrangement of the weapons and their angles of fire require meticulous calculation. SHIELD. Defense expert replied. We have devised several layout schemes for the weapon modules through computer simulations, enabling comprehensive fire coverage by positioning energy cannons and small missile launchers at various angles, Jarvis remarked. However, attention must be paid to the energy consumption of the weapon modules, as it should not compromise the stability of the automated defense system during prolonged operation. We need to design an intelligent energy management system that allocates energy based on the intensity and frequency of enemy attacks. Tony, meanwhile, focused on optimizing the defense algorithms. This defense algorithm must accurately predict the direction and type of enemy assaults, particularly in complex battlefield conditions. We could integrate artificial intelligence technology to allow the algorithm to continuously learn and evolve. They constructed a simulated battlefield environment within the laboratory to test the automated defense system. During the test, the automated defense system reacted sluggishly to attacks from the side. Adjustments to the turning speed of the weapon modules and the weight parameters within the algorithm are necessary, remarked the SHIELD defense expert. Simultaneously, the accuracy of the friend or foe identification system requires enhancement. There were several misjudgments under conditions of camouflage and electromagnetic interference, Tony frowned. To address these challenges, they invited experts in artificial intelligence to join their efforts. The specialists introduced new algorithm models and training methodologies. We can employ deep learning algorithms, training the friend or foe identification system with extensive battlefield imagery and data on enemy and ally characteristics to enhance its accuracy, one AI expert stated. For the defense algorithms, we could adopt reinforcement learning methods, allowing the system to continually experiment with different strategies in simulated combat to determine the most effective defensive approach, another expert added. In the Communication Research Laboratory, the indicators of communication devices flickered incessantly, while the display screens exhibited records and analyses of communication interruptions. Tony, Ethan, Jarvis, Pepper, and SHIELD communication specialists were diligently striving to enhance the stability of the communication system. Ethan reviewed the design plan for multiband communication technology. We must ensure that signals across different frequency bands can switch seamlessly, preventing any instances of communication failure. This necessitates the creation of an intelligent frequency switching algorithm. The communications expert from SHIELD responded, "We have preliminarily designed a frequency switching algorithm based on signal strength and interference levels. However, some latency issues remain in practical testing." Jarvis suggested, "We can optimize the computational speed of the algorithm by combining hardware acceleration with software enhancements to reduce the latency of frequency switching." Meanwhile, Pepper was concerned about the issue of communication encryption. The encryption must not impede communication speed while ensuring absolute security. Quantum encryption technology appears promising. Yet we must overcome numerous technical challenges. Tony nodded, "We must intensify our research efforts on quantum encryption technology. Let us contact SHIELD's quantum research team to ascertain any new developments in quantum encryption." The SHIELD communications team commenced the optimization of the frequency switching algorithm, constructing a complex electromagnetic interference environment in the laboratory to simulate various extreme battlefield communication scenarios. Through improvements in the algorithm structure and the adoption of more efficient coding methods, the latency of frequency switching has been reduced by 50, though further optimization is required, reported a communications engineer. Simultaneously, breakthroughs have been achieved in quantum encryption technology. The SHIELD quantum research team successfully conducted experiments on quantum encrypted communication over short distances. We have demonstrated the feasibility of quantum encryption in communications. But to implement it within the armor's communication system, we must address the challenges of long-distance transmission and compatibility with existing communication devices, stated the head of the quantum research team. In the main conference room of the Avengers base, the atmosphere was solemn and serious. Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Jarvis, Dr. Strange, Dr. Connor, Director Fury, Pepper, and various experts from SHIELD gathered to prepare for the integration of overall armor compatibility. Director Fury stood up and surveyed the assembly. Through everyone's efforts, significant progress has been made in the design and development of various subsystems. Now, we must integrate these systems to ensure the overall compatibility of the armor. This is a formidable task, and we cannot afford any negligence. Tony activated the virtual display system, showcasing models and technical parameters of the various upgraded armor systems. We shall begin with the energy source, ensuring that the new energy source can reliably power all systems. The interface standards among the various systems must be unified, and information transmission must be precise. Ethan, Yanghua, added, energy-intensive systems such as the micro-defense system and multidimensional defensive mechanisms must undergo joint debugging with the energy distribution system to ensure reasonable energy allocation in different combat scenarios. Dr. Connor remarked, systems related to control, such as the psychological defense system and time flow response strategies, must undergo rigorous compatibility testing to prevent any operational delays or interference with Tony's combat. Dr. Strange emphasized the integration of magic and technology, such as spatial perception magical arrays and quantum magical runes, must be subjected to stability testing under various extreme conditions to ensure no harm comes to the armor. Jarvis commenced the compilation of interface information and communication protocols from various systems. I shall establish a unified system integration framework to harmonize the various systems. Concurrently, we must formulate a comprehensive testing plan to simulate diverse combat scenarios and assess the overall performance of the armor. Experts from SHIELD presented their suggestions and concerns, engaging in fervent discussions centered around the system integration and coordination plans. It is imperative to consider the compatibility issues that may arise during the upgrade of different systems and prepare contingency measures in advance, as one SHIELD expert noted. During the coordination process, particular attention must be paid to the mutual interference among the systems, especially under high-load operating conditions, another expert added. After several days of deliberation and revisions, they finally devised a complete compatibility integration and system coordination plan for the armor. The next step involves assembling the upgraded systems onto the armor, initiating the critical testing phase that will determine whether the fifth-generation armor can successfully debut, undertaking the noble duty of safeguarding Earth. Following the functional design and resource collection for the fifth-generation version by Tony and Ethan, they began, under Jarvis's oversight, to plan the schematics and create a conceptual prototype of the fifth-generation armor. The first manufacturing phase, energy source and basic framework construction, in the heart of the Avengers base. A workshop resembling the heart of a colossal steel beast, the lights blazed brightly, illuminating the massive robotic arms and an array of precision instruments that glimmered with brilliance. The metallic sheen flickered in the air like technological sprites engaged in a joyous dance. Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Jarvis, Dr. Strange, Dr. Connor, Director Fury, and a cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. technical elite gathered like warriors poised to embark on a sacred battle, ready to commence the inaugural production of the fifth-generation armor, in this place brimming with hope and challenge. Jarvis's voice, characterized by a mechanical yet orderly timbre, resonated steadily throughout the workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, based on our meticulously conceived design plan, our foremost task is to construct the armor's energy source and foundational framework. These two elements serve as the bedrock of the entire armor's existence and efficacy, demanding utmost diligence. Tony's gaze was intense, fixated on the virtual blueprint suspended in midair. His slender fingers gestured towards the energy source section as he spoke with gravitas. We shall commence with the fusion of the arc reactor and the new energy crystal. It is crucial to note that the precise installation of that special energy conversion device directly influences the stability of energy supply, which is the cornerstone of the entire energy source. It must be infallible. Ethan, Yanghua, nodded emphatically, grasping a piece of extraterrestrial mineral exuding a mysterious aura, as if narrating its extraordinary origin and value. He turned to Jarvis and stated with determination, "This mineral is a pivotal element of the entire plan, Jarvis. The design work for the extraction equipment must be expedited. We require a sufficient quantity of this mineral to fabricate the energy conversion device, which is a prerequisite for the smooth progression of subsequent tasks." A shield agent engineer hurriedly responded, stating that the mining equipment was in the final stages of rigorous adjustments. According to the current progress, it was anticipated that everything would be ready within a week, after which they would set off to the enigmatic, abandoned planet for extraction operations. This locale was fraught with uncertainties and dangers, yet in pursuit of this precious mineral, they had thoroughly prepared themselves. During the construction of the foundational framework, Dr. Connor adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the design blueprints, and offered his well-considered insights. The structural design of this framework must be forward-thinking, adequately accommodating the installation space requirements for subsequent systems, particularly for the intricate modules like the micro-defense system and multidimensional defense mechanisms, which necessitated ample space. Sufficient allowances must be made, otherwise, installation complications would surely arise. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange silently invoked his magic, mysterious luminescence flickering in his hands, gradually enveloping the framework materials. As he meticulously observed the interaction between the magical energies and the framework, he remarked, "Tests indicate that, thus far, the magical energy has not adversely affected the framework. However, we must ensure that when we integrate the magical arrays in the future, the framework can withstand the impacts and prolonged effects of the magical energy, which is crucial for the overall stability of the armor." At that moment, Pepper Potts' voice resonated through the workshop's communication device, filled with concern. "Everyone, please prioritize safety during operations. These materials and equipment are exceedingly hazardous. A minor misstep could lead to grave consequences. I hope the production process goes smoothly. I'm cheering for you all." After several days of relentless effort, the initial form of the energy source and the foundational framework were finally completed. However, just as the team prepared to exhale in relief, an issue arose. Jarvis's calm voice shattered the brief moment of ease. "There has been a certain degree of energy loss during transmission, which may severely impact the overall performance of the armor, such as insufficient energy supply leading to the failure of critical functions." Tony furrowed his brow and immediately commanded, "Check the energy transmission lines at once. We must determine if there are any design flaws. Not a single connection point or line should be overlooked. We need to identify the root of the problem." Second, production. Installation and adjustment of the micro-defense system. After painstakingly resolving the energy transmission issue, the team members remained diligent, swiftly commencing the installation of the micro-defense system. Tony, holding the design schematics for the nanoscale energy shield, noted that the densely packed lines and parameters on the blueprint seemed to unlock the secrets of the micro-defense realm. With a grave tone, he stated, "We will install the micro-defense system according to a multi-layer composite structure, which has been validated as the optimal approach. We will begin with the outermost layer, the energy absorption layer, which serves as the first line of defense against attacks, and is of utmost importance." Ethan, Yanghua, sat at the control panel, fully engrossed in operating the exquisitely precise instruments that resembled works of art. He meticulously laid the nanomaterials onto the framework, each movement deliberate and precise, as if he were sculpting a rare treasure. He murmured to himself, "The thickness and density of this layer must be strictly controlled. Even the slightest deviation could significantly compromise the functionality of the entire energy absorption layer, thereby affecting the efficacy of the entire microscopic defense system. Dr. Connor rushed in, cradling the prototype of the microscopic sensor, which felt as if it bore the weight of the world in his hands. He spoke gravely. This sensor is crucial for activating the shield. It serves as the eyes and ears of the whole microscopic defense system. We must ensure its flawless connection to the shield system while maintaining its nanoscale precision, which poses a tremendous challenge to our technology. However, unexpected complications arose during the installation process. A tense technician from SHIELD reported the sensor's signal transmission is being disrupted by the energy shield, resulting in noticeable fluctuations and attenuation of the signal. This could lead to the shield failing to activate promptly or misjudging the situation. Jarvis swiftly analyzed the situation. We need to redesign the sensor's shielding layer to mitigate the energy shield's impact. Optimization must be conducted across various aspects, including the selection of shielding materials, the thickness and structure of the shielding layer, to ensure the sensor operates effectively within the complex electromagnetic environment of the energy shield. Dr. Strange gazed at the microscopic defense system, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Perhaps we could apply some small magical runes around the sensor, harnessing the unique power of magic to stabilize its signal. Although this method carries some risk, it is worth a try. Allow me to attempt it." Following Dr. Strange's magical adjustments and the technician's redesign of the shielding layer, the initial installation of the microscopic defense system was completed. They then conducted a small-scale simulation test of a microscopic attack. Ethan Yanghua observed the test data. His brow slightly furrowed. The shield activated successfully, which is good news, but its response time is somewhat sluggish. In the face of high-speed microscopic attacks, it may not be able to mount an effective defense in time. We need further optimization. Tony decisively stated, "Adjust the sensitivity parameters of the sensor, and then retest until we achieve the desired response speed." Chapter 29, Concept Version completed. The third iteration involved the integration of a quantum field adaptability module. The fusion of quantum magical runes with the armor's quantum system was of paramount importance, akin to constructing a perilous yet alluring bridge between technology and arcane magic. Dr. Strange held the meticulously drawn magical runes, which sparkled with an inscrutable light under the illumination, as if imbued with the mysteries of the universe. With a solemn expression, he declared, "We shall employ quantum etching technology to embed these runes into the quantum system of the armor. This represents an unprecedented challenge. Jarvis, prepare the quantum etching equipment and ensure every parameter is set accurately." Jarvis expertly operated the intricate quantum etching apparatus, carefully positioning the precious yet unstable quantum materials in their designated places. As he operated the machinery, he cautioned, "Doctor, we must exercise utmost caution during this etching process. The properties of this quantum material are exceedingly unstable, akin to a bomb that could detonate at any moment. Even the slightest misstep could precipitate catastrophic consequences." Standing nearby, Tony fixed his serious gaze upon the etching process and asserted, "Should any anomalies arise, cease the etching immediately. Safety must be our foremost priority. We cannot afford to take risks." During the etching, controlling the injection of antimatter became a formidable challenge. A scientist, glancing nervously at the monitoring data, spoke with a quiver in his voice. "The injection of antimatter has exceeded safe limits. The quantum material is exhibiting violent fluctuations, and the situation is critical." Without hesitation, Dr. Strange commanded, "Reduce the injection rate immediately, while simultaneously enhancing the stability of the energy field. We must do everything within our power to restore stability to the quantum material." After numerous heart-pounding attempts, the quantum magical runes were finally successfully embedded into the armor's quantum system. However, a new dilemma soon emerged. During the joint testing with the quantum system, Jarvis reported, "The information transmission between the runes and the quantum system is not sufficiently fluid, exhibiting noticeable delays. This will severely hinder the armor's adaptability within the quantum domain, rendering it incapable of timely responses to quantum-level threats." Furrowing his brow, Tony pondered for a moment before stating, "Examine the application of quantum entanglement technology. We need to determine if there is room for optimization. Perhaps there is an issue within the information transmission process that we must identify and rectify swiftly." Fourth iteration, integration of the psychological defense system. The installation of the psychological defense system was akin to weaving an invisible yet remarkably resilient mental shield for the armor, relying on intricate neural interface technology. Dr. Connor cradled the new type of neural sensor, a meticulously crafted device bearing immense responsibility. He explained to the group, "We must connect these sensors precisely to the brain's neural nodes, necessitating an extraordinary level of accuracy, akin to performing a delicate surgical operation in the microscopic realm, leaving no room for error. Ethan Yanghua scrutinized the design schematics of the neural interface with focused seriousness, stating, "The choice of materials for this interface is crucial. We must ensure excellent biocompatibility to prevent any harm to Tony's body. This is our fundamental design principle and a basic guarantee of Tony's safety." Tony sat in the simulation chair, inhaled deeply, and resolutely declared, "Let us commence the installation. I hope this manual switch design will be more convenient for my operation, enabling a swift activation of the psychological defense mode in critical moments." However, during the installation process, complications arose. A.S.H.I.E.L.D. neurotechnology expert reported gravely. The data transmission from the sensors is conflicting with the armor's control system, causing certain functionalities to malfunction, which may impact the normal operation of the psychological defense system. Dr. Connor calmly analyzed, "We need to adjust the communication protocol of the sensors to ensure perfect compatibility with the armor's control system. This necessitates a thorough analysis and modification of the communication protocol's code to ensure that data can be transmitted accurately and swiftly, free from any interference." After a series of tense yet meticulous adjustments, the psychological defense system has finally been installed. Subsequently, simulated psychological attack tests were conducted, revealing that the manual switch successfully activated the deep psychological defense mode. However, the defense proved less than optimal when confronted with certain specific types of hallucinatory attacks. Dr. Connor scrutinized the test data, his brow furrowed. "We must further refine the neural feedback algorithm to enhance its recognition capability against these peculiar hallucinatory attacks. This requires an extensive analysis of a vast array of simulated data to identify the characteristic patterns of these attacks, followed by targeted improvements to the algorithm." Fifth production. Installation of the Temporal Flow Response Module, the culmination of the Time Research Laboratory's intellectual endeavors. The time calibration device stands ready to be affixed to the armor, serving as a beacon within the currents of time to guide the armor in complex temporal environments. A specialist from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporal research team carefully cradled the time calibration device, which emanated an aura of enigmatic technological sophistication, as if it harbored the secrets of time itself. He stated earnestly, "This device must be flawlessly integrated with the armor's energy and control systems, with no room for delay or conflict. Otherwise, it could precipitate chaos within the armor across the temporal dimension." Ethan Yanghua meticulously inspected the connection lines, his gaze focused and sharp, leaving no detail overlooked. The interfaces must be sealed and reinforced, as this pertains to the stability of the entire system. Any minuscule gap or looseness could allow external factors to disrupt the device's operation, thereby affecting the armor's performance in varying temporal flow conditions. Meanwhile, Jarvis busied himself adjusting the parameters of the time adjustment algorithm, rapidly calculating and analyzing a plethora of data based on previous theoretical computations and simulations. "We have optimized the algorithm. However, the actual conditions post-installation may differ, necessitating rigorous testing in a real installation environment." However, during the inaugural temporal flow simulation test following the installation, an unforeseen situation arose. The armor suddenly exhibited a brief loss of control, with various indicators flashing erratically and mechanical components trembling abnormally. Tony's expression turned grave. The time calibration device encountered serious coordination issues with the armor's other systems under conditions of high temporal flow variation, resulting in the armor's loss of control. "This is a very dangerous signal. We must resolve it promptly." Director Fury, acting swiftly, ordered, "Re-examine the compatibility of the time calibration device's algorithm with the other systems, particularly focusing on the interaction with the energy source and the microdefense system. The collaborative functioning of these systems is crucial, as any malfunction in one element could trigger a chain reaction." Sixth production. Improvement of the Spatial Distortion Analysis Module. The enhancements to the Spatial Perception Magic Array and the Isolation Buffer Layer serve as pivotal elements in illuminating the path through the cosmic labyrinth and fortifying the shield in this production endeavor. Dr. Strange and Jarvis stood side by side, their gazes fixed upon the Spatial Perception Magic Circle as they commenced adjustments to its structure. With a gentle wave of his wand, Dr. Strange conjured flickering magical light and remarked, "This magic circle must be further optimized according to the shape and function of the armor, enhancing its ability to perceive spatial nodes, akin to granting the armor eyes that can pierce through the mists of space." In a corner of the laboratory, an expert from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Spatial Research Division was intently examining the materials for the isolation buffer layer. He picked up a sample infused with rare earth elements, scrutinizing it closely before stating, We have incorporated certain rare earth elements to bolster the stability of the isolation buffer layer. Now we must conduct comprehensive tests to ascertain whether it meets our anticipated outcomes. During the testing phase, everyone anxiously monitored various measurement devices. Suddenly, a researcher exclaimed, "This is bad. The isolation buffer layer has exhibited energy leakage under high-intensity spatial distortion simulations, which could jeopardize the normal operation of the armor's other systems and potentially lead to catastrophic failures." Tony frowned, his face etched with concern, and said, "The energy leakage from the isolation buffer layer is no trivial matter. It is akin to a hidden assassin lurking in the shadows, capable of inflicting devastating damage on the armor. We must resolve this issue post-haste." After a moment of contemplation, the SHIELD spatial research expert proposed, "We might consider altering the proportion of rare earth elements to see if it ameliorates the energy leakage. If not, we may need to seek alternative materials and redesign the isolation buffer layer." The seventh iteration involved assembling a multidimensional attack and defense mechanism. The design and assembly of the multidimensional energy field resembled the construction of a mysterious fortress transcending different dimensions, providing the armor with protection against attacks from various realms. Ethan, Younghua, gazed at the architectural blueprint of the multidimensional energy field, the intricate designs and dense annotations resembling a mysterious multidimensional tapestry. He pondered aloud. "We must ensure the energy source for the energy field is stable. It is the cornerstone of the entire defense mechanism. How is the dark matter capture project progressing?" "It is our most promising energy source." A multidimensional research expert from SHIELD wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "We have enhanced the sensitivity of the dark matter detector through various technological means, yet we have not yet succeeded in capturing sufficient dark matter. However, we cannot afford to wait idly. Let us first utilize simulated dark matter energy for testing to evaluate the basic performance of the energy field." Jarvis was busy installing the energy analysis system, skillfully manipulating various tools to connect intricate circuits and chips. While he worked, he remarked, "This analysis system is constructed upon advanced machine learning algorithms, trained with a vast array of simulated data, with hopes of accurately identifying the energy characteristics of attacks from different dimensions, thereby providing precise foundations for the energy field's defense strategies." During the multidimensional attack simulation tests, everyone anxiously awaited the results. While the energy field demonstrated improved defensive capabilities against high-dimensional attacks, new challenges simultaneously emerged. Dr. Connor gazed at the data. His brow furrowed as he remarked, "The error rate of the energy field in misjudging low-dimensional attacks has increased. This could lead to the armor responding incorrectly to certain attacks that it would normally handle with ease, placing it in jeopardy. We must recalibrate the algorithm of the energy analysis system to balance the accuracy of identifying attacks across different dimensions. This necessitates a meticulous adjustment of the parameters within the algorithm, alongside the incorporation of a wider array of simulated data for training." Dr. Connor continued, "The eighth iteration, the integration of the resource recovery and reutilization system. The installation of nanobots and energy collection plates within this system has endowed the armor with the remarkable ability for self-repair and energy replenishment." He focused intently on the nanoscopic disassembly and reassembly apparatus, where the nanobots, akin to diminutive sprites, or the vital mission of resource recovery. He stated, "These nanobots must accurately identify and decompose various materials from enemy debris. The intelligent control algorithm is paramount. We must continuously optimize it to ensure they do not make erroneous judgments." Tony was inspecting the installation of the energy collection plates, meticulously examining each edge to ensure every component was securely fastened. He commented, "The multi-layered design of the energy collection plate is ingeniously crafted. Yet we must ascertain its efficacy in absorbing thermal and light energy across diverse and complex environments. This is crucial for the armor's energy self-sufficiency." During testing, complications arose. A technician, observing the monitoring data, exclaimed in astonishment, "During the disassembly of certain unique extraterrestrial debris, the nanobots encountered misidentification issues, potentially hindering the effective recovery of useful resources and even risking damage to the nanobots." Jarvis swiftly proposed, "We need to update the nanobots recognition database to enhance their ability to identify these special materials. Simultaneously, we must optimize the recognition algorithm to improve its discernment of complex materials." The ninth iteration, optimization of melee weapon installation. Following the design completion of the melee weapons, they resembled exquisite artifacts, ready to be affixed to the armor, augmenting its formidable close combat capabilities. SHIELD weapon expert held the meticulously crafted alien metal weapon, which sparkled under the light with a unique metallic sheen, seemingly radiating boundless power. he introduced, this alien metal weapon has undergone a specialized processing technique, achieving the strength and toughness we anticipated, making it an ideal material for melee weaponry. However, the small energy device on the weapon requires further testing to ensure its stability and reliability in combat. Tony grasped the weapon, swinging it through the air to gauge its weight and feel. He frowned and remarked, the weight distribution system feels somewhat unbalanced, which could affect the accuracy and fluidity of attacks. Adjustments are necessary. Ethan, Yanghua, meticulously examined the heat dissipation system of the energy device, opening the casing of the cooling apparatus to inspect the internal heat pipes and coolant circulation pathways. He remarked that the thermal dissipation issue of the micro-fusion energy device requires vigilant attention. Any impairment in heat dissipation may lead to overheating of the energy apparatus, consequently affecting the weapon's normal operation and potentially inciting peril. During the close combat weapon tests, issues indeed arose. Jarvis, observing the monitoring data, stated that after continuous assaults, the energy device exhibited unstable energy output, likely due to a malfunction in the energy control module under high load conditions. A meticulous examination is imperative to discern whether the issue stems from circuit problems, chip overheating, or other underlying causes. Tony placed the weapon on the operating table, scrutinizing the energy device section, declaring that one must not be negligent. Unstable energy output in combat is fatal. We must dismantle the energy control module, inspecting each component for damage or short circuits. Ethan, Yanghua, retrieved specialized diagnostic tools and began to carefully disassemble the energy control module, articulating that the module's design is intricate yet complex, where even the slightest flaw may precipitate significant issues. We must meticulously inspect these integrated circuits and capacitors, assessing their condition after prolonged high-load operation. After a thorough inspection, Ethan, Yanghua, pointed to a slightly discolored chip, saying, "Behold, this chip appears to be problematic. Its temperature is excessively high, potentially impacting its performance. Perhaps we need to redesign the thermal dissipation plan for this section or replace it with a more heat-resistant chip." Experts from S.H.I.E.L.D. gathered around, eyeing the chip and suggesting, under normal circumstances, this type of chip should withstand such loads. Could it be that the frequency or intensity of the energy pulses exceeded its design limits during continuous attacks? We might consider adjusting the energy pulse parameters to see if it ameliorates the situation. Thus, they commenced adjusting and testing the parameters of the energy device. After each modification, a new round of continuous attack tests was conducted to observe the stability of energy output. After numerous attempts, they finally established a relatively stable parameter setting, although the overall performance of the weapon still necessitated further refinement. In the 10th iteration, the automatic defense and communication systems underwent final enhancements. These two systems served as the guardians and eyes of the armor, crucial for ensuring the safety and operational coordination of the battlesuit. Ethan, Yanghua, examined the weapon module of the automatic defense system, observing the barrels and launchers resembling vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. He remarked that the layout of the weapon module must be further optimized to eliminate any blind spots in firepower, thereby ensuring effective defense against multifaceted enemy assaults. Simultaneously, we must enhance the accuracy of the friend or foe identification system to prevent friendly fire incidents. A defense system expert from S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, "We have trained the friend or foe identification system using deep learning algorithms, yet we require more combat data to elevate its accuracy. In the simulated environment, we discovered that the identification system is prone to misjudgment under intricate camouflage and electromagnetic interference conditions. In the realm of communication systems, Tony focused on the application of quantum encryption technology. Observing the intricate wiring and chips on the communication devices, he inquired about the advancements in quantum encryption technology regarding long-distance transmission and compatibility with existing communication equipment, as this is crucial to our information security and command coordination in combat. The communications expert from S.H.I.E.L.D. responded that they are diligently working to resolve these issues, and some progress has indeed been made. They have successfully conducted experiments in quantum encrypted communication over short distances. However, long-distance transmission encounters challenges such as signal attenuation and noise interference. Moreover, ensuring compatibility with existing communication devices necessitates addressing complex issues related to interface and protocol conversion, which will require time. They have reconfigured the layout of the weapon modules in the automated defense system, utilizing computer simulations to explore various attack scenarios in search of the optimal arrangement. Simultaneously, they are gathering more real-world data to further train the enemy identification system, enhancing its recognition capabilities in complex environments. Regarding the communication systems, the technicians have experimented with various methods to optimize the long-distance transmission performance of quantum encryption technology, such as increasing signal repeaters and improving signal modulation methods. In terms of compatibility with existing communication devices, they have designed new interface conversion modules and communication protocol conversion software. Following this development and a series of tests, the concept version of the 5th-generation armor has been largely completed, though several minor issues remain to be resolved. Director Fury gazed at the armor with a mix of satisfaction and concern, stating, "Thank you all for your hard work. Although there are still issues, we have made significant progress. These minor problems may be magnified in real combat, so we must not be complacent. Moving forward, we must continue to refine the armor to ensure it can truly fulfill its mission of protecting the Earth." Tony patted Director Fury on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Rest assured, we have come this far and will not falter. Each challenge serves as our motivation to advance. We will make this armor a nightmare for our enemies." The others nodded in agreement, aware that the journey to perfecting the armor is long. Yet they are confident in overcoming all obstacles to create the most formidable guardian for the Earth. After completing the concept version of the 5th-generation armor, Tony and Ethan, Yanghua, did not pause in their endeavors, understanding that this was merely the beginning. In the underground laboratory of Stark Tower, the electronic voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resonated in the quiet space. "Congratulations on completing the concept version, sir. But we have a long journey ahead to transform it into a formal battle suit," J.A.R.V.I.S. remarked, standing before the concept armor. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, J.A.R.V.I.S. This time we aim to create an utterly flawless suit." He turned to Ethan. "What are your thoughts?" Ethan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding. "First, we must establish a version plan for the formal suit. We cannot proceed as we did before, making changes on the fly. We need a comprehensive blueprint." Just then, Pepper Potts entered the laboratory, observing the bustling activity, and said, "Tony, are you about to embark on another round of sleepless work? Please take care of yourself this time." Chapter 30. A comparison of the official variants of the battle suits. The distinctive electronic tone of J.A.R.V.I.S. shattered the brief tranquility of the laboratory, reverberating through the expansive space with remarkable clarity. "Sir, congratulations on completing the concept version. However, we have a long journey ahead to transform it into the official battle suit." There was no hint of emotional fluctuation in J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice, yet every individual present felt the weight of the formidable task at hand. A fiery glimmer ignited in Tony's eyes, akin to a burning flame, representing an insatiable thirst for new challenges. He slightly raised his chin and resolutely declared, "Indeed, J.A.R.V.I.S. This time, we shall create an impeccable suit of armor, one that will serve as the ultimate weapon in the protection of Earth." Turning to Ethan, Yanghua, he inquired with an expression full of anticipation, "Ethan, what are your thoughts?" Ethan, Yanghua, furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. His hand instinctively stroked his chin, his gaze revealing a hint of gravity. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "We must first establish a definitive plan for the official suit. We cannot afford to proceed as we did before, making adjustments on the fly. This time, we require a comprehensive and detailed blueprint, meticulously outlining every component and the overall functional layout." At that moment, the laboratory door was gently pushed open and Pepper Potts entered. Her eyes scanned the busy individuals, filled with concern. Approaching Tony, she softly said, "Tony, are you about to immerse yourself in another round of relentless work? Do you understand how worried I am for you? Please take care of yourself this time. You are not alone. I am here with you." Tony, witnessing the worry etched on Pepper's face, felt a warm surge of affection. He smiled and embraced her gently, whispering in her ear, "My dear, I know of your concern. Yet, this is for the protection of Earth, to safeguard our home. And I must give it my all. Rest assured, I will take care of myself and not allow you to worry for too long." After an enthusiastic and profound discussion, they ultimately decided to create 10 battle suits that, while largely similar, would possess distinct core functionalities. Each suit would be akin to a unique jewel, imbued with unparalleled capabilities, serving as essential equipment in the face of unknown threats. The first suit, Quantum Domain Explorer. This suit is entrusted with the crucial mission of exploring the quantum realm, its primary function being the deep exploration and perfect adaptation to the quantum domain. This is undoubtedly a pivotal step toward venturing into the enigmatic unknown, as if it were a magical key unlocking the doors to the quantum world. Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, Dr. Strange, and J.A.R.V.I.S. gathered around the design table, where various blueprints and data were laid out. Each person wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Fully aware of the significance and peril associated with this endeavor, Tony's gaze remained steadfast on the design schematics, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. We must refine the quantum adaptability module to perfection, leaving no detail overlooked and allowing for no flaws whatsoever. We aim to make this battle suit the sovereign of the quantum realm, allowing us to traverse that minuscule and enigmatic world with ease. Dr. Strange stands nearby, firmly grasping the meticulously drawn magical runes. These runes shimmer with an unfathomable glow, intertwining like a dream, as if the deepest mysteries of the universe are concealed within these small symbols. With a solemn expression and a grave tone, Dr. Strange states, "This time, we must employ quantum etching technology with greater precision to embed the runes into the suit's quantum system. This is the most critical phase of the entire process, allowing for no margin of error. Otherwise, the consequences could be catastrophic." Jarvis, meanwhile, operates the intricately complex quantum etching apparatus, his movements cautious, akin to handling the world's most precious treasure. As he delicately places the quantum materials, he cautions, "Doctor, these materials are even more unstable than last time, resembling bombs that could detonate at any moment. Any minor misstep could lead to disastrous outcomes. We must exercise utmost caution." The atmosphere in the lab during the etching process is taut, akin to a drawn bowstring, with everyone holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the data fluctuating on the device and the blinking indicator lights. Suddenly, the monitoring data experiences a violent anomaly, prompting a nervous assistant to exclaim, his voice trembling. The antimatter injection levels are fluctuating again, and the amplitude is significant. The situation is critical. Tony's brow immediately furrows deeply, forming a pronounced crease. Without hesitation, he commands loudly, "Adjust immediately, maintain stability." Everyone focus intently and closely monitor the data changes. The laboratory erupts into a flurry of activity, the sounds of commands and alarms intermingling. After a heart-pounding effort, the quantum magical runes are successfully embedded into the suit's quantum system. However, before anyone can exhale in relief, a new issue arises during subsequent testing. The information delay problem plagues them once more. Ethan, Yanghua, furrows his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, remarks, "Check the quantum entanglement channel. This information delay is likely due to interference or blockage in the entanglement process. That must be where the problem lies. We need to identify the cause swiftly." Thus, they immerse themselves in the rigorous investigation and adjustment tasks. After countless tests, analyses, and refinements, they continually optimize the parameters and stability of the quantum entanglement channel. Each attempt feels like groping forward in darkness, filled with the unknown and challenges. Finally, after numerous arduous adjustments and enhancements, the first suit is completed. When it undergoes testing in the quantum domain once more, its adaptability far exceeds expectations, as if it has opened a sturdy door to the mysterious quantum world for Tony, behind which lies endless mysteries awaiting exploration. The second suit, the Mind Shield Guardian. This suit revolves around a psychological defense system, resembling a robust fortress that safeguards Tony's mental realm, serving as a crucial piece of equipment to protect him against various complex psychological assaults. Dr. Connor cradled the novel neural sensor with utmost care. Its exquisite design manifested a brilliance of technology, with each minuscule component shimmering with potential. His gaze was imbued with a blend of reverence and caution, as if he were holding the most fragile yet vital object in existence. This time, it was imperative that the connection between the sensor and the neural nodes be flawless. Every junction must be executed with precision. Any deviation could precipitate a catastrophic failure of the entire psychological defense system, Dr. Connor stated with gravity. Ethan, Yanghua, focused intently on the design schematics, exhibited a keen perception akin to that of a hawk, ensuring no detail escaped his scrutiny. The biocompatibility of the materials must be meticulously ensured, as it directly pertained to Tony's safety. This was the foremost principle guiding their design. "We cannot allow any factors that may jeopardize Tony's well-being to persist," Ethan, Yanghua, asserted with resolute conviction. Tony sat in the simulation chair, inhaling deeply in an attempt to steady his nerves. He understood the significance of this installation and was prepared to confront the ensuing challenges. "Let us commence," he said, his voice steady, though a flicker of tension lingered in his eyes. However, the installation process unfolded with unforeseen complications. Data transmission conflicts resurfaced, akin to a stubborn demon impeding their progress. Chaos erupted in the data flow, leading to anomalies in several functionalities. Dr. Connor maintained his composure, meticulously analyzing the data in search of the root cause. Adjusting the communication protocols is crucial. We must reconfigure the data transmission pathways and rules to ensure seamless compatibility and communication between the sensor and the armor control system, Dr. Connor assessed calmly. Thus, the team commenced the urgent task of recalibrating the communication protocols. They scoured through intricate lines of code for potential errors, meticulously checking and modifying each parameter. After hours of intense and detailed effort, the psychological defense system was finally installed. In the subsequent simulated psychological assault test, while the armor exhibited notable improvements, certain issues remained apparent. When confronted with specific types of hallucinatory attacks, the defense proved inadequate, akin to a robust wall with a few minute breaches. Dr. Connor scrutinized the test data, his brow furrowed as he delved into profound contemplation. We require more data to refine the neural feedback algorithm. These particular hallucinatory assaults possess unique patterns. We must analyze their characteristics through extensive data to specifically enhance the algorithm and bolster our defensive capabilities, Dr. Connor remarked, his gaze reflecting determination, aware that this was a challenge they must surmount. Through relentless effort, they amassed additional simulated data and repeatedly optimized and adjusted the neural feedback algorithm. Each modification was accompanied by new tests, as they continuously observed the armor's performance against various hallucinatory attacks until they identified the optimal algorithm parameters. Ultimately, the second suit was completed, significantly enhancing its psychological defense capabilities, transforming it into a formidable shield for Tony's mental realm, adept at effectively repelling diverse and complex mental assaults. The third suit, the time manipulator. At the heart of this suit lies the temporal calibration device, resembling a mysterious wheel of time, endowed with the extraordinary power to govern its passage. This device bestows upon the armor an unparalleled advantage in the realm of time. The S.H.I.E.L.D. time research expert, with a solemn demeanor, cradles the temporal calibration device, which emanates an aura of ancient mystique, as though it has been retrieved from the vast river of time, harboring its secrets. The surface of the device is adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, glimmering faintly under the light, seemingly narrating the rhythm of time itself. This connection must be executed without delay or conflict. The temporal calibration device must seamlessly integrate with the suit's energy and control systems, functioning as a cohesive whole. Any slight miscalculation could disrupt the balance of time, leading to unpredictable consequences, the expert warns gravely. Ethan Yanghua bends over, meticulously inspecting the circuitry. His gaze is focused and keen, akin to a master craftsman sculpting a rare treasure. His fingers glide gently along the wires, scrutinizing every connection and solder point, leaving no potential issue unchecked. The sealing and reinforcement of connections are paramount, as they directly affect the stability of the entire system. Even the tiniest gap or looseness could allow external factors to interfere with the device's operation, thereby impacting the suit's performance amidst fluctuations in the flow of time. There can be no room for negligence, Ethan cautions as he continues his inspection. Meanwhile, Jarvis busies himself adjusting the parameters of the temporal calibration algorithms. His virtual form flickers rapidly on the display, surrounded by a torrent of data and graphs. He swiftly computes and analyzes various figures, muttering parameter values and equations under his breath. We hope that the data from our simulated experiments will prove useful, as these figures are the fruits of our earlier endeavors and should provide valuable insights for our current adjustments. Jarvis's electronic voice resonates throughout the laboratory. However, despite their thorough preparations, during the initial simulation test of temporal flow, the suit spirals out of control. Indicators flash erratically, while mechanical components begin to tremble unnaturally, emitting unsettling creaks, as if the armor is ensnared in a tempest of time, unable to escape. Tony's expression turns grave as he fixates on the errant suit, concern and urgency evident in his gaze. We must re-examine compatibility, particularly with the energy system and the micro-defense system's interactions. The synchronization of these systems is crucial. Any malfunction in one segment could trigger a chain reaction, causing the entire suit to relinquish control within the temporal dimension. We must swiftly identify the source of the problem and resolve this crisis, Tony commands, his voice resonating powerfully amidst the cacophony of the laboratory. Thus, everyone springs into action, embarking on a comprehensive and meticulous examination of each system. Technicians scrutinize the code and circuitry, analyzing every data interaction in an effort to uncover the cause of the malfunction. After extensive examination and debugging, they discovered that the time calibration algorithm exhibited anomalies during its interaction with the energy system and the micro-defense system, resulting in a disruption of the entire system's coordination. Following a rigorous and arduous repair process, the algorithm was modified and optimized, and the interaction parameters between various systems were realigned, accompanied by multiple stringent tests. Ultimately, the coordination issue was resolved, and the third suit was completed. When the time flow simulation test was conducted once more, the armor demonstrated stability and excellence, granting Tony greater control over the continuum of time, as if he had become the master of time itself. The fourth suit, the Space Insight. The enhancement of the spatial distortion analysis module was of paramount importance in the creation of this suit, endowing it with the extraordinary ability to penetrate the mists of space, allowing it to navigate effortlessly in a complex and ever-changing spatial environment. Dr. Strange and Jarvis stood side by side before the spatial perception magic circle, which radiated a mysterious and captivating glow, shimmering like a flowing nebula, ever-changing in shape and color. With a gentle wave of his wand, Dr. Strange conjured resplendent magical light that flickered with each movement, as if sprites danced within the magic circle. Optimizing this magic circle to better align with the shape and functionality of the suit further enhanced its perception of spatial nodes, akin to bestowing the armor with a discerning eye capable of piercing through the spatial fog, enabling it to navigate the labyrinth of space with precision. As Dr. Strange waved his wand, he spoke solemnly. Meanwhile, a specialist from SHIELD's Space Research Division was engrossed in studying the materials for the isolation buffer layer in a corner of the laboratory. Seated at the workbench, surrounded by an array of samples and testing instruments, he picked up a sample infused with rare earth elements, which gleamed with a unique luster under the light. As if harboring mysterious power, he meticulously examined every detail of the sample, employing professional instruments for testing and analysis. The ratio of rare earth elements needs further adjustment. We must discover an optimal proportion that enhances the stability of the isolation buffer layer without adversely affecting other performance metrics. The SHIELD space research expert murmured. During the testing process, everyone anxiously monitored the various monitoring devices. The laboratory enveloped in silence save for the hum of the instruments and the rapid beats of their hearts. Suddenly, a researcher shouted, "This is bad. The isolation buffer layer has developed an energy leakage problem under high-intensity spatial distortion simulation. The energy leakage values are continuously rising, which could jeopardize the normal operation of other systems within the armor, potentially leading to system failure. This is a critical situation." His voice shattered the tranquility of the laboratory, akin to a heavy bomb dropped onto a calm lake, instantly heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Concern etched across Tony's face, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with anxiety. This must be resolved. Energy leakage is like a hidden assassin, poised to deliver a catastrophic blow to the armor at any moment. We cannot allow it to compromise the performance and safety of the suit. We must swiftly find a solution, Tony urged fervently. The expert in spatial research from SHIELD felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "We might consider altering the ratio of rare earth elements, experimenting with various combinations. Concurrently, we should monitor the fluctuations in energy leakage, in hopes of discovering a suitable proportion to ameliorate the situation. If that proves ineffective, we may need to explore alternative materials and redesign the isolation buffer layer." Consequently, everyone sprang into action. The technicians meticulously adjusted the proportions of the rare earth elements and subsequently conducted high-intensity spatial distortion simulation tests. Each trial felt like a thrilling adventure, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting the results. After numerous attempts, they finally identified a new ratio of rare earth elements that effectively controlled the energy leakage issue. Though it remained unresolved, "We cannot rest on our laurels. We must continue to optimize," Tony stated resolutely. The team persevered, further refining the microscopic structure of the materials and incorporating supplementary components, ultimately resolving the energy leakage dilemma entirely. The fourth suit was completed, demonstrating remarkable performance against the challenges of spatial distortion, capable of accurately sensing spatial variations and providing robust support for Tony in complex environments. The fifth suit, named Multidimensional Defender, featured a core highlight of a multidimensional attack defense mechanism, serving as a formidable fortress that spans various dimensions, tasked with repelling assaults from all directions. Whether facing the enigmatic energy impacts of higher dimensions or the intricate physical attacks from lower dimensions, it was designed to respond effectively. Ethan Yanghua stood before the vast schematic of the multidimensional energy field, the complexity of which resembled a cosmic star map, with a labyrinth of lines and annotations intertwining, akin to a mysterious tapestry depicting the secrets of a multidimensional world. Ethan's gaze was fixed on the diagram, revealing a blend of gravity and focus. The energy source must be stable. It is the foundational pillar of the entire defense mechanism. "How is the dark matter capture project progressing?" he inquired, his brow furrowed. "It is the energy source we have high hopes for. If the energy supply is unstable, our defense system will be but an illusion. The multidimensional research expert from S.H.I.E.L.D. wiped the sweat from his brow, weariness etched across his face, yet his eyes shone with determination. We have enhanced the sensitivity of the dark matter detector through various technological means, but as of now, we have not succeeded in capturing sufficient dark matter. However, we cannot afford to wait idly. We should first utilize simulated dark matter energy for testing to assess the fundamental performance of the energy field, and then adjust and optimize based on the results. The multidimensional research expert replied. Jarvis was adeptly installing the energy analysis system, his precise movements reminiscent of a master pianist performing a complex composition. He connected the intricate circuitry and chips in an orderly fashion, each motion fluid and natural. This analytical system is constructed upon advanced machine learning algorithms, meticulously trained through an extensive array of simulated data. Our aspiration is for it to accurately discern the energy characteristics of various dimensions of attacks, thereby providing a reliable foundation for defensive strategies in energy fields. Akin to equipping a battlesuit with an intelligent radar system. As Jarvis articulated while working, his electronic voice resonated clearly throughout the laboratory. During the multidimensional attack simulation tests, tension enveloped the space as everyone gathered anxiously around the monitoring equipment, their eyes fixated on the results. The atmosphere in the laboratory was thick with apprehension, as if the very air had grown heavy. Despite the energy field's enhanced defensive capabilities against high-dimensional attacks, new challenges emerged, notably an increased misjudgment rate concerning low-dimensional assaults. This implies that, in actual combat, the battlesuit might respond erroneously to certain low-dimensional attacks that could have been effortlessly managed, thus placing it in jeopardy. Chapter 31. The Emergence of the All-Powerful Battlesuit. Dr. Connor scrutinized the data, his brow furrowed in concern. Adjusting the algorithm parameters is of utmost urgency. We must reassess the algorithm's logic in recognizing the energy characteristics of various dimensional attacks, augmenting the training data with a wider variety of low-dimensional attack simulations. He emphasized the necessity for the algorithm to distinguish accurately between different dimensions of attacks, eliminating such misjudgments. Thus, the researchers commenced their diligent efforts, amassing a diverse collection of low-dimensional attack simulation data, ranging from simple physical impacts and energy fluctuations to intricate multi-form hybrid assaults, striving to encompass every conceivable scenario. Jarvis was tasked with integrating this vast data into the training set of the energy analysis system, initiating a fresh round of algorithm retraining. Throughout the training process, the team meticulously monitored the algorithm's convergence and the fluctuations in accuracy for identifying different dimensional attacks. Each parameter adjustment represented a careful endeavor, and every new training round felt like navigating through darkness in search of the correct path. After countless iterations of parameter adjustments and retraining, the energy analysis system's misjudgment rate regarding low-dimensional attacks gradually diminished. It appears to be effective, yet we require further complex testing, Tony remarked, proposing a simulation of more intricate multidimensional attack scenarios, including situations where both high and low-dimensional assaults occurred simultaneously, alongside dynamically varying intensities and forms of attack. A new round of testing commenced, as the battlesuit faced the challenges of the simulated complex multidimensional attack scenarios. This time, the energy field exhibited superior performance, accurately identifying and responding to various dimensional assaults. Whether confronted with high-dimensional enigmatic energy impacts, low-dimensional physical strikes, or a simultaneous onslaught of multiple dimensional attacks, the battlesuit adeptly executed appropriate defensive responses, effectively safeguarding itself. Following continuous optimization, the fifth suit was completed, showcasing exceptional performance in multidimensional defense, becoming a formidable line of defense against multidimensional attacks. The sixth suit, Resource Recovery Pioneer. The resource recovery and recycling system serves as the pivotal highlight of this suit, endowing the battle armor with self-repair and energy replenishment capabilities, thereby enhancing its endurance and survival abilities during combat. Dr. Connor stood before the nanoscale decomposition and reassembly device, his attention wholly captivated by the diminutive nanobots within, resembling tiny sprites. These nanobots glimmered with a faint luminescence, each entrusted with the pivotal mission of resource recovery. Their task was to accurately identify and decompose various materials within the remnants of enemy debris, with intelligent control algorithms serving as the cornerstone. We must continuously optimize their functions to ensure they do not err in judgment. Otherwise, not only will we fail to recover resources effectively, but we may also risk damaging the bots themselves, Dr. Connor stated with gravity. Meanwhile, Tony meticulously examined the installation of the energy collection panel. He moved slowly along the edges of the panel, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, scrutinizing the security of each component. Gently, he touched the surface of the panel, appreciating its texture. The panel's multi-layered structure was ingeniously designed, yet it was imperative to guarantee its efficacy in absorbing thermal and solar energy across various complex environments, which was crucial for the self-sufficiency of the armor's energy supply. It must operate stably, whether near a blazing star or in the frigid depths of space, Tony remarked. During the testing phase, complications inevitably arose. A technician, staring at the monitoring data, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "The nanobots are misidentifying certain unusual alien debris. They are mistakenly categorizing some critical materials as useless, which may hinder our ability to recover valuable resources and could even risk damaging the nanobots due to erroneous operations." Jarvis swiftly analyzed the data and proposed, "We need to update the nanobots recognition database to incorporate information on these special materials. Simultaneously, we should optimize the recognition algorithms to enhance their discernment capabilities regarding complex materials. By examining the physical and chemical properties of these unique materials, we can identify distinctive markers for recognition." Thus, the researchers began collecting samples of the unusual alien debris, employing various advanced analytical instruments for detailed study. They examined the crystalline structures and elemental compositions at a microscopic level while analyzing their physical properties and energy characteristics on a macroscopic scale. Dr. Connor personally engaged in the process, operating the instruments and recording data. These special materials possess unique crystalline structures and energy signatures. We can integrate recognition rules for these features into our algorithms. For instance, this material exhibits a markedly different reflectivity in specific energy wavelengths compared to others, which we can leverage to refine our recognition algorithms, Dr. Connor articulated. After considerable effort, they successfully updated the nanobots recognition database and optimized the recognition algorithms. During subsequent tests, the nanobots adeptly identified and decomposed the peculiar alien debris, effectively recovering valuable resources. Concurrently, they conducted a series of environmental simulation tests on the energy collection panel. In a high-temperature simulated environment, they adjusted the surface coating materials of the energy collection panel to enhance its high-temperature resistance and thermal absorption efficiency. In a frigid environment, the internal energy conduction structure has been optimized to ensure efficient energy collection even under low temperatures. In simulated environments with varying light intensities and wavelengths, enhancements have been made to the photon absorption layer of the energy collection panel, enabling it to capture light energy more broadly. Following these improvements, the sixth suit of armor has been completed, exhibiting superior resource recovery capabilities, thereby providing a continuous energy supply and self-repair functionality. The seventh suit, known as the King of Close Combat, centers on the optimization of melee weaponry, aimed at significantly enhancing the armor's proficiency in close-quarter combat, granting it unparalleled power and advantage. A weapons expert from SHIELD brandished a meticulously crafted extraterrestrial metal weapon, which shimmered under the light with a unique metallic luster, as if forged from celestial bodies, emanating an inexhaustible force. The surface of the weapon is adorned with intricate patterns, not merely decorative but resembling runes that encapsulate some enigmatic power. This extraterrestrial metal weapon, processed through specialized techniques, has achieved the desired strength and resilience, making it an ideal material for close combat weaponry. However, the small energy device affixed to the weapon requires further testing to ensure its stability and reliability in battle, which are pivotal factors determining the weapon's performance. The SHIELD weapons expert expressed pride in these weapons, yet a hint of concern over potential unknown issues lingered in his gaze. Tony lifted the weapon, swinging it through the air. He assessed its weight and feel, furrowing his brow slightly. The weapon's weight distribution felt somewhat unbalanced, which could compromise the accuracy and fluidity of attacks, necessitating adjustment. In the heat of close combat, even the slightest imbalance could lead to misfires, providing an opportunity for the enemy to capitalize. With a serious demeanor, Tony swung the weapon again, striving to pinpoint the issue more precisely. Ethan Yanghua was meticulously examining the cooling system of the energy device. He opened the cooling unit's casing, revealing the heat pipes and circulating coolant channels within. Employing specialized tools, he scrutinized the seals of the pipes and the flow of the coolant, his focus unwavering and earnest. The cooling concerns of the miniature nuclear fusion energy device warrant close attention. Any hindrance to heat dissipation could lead to overheating, affecting the weapon's functionality, and potentially posing a danger. During high-intensity close combat, the load on the energy device would increase dramatically, and the cooling system must withstand such pressure, Ethan remarked. During the testing of the melee weapons, issues indeed arose. Jarvis observed the monitoring data, his tone grave as he reported, following successive attacks, The energy device exhibited unstable energy output, likely due to a malfunction in the energy control module under high load. Unstable energy output could severely compromise the weapon's power and effectiveness. We must conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain whether the issue lies with the circuitry, overheating of the chip, or other causes. Tony placed the weapon on the operating table, his gaze fixed intently on the energy device, a weight of seriousness evident in his expression. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Unstable energy output in combat is lethal. We must dismantle the energy control module to examine each component, checking for any damage or short circuits. He picked up his tools and began to carefully disassemble the energy control module, each movement executed with utmost caution, as if he were handling a bomb poised to explode at any moment. Ethan Yanghua brought in specialized diagnostic tools and began the disassembly alongside Tony. As he worked, he remarked, "This module is exquisitely designed, yet highly intricate. Even the slightest flaw could precipitate significant issues. We must meticulously inspect these integrated circuits and capacitors to assess their condition after prolonged high-load operation." He utilized the diagnostic instruments to scrutinize each component, leaving no detail overlooked. His eyes fixed intently on the data displayed on the instruments. After a thorough examination, Ethan Yanghua pointed to a slightly discolored chip and said, "Look, this chip may be problematic. Its temperature is excessively high and may have compromised its performance. We might need to redesign the thermal management system for this component or replace it with a chip that is more heat resistant." A weapons expert from SHIELD approached, examining the chip, and said, "Under normal circumstances, this type of chip should withstand such loads. Could it be that the frequency or intensity of the energy pulses exceeded its design limits during sustained attacks? We could attempt to adjust the parameters of the energy pulses to see if it ameliorates the situation." Thus, they commenced adjusting and testing the parameters of the energy device. After each adjustment, they conducted a new series of continuous attack tests, meticulously observing the stability of the energy output. Throughout this process, they experimented with various parameter combinations, akin to groping for the correct path in darkness. After numerous arduous attempts, they finally identified a relatively stable parameter setting. However, they were not content with this. Tony further refined the weapon's weighting system. By adding or removing counterweights, he repeatedly wielded the weapon to test and feel the balance shifts after each adjustment. Through continuous optimization, the weapon became more balanced and manageable during use, significantly enhancing its accuracy and coherence in attacks. Ultimately, the seventh suit was completed, exhibiting tremendous power in close combat and earning the title of the true king of melee. The eighth suit, Automatic Defense Specialist. The enhancement of the automatic defense system is the focal point of this suit, aimed at bolstering the armor's defensive capabilities, enabling it to respond intelligently and efficiently to enemy assaults, thereby serving as Tony's reliable shield on the battlefield. Ethan Yanghua stood before the weapon module of the automatic defense system, where the barrels and launchers stood like silent sentinels, neatly arranged, their metallic surfaces reflecting a stark gleam under the lights. His gaze moved slowly across these weapon modules, revealing a demeanor of concentration and contemplation. The layout of the weapon modules required further optimization to ensure there were no blind spots in firepower, thus allowing for effective defense against comprehensive enemy attacks. The positioning of each barrel and launcher was crucial. Their shooting angles and coverage areas needed to harmonize, forming a seamless defense network. Simultaneously, we must enhance the accuracy of our friend or foe identification system, ensuring that friendly forces are not mistakenly targeted, as this is paramount to the efficacy of our defensive systems. Ethan Yanghua remarked. A specialist in the SHIELD defense system stood nearby and responded. "We have employed deep learning algorithms to train the friend or foe identification system. However, we still require more real-world data to refine its accuracy. In simulated environments, we have discovered that under certain intricate camouflage and electromagnetic interference conditions, the identification system is prone to errors. Such misjudgments could have dire consequences, and it is imperative that we address this issue." While speaking, he showcased scenarios of misidentification from simulation tests on his computer, where the data and imagery depicted the system's perplexity in complex environments. In terms of the communication system, Tony focused on the application of quantum encryption technology. Standing before the intricate circuitry and chips of the communication equipment, his gaze was filled with intensity. What progress has been made regarding quantum encryption technology in long-distance transmission and compatibility with existing communication devices? This is critical to our information security and operational coordination in combat. Should communication falter, our armors will be unable to function cohesively, jeopardizing the entire defensive framework, Tony inquired. A communication expert from SHIELD responded. We are diligently working to resolve these challenges and have made some advancements. We have successfully conducted experiments in quantum encrypted communication over short distances. But long-distance transmission faces issues of signal attenuation and noise interference. Additionally, ensuring compatibility with existing communication devices requires addressing complex interface and protocol conversion problems, which will take time. In long-distance transmission, signals are akin to small boats navigating through tumultuous seas, easily engulfed by waves. We must discover a more stable method of transmission. They began to recalibrate the layout of the weapon modules within the automated defense system. Technicians simulated various attack scenarios through computer modeling, ranging from single-point assaults to comprehensive saturation attacks, adjusting the angles and positions of cannons and launchers from different perspectives and distances. After each adjustment, they executed the simulation program, observing the defensive efficacy and checking for any blind spots in fire coverage. There are still vulnerabilities in this angle's coverage. Let us make further adjustments. Ethan Yanghua pointed out, indicating the simulation visuals on the screen. Following his guidance, the technicians made additional fine-tuning to the weapon modules, ensuring that every conceivable attack vector was effectively covered. Simultaneously, to gather more real-world data, they engaged in close collaboration with SHIELD agents. The agents utilized specialized equipment to document data from authentic combat scenarios during various missions, capturing details such as enemy camouflage techniques, electromagnetic interference environments, and the signal characteristics of both adversaries and allies. This invaluable data was continuously relayed back to the laboratory for further training of the friend or foe identification system. Regarding the communication system, technicians explored multiple strategies to optimize the long-distance performance of quantum encryption technology. They introduced signal relays along the transmission lines, which functioned like lighthouses at sea, enhancing and guiding the signals while mitigating attenuation during long-distance transmission. Simultaneously, the signal modulation method was refined, enabling the signal to better resist the interference of noise, akin to donning a robust suit of armor. In terms of compatibility with existing communication devices, new interface conversion modules and communication protocol conversion software were designed, and through extensive compatibility testing, the performance of these modules and software was continually optimized. After prolonged efforts and relentless improvements, the 8th suit of armor was completed. Its automatic defense capabilities were significantly enhanced, achieving new heights in both the layout of weapon modules and the precision of the enemy identification system. The communication system also became more stable and reliable, evolving into an automatic defense expert on the battlefield. The 9th suit, known as the Communication Master, centers around the optimization of the communication system, aimed at ensuring information security and collaboration during combat, thereby enabling the armor to maintain efficient and stable communication within complex battle environments, thus becoming a crucial safeguard for team operations. Tony stood before the communication equipment, his gaze fixed intently on the intricate web of wires and chips, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The long-distance transmission and compatibility of quantum encryption technology pose the greatest challenge we currently face. In modern warfare, communication is akin to the nervous system of the armor. If communication falters or information is leaked, we shall find ourselves in a precarious position, Tony remarked gravely. A communications expert from SHIELD stood nearby, his expression serious as he replied, "We are making efforts, sir. We have already implemented measures to improve long-distance transmission issues, such as increasing signal repeaters and refining modulation methods. Signal repeaters can enhance and repair signals during transmission, much like establishing numerous supply stations along a long road, providing the signal with sufficient energy to continue its journey. Meanwhile, refining the modulation method equips the signal with a more resilient exterior, enabling it to better withstand external interference and enhancing its stability." Technicians were busily engaged in various tests and adjustments. They meticulously examined the installation of the signal repeaters, ensuring that each one functioned properly and was perfectly connected to the communication lines. Simultaneously, they repeatedly adjusted and optimized the parameters of the modulation methods, sending numerous test signals to observe the transmission effects over varying distances and interference environments. We must also pay attention to the compatibility issues with existing communication devices, which is equally important, Tony reminded. If we cannot achieve compatibility with other devices, our armor will become an information island during joint operations, unable to coordinate with our teammates. The SHIELD communications expert nodded in agreement. We are designing new interface conversion modules and communication protocol conversion software. This is a complex process. These modules and software act as interpreters, establishing bridges between different communication languages, enabling the armor to communicate seamlessly with a variety of existing communication devices. We have conducted extensive compatibility testing, but further improvements are still necessary. During the enhancement of the interface conversion modules and communication protocol conversion software, the technicians encountered numerous challenges. The disparities in interface standards and communication protocols across different devices are as vast as the differences in languages and cultures among nations. Careful design of conversion rules and algorithms is essential to ensure the accurate transmission of information. They continuously analyze and study the communication mechanisms of various devices, seeking information and consulting experts in their quest for optimal solutions. After countless attempts and failures, they finally achieved a breakthrough. The new interface conversion module and communication protocol conversion software demonstrated excellent performance during compatibility testing, effectively facilitating information exchange between the armored suit and existing communication devices. Concurrently, the long-distance transmission performance of quantum encryption technology is also undergoing continuous optimization. By incorporating additional signal repeaters and further refining the modulation methods, the issues of signal attenuation and interference during long-distance transmission have been better controlled. Following a series of rigorous tests and adjustments, the 9th suit of armor was completed, significantly enhancing its communication capabilities. With advancements in both information security and collaborative warfare, it reached a new pinnacle, truly becoming a master of communication. The 10th suit of armor, known as the omnipotent armor, represents the ultimate culmination of the strengths of the previous 9 suits. It embodies the collective efforts and wisdom of all involved, a testament to their pursuit of perfection, destined to become the most formidable force in safeguarding the Earth. Tony stood before the assembled suit, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. His gaze traversed each component, as if appraising a soon-to-be-born masterpiece. This is the fruit of our labor, each detail imbued with our efforts and hopes. It must be perfect, there can be no flaws, for it will bear the weighty responsibility of protecting our planet, Tony declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 32, The Simulated Battlefield of the Omnipotent Armor. Ethan, Yanghua, stood beside Tony, equally animated, nodding in agreement. Indeed, we cannot afford the slightest oversight. This is the culmination of our journey, the ultimate weapon against unknown threats. From adaptability in the quantum realm to psychological defense, from temporal mastery to spatial insight, from multidimensional defense to resource recovery, and from close combat capabilities to automated defense and communication optimization. All functions must seamlessly integrate within this armor. Throughout the assembly process, every step was executed with the utmost precision. Technicians meticulously installed each module. Akin to artists sculpting a magnificent work of art, they conducted multiple checks on each connection point to ensure secure wiring and smooth signal transmission. Each system's installation was overseen by dedicated experts, guaranteeing that no errors occurred. Upon completion of the assembly, a comprehensive and rigorous testing phase commenced. Initially, each individual function was tested, from the quantum adaptability module to the communication system, with repeated validations to ensure optimal performance in isolation. Subsequently, integrative testing simulated various complex combat scenarios, including multidimensional attacks, variations in time flow, spatial distortions, and high-intensity close combat, assessing the suit's performance under the collaborative operation of its multiple functions. During the testing phase, although we encountered a few minor issues, the team's extensive experience and exceptional skills enabled us to resolve them one by one. For instance, when both the multidimensional defense and close combat functions were activated simultaneously, a brief imbalance in energy distribution occurred. The technicians promptly inspected the energy management system and discovered that certain algorithms had inadequately prioritized tasks when handling complex operations. Consequently, they recalibrated the algorithms and refined the energy allocation logic, ensuring that each function received stable and ample energy support across various intricate scenarios. Additionally, while the communication system collaborated with the automatic defense system, a delay in data transmission emerged, potentially jeopardizing the responsiveness of the automatic defense system and posing a threat to the armor's safety. After thorough investigation, it became evident that the newly designed interface conversion module exhibited compatibility vulnerabilities with the data exchange protocol of the automatic defense system under specific conditions. Communication specialists and defense system experts from SHIELD joined forces to conduct an in-depth analysis and modification of the interaction protocol, redesigning certain data transmission verification mechanisms to guarantee real-time and accurate data transfer between the communication system and the automatic defense system. After numerous adjustments and optimizations, the 10th suit of armor finally completed all tests, It showcased astonishing performance, effortlessly navigating the quantum realm and demonstrating formidable resilience against diverse dimensional attacks. Whether operating stably in the complexities of time and space or exhibiting formidable offensive capabilities in close combat, it proved to be impeccable. Furthermore, through the precise operation of the automatic defense system, it effectively repelled enemy assaults, while the optimized communication system ensured efficient collaboration with teammates. Once all 10 suits were finalized, Director Fury entered the laboratory. His gaze swept over the armors, gleaming with technological brilliance, filled with satisfaction and pride. These armors were not merely cold machines. They symbolized the team's intellect and dedication, embodying the hope of safeguarding Earth. Everyone has worked tirelessly. These armors will be our formidable weapons against unknown threats. Director Fury's voice resonated in the laboratory, each word imbued with strength and confidence. Each suit represented our breakthroughs in technology and our commitment to safety, destined to play a crucial role in future battles. Tony smiled confidently as he approached Director Fury, patting him on the shoulder. Indeed, we will make our enemies aware that Earth possesses the mightiest guardians. These armors encompass all our hard work. We have endowed them with unparalleled strength to protect our home and everything we hold dear. Standing nearby, Pepper watched Tony with pride in her eyes. She understood the arduous journey they had undertaken, the countless sacrifices made by Tony and his team. These armors, akin to their children, carried their hopes and dreams. Now, they had finally come to fruition, poised to serve as the iron bulwark defending this beautiful planet. She walked over to Tony, gently grasping his hand, conveying her support and affection without the need for words. At this moment, the laboratory was imbued with a distinctive ambience, a blend of victorious joy, anticipation for the future, and the strength of unity. They understood that numerous challenges awaited them ahead, yet they were prepared, fortified by their formidable armor and the unwavering support and trust they shared. This armor would carry their convictions, inscribing the legend of Earth's guardians across the cosmos. Following Tony and Ethan's successful completion of the 5th-generation Universal Armor, the laboratory seemed enveloped in a unique atmosphere. It was a marvelous intermingling of excitement and tension, akin to the electric flashes and oppressive air that precede a tempest. The armor stood in the center of the laboratory like a peerless work of art, reminiscent of a legendary artifact, long sealed, now unveiled to the world. Every inch of its surface shimmered with the brilliant light born of technology and intellect, radiant like the most resplendent stars in the universe, both enigmatic and captivating. It bore the grand mission of safeguarding Earth, resembling a silent protector ever ready to combat for the sanctuary of their home, transforming it in the eyes of many from mere equipment to a symbol of hope. However, both Tony and Ethan were acutely aware that this was merely a pivotal starting point in their arduous journey. Their objective hung like a brilliant star in the distance, to seamlessly integrate the complex mechanisms and diverse functionalities of the Universal Armor with the practical applications envisioned in the 5th generation. Such an endeavor was no trivial feat, for it entailed infusing the armor's steel frame with a soul, enabling it to navigate the chaos of battle effortlessly while also serving as a convenient and reliable aid in daily life, ultimately crafting an impeccable suit of armor that would stand as Earth's mightiest shield. Tony paced slowly around the armor, his gaze reflecting his customary focus. Sharp as an eagle's eye, seemingly penetrating the armor's shell to discern every minute component within. Deep within his eyes lay an almost obsessive pursuit of perfection, much like a master artist who permits no flaw in his creation. Ethan, Tony's voice resonated in the quiet laboratory, tinged with gravity. We have taken a crucial step. Yet to maximize its potential in both combat and everyday life, we have a long journey ahead of us. It is akin to scaling an uncharted summit, where every step is fraught with challenges. Ethan, Yanghua, nodded slightly, his gaze equally fixated on the armor, his expression filled with concentration and contemplation. Indeed, Tony, he replied, his voice steady and resolute. The factors we must consider are abundant, as numerous as the stars in the night sky. From the labyrinthine complexities of battlefield environments to the seemingly insignificant yet vital needs for convenience in daily life, each detail is akin to a piece of a puzzle. Missing any piece would render the perfect picture incomplete. At that moment, the technologically resonant voice of Jarvis echoed through the laboratory, shattering the brief silence. Gentlemen, I recommend conducting a series of comprehensive and in-depth battlefield simulations. By simulating a myriad of distinctly different battlefield environments and diverse enemy types, we are able to amass a wealth of invaluable data, serving as a beacon guiding our path forward, allowing us to better integrate and optimize the capabilities of the armor, gradually steering it toward perfection. Tony and Ethan exchanged a glance, a fleeting glimmer of mutual understanding illuminating their eyes, akin to two swords resonating within their sheaths. Nodding in unison, Tony commanded, "Jarvis, proceed as you suggested. Begin preparations for the test. Let us unveil the true potential of this armor." The first simulated battlefield test commenced amidst a virtual arena shrouded in smoke, reminiscent of a world ravaged by apocalypse. The setting depicted an urban ruin, where once thriving metropolises had crumbled into a landscape of shattered walls and debris, broken structures resembling toys trampled by giants, remnants scattered in disarray. The adversaries consisted of a battalion of well-equipped, highly trained mechanical soldiers adept in guerrilla tactics, their metallic exteriors glinting with a cold sheen in the shadows of the ruins, as if they were harbingers sent forth by the Grim Reaper. Clad in the versatile armor, Tony felt its embrace around him, each movement accompanied by a palpable feedback of strength. Meanwhile, Ethan monitored from the control room, surrounded by rows of flickering screens displaying a plethora of data and images. His gaze fixated on the ever-shifting metrics, as if he were a hunter tracking his prey. Jarvis operated from the vast server backend, employing its formidable computational prowess to analyze battlefield conditions in real time, leaving no detail unexamined. "Jarvis, initiate scanning. I need to ascertain the positions of these foes," Tony instructed. The surface of his armor shimmering with a faint blue luminescence, reminiscent of ethereal lights in the darkness, poised to embrace the impending battle. This glow stood out vividly against the smoky backdrop, as if proclaiming his arrival to the enemies. "Scanning initiated, sir." The enemies are distributed throughout the surrounding ruins, numerous as wolves lurking in the shadows. "Exercise caution, as they may strike at any moment," Jarvis replied, its voice calm and steady, devoid of any tremor. Tony swiftly soared towards the remnants of a high-rise, his flight graceful and agile, akin to an eagle taking to the skies. Upon reaching the ruins, he utilized them as cover, pressing closely against the debris while cautiously peering out to observe the surroundings. Just as he prepared to further scrutinize the movements of his adversaries, they launched their assault. The mechanical soldiers surged forth like phantoms from the ruins, their energy projectiles raining down upon Tony with relentless intensity, each beam slicing through the air, leaving luminous trails in their wake, akin to scythes wielded by death itself. "Wow, they are quite enthusiastic," Tony jested, a subtle smile gracing his lips, excitement flickering in his eyes. In that instant, he activated the energy shield of the versatile armor. The shield expanded instantaneously, forming a translucent blue dome that enveloped Tony within its protective embrace. Energy projectiles struck the shield like relentless raindrops, sending ripples across its surface. Each impact was accompanied by a dazzling display of light and a surge of energy, reminiscent of a tempestuous sea. Yet, the shield steadfastly withstood the onslaught, akin to a formidable dam holding back a torrent of floodwaters. "Tony, monitor the energy consumption. This high-intensity shield cannot be sustained for long. Much like a candle flickering in the wind, it will deplete swiftly," Ethan cautioned through the comms, his voice tinged with concern as his gaze remained fixated on the energy metrics displayed on the monitor. "I am aware, Ethan. It is time to counterattack," Tony responded, his expression sharpening with determination. He unleashed a volley of tracking energy pulses from his suit, each pulse akin to a living falcon, imbued with destructive power. As they were launched, they trailed brilliant streaks of light, soaring towards the adversary with the precision of shooting stars. Each pulse detonated upon striking the mechanical soldiers, resulting in violent explosions that radiated blinding light, engulfing everything in flames. The mechanical foes were obliterated in the chaos, their wreckage scattering in all directions, swiftly annihilating a significant portion of the enemy forces. "Jarvis, analyze the enemy's attack patterns and identify any discernible patterns. We cannot afford to retaliate blindly. We must uncover their vulnerabilities," Tony commanded amidst the fray, deftly maneuvering through the rubble, evading incoming attacks while keeping a close watch on enemy movements. "Sir, their assaults may appear chaotic, but upon analysis, I have discovered a consistent time interval. You can exploit these gaps for a counterattack, much like seeking sunlight amid a storm." Jarvis replied, its analysis swift and precise, furnishing Tony with critical insights for the battle. Armed with Jarvis's analysis, Tony skillfully navigated through the intervals between the enemy's strikes, his movements as graceful and precise as a dance. He soared high to evade energy projectiles launched from the ground, deftly sidestepped lateral assaults, all the while launching his own attacks. After an intense skirmish, he emerged as the sovereign of the battlefield, successfully vanquishing all adversaries. The smoldering remains of the mechanical soldiers lay among the debris, whispering tales of the battle's brutality. The second simulation battlefield was set in a vast, endless desert, where golden sands shimmered under the scorching sun, as if on the verge of igniting. The intense heat distorted the air, rendering distant images wobbly like reflections in water. The enemies comprised colossal sandworms and aerial sandstorm fighters. The sandworms traversed beneath the desert surface, their immense forms shifting through the sands like leviathans lurking in the depths of the ocean, poised to emerge from any direction and unleash a torrent of sand. Meanwhile, the sandstorm fighters circled above, utilizing the dust storms as natural cover, akin to phantoms hidden among the clouds, ever ready to launch lethal assaults. This presents quite the challenge, Jarvis, Tony remarked, surveying the oppressive and perilous surroundings, his voice carrying a note of gravity through the communicator. The swirling sand, illuminated by sunlight, resembled countless flecks of gold dust, incessantly striking against his armor with a soft rustling noise. Sir, I recommend activating the environmental adaptation system and the underground detection capabilities of the armor. This will enable you to better navigate the current harsh conditions and detect the presence of sandworms in advance, Jarvis suggested, his voice remaining calm as if no disturbance could sway his judgment. Tony pressed the button, and the armor responded swiftly. Once the environmental adaptation system was engaged, the internal temperature of the suit adjusted to a comfortable level, filtering out the sand and shielding Tony from the oppressive heat and dust. Simultaneously, the underground detection system was activated, revealing the location of the sandworms on the radar with clarity. Those green dots flickered in the dark subterranean world like hidden eyes lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a sandworm erupted from beneath his feet, its massive jaws gaping like an abyss, poised to bite with razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously, as if they could effortlessly shred anything in their path. Tony ascended rapidly, his movements as swift as lightning, evading the creature's assault. In midair, he unhesitatingly unleashed a high-energy laser beam toward the sandworm, the beam radiating like sunlight, striking true. However, the sandworm merely recoiled slightly. Its resilient hide was as tough as steel, leaving only a faint mark from the laser's impact. These creatures have remarkably thick skin, Tony remarked, his brow furrowing slightly, a mixture of surprise and seriousness evident in his gaze. He understood that this battle would not be easily won. Tony, try utilizing the armor's shockwave function. It may inflict internal damage, Ethan shouted from the control room, his eyes glued to the screen displaying the sandworm data. Seeking a viable strategy. Heeding the advice, Tony activated the shockwave. The armor emitted a powerful energy wave, akin to an invisible giant hand, penetrating the ground. The sandworm writhed in agony, its massive form stirring the surrounding sand, creating a swirling tempest of dust, as if a demon were struggling within a sandstorm. At that moment, the sandstorm fighters seized the opportunity to launch their assault. They burst forth from the swirling sands like harbingers of death. The fighters unleashed a barrage of sand blades, composed of rapidly rotating grains, their edges as sharp as knives, glimmering with golden light under the sun. Tony adeptly dodged, weaving through the gaps between the blades, his body light and agile like a willow in the wind. Simultaneously, he retaliated against the enemy's attacks, using the flying advantage of his armor to swiftly close in on one of the sandstorm fighters. In the blink of an eye, he activated his melee weapon, a flash of cold light slicing through the fighter, cleaving it in two. The wreckage plummeted into the desert, raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the fierce battle with the sandworms and sandstorm fighters, Tony continuously adjusted his tactics. He alternately evaded the sandworm's sudden strikes and countered the aerial onslaught of the fighters, like a dancer seeking balance amidst a tempest. After a prolonged struggle, he ultimately triumphed over his foes. The desert regained its former tranquility, the only witnesses to this fierce conflict being the disturbed sands and debris left in its wake. The third simulated battlefield test transitioned to a frigid polar ice expanse, an ethereal realm cloaked in shimmering white, where snow blanketed the earth as if time itself had been suspended. The howling cold wind sliced through the air like a razor-sharp blade, emitting a piercing wail that enveloped one in the sensation of being ensconced within a colossal ice cellar. The adversaries were extraterrestrial beings endowed with the power of frost, accompanied by their ice puppets. These alien entities shimmered in a translucent azure hue, resembling figures sculpted from ice, their eyes glimmering with a ghostly light akin to will-o'-the-wisps on a frigid night. The ice puppets stood as towering, cumbersome sentinels, each footfall upon the icy surface resonating with a dull thud, wielding weapons forged of ice, advancing towards Tony with a deliberate, yet formidable gait. Jarvis, it's as frigid as a tomb of ice here, but fear not, for I am equipped with my armor, Tony declared, as his suit automatically adjusted its temperature to retain warmth. The internal temperature regulation system of the armor sprang to life, circulating warm air within, rendering Tony impervious to the biting cold. Every movement he made remained fluid and unencumbered, as though he were not amidst the icy grasp of the polar wilderness. The alien beings lurked behind the icebergs, akin to cunning hunters, patiently awaiting their quarry's approach. They commanded the ice puppets to launch their assault. These constructs advanced mechanically towards Tony, as if puppets on strings. Tony fired an energy beam at the ice puppets, only to discover that the effect was significantly diminished. Upon impact, the energy beam merely caused the puppets to stagger back a few steps, leaving only minor fissures upon their icy forms, before they resumed their relentless advance. As if his attacks were nothing more than a mere tickle, Ethan, these icy fiends exhibit formidable resistance to energy attacks, as though clad in thick armor of ice. Tony remarked, his voice crackling through the communicator, laced with astonishment. Tony, try utilizing the thermal weapons of your armor. Perhaps they can melt them. Akin to how flames dissolve ice, Ethan suggested, swiftly analyzing the data on the ice puppets from the control room in search of their vulnerabilities. Tony switched the weapon mode and unleashed a beam of high thermal energy. The beam blazed forth like the sun's fiery embrace, directed at the ice puppets. This time, the intense heat began to melt them, droplets of water forming on their surfaces, their movements becoming sluggish as if ensnared in a quagmire. The ice weapons began to warp under the elevated temperatures, losing their former potency. However, the extraterrestrial beings unleashed their freezing abilities, sending forth beams of frost towards Tony. These rays resembled chilling chains, swiftly encasing everything in ice. The surface of Tony's armor began to freeze, threatening to entomb him in this icy expanse, transforming him into a mere ice sculpture. Jarvis, initiate the de-icing protocol, quickly, Tony exclaimed, urgency tinging his voice. Jarvis promptly executed the command, and the icy layer on the armor gradually began to shed. The de-icing program released specialized energy waves, shattering the ice layer, and utilizing gentle air currents to blow the ice fragments away from the armor. Seizing the opportunity, Tony charged towards the extraterrestrial being, activating the melee capabilities of his armor as he surged forward. Upon nearing the creature, he harnessed the enhanced power of his suit, wielding his close combat weapon to engage in a fierce struggle. Despite the alien's agility, it gradually succumbed to the might of Tony's relentless assault. After a grueling battle, he triumphed over the alien and the remaining ice puppets. The remnants of the extraterrestrial beings began to be enveloped by the snow on the icy plains, as if they were melding back into the pristine white world. The fourth simulated battlefield test was set within a dense tropical rainforest, a vibrant realm seemingly painted by nature in its richest hues. Towering trees stood like verdant umbrellas, their branches interwoven, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the layered foliage. The surrounding flora flourished abundantly, with vines coiling around trunks like colossal serpents, and an array of peculiar blossoms exuding enchanting fragrances. Yet beneath this beauty lay countless perils. Upon entering the battlefield, Tony felt ensnared within a green labyrinth. The vegetation was so lush that his visibility was severely restricted. Each step felt like venturing into uncharted territory. The overwhelming green seemed to threaten to consume him, while the humid air created a stifling atmosphere. Jarvis, scan the area and locate these creatures, Tony commanded, his voice resonating with clarity amidst the tranquility of the rainforest. He moved cautiously, keenly observing his surroundings, acutely aware that every subtle sound could herald an enemy's approach. Sir, the enemies are camouflaged among the flora, making accurate scanning challenging. However, I have detected unusual energy fluctuations, akin to hidden currents beneath a placid lake. Jarvis replied, its voice echoing within Tony's helmet, providing him with limited information. Suddenly, massive vines surged from all directions, resembling living tendrils that writhed swiftly in an attempt to ensnare Tony. Their surfaces were adorned with barbs that glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Activating his flight system, Tony ascended rapidly, yet the vines pursued him relentlessly, extending as if determined to capture him at all costs. These vines are quite tenacious, Tony remarked as he deftly evaded their grasp, maneuvering through the air with agility akin to a startled bird darting among the trees. At that moment, alien warriors emerged from the foliage, their forms seamlessly blending with the surrounding vegetation as if they had sprouted from it. Armed with weapons that unleashed green energy projectiles, the shots melded with the environment, rendering them nearly invisible and exceedingly difficult to evade. Tony, utilize the energy reflection capability of your armor to deflect their attacks. Akin to a mirror reflecting light, Ethan advised, anxiously monitoring the battlefield from the control room. Tony activated the energy reflection, and a faint glow enveloped the surface of his armor in an instant. As the energy projectile launched by the extraterrestrial warrior struck the luminous barrier, it collided with an invisible wall, subsequently ricocheting back. The energy blast hurtled towards the alien combatants, inflicting considerable damage upon them. Struck by their own assault, The extraterrestrial warriors staggered amidst the explosion, emitting anguished cries. Meanwhile, Tony unleashed a fiery onslaught against the creeping vines. His armor discharged searing flames that roared forth like a dragon of fire, incinerating vast swathes of foliage. The vines withered rapidly in the blaze, reduced to ash that scattered across the rainforest floor. Amidst the fierce battle, Tony gradually attuned himself to the rhythm of combat. He adeptly maneuvered his armor's myriad functionalities, at times evading the assaults of the alien warriors, and at others countering the entanglements of the vines. He navigated the rainforest with the grace of a sovereign in this verdant realm. By skillfully employing the capabilities of his armor, he successfully vanquished all adversaries. The rainforest returned to its former tranquility, with only the charred remnants of vines and the debris of the extraterrestrial warriors bearing witness to the ferocious conflict. In the fifth simulated battlefield test, the scene shifted to an underwater confrontation. The deep blue waters enveloped the entire world like a vast, silken expanse. Clad in his armor, Tony descended into the depths, surrounded by vibrant coral reefs and a multitude of marine life. The pressure of the water posed no hindrance to him. His armor seamlessly shielded him from the external forces, allowing him to maneuver with the same ease as he would on land. Jarvis, the water pressure is manageable, but visibility is poor. Activate the lighting and detection systems, Tony instructed, his voice resonating through the communicator, accompanied by a low, buzzing undertone. The surrounding waters were somewhat murky, rendering distant sights indistinct, with only faint beams of light filtering down from above, akin to twinkling stars in the darkness. Activated, sir. Hostiles detected at your 3 o'clock position. Jarvis responded, its voice remaining clear, unaffected by the aquatic medium. Tony propelled himself toward the enemies, his movements fluid and agile, reminiscent of a nimble dolphin. The pirates, having spotted him, immediately launched an attack. Their underwater weaponry unleashed powerful water arrows and energy waves. The arrows sliced through the water like sharp spears, while the energy waves flickered with an eerie luminescence, resembling a swarm of glowing jellyfish surging toward Tony. Effortlessly, Tony evaded their assault, his body performing rapid somersaults and turns within the water, with the attacks narrowly grazing his armor. He swiftly retaliated, unleashing energy beams from his armor that manifested as brilliant blue rays illuminating the surrounding waters, revealing the previously obscured silhouettes of the pirates. The energy beams struck their vessels and equipment, triggering a series of minor explosions that sent the pirates reeling from the force of the blasts. However, a colossal sea beast emerged from the depths, its massive form slowly rising from the abyss, resembling a moving underwater mountain. It opened its gaping maw, a dark chasm lined with menacing fangs, charging directly at Tony. Each of the monstrous fangs resembled a colossal dagger, glinting with a cold, menacing light, seemingly capable of tearing Tony to shreds with ease. This formidable creature was no trivial adversary. Anxiety gripped Tony, his heart racing slightly as he felt an unprecedented pressure. He initially unleashed an energy pulse from his armor, targeting the creature's eyes. The energy surged forth like resplendent meteors, hurtling straight towards its gaze. The beast, struck by the assault, exhibited a fleeting expression of pain, temporarily blinded, thrashing wildly in the water and creating immense waves. Seizing the opportunity, Tony advanced with melee weapons aimed at the creature's vulnerabilities. He swiftly approached, identifying the relatively fragile areas on its body, and launched an assault with the specially designed armaments of his armor. The weapons collided with the beast's form, sending splashes of water and sparks flying. However, the creature quickly regained its composure, retaliating with its massive tentacles and tail, each strike imbued with overwhelming force. Amidst the struggle, Tony constantly evaded its attacks, while simultaneously contending with the harassment from pirates. The marauders, taking advantage of the chaos, fired at him from various angles, attempting to disrupt his battle with the beast. Struggling for survival amidst a hail of bullets and the ferocity of the creature's assaults, Tony darted through the water, utilizing the surrounding coral reefs and rocks for cover. After an exhilarating clash, he finally discerned the opportune moment to execute a powerful strike. Concentrating the energy of his armor, he delivered a fatal blow to the creature's vital point. Following a violent struggle, the beast gradually sank to the ocean floor. Subsequently, Tony swiftly dealt with the remaining pirates. The seabed returned to tranquility, with only a few lingering bubbles and the remnants of the pirates drifting in the water, as if narrating the tale of this intense confrontation. In the sixth simulation battle test, the battleground was set near a space station in the vast expanse of outer space. An infinite abyss of darkness adorned with twinkling stars resembling brilliant gemstones. Clad in his all-powerful armor, Tony soared into the cosmos, enveloped by silence and chill, with only distant stars radiating a faint glow. A-R-V-I-S. Lock onto the enemy's position and prepare for combat, Tony commanded, his voice resonating clearly within the helmet, shattering the stillness of space. His gaze pierced through the visor of his armor, vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. Target locked, sir. The alien marauders are approaching, while also monitoring the electromagnetic pulse attacks from the satellite weapons. They lie in wait like venomous serpents hidden in the shadows, poised to strike lethally at any moment. J-A-R-V-I-S replied, its analysis calm and swift. The alien marauder spacecraft moved with astonishing speed, darting through the cosmos like phantoms. The craft bore a unique design, featuring sharp bows and engines pulsating with eerie luminescence, circling around Tony like a ravenous pack of wolves encircling their prey. The alien raiders unleashed a barrage of energy weapons. The beams of energy were vibrant, some resembling red lightning, while others appeared as blue flames, weaving a dazzling yet perilous tapestry against the backdrop of the dark universe. Tony activated the multidimensional defense system of his all-powerful armor, which instantaneously manifested a layered energy shield upon its surface. The shield shimmered with a myriad of lights under the assault of energy weapons, each layer serving as a formidable bastion, successfully repelling the attacks. When the energy weapons struck the shield, they merely stirred the surface, creating ripples akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, inflicting no harm upon Tony. Is this all they are capable of? Tony declared confidently, the corners of his mouth curving upwards, a spark of combat glimmering in his eyes. However, his overconfidence soon led him into peril. Before long, satellite weapons unleashed an electromagnetic pulse, enveloping Tony like an invisible net. The pulse interfered with his armor systems, causing several functions to falter temporarily. The display screen flickered with static, data began to fluctuate, and his flight posture was slightly compromised, causing his body to sway in the vastness of space. Ethan, the armor system is compromised. I need to restore it urgently, Tony called out, urgency lacing his voice. In the treacherous expanse of outer space, any malfunction in the armor could prove fatal. Tony, reboot the backup energy system. That should restore functionality, Ethan responded, diligently operating the control panel in the monitoring room, his focus unwavering on Tony's situation. Tony swiftly initiated the reboot of the backup energy system, and as it powered up, the armor systems gradually returned to normal. The static on the display dissipated, data stabilized, and his flight posture regained steadiness. Utilizing the armor's energy tracking missiles, he locked onto the satellite weapons and the alien marauder spacecraft. The missiles soared like famished falcons toward their targets, leaving luminous trails in their wake, strikingly visible against the dark cosmos. They accurately hit their mark, resulting in violent explosions. The satellite weapons shattered into fragments, and the alien marauder spacecraft were engulfed in flames. Tony triumphed in this cosmic battle, drifting alone in space amidst the wreckage and dissipating smoke, embodying the sole victor in the vast universe. In the 7th simulation battlefield test, the scene unfolded within an ancient castle shrouded in mysterious energy. The castle's towering, time-worn walls were entwined with vines and moss, whispering tales of ages past. An enigmatic aura enveloped the surroundings, with dim light filtering through the windows and crevices, resembling the eyes of phantoms. Upon entering the castle, Tony's footsteps echoed in the desolate hall, each step shattering the silence that cloaked the space. He sensed the air around him brimming with an unknown force, the mysterious energy brushing against his armor like intangible tendrils. Jarvis, the energy here feels peculiar. Enhance the scan, Tony instructed, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Weapon at the ready. Sir, I detect energy signatures from the Dark Knight and the Sorceress. They appear to be deep within the castle, Jarvis replied, its voice resonating eerily in the foreboding environment, akin to shadows lurking in the darkness, concealing immense threats. Suddenly, the Dark Knights emerged from the shadows, their figures resembling black phantoms, moving with astonishing speed. Their weapons exuded an aura of darkness, and with each swing, one could feel a chilling force. Tony activated the energy shield of his armor, only to discover that the shield was depleting rapidly under the onslaught of the dark forces. The radiance of the shield dimmed under the encroaching darkness, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. This dark energy poses quite a problem, Ethan, Tony remarked, his brow slightly furrowed, recognizing the difficulty of the battle ahead. Tony, try utilizing the purification energy function of the armor. It may counteract them. It's akin to dispersing darkness with sunlight, Ethan responded, swiftly analyzing the data on the dark forces from the monitoring room, seeking a viable strategy. Tony activated the purification energy, a beam of white light emanating from the armor, reminiscent of the rising sun, pure and potent. Wherever the light touched, the dark forces dissipated swiftly. as if ice and snow were melting under the sun's embrace. The surrounding air transformed, becoming refreshingly crisp, while the dark knights appeared momentarily disoriented by the impact of the purification energy. Seizing the opportunity, Tony launched an offensive against the dark knights, firing his energy weapons with precision, each beam striking its target with accuracy. The dark knights, engulfed in the radiant energy, emitted anguished cries before gradually vanishing into thin air. Yet, the witches appeared, perched high atop the castle, draped in black robes and wielding wands. They unleashed curse spells, chanting incantations, and beams of black light shot forth from their wands, hurtling towards Tony. These tendrils of darkness sought to ensnare his soul, attempting to manipulate his mind. Jarvis, activate the psychological defense system. We cannot allow them to prevail, Tony commanded, his gaze resolute, devoid of fear. Protected by the psychological defense system, Tony remained unaffected by the curse spells. He sensed the black light being repelled by an invisible force as it approached, dissipating into nothingness. He charged towards the witches, engaging them in combat with the close-quarter capabilities of his armor. His melee weapons gleamed with a cold light during the fray, each strike infused with formidable power. Though the witches were formidable, they gradually found themselves on the defensive against Tony's relentless assaults. After a fierce struggle, he triumphed over the witches, dispelling the threat to the castle. Tranquility returned to the fortress, the remnants of mysterious energy lingering in the air, subtly pulsating as if reminiscing about the fierce battle that had transpired. In the 8th simulation battlefield test, the scene shifted to the interior of a volcano, resembling a colossal furnace, with seething magma bubbling at the crater, emitting a low rumble akin to the Earth's deep roar. The intense heat distorted the surrounding air, and the rocks glowed a deep crimson, as if on the verge of melting. As Tony ventured into the volcano, the extreme temperatures and magma posed no threat to him. The thermal insulation system of his armor functioned flawlessly. Within the armor, a stable temperature was maintained, rendering him oblivious to the oppressive heat. He surveyed the hellish landscape surrounding him and quipped, "Jarvis, this place resembles a furnace, yet I feel rather comfortable, akin to soaking in a hot spring." Fiery elemental creatures surged towards Tony, their forms composed of searing magma, each movement accompanied by the flow and churn of molten rock. They were varied in shape. Some resembled colossal lava giants, while others appeared as blazing fire serpents, each strike imbued with intense heat. As they approached, Tony could sense the oppressive warmth enveloping him, as if it sought to reduce everything to ashes. Tony unleashed energy weaponry upon the fiery entities, only to discover that they could absorb energy and grow more formidable. His attacks merely invigorated them, causing their bodies to blaze even hotter, their brilliance more resplendent. "Ethan, these creatures can absorb energy. What should we do?" Tony inquired, a hint of astonishment and uncertainty lacing his voice. "Tony, try the suit's freezing pulse. It may cool their magma, akin to dousing flames with cold water," Ethan advised, anxiously monitoring the battlefield from the control room, searching for a strategy against the fiery foes. Tony activated the freezing pulse, sending waves of low-temperature energy towards the elemental creatures. The frigid energy, akin to a chilling gust, formed a thin layer of ice upon contact with the fiery beings. Gradually, the creatures began to solidify under the low temperatures, their once fluid motions becoming rigid, as if transformed into statues of ice. At that moment, the volcanic rock giants emerged, wielding massive stones that they manipulated with ease. As if they were mere toys, they hurled the rocks at Tony, each projectile carrying immense force, reminiscent of meteors striking the earth. Tony adeptly evaded the onslaught, swiftly navigating the volcanic interior. Harnessing the enhanced capabilities of his suit, he lifted a colossal rock to retaliate against the giants. Like a mythic hero, he transformed their own weapons into instruments of his counterattack, hurling the stones back at the rock giants. The collision of stone against stone erupted in a shower of sparks and debris. Amidst the fierce battle, Tony continually adapted his tactics, skillfully utilizing the freezing pulse and strength enhancement to outmaneuver the fiery creatures and volcanic giants. After an intense confrontation, he ultimately vanquished all adversaries. The interior of the volcano returned to its perilous yet fervent calm, with only the remnants of magma and rock bearing witness to the thrilling clash. The 9th simulated battlefield test unfolded in a futuristic city replete with high-tech traps. Towering skyscrapers adorned with unique designs and intricate structures evoked scenes from a science fiction film. The streets shimmered with various neon lights and energy conduits. However, beneath this facade of prosperity lay countless dangers. As Tony traversed the city, the atmosphere appeared tranquil. Yet he sensed an underlying threat, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. Jarvis consistently alerted him to imminent danger, its voice echoing within Tony's helmet. ensuring he remained ever vigilant. Jarvis, locate these individuals. Their cloaking abilities are quite troublesome, Tony stated, his gaze meticulously scanning the surrounding edifices and streets in search of any telltale signs. Chapter 34. Data analysis of the simulated battlefield. Sir, I am conducting a scan. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. They must be robotic assassins. They lurk like shadows in the dark, poised to strike at any moment, Jarvis replied. Its analytical systems operating at high speed, attempting to breach the cloaking disguise of the robotic assassins. Suddenly, the robotic assassins revealed themselves. Akin to leopards springing forth from the shadows, their movements swift and agile. Crafted from advanced alloys, their bodies were sleek and resilient, reflecting the ambient light. Their weapons were exceptionally sharp, with some resembling elongated laser blades and others resembling whirring energy saws, all aimed at Tony. Tony activated the armor's automatic defense system, and an energy shield materialized instantaneously, accompanied by a counterattack mechanism. The shield absorbed the assassin's onslaught, sparks erupting as their weapons collided with it. The automated counterattack launched small energy projectiles at the robotic assassins, detonating in explosions that sent plumes of dust spiraling through the city streets. However, concurrently, a hacker began assaulting the armor's programming. Tony sensed instability in certain functions, garbled text appearing on the display, and erroneous data emanating from some sensors. Ethan, the armor's program is under attack. I perceive some functionalities are compromised, Tony said anxiously, his heartbeat quickening as he recognized the perilousness of their situation. Tony, initiate the emergency firewall. I will attempt to rectify the program. It is akin to erecting an additional barrier beyond the walls under enemy siege, Ethan responded, swiftly maneuvering his computer in the monitoring room to thwart the hacker's incursion. Tony activated the emergency firewall, a formidable digital barrier enveloping the armor's program. The firewall temporarily thwarted the hacker's advances, stabilizing the armor's capabilities. Utilizing the armor's tracking features, he analyzed the surrounding energy signals and environmental data to pinpoint the hacker's location. The hackers were ensconced in a corner of the city, surrounded by an array of computer equipment and servers, wholly engrossed in their assault on the armor. Tony soared towards their position, deftly evading the robotic assassin's strikes during flight. Upon reaching the hacker's hideout, he dispatched them with his energy weapon. The hacker's computers erupted in explosions, engulfing the room in flames. He then pivoted to engage in an intense battle with the robotic assassins, skillfully leveraging the armor's automatic defense and offensive capabilities. He navigated through the city streets and buildings in a fierce exchange. Ultimately, he vanquished all adversaries, restoring tranquility to the futuristic city, with only the ravaged structures and streets bearing witness to the ferocity of the conflict. The 10th simulated battlefield test. This was a combat scenario set within a space where time warped, everything appearing surreal. Time seemed to lose its normal flow, the surrounding scenery resembling a shattered puzzle, intermittently flashing rapidly and then freezing in place. The very fabric of space began to warp, rendering the shapes and positions of objects indistinct, as if the entire world had succumbed to a frenzied dream. Tony ventured into this distorted realm of time, where everything around him felt peculiar, and his body seemed to slip from his control. He attempted to move, only to find his motions either sluggish or unnaturally swift, making it difficult to establish a rhythm, akin to struggling in syrup or being tugged by an unseen force. Jarvis, this place is utterly bizarre. Time has unraveled, Tony exclaimed, his voice quivering with unease in this illogical environment. Sir, be wary of the time thieves' assaults. They can manipulate your temporal flow as if they were toying with the threads of time, Jarvis cautioned, his voice resonating with clarity amidst the chaos. Providing Tony with essential information. The time thieves materialized, their forms resembling ethereal shadows, flickering with an uncanny luminescence. They launched an attack on Tony, and in an instant, he sensed his temporal flow disrupted. His movements occasionally slowed to a crawl, as if frozen in time. At other moments, they accelerated alarmingly, rendering the surrounding scenery a mere blur. He struggled to extricate himself from this temporal control, feeling increasingly powerless. Ethan, I must escape this temporal manipulation, Tony cried, urgency and helplessness lacing his voice. Tony, activate the time stabilization feature of your armor. It should counteract their influence. It's akin to finding a sanctuary amidst a tempest. Ethan replied, anxiously monitoring the screens from the control room, hoping Tony would swiftly extricate himself from peril. Tony engaged the time stabilization feature, gradually regaining normalcy in his movements. He felt the flow of time return to his command, that familiar sensation rekindling his confidence. He retaliated against the time thieves, unleashing energy weapons from his armor towards them. Yet, a colossal clockwork monstrosity emerged, its immense form reminiscent of an ancient timepiece. gears incessantly whirring and emitting a deep, resonant rumble. This clockwork creature conjured a vortex of time, a gaping maw akin to a black hole, exerting a formidable pull, attempting to draw Tony into its depths. Utilizing the flight capabilities and energy shield of his armor, Tony resisted the vortex's suction. His flight engines roared to life, propelling him in the opposite direction. Yet the pull was astonishingly powerful. The energy shield began to warp under the immense pressure, flickering with unstable brilliance. Concentrating his strength, he activated the armor's most potent attack mode, simultaneously targeting both the time thieves and the clockwork monster. Energy coalesced around him, forming a resplendent sphere of power, which he then unleashed upon his foes. The energy sphere carved a luminous trajectory through the distorted realm of time, akin to a shooting star hurtling towards its target. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, he triumphed over his adversaries, extricating himself from the temporal distortion. As the surrounding time and space gradually reverted to normalcy, Tony hovered in midair, exhaling a sigh of relief, grateful to have emerged victorious from this formidable confrontation. Following these 10 simulated battlefield tests, Jarvis had amassed a wealth of data. Tony, Ethan, and Jarvis embarked on an exhaustive analysis of the data, a scene reminiscent of scientists meticulously examining precious treasures. Each piece of data resembled a fragment of a puzzle, as they endeavored to assemble these pieces to uncover the optimal enhancements for the 5th-generation all-purpose armor. The data was exceedingly valuable, allowing for numerous improvements to be conceived. It was akin to discovering the key to a vault brimming with limitless possibilities. Tony gazed at the data, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had already envisioned the armor in its perfected form. Indeed, this would be the cornerstone of our quest to forge the most impeccable armor. Each data point could serve as a breakthrough in enhancing the armor's performance, and we must diligently unearth its potential. Ethan nodded in agreement, his gaze imbued with focus, his fingers gliding over the display screen, meticulously scrutinizing each set of information. Gentlemen, I have commenced the analysis of the data, employing various algorithms and models for classification, comparison, and correlation. I am confident that we will soon finalize the optimization of the 5th-generation all-purpose armor, transforming it into a truly flawless guardian weapon, Jarvis articulated. Its computational processes humming in the background, lines of code flitting through the data like industrious bees amid a blooming meadow of information. Tony paced the laboratory, his mind racing as he contemplated how to adjust the armor's parameters based on this data. Jarvis prioritized the analysis of the armor's functional performance in extreme environments, such as time-warped spaces and within volcanoes. These unique scenarios pose the greatest tests for the armor and will be our primary focus for improvement. Understood, sir. From the battle data within the time-warped space, the armor's temporal stabilization feature can indeed mitigate the interferences of time thieves to a certain extent. However, while confronting the time vortexes created by clockwork monsters, energy consumption is excessively rapid, and the stability of the shield requires enhancement. We might contemplate optimizing the algorithms of the temporal stabilization module or introducing a dedicated subsystem to counteract the vortex's pull, Jarvis promptly responded, simultaneously presenting relevant data charts and analytical results on the display. Ethan scrutinized the charts, stroking his chin as he remarked, regarding battles within the volcano. The freezing pulse proves effective in cooling fire elemental beings, yet its duration is rather brief. We could refine the energy supply method for the freezing pulse or enhance its energy conversion efficiency to prolong its ability to restrain the fire elemental being's movements. Additionally, while the armor's strength enhancement feature has been beneficial against the rock attacks of the volcanic giants, its agility could be further optimized to enable more efficient evasion and counterattacks. Tony approached the armor, gently caressing its exterior, as if engaging in a conversation with an old friend. Precisely, and we have also identified issues during underwater combat. Although the armor exhibits commendable maneuverability in water, its melee weaponry could benefit from increased power when facing formidable sea monsters. Perhaps we could augment the energy output modes of the weapons or refine their design to better function in the high-pressure environment of the ocean depths. In the recent test within the futuristic city, the armor's automatic defense system and emergency firewall exhibited commendable performance in countering robotic assassins and hacker incursions. However, the hacker attacks did exert a certain influence on the program. We must further bolster the security of our software by implementing additional layers of encryption and self-check mechanisms to prevent a recurrence of such incidents, Jarvis remarked. The trio engaged in a profound discussion centered around the data, leaving no detail overlooked. Throughout this discourse, they oscillated between fervent debates and reflective contemplation, occasionally erupting with excitement over newfound discoveries. The laboratory was imbued with an atmosphere of relentless pursuit of excellence. where each idea and analysis contributed to the construction of the most formidable armor. As time progressed, their comprehension of the data deepened, and the direction for improvement became increasingly lucid. They understood that this endeavor was a lengthy and intricate journey, yet they brimmed with confidence. United as a team, they shared a common objective: to safeguard the Earth by crafting the most powerful armor. Each test and every data point represented invaluable assets on their path, guiding them ever closer to their ultimate goal. They resembled a band of intrepid explorers, delving into the uncharted realms of technology. While the fifth-generation omnipotent armor stood as the exquisite treasure they were meticulously refining, poised to radiate with unparalleled brilliance in their hands. Following the exhilarating completion of 10 simulated battlefield tests, Tony, Ethan, and Jarvis found themselves amidst a veritable goldmine of data, where each data point resembled a precious nugget, brimming with infinite potential. The laboratory, illuminated by bright lights, reflected off the dense array of data charts and flickering displays, intertwining to create an aura that was both mysterious and steeped in technological marvel. This space was destined to become the cradle of transformation for the fifth-generation omnipotent armor, marking the inception of its evolution toward perfection. Let us commence with the first scenario, the alien frozen battlefield, Jarvis began. Tony's gaze was intensely fixed on the display screen, as if he sought to penetrate the surface and delve into the core of each data point. On the screen, the various data from the first battle were arrayed in intricate graphs, numbers, and waveforms, with each dataset capturing a fleeting moment of the combat, an action or a reaction. "Very well, sir," Jarvis's steady voice resonated within the laboratory. During this encounter, when the extraterrestrial beings unleashed their freezing ray attack, the armor's response time was notably swift. Thanks to our meticulously designed environmental sensing system, the instant the low-temperature rays made contact with the armor's surface, the sensors acted like astute antennae, promptly detecting the drastic temperature change and immediately relaying signals to the emergency response mechanism. This mechanism demonstrated commendable activation capabilities under frigid conditions, swiftly initiating the de-icing protocol, akin to a well-trained emergency team responding with alacrity in a crisis. Ethan, Yanghua, stroked his chin, slightly furrowing his brow, and nodded. However, we also observed that the rate of ice formation on the armor's surface was somewhat accelerated. This may suggest that the outer thermal insulation material or energy protection layer of the battle armor could still be enhanced in its resistance to extreme cold. According to the data, the rate at which ice accumulates has surpassed our expectations, possibly due to the current material's thermal conductivity performance at low temperatures still having room for optimization, or the energy protection layer's defensive mechanisms being insufficiently refined against such specialized low-temperature radiation. Indeed, while the de-icing procedure has successfully removed the ice layer, the energy consumption cannot be overlooked. Tony added, a hint of concern evident in his gaze, that we need to optimize this procedure to make it more energy efficient. The current de-icing method may rely too heavily on high energy output, akin to using a large flame to melt ice blocks, effective, yet wasteful of energy. We might consider employing a more nuanced energy control approach, intelligently adjusting the intensity and frequency of the de-icing energy based on the thickness and hardness of the ice layer, thus achieving precise de-icing. From the perspective of the armor's adaptability, in close combat with extraterrestrial beings, the armor's strength enhancement feature has performed admirably. Jarvis continued to analyze that the armor could significantly amplify the user's strength, making each attack resonate with power, as if cloaking the warrior in a formidable aura of strength. However, in terms of agility, movement on icy surfaces appears somewhat restricted. The joints of the armor seem to become rather stiff in low temperatures, akin to a mechanical device frozen in the depths of winter. Perhaps improvements could be made to the design of the armor's joints, such as utilizing innovative low-temperature adaptive materials or optimizing the power transmission structure of the joints, ensuring that they maintain excellent flexibility even in frigid environments, allowing the warrior to maneuver freely upon the ice. Regarding the combat system, while the power of the close-range weapons is sufficient, there is a lack of specialized attack modes targeting frozen adversaries. Ethan proposed that we might consider introducing a low-temperature energy impact mode. This mode could harness the frigid environment, converting energy into a unique low-temperature shockwave, capable of inflicting additional damage on frozen creatures by disrupting their crystalline structure, while simultaneously leveraging the environmental advantage to create a more formidable attack effect. Tony contemplated for a moment before stating that the energy system of the armor is not optimally allocated during de-icing and combat. We need to design an intelligent algorithm to more accurately distribute energy based on varying threat levels and environmental factors. It is essential not to expend excessive energy during de-icing, which could lead to insufficient energy for combat, nor should we neglect the energy reserves required for de-icing during battle. This algorithm should function like a shrewd steward, judiciously managing the armor's energy reservoir. Scene 2. The tropical rainforest battlefield. The situation in the tropical rainforest battlefield is even more intricate. Jarvis switched the data, and the display screen instantly transformed into a vibrant yet perilous scene of the tropical rainforest battlefield. The data intertwined like the vines within the rainforest, complex and intricate. Upon entering the battlefield, visibility is severely restricted, and the armor's scanning system struggles to identify enemies blending with the flora. This indicates a necessity to enhance the scanning algorithm to improve its ability to detect hidden adversaries in complex environments. The current scanning algorithms may be overly reliant on conventional energy signals and physical feature recognition, rendering the task of detecting enemies that blend seamlessly with their natural surroundings as challenging as searching for a concealed chameleon amidst dense foliage. We must enhance the scanning system's sensitivity to discern the subtle differences when an enemy merges with the flora, such as unique patterns of energy fluctuations or anomalous variations in the biological magnetic field. The assaults from those vines are indeed formidable. However, the timely activation of the armor's flight system and its commendable evasive capabilities deserve acknowledgement. As Tony reflected on the combat scene, a flicker of tension crossed his eyes. Yet he noted that the energy expenditure during prolonged evasive maneuvers was considerable, necessitating an optimization of the energy efficiency of the flight mode. Much like a high-performance sports car that, while swift, suffers from excessive fuel consumption, we can redesign the propulsion mechanism of the flight system or enhance the energy conversion process, enabling the armor to conserve energy while airborne, thus averting the peril of energy depletion during extended evasive actions. Ethan furrowed his brow and remarked that when the extraterrestrial warriors appeared and launched green energy projectiles, the armor's energy reflection capability played a crucial role. Yet we cannot solely depend on this singular defense mechanism. We should contemplate the addition of an energy absorption and conversion module, allowing for the transmutation of a portion of the enemy's energy into the armor's own power. In this manner, when confronted with an assault, we could not only defend ourselves, but also harness energy, akin to a self-sustaining energy cycle that would bolster the armor's endurance. Regarding the armor's adaptability, the high-temperature and humid rainforest environment did not adversely affect the internal systems. However, the exterior might incur minor damages due to friction and attacks from the vines. Jarvis analyzed that the vines in the rainforest possess a rough surface with some sharp thorns, which could potentially scratch the outer protective materials of the armor through frequent contact and friction. We need to fortify the outer protective materials of the armor, perhaps by employing more durable and puncture-resistant composite materials, or by adding a self-repairing coating to the surface, enabling it to automatically mend itself after sustaining a certain degree of damage. In the combat system, employing fire to counter the vines, while effective, consumed a significant amount of energy. Tony proposed a novel approach, suggesting we explore a more environmentally friendly and energy-efficient method to address the vines, such as utilizing high-frequency vibrational waves to render the vines inactive. High-frequency vibrations could potentially disrupt the cellular structure of the vines or interfere with their nervous systems, if such mechanisms exist, allowing them to lose their offensive capabilities without expending vast amounts of energy, while simultaneously minimizing environmental impact. The navigation system proved nearly ineffective in the rainforest due to the complexity of the environment. Ethan advised that we should equip the armor with a navigation assistance feature based on biological magnetic fields or other natural signals, enhancing its ability to locate itself in similarly intricate environments. We could draw inspiration from certain organisms that navigate the rainforest, such as specific bird species that utilize the Earth's magnetic field or insects that rely on a combination of scent and light to determine direction. Through this approach, the armor would be capable of charting a correct path through the dense rainforest, avoiding becoming lost within this verdant labyrinth. Chapter 3. The Undersea Battlefield. The undersea battlefield presents a high-pressure environment with poor visibility. Jarvis summoned data on underwater combat, and the display was immediately engulfed by the deep blue of the ocean, with information flowing like the dark currents beneath the waves. The armor performed flawlessly against the water pressure, thanks to our superior materials and structural design. This pressure-resistant material resembles a formidable fortress in the depths of the sea, capable of withstanding immense water pressure without deformation, while the structural design adeptly disperses stress, ensuring internal safety. However, there remains room for improvement in the range and clarity of the lighting and detection systems. The current illumination is akin to a dim oil lamp in the deep sea, illuminating only a limited area, while the detection system struggles to acquire clear information in the murky water, hindering battlefield assessment. Chapter 35. Multifaceted Outcomes and Recommendations for the All-Purpose Armor. Tony nodded, acknowledging that while the armor demonstrated commendable evasion capabilities against pirate and sea monster assaults, the energy beam's propagation and lethality in water could be optimized further, perhaps by altering the frequency or waveform of the energy beam. We could enhance its penetrative and destructive capabilities in aquatic environments, just as adjusting the frequency of sound waves can improve their transmission through various mediums. We might discover an optimal energy beam frequency and waveform for underwater propagation, allowing the energy beams to pierce the water like arrows, striking enemies more effectively. Ethan observed the data, noting that the strategy of targeting the monster's eyes with energy pulse attacks was sound, yet the energy reserves appeared insufficient to sustain prolonged high-intensity combat. We must optimize the energy system within the armor to enhance storage capacity and energy release efficiency. The current energy reserves resemble a small water tank that quickly runs dry under conditions of sustained high-intensity use, combat energy consumption. We need to enlarge this tank while optimizing the energy release pathways to ensure that every drop of water, energy, is fully utilized for maximum effect. From the perspective of the support system, this battle did not manifest relevant demands. However, considering potential future team operations, we could design an underwater signal transmission and reception device to facilitate communication and support among teammates in the water. Jarvis added that this device could utilize specific frequencies of sound waves or other signals suitable for underwater propagation, enabling long-distance communication and location tracking among comrades. Akin to dolphins communicating through ultrasound, in emergencies, teammates could swiftly locate one another to provide assistance. Furthermore, while addressing pirate harassment and monster attacks, the armor's stability was somewhat compromised. We must improve the balance system to ensure that the armor maintains stability amidst the complex underwater environment and multi-directional assaults. Tony remarked that the underwater environment is intricate and ever-changing. Currents and enemy attacks will influence the armor's equilibrium. We need to devise a more intelligent balance system capable of real-time sensing of external forces and automatically adjusting the armor's posture, much like an experienced sailor maintains balance on a turbulent ship. Chapter 4. The Outer Space Battlefield Combat in outer space serves as a comprehensive test of the armor's capabilities. Jarvis spoke gravely, his voice resonating with an unusual weight within the silence of the laboratory, as if he were bringing the infinite chill and peril of outer space into this confined space. Under the onslaught of extraterrestrial marauders, the multidimensional defense system successfully withstood energy weapons. However, we discovered that the inner shield's recovery rate was notably sluggish after enduring prolonged high-intensity attacks. It resembled a warrior, wounded under continuous assault, who, though temporarily repelling the enemy's strikes, healed at a languid pace, potentially leading to peril in subsequent skirmishes. Ethan furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. This could result in a gradual decline in the armor's defensive capabilities during sustained combat. We must investigate a technology that facilitates rapid recovery of shield energy or consider augmenting the layers of energy reserves within the shield. One possibility is to introduce an energy recovery and conversion mechanism that transforms a portion of the attack energy into restorative energy for the shield, akin to how solar panels convert light energy into electrical power. Alternatively, we could increase the number of energy reserve layers in the shield, much like adorning a warrior with multiple layers of armor, each providing additional protection and recuperative ability. When subjected to electromagnetic pulse attacks from satellite weaponry, the armor system exhibited interference, revealing our inadequacies in electromagnetic protection. Tony analyzed the situation, suggesting that we could incorporate electromagnetic shielding materials or devise specialized electromagnetic defense modules into the armor. These materials and modules would serve as an electromagnetic barrier, capable of obstructing and absorbing electromagnetic pulses, safeguarding the internal electronic systems of the armor from disruption and ensuring its functionality within complex electromagnetic environments. In terms of the combat system, while the accuracy of energy tracking missiles is commendable, their launch speed could be enhanced to gain a more significant advantage against swiftly moving adversaries. Jarvis proposed improvements, suggesting we optimize the missile launch apparatus to reduce preparation time, or enhance the propulsion system to enable quicker acceleration to target velocity, akin to equipping a race car with a more powerful engine, thus allowing energy-tracking missiles to pursue enemies with greater alacrity. The navigation system performs adequately in space. However, under the interference of the alien marauders, the real-time localization of enemies could be further refined. Ethan suggested that we could integrate additional space signal sources to optimize the localization algorithms. By harnessing the light of stars, the gravitational fields of planets, or other natural signals in the cosmos, we could navigate with enhanced accuracy and speed, much like utilizing lighthouses and ocean currents to ascertain position in the vast sea, thereby providing timely intelligence for combat against the alien assailants. Furthermore, The armor's energy system returned to normal after rebooting the backup energy. Yet the capacity and startup speed of this auxiliary power source could be optimized to address more urgent situations. Tony added that the backup energy serves as the armor's final lifeline. It must be sufficiently robust and capable of rapid activation. We could increase the capacity of the backup energy, akin to fitting a vehicle with a larger reserve fuel tank, while also refining the startup mechanism to minimize activation time, ensuring that the armor can swiftly restore energy and continue fighting in critical moments. Scene 5. The battlefield of the ancient castle. The dark forces within the ancient castle present a new challenge. Jarvis commenced the analysis of the battlefield data surrounding the castle, and the display transitioned to reveal the ancient fortress shrouded in an aura of mystery. Dark shadows seemed to seep from the data, enveloping the entire laboratory. As the Dark Knight launched its assault, the energy shield of the armor depleted at an alarming rate, indicating that the dark forces possessed a unique corrosive effect on the energy shield. It became imperative to investigate protective measures against this ominous power. This dark force resembled a corrosive acid, relentlessly eroding the energy shield and causing its energy to dissipate rapidly. We must discover a material or energy field capable of resisting this corrosion, akin to applying a protective anti-corrosive coating to the shield. Tony clenched his fist. While the purification energy function can counteract the dark forces, its activation speed could be accelerated, and its energy consumption requires optimization. We cannot afford for this function to falter at critical moments. The current purification energy function resembles a sluggish antique vehicle, unable to respond swiftly in emergencies and operating like a gas guzzler, consuming vast amounts of energy. We must enhance its activation mechanism, enabling it to launch with the swiftness of lightning, while also optimizing energy efficiency to ensure it remains enduring and effective in the face of dark forces. Ethan observed the data and remarked, "The witch's curse magic has tested the psychological defense system, which is currently performing well, yet we cannot rest on our laurels. We could augment the psychological defense system with a proactive early warning feature, allowing for the anticipation and repulsion of mental attacks. It would be akin to establishing an invisible perimeter around the castle when the witch's curse magic approaches. It would issue timely alerts and activate a more robust defense mechanism to safeguard the user's psyche from harm." Regarding the armor's adaptability, the enigmatic energy within the castle appeared to have no adverse effects on the internal systems of the armor. Yet the exterior design may require enhancements to enhance its stealth within such an ancient and mystical environment. Jarvis continued, suggesting that we could employ colors and materials that harmonize with the castle's surroundings, rendering the armor more elusive, much like a chameleon blending seamlessly into its environment, thus allowing for a surprise attack on the adversary. In the combat system, the close combat weapons demonstrated a need for improved penetration capabilities against the witch's magical shield. Tony proposed an idea. We could consider integrating a magic-breaking feature into the melee weapons, specifically targeting magical defenses. This feature could discharge a unique energy wave to disrupt the energy structure of the witch's magical shield, rendering it vulnerable and facilitating easier breaches by close combat weapons, akin to employing a specially crafted key to unlock a formidable magical lock. The navigation system found itself somewhat disoriented within the complex architecture of the castle. We might enhance the armor with a structural scanning and path planning function to navigate such environments more effectively. Ethan suggested that this function could scan the castle's walls, corridors, and staircases, constructing an internal map of the fortress and determining the optimal route to the target location. Much like equipping the armor with a built-in guide to assist the warrior in traversing the labyrinthine castle. The sixth encounter, the battlefield within the volcano. The internal environment of the volcano, characterized by extreme heat and molten lava, presents an exceedingly harsh landscape. Jarvis's voice reverberated through the laboratory, imbued with the searing essence of the volcano. While the armor's thermal insulation system performed exceptionally, the necessity to reassess the design of energy weapons arose as we confronted fire elemental beings that grew stronger by absorbing energy. The current insulation system functions as a robust firewall, effectively thwarting the volcano's high temperatures, yet our energy weapons faltered against these fire elementals. These creatures behave like sponges, absorbing our attacking energy and becoming increasingly formidable, a scenario we had not thoroughly anticipated. Tony pondered for a moment. Indeed, energy weapons must not become an asset for the enemy. We could engineer a smart recognition system that automatically switches attack modes upon encountering energy-absorbing foes, such as employing physical impacts or other non-energy-based assaults. This intelligent recognition system would act like a sagacious warrior, swiftly discerning the characteristics of the adversary and selecting the most appropriate weapon. In the presence of fire elementals, it could transition to a physical impact mode, leveraging the power-enhancing capabilities of the armor to execute potent melee strikes or launch tangible projectiles, thereby avoiding the provision of energy to the adversary. Ethan nodded in agreement. The freezing pulse proves effective against fire elementals, yet, as previously mentioned, improvements in duration and energy conversion efficiency are imperative. Furthermore, when confronting volcanic rock giants, although the armor's power enhancement feature can lift rocks to counterattack, the movements lack fluidity, possibly due to performance degradation of the power transmission system in elevated temperatures. The energy of the freezing pulse resembles a fleeting chill, momentarily cooling fire elementals, yet its duration is too brief. We should optimize the energy supply method for the freezing pulse, perhaps by augmenting energy reserves or refining the stability of energy release, allowing this gust of cold to persist longer against our foes. Concurrently, addressing the challenges faced by the power transmission system under high temperatures necessitates the utilization of heat-resistant materials or the enhancement of cooling mechanisms to ensure the armor's movements remain fluid, akin to maintaining a vehicle's optimal performance in the sweltering summer heat. From the perspective of the rescue system, within such a perilous volcanic environment, should any teammate become ensnared in lava or assaulted by rocks, the armor currently lacks effective rescue capabilities. We could devise a traction or protective device suited for high-temperature conditions, intended for the rescue of teammates. This apparatus could function like a powerful mechanical arm, capable of extending and grasping teammates in extreme heat, extricating them from peril, or deploying a heat-resistant protective barrier to shield them from molten lava and rock assaults. Jarvis added, the energy system of the armor experiences significant consumption throughout the volcanic battle, especially when simultaneously addressing multiple adversaries and utilizing various features. We must refine the energy allocation algorithm to ensure judicious energy usage in complex combat scenarios. Tony remarked that energy distribution resembles conducting a complex symphony, where it is imperative to ensure that each function receives adequate power at the necessary moments, avoiding scenarios where one function excessively drains energy, thereby hindering the operation of others. By analyzing the energy demands of various functions under different combat scenarios, we can devise a more sophisticated energy allocation algorithm, enhancing the efficiency of the suit's energy utilization. In the seventh scene, the battlefield of the future city, the high-tech traps of this futuristic metropolis pose a significant challenge. Jarvis commenced his analysis, and the display shifted to reveal the bizarre yet perilous future city. The data appeared as intricate as towering skyscrapers, with each data point symbolizing an element or event within the city. When the robotic assassins attacked, the suit's automated defense system and counteroffensive mechanisms responded promptly. However, when confronted with simultaneous assaults from numerous attackers, the energy distribution of the shields proved somewhat uneven, rendering certain areas vulnerable. Jarvis continued, likening the scenario to a wall under siege from all sides, where certain bricks begin to loosen. This may stem from the initial design of the automated defense algorithm, which inadequately accounted for the complexities of multi-directional, large-scale simultaneous assaults. We must redesign the algorithm to allow the shield's energy to be distributed more intelligently and uniformly based on the intensity and direction of attacks, akin to a flexible water flow control system, directing energy to where defense is most needed, ensuring consistent integrity across the entire shield. Ethan furrowed his brow, noting that this issue likely arises from the automated defense algorithm's failure to consider simultaneous multi-directional attacks. We need to redesign the algorithm to enable the shield to withstand assaults more evenly. Furthermore, we must factor in the type and frequency of attacks, as different types may affect various shield areas to varying degrees. The algorithm should dynamically adjust energy distribution to address the myriad of complex attack patterns. The hacker infiltration of the suit's program is a grave concern. Although the emergency firewall has temporarily thwarted the attack, we cannot remain perpetually on the defensive, Tony stated solemnly, his gaze reflecting the seriousness of the issue. We could embed a proactive anti-hacking mechanism within the suit's program that, upon detecting an intrusion, would trace back the source and retaliate. This mechanism would function like a cyber predator when a hacker attempts to breach the system. It not only identifies and halts the attack, but also traces the attack path back to its origin, countering the hacker's efforts and delivering a warning that deters further attempts. Regarding the suit's adaptability, the myriad energy conduits and neon lights within the city interfere with the suit's sensors, impacting situational assessments. Jarvis continued his analysis, indicating that the intricate energy signals and light emissions from these conduits and neon lights create a fog-like interference, disrupting the sensor's normal functioning. We must enhance the anti-interference capabilities of our sensors by employing more advanced filtering techniques to eliminate irrelevant noise. Additionally, optimizing the reception frequency and sensitivity of the sensors will enable them to more accurately gather information in such a complex electromagnetic environment. In the combat system, the flexibility of energy weapons in the narrow streets and between buildings is insufficient. Ethan proposed that we design a shape-shifting energy weapon that can adjust its form and attack range according to the environment. For instance, in confined streets, the energy weapon could retract into a more compact shape, facilitating operation in limited spaces while maintaining sufficient striking power. In open areas, it could expand, broadening its attack range, exhibiting the adaptability akin to that of a transformer, thus accommodating various combat scenarios. The navigation system functions satisfactorily in the intricate urban terrain. However, the accuracy of navigation within buildings or subterranean regions requires enhancement. Tony added that we could integrate the city's architectural information system to optimize the navigation algorithms. By connecting to the urban building database, the exosuit can access detailed information regarding the internal structures of buildings, including floor layouts, corridor placements, and obstacle distributions, thereby enabling more precise path planning and preventing disorientation within the buildings, akin to equipping the exosuit with a comprehensive city map and compass. The 8th stage, time-distorted battlefield. The time-distorted space represents one of the most intricate battlefield environments. Jarvis stated gravely, his voice echoing in the laboratory, imbued with the mystery and eeriness of time distortion. The data displayed on the screen resembled a chaotic vortex of time and space, overwhelming to behold. When faced with attacks from time thieves that alter the flow of time, the time stabilization function of the exosuit can restore action post-activation. However, the initiation process is somewhat sluggish, which could lead to a disadvantage at critical moments. In this space, time is akin to a tangled mass, and our time stabilization function needs to unravel this complexity more swiftly. Even a delay of mere milliseconds in such an environment could prove fatal, akin to being a beat too slow in a moment of dire consequence. Tony resonated with this sentiment. Indeed, we must accelerate the activation speed of the time stabilization function. This necessitates a profound investigation into the foundational principles of time stabilization technology, optimizing the algorithms of the initiation procedure and the hardware response mechanisms. Perhaps we could employ more advanced quantum computing techniques or ultra-high-speed signal transmission methods to reduce the information processing time during initiation, allowing the time stabilization function to activate with lightning speed, enabling the user of the exosuit to regain control promptly amidst the assaults of time thieves. Ethan scrutinized the data. Furthermore, in confronting the time vortex created by the clock monsters, the stability of the energy shield and the issue of energy consumption become pronounced. We require a novel shield technology specifically designed to counteract attacks from this time-distorted force field. Existing shields, when faced with the formidable distortion of the time vortex, are as fragile as leaves in a tempest, exhibiting both poor stability and excessive energy consumption. We aim to develop a shield material or energy field capable of adapting to temporal distortions, serving as a resilient bastion against the corrosive forces of time vortices while minimizing unnecessary energy consumption. This will ensure that the armor maintains sufficient energy for sustained combat in such extreme environments. From the perspective of the armor's adaptability, its internal systems are subject to a degree of temporal interference within the time-distorted space, leading to temporary malfunctions of certain functionalities. Jarvis elucidated that this temporal disruption resembles an invisible virus infiltrating the armor's systems. We must fortify the system's temporal resistance to guarantee the stable operation of all functionalities under such extreme conditions. Employing temporal synchronization technology could allow the various subsystems of the armor to remain in temporal alignment, thus avoiding malfunctions caused by temporal discrepancies. Furthermore, implementing redundancy in critical systems ensures that, should one component fail due to temporal interference, a backup system can swiftly take over, maintaining the armor's operational integrity. In the combat system, the accuracy of energy weapons diminishes in the time-distorted environment. Tony proposed a direction for improvement. By calibrating the launch mechanisms of energy weapons, we can enable them to automatically adapt to the effects of temporal distortions on light and energy propagation. This is akin to equipping a sniper's scope with an automatic calibration system that adjusts aiming parameters in real time based on environmental changes. By analyzing the propagation laws of light and energy within the time-distorted space, we can dynamically adjust parameters such as launch angles and energy focus, thereby enhancing accuracy and ensuring that each strike in this chaotic temporal battlefield hits its intended target. The support systems are nearly rendered useless in such unique conditions due to the distortions of time and space. Ethan suggested that we need to investigate a rescue mechanism based on theories of time and space to assist teammates in similar environments. This rescue mechanism may necessitate the incorporation of manipulation techniques for time and space, such as creating temporary stable space-time corridors, allowing rescuers to traverse chaotic dimensions to reach their comrades. Alternatively, Employing time reversal technology could permit interventions before teammates find themselves in peril, representing a challenging yet vital avenue for research. Chapter 36. Crafting the Perfect Armor. After a thorough analysis of 10 simulated battlefields, Tony, Ethan, and Jarvis have devised a clear blueprint for the enhancement of the 5th-generation Omnipotent armor, a blueprint resembling a meticulously detailed engineering schematic, where every nuance is crucial to the armor's future. We must integrate these improvement points into a cohesive upgrade plan, Tony declared with unwavering determination, his gaze reflecting resolve and confidence, as if he could already envision the upgraded armor dominating the battlefield. This is not merely a matter of assemblage. It is imperative that each enhancement harmonizes flawlessly with the others, forming a cohesive whole. We cannot allow new enhancements to compromise the armor's inherent stability and balance. Each improvement must positively contribute to the enhancement of the armor's performance. Ethan nodded in agreement, noting that from the perspective of various systems, there exists considerable scope for optimization. We must ensure that each improvement does not adversely affect other systems. This necessitates comprehensive compatibility testing and system simulation. Prior to implementing any modifications, we should predict potential issues through computer simulations and theoretical analyses. For instance, the new energy management scheme must not compromise the timeliness of energy supply to the combat systems. And the new navigation system should not create electromagnetic interference with other sensors. Only through such meticulous planning can we devise a truly flawless upgrade proposal. Jarvis responded, I will redesign the armor's program architecture and hardware layout based on your suggestions, ensuring more efficient collaboration among the various systems. In terms of the energy system, we require a more intelligent and efficient energy management scheme that comprehensively considers energy demands across different environments and combat scenarios. This energy management scheme will function as a cerebral energy hub, continuously monitoring the operational status of the armor's various functional modules, environmental factors, and combat intensity, and dynamically adjusting energy distribution based on this information. For instance, during low-intensity combat in relatively safe conditions, we could judiciously reduce energy supply to non-critical systems, conserving energy reserves. Conversely, in high-intensity battles or adverse environments, we must ensure that critical systems receive ample energy support. The navigation system must integrate multiple technologies to accurately and swiftly locate and chart paths in complex terrains, underwater, in space, or other special environments. Tony added, we can amalgamate inertial navigation, satellite navigation, where applicable, terrain matching navigation, and biomagnetic field navigation, employing data fusion algorithms to allow the navigation system to automatically select the optimal navigation method according to varying environments. In intricate terrains, we can utilize a combination of terrain matching and inertial navigation to accurately discern the armor's position and movement direction. Underwater, we can leverage biomagnetic field navigation or specialized underwater signal navigation. In space, we will rely on satellite navigation and stellar positioning technologies to ensure that the armor never loses its way in any environment. The combat system is paramount. We must introduce more attack modes and specialized functions to counter various adversaries while optimizing the performance and energy efficiency of the weapons. Ethan emphasized that, in addition to the previously mentioned specialized attack modes for different enemies, such as low-temperature energy impacts and magical armor-piercing capabilities, we should also consider implementing some universal attack enhancement features. For example, we could design an energy amplifier capable of temporarily boosting the attack power of all weapons, or develop an energy conversion device that enables the armor to automatically transform one form of energy into a more effective attacking energy based on the enemy's defense type. Simultaneously, we must optimize the energy efficiency of the weapons, minimizing energy loss during transmission and launch processes, ensuring that every unit of energy translates into effective offensive power. Moreover, the rescue system must enable the armor to effectively assist teammates in various hazardous environments, which is crucial for teamwork. Jarvis stated, we need to design a comprehensive rescue strategy, encompassing long-range rescue equipment, close-range protection and support devices, as well as information sharing and collaborative combat functionalities. In the realm of long-distance rescue, a concept emerges for a high-speed rescue pod capable of swiftly traversing various complex environments to reach comrades in need. Meanwhile, a close-range protective device could take the form of an expandable energy shield, providing temporary refuge for injured or trapped allies. Concurrently, by enhancing the communication system, the team can achieve swifter and more precise information sharing, enabling superior coordination and mutual support during combat. As they embark on the journey towards perfecting the battle armor, the laboratory is enveloped in a tense yet orderly atmosphere of productivity. The clattering of tools, the humming of instruments, and the occasional discussions among the three intertwine harmoniously, akin to a symphony composed for the upgrade of the armor. Tony, Ethan, and Jarvis diligently commence a comprehensive enhancement of the fifth-generation multifunctional suit, resembling a cadre of skilled artisans meticulously crafting a rare masterpiece. Tony busily adjusts the hardware at the workstation, engaging Ethan in conversation. This upgrade must epitomize perfection. We cannot overlook any detail that may influence the armor's performance. The tightness of each screw, the configuration of every wire, and the placement of each chip could subtly impact the overall efficacy of the suit. Constructing a skyscraper requires precision in placing every brick. Otherwise, the entire structure may become a safety hazard. Ethan responds thoughtfully. Indeed, every enhancement is pivotal to the armor's battlefield performance. We must maximize the value of these data points, ensuring our efforts and the invaluable information gathered from 10 simulated battlefield tests are not in vain. This is a crucial process of translating theory into practice. We must guarantee that each modification yields the anticipated results in real combat. Jarvis, executing code at a rapid pace, interjects, "Gentlemen, I have commenced adjustments to the program based on the new design. Once the hardware upgrades are complete, we will embark on a new round of testing to validate the efficacy of our improvements. This process is akin to infusing the armor with a new soul, where each line of code represents a fragment of that essence. I will ensure the stability and efficiency of the program, allowing the various systems of the armor to operate in perfect harmony, much like a highly coordinated symphony orchestra, where each instrument plays the correct note at the right moment." As time progresses, the fifth-generation multifunctional armor gradually nears completion under their relentless efforts. It resembles a meticulously crafted work of art, merging cutting-edge technology with ingenious design. Each component gleams with a metallic sheen, seemingly narrating the high-tech power it embodies. Every line of code serves as the life code of the armor, endowing it with intelligence and capability. The armor's appearance becomes more streamlined and refined, emanating an aura of strength and mystery. It stands quietly at the center of the laboratory, poised for the next challenge, relentlessly advancing towards its goal of becoming the strongest guardian of Earth. They are aware of the challenges that lie ahead, yet they are prepared, driven by reverence for technology and a steadfast commitment to protection as they forge onward. Each improvement signifies a leap forward, and every challenge embodies an opportunity for growth. This upgraded armor shall become their most formidable weapon against the perils of the unknown. Within the laboratory, the bright lights glimmer like radiant stars, illuminating every corner, while the surrounding metallic walls and an array of high-tech instruments exude an aura of cold mystery. Here, Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, and Jarvis embark on the ambitious journey of upgrading the fifth generation of the all-purpose armor. A tense atmosphere pervades the air, yet it is ignited by the passion reflected in their eyes, akin to flames flickering in a tranquil forest. As they set forth on a journey filled with challenges and innovations centered around their grand objective of armor enhancement, Tony stands before the design table of the armor, his posture erect, resembling a general commanding vast armies. His gaze is intensely focused, akin to a leopard fixating on its prey, as he scrutinizes the intricate and elaborate three-dimensional model of the armor. Under the illumination, the model gleams with a metallic luster, each line seemingly imbued with boundless power. Breaking the silence, Tony's voice resonates with steadiness and strength. "Let us commence with the head. It is the armor's pivotal component, as crucial as the human brain. Jarvis, share your insights." Jarvis's technologically sophisticated voice echoes clearly within the laboratory, as if a guide from the future. "Sir, the design of the head must integrate a multitude of functionalities. First and foremost is the visual system. This serves as the armor's eyes, and we must employ the latest optical sensor technology. This technology is the pinnacle of the optical field, akin to a magical kaleidoscope, capable of operating across various spectrums, be it infrared, ultraviolet, or visible light. It captures with clarity. Imagine, in the boundless darkness of outer space, where stars twinkle, the armor's visual system can penetrate that infinite void, precisely detecting foes hidden among the celestial bodies, within the dim corridors and secret chambers of ancient castles. It discerns every threat lurking in the shadows, even in the harsh conditions within a volcano, where high temperatures and thick smoke prevail. The swirling smoke and raging flames cannot obstruct its sight, enabling it to see through all like a hawk, providing the armor's user with impeccably accurate visual information. Ethan, Yanghua, attentively listening from the side, nods in agreement, his eyes shimmering with approval. Indeed, and within the intricate battlefield of future cities, the dazzling interplay of neon lights and the crisscrossing energy conduits must not impair our vision. We can design multi-layered filters. These filters function like meticulously arranged sieves, each layer possessing its unique capability. Through advanced algorithms, they can automatically adjust the filter parameters, resembling a smart dimmer, precisely filtering out disruptive light, thereby ensuring the accurate acquisition of visual information, allowing the armor to maintain clarity in a bewildering environment. Tony picks up a prototype plate of the optical sensor, which emanates a high-tech essence in his hands, examining it as if it were a rare treasure. Simultaneously, we shall incorporate a compact energy shield generator at the head, as it is crucial for safeguarding the visual system. The shield generator resembles a sturdy microcastle, meticulously crafted to safeguard the eyes of the combat armor. The energy shield it produces must be sufficiently resilient, akin to the most formidable shields in the cosmos, capable of withstanding direct assaults from adversaries. When confronted with the mysterious and potent forces of time vortices in a battlefield distorted by temporal anomalies, or the bizarre magical attacks from witches in ancient fortresses, this shield serves as an unassailable bastion, ensuring the visual system operates flawlessly, impervious to any external destructive forces. Jarvis continued, stating that the head must also integrate communication and information processing modules. The communication module acts as the vital link between the armor and the outside world, necessitating stability in a multitude of complex environments, whether submerged in the profound and enigmatic depths of the ocean, relaying information through specific frequency sound waves with the precision of dolphins communicating via ultrasonic signals, or in the vast, boundless vacuum of outer space, utilizing specialized electromagnetic waves to maintain clear communication with teammates across great distances. This module is indispensable. The information processing module, on the other hand, serves as the brain of the armor, rapidly analyzing and processing the vast amounts of data collected from the visual and radar systems. These data surge like a tidal wave. Yet the processing module adeptly filters out the most critical information, providing the user with a lucid understanding of the battlefield, akin to an efficient intelligence center that empowers the user to make the wisest decisions in combat. Through their in-depth discussions, the design of the head gradually took shape, with every detail resembling a meticulously sculpted work of art. Subsequently, their attention shifted to the hand module, a crucial component for the armor's interaction with the external environment, bearing the weight of combat and operational responsibilities. Ethan, Yanghua, picked up a model of the mechanical hand skeleton, its lines smooth and imbued with a sense of power. He gestured as he spoke, asserting that the hand is essential for the armor's interaction with the outside world, with both combat and operations relying heavily on it. We must enhance the hand's strength and agility. This is pivotal for augmenting the combat capabilities of the armor. In terms of power, we are designing a novel muscle fiber enhancement device, which will serve as an inexhaustible source of strength for the hand. It can instantaneously amplify grip and striking force as needed, with control precision akin to that of a virtuoso pianist, where each note is perfectly rendered. For instance, in the volcanic battlefield when facing colossal rock giants of immense strength, the armor will effortlessly lift massive boulders for counterattacks, executing movements that are fluid and natural, each gesture reminiscent of a meticulously choreographed dance, necessitating such precise power control. Tony sketched on the design blueprint, his pen acting as a conductor's baton, illustrating the future of the armor's hand. The weapon system in the hand also requires enhancement. In addition to the existing energy pulses and melee weapons, we could embed miniature missile launchers within the palms. These miniature missile launchers will serve as hidden arsenals concealed within the hands. Micromissiles can be energy tracking types, capable of locking onto enemy movements with the precision of hunting hounds. Concurrently, they can switch to physical attack mode based on the characteristics of the adversary. In the urban battlefield of the future, when confronted with agile and numerous robotic assassins, the exosuit can swiftly launch missiles in retaliation. The launch angles of these missiles can be adjusted flexibly through advanced mechanical structures and intelligent control systems, akin to the myriad eyes of a thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, enabling comprehensive, all-encompassing attacks without blind spots. Jarvis added that the tactile feedback system in the hands is equally crucial. We must allow the exosuit users to genuinely perceive the objects they touch, which is vital for precise operations and situational awareness during combat. By installing high-precision sensors and simulating neural signal technology in the hands, we can achieve high-fidelity tactile feedback, as authentic as if the user were directly touching the object. When the exosuit makes contact with an object, the user can distinctly sense its texture, temperature, and shape, enhancing their dexterity while operating the exosuit. Additionally, energy shield nodes are integrated at the joints of the hands, functioning like guardian angels. Upon encountering enemy attacks, they can automatically generate small shields, enveloping critical areas of the hands in a layer of robust armor, safeguarding them from assaults and ensuring safety and stability during combat. As the discussion on hand design deepened, They turn their attention to the legs, which play a decisive role in the exosuit's mobility and stability. Tony crouched down, his gaze fixed intently on the leg design model, which appeared as a mysterious treasure waiting to be unveiled. The legs determined the exosuit's agility and steadiness. In previous battles, we observed issues with the exosuit's balance in complex environments such as underwater and volcanic terrains, akin to a ship navigating tumultuous seas without a steady helmsman. We must devise an adaptive balance system, resembling a sprite endowed with extraordinary perceptive abilities, capable of sensing external force changes in real time. Whether it be the gentle flow of water or the violent fluctuations of lava, it can swiftly and automatically adjust the leg posture. Its adjustments are both precise and graceful, reminiscent of an experienced dancer maintaining perfect equilibrium on any unstable stage, allowing the exosuit to traverse complex and ever-changing environments with ease. After a moment of contemplation, Ethan, Yanghua, remarked with a glimmer of insight, stating that the propulsion system of the legs also requires enhancement. We can draw inspiration from the astounding advancements in aerospace technology to design an adjustable vector thruster. This thruster would be akin to equipping the exosuit with a pair of wings. In the cosmic battlefield, it would enable rapid movement and agile maneuvers, ensuring high mobility. Just as a spacecraft navigates freely through the vastness of the cosmos, the exosuit would deftly evade enemy attacks and pursuits. In ground combat, the thrusters could provide additional thrust, allowing the exosuit to sprint and leap at high speeds, reminiscent of a mythic superhero, overcoming various obstacles with ease. Moreover, the energy consumption of the thrusters must be meticulously optimized, avoiding over-reliance on the energy system of the exosuit. It ought to function like a frugal steward, judiciously utilizing every ounce of energy to ensure sustainable usage. JARVIS simulated the movement model of the legs on the computer, the intricate model continuously morphing on the screen, seemingly showcasing the limitless potential of the exosuit's lower limbs. The protection of the legs must not be overlooked. An additional layer of high-strength alloy armor is to be incorporated on the outer sides of the legs. This alloy armor is the result of countless experiments and refinements, serving as an indomitable fortress capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, energy shocks, and physical assaults. Whether faced with the searing magma of a volcano, the fierce beams emitted from the enemy's energy weapons, or the physical impacts of their melee armaments, none can easily breach this formidable barrier. Simultaneously, energy-absorbing materials will be embedded within the armor, functioning like numerous tiny energy sponges that absorb a portion of the energy during an attack, mitigating damage to both the exosuit and its wearer, akin to establishing a cushioning layer on the legs to safeguard their safety. At the base of the legs, a specialized anti-slip and gripping structure will be designed, capable of automatically adjusting to various terrains. Whether traversing the moss-covered cobblestones of an ancient castle, the rugged rocky surfaces of a volcano, or the mirror-like metallic floors of a futuristic city, it will ensure the exosuit's stable stance and movement, allowing for seamless navigation across diverse landscapes. The frontal design of the exosuit is the next focal point, as it is the primary area subjected to assaults. Akin to the walls of a fortress, its significance is self-evident. Tony stood before the exosuit's front, his silhouette casting a long shadow under the lights, resembling a guardian giant. He gestured with determination and stated, "The front is the main area of attack, thus the shield system is paramount. We must redesign the energy distribution mechanism of the shield. Based on JARVIS's previous analysis, we need to enable the shield's energy to intelligently distribute evenly according to the intensity and direction of the attack. This necessitates the installation of additional energy sensors on the front, which will act like countless vigilant eyes, monitoring the attack situation in real time. Subsequently, through complex and precise algorithms, the shield's energy will be adjusted, resembling a sentient shield that can perceive the direction and intensity of enemy assaults. Where danger lurks, the strongest defenses will be concentrated, functioning like a wise guardian that instinctively channels power to the most vulnerable points, repelling enemy attacks." Chapter 37, Multi-Module Design of the Exosuit. Ethan, Yanghua, gazed thoughtfully at the design schematics. On the front shield, we could integrate some energy reflection devices. These devices are akin to magical mirrors that can reflect a portion of the energy back when hit by the enemy's energy attacks, inflicting damage upon them. This would serve as an exceptionally effective method of defense and counterattack against formidable energy weapons from extraterrestrial marauders or other energy-based foes. In the midst of battle, the enemy's assaults not only fail to breach our defenses, but are instead repelled, delivering unforeseen repercussions upon them. Furthermore, the frontal armor must be meticulously engineered with a multi-layered structure, each layer serving as a distinctive line of defense. employing diverse materials and technologies to counter various forms of attacks, ranging from physical penetration to energy erosion. This intricate multi-layered armor resembles a carefully crafted labyrinth, wherein the enemy's strikes are incessantly diminished and obstructed, ensuring the safety of the armor's front. Jarvis further elucidated that the front must also incorporate a weapon mounting point, a critical element for enhancing firepower in specialized combat scenarios. This mounting point functions akin to a multifunctional weapon platform, designed to accommodate substantial and unique weaponry. For instance, within the volcanic battlefield, a large cryogenic pulse launcher may be affixed. The pulses emitted from this device resemble frigid blizzards, effectively combating fire elemental beings by rapidly lowering their temperatures and inhibiting their movements. This mounting point must facilitate swift weapon exchanges and be seamlessly compatible with the armor's energy and control systems, enabling the user to adapt quickly to battlefield conditions. Much like a seasoned warrior adeptly switching weapons in the heat of combat, ensuring the armor possesses appropriate offensive capabilities for diverse combat scenarios. The design of the armor's back is equally paramount, as it houses the energy and support systems, which are vital for sustained combat and the rescue of comrades. Ethan Yanghua turned to gaze at the back of the armor, his eyes brimming with anticipation for this crucial component. The back serves as the essential support for the energy and assistance systems. First and foremost is the energy system. We must expand the capacity for energy reserves by utilizing advanced energy cells that function as a repository of power, boasting a higher energy density than current models. This enhancement allows the armor to carry a greater amount of energy, akin to equipping it with a larger fuel tank, thereby extending its operational duration in battle. Simultaneously, a sophisticated energy distribution network must be devised, resembling a complex yet efficient transportation system that facilitates the effective transmission of energy from the batteries to various functional modules of the armor. This network dynamically adjusts energy allocation based on the combat scenario and the needs of each module, preventing energy wastage and shortages in any particular segment. It is akin to a conductor at a fervent concert, judiciously distributing the tempo and intensity of music according to the requirements of different instruments, ensuring the flawless execution of the entire performance. Tony sketched a diagram of the energy distribution on the whiteboard, his pen gliding swiftly across the surface, leaving behind clear lines as if he were crafting a grand blueprint. Regarding energy reserves, in addition to the primary battery, we could incorporate several backup energy modules, which act as the armor's spare tires, capable of rapidly activating in the event of damage or depletion of the primary energy source. The activation speed of these backup systems must be optimized, akin to the swift provision of power from a car's reserve fuel tank at a critical moment, ensuring that when the armor is in dire need of energy, these backup modules can supply sufficient power to sustain its combat capabilities. Moreover, these auxiliary energy modules can be swiftly charged or replaced via external interfaces, akin to granting a convenient backdoor to the energy system of the armor, thereby enhancing its endurance and ensuring that it does not succumb to energy crises during prolonged battles. Jarvis remarked that the back should also incorporate a rescue system module. We previously discussed long-distance rescue devices, such as a high-speed rescue pod. This pod can be compactly stored within the back, resembling a concealed weapon hidden behind the armor. When assistance is required for a comrade, it can rapidly emerge and soar towards their location, its speed reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the sky. The interior of the rescue pod must be equipped with life support systems and basic medical apparatus, functioning like a mobile miniature hospital to ensure that injured allies receive essential treatment during retrieval, thereby sustaining their vital signs. Simultaneously, signal enhancement devices can be installed on the back, serving as signal amplifiers to bolster communication signals among teammates in complex environments, facilitating the coordination of rescue operations and maintaining close contact throughout the endeavor to ensure a seamless rescue process. The design of the armor's feet is equally crucial, as it is the key point of contact with the ground, significantly impacting stability and maneuverability. Tony crouched down, grasping the design model of the feet, which seemed to come alive in his hands. The design must prioritize stability and adaptability. At the base, we could employ a structure reminiscent of octopus suckers, which provide formidable adhesion underwater, akin to an octopus clinging to a rock, allowing the armor to navigate fluidly without being swept away by currents. During terrestrial combat, the sucker structure can retract, revealing sharp traction spikes, which act like serrated claws, enhancing grip across diverse terrains. Whether gliding steadily over soft snow like a sled, embedding deeply into rugged mountain ground to prevent slipping, or maintaining stability on smooth metal surfaces, the armor's feet must ensure secure standing and movement. Ethan Yanghua gazed at the model, his eyes alight with contemplation. The feet could also feature small energy thrusters, akin to equipping the armor's feet with miniature rockets. These thrusters could provide additional propulsion when necessary, enabling the armor to achieve greater heights and distances in leaps, much like a super athlete springing into action. Alternatively, in emergencies, they could facilitate rapid evasions of enemy attacks, allowing the armor to swiftly alter its position to dodge incoming strikes. Furthermore, the foot armor must be sufficiently robust, capable of withstanding the weight of the armor and the reactive forces from the ground, while also resisting attacks from below. Much like a formidable shield protecting the feet from harm, Jarvis adjusted the design parameters on the computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as lines of code cascaded down the screen. The sensory system in the feet is also critical, as it must continuously perceive the terrain's conditions, including fluctuations in elevation, hardness, and friction. These sensors function akin to the nerve endings of the armor's feet, relaying the collected information back to the adaptive balance system and the propulsion system of the legs, thereby assisting the armor in adjusting its posture and movement with greater finesse. Just as our feet instinctively adapt to diverse terrains, the feet of the armor must possess this intelligent perception and adaptability, enabling it to maneuver effortlessly across various intricate landscapes. Once the designs for each major module were completed, the team delved into an in-depth discussion regarding the intricacies of each functional area, with each zone resembling a distinct yet interconnected microcosm, collectively forging the formidable combat prowess of the armor. Tony approached the design schematic of the functional area, his gaze brimming with anticipation for the new capabilities. Let us first discuss the combat functional area. We previously mentioned the enhancement of various attack modes and the incorporation of specialized functions to counter different foes. We could devise a weapon management system, akin to a sagacious armament steward. This system would automatically identify the type of enemy and their defensive attributes, subsequently recommending the optimal weaponry and attack strategies to the user. For instance, when confronted with adversaries capable of absorbing energy, the system would, much like an experienced warrior, promptly suggest a transition to physical weaponry. When facing enemies shrouded in magical shields, it would advocate for the use of weapons with magical armor-piercing capabilities. Through intricate algorithms and extensive data support, this system would deliver precise judgments in an instant, providing the user with formidable assistance during combat. Ethan Yanghua added, the combat functional area must also encompass an energy modulation system. This system would function like a magical energy valve, adeptly adjusting the output power and frequency of energy weapons as needed. In aquatic battlefields, it could enhance the penetration and lethality of energy beams by varying their frequency, much like how adjusting the frequency of sound waves improves their propagation through different mediums. Likewise, when confronting enemies of varying strengths, the power of energy weapons could be fine-tuned for effective strikes. Simultaneously, the energy modulation system should work in close harmony with the energy management system to ensure judicious energy utilization, preventing excessive consumption. Akin to a meticulous financial steward allocating every unit of energy wisely, directing resources where they are most impactful. Jarvis continued, within the combat functional area, we could incorporate a combat assistance module, resembling a sagacious advisor on the battlefield. This module would analyze the battlefield dynamics by collecting and processing data from various sensors, including enemy positions, movement patterns, attack frequencies, weapon types, and even the coordination among enemies. Utilizing advanced algorithms and models, it would operate like a master strategist, predicting the adversary's next moves and proposing optimal counter-strategies. For example, upon detecting that enemies are attempting to encircle, it would advise the user to break through at the weakest point of the encirclement. If the adversaries concentrate their fire on a specific direction, it would recommend seeking cover or launching a counterattack. This module would significantly enhance the survival capabilities and combat efficiency of the armor's user, empowering them to navigate the complexities of battle with remarkable agility. Regarding the design of the energy zone, Jarvis elaborated, beyond the previously mentioned battery and energy distribution network, an energy recovery system is also essential. This energy recovery system functions akin to a station for energy reclamation, adeptly harvesting a portion of energy when the armor is subjected to attacks or when certain skills are employed. For instance, when the shield endures enemy assaults, it can, like a keen scavenger, capture and reclaim some of the attacking energy, subsequently converting it into restorative energy for the shield, thereby facilitating a swifter renewal of its defensive capabilities. Furthermore, when utilizing energy weapons to strike adversaries, should any energy be reflected back, it can rapidly gather up this dispersed energy for reutilization. Such a design significantly enhances energy efficiency, akin to equipping the armor's energy system with an unceasing energy supply station, effectively prolonging the armor's operational duration and ensuring a continuous flow of energy during protracted battles. Tony contemplated, suggesting that the energy zone could also incorporate an emergency energy interface, which would serve as the armor's final lifeline for energy. In instances of extreme energy scarcity, this interface would enable the acquisition of energy from external sources. It must possess a high degree of compatibility, allowing for various types of energy connections, such as linking to external energy batteries, energy generators, or the energy systems of other armors, facilitating energy sharing. Much like a traveler parched in a desert discovering a water source, this emergency energy interface would ensure that, in critical situations, the armor does not succumb to energy depletion, thus safeguarding its combat efficacy. Ethan, Yonghua, studying the design blueprint of the energy zone, remarked with a serious demeanor, concurrently, stringent safety mechanisms must be established within the energy zone. Given the high energy density of the resources involved, any malfunction or attack could inflict severe harm upon both the armor and its user, resembling a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. The safety mechanisms ought to function as a vigilant guardian, capable of real-time monitoring of the energy system's status. Upon detecting any anomalies, be it energy leaks, battery overheating, or other potential hazards, swift action must be taken. This could include promptly severing energy transmission to prevent uncontrolled energy spread, activating backup energy sources to ensure the fundamental functionalities of the armor remain operational, or initiating an emergency cooling system to lower the temperature of the energy system and avert danger. This series of measures would construct an impregnable safety barrier around the armor's energy system. The design of the radar zone is also a critical component, serving as the eyes of the armor, guiding it through the complexities of the battlefield and identifying foes. Jarvis called up the design scheme for the radar zone on the display screen, showcasing an array of intricate circuits and modules that illustrate the high-tech nature of the radar system. The radar zone must employ a multi-band, multi-angle radar system. This setup is akin to equipping the armor with countless pairs of diverse eyes, enabling it to simultaneously detect various types of targets, including stealth entities, energy-based targets, and solid objects. In differing battlefield environments, the radar system ought to function like an intelligent chameleon, automatically adjusting its operational mode to achieve optimal detection efficacy. In the underwater battlefield, low-frequency sonar serves to detect surrounding objects and adversaries. These sound waves act as invisible tendrils, propagating through water to perceive the environment. In the cosmic arena, high-frequency electromagnetic waves scan distant alien marauders and satellite weaponry, piercing the cosmic darkness like a keen gaze, unveiling threats concealed among the stars. Tony, gesturing toward a segment of the design blueprint, exudes confidence in this innovation. We can augment the radar zone with a target recognition and analysis module. This module functions akin to a superintelligent brain, swiftly and accurately identifying the type, size, speed, and level of threat of targets by assimilating radar reflections with extensive database information. It transcends mere outline detection, delving into the essence of the target, much like an experienced hunter discerning the habits and dangers of its prey at a glance. This will furnish the combatants with invaluable intelligence, enabling them to devise more precise battle strategies tailored to the characteristics of each target. Ethan, Yonghua, nodded in agreement, stating, "Moreover, the radar zone must integrate seamlessly with other systems. The data captured by the radar should flow as fluidly as blood coursing through the body, relaying information in real time to navigation systems, combat systems, and information processing modules. The navigation system will update pathway planning based on target locations, much like a mariner's compass adjusting its course in accordance with the positioning of islands. The combat system will fine-tune weapon readiness based on the assessed threat level, swiftly preparing the most formidable means of attack upon identifying high-threat targets. The information processing module will weave the radar data into the broader battlefield context, providing users with a comprehensive and lucid understanding of the environment, akin to a complete puzzle where each piece of radar information fits flawlessly, granting users profound insight into their surroundings. Through continuous dialogue, design, and refinement, the modules and functional zones of the fifth-generation omnipotent exosuit gradually crystallize, each detail akin to a meticulously polished gem, each function resembling a robust fortress. They interrelate and depend upon one another, forming a powerful and intricate combat system. Every detail has been carefully sculpted, and each function rigorously validated to ensure its efficacy and reliability in real combat scenarios. As Tony gazed at the evolving exosuit design, excitement sparkled in his eyes, a brilliance surpassing even the laboratory lights. We are crafting an unparalleled masterpiece, our most potent weapon against diverse threats. It is not merely an exosuit. It embodies a living, intelligent companion, poised to safeguard Earth alongside us, defending against the unknown perils. Ethan, Yonghua, responded with a smile, his expression brimming with pride and anticipation. Indeed, This is the culmination of our intellect and diligence. Each challenge faced in battle is akin to a sculptor's chisel, deepening our understanding of the exosuit's requirements. Every enhancement is like embedding a radiant gem into this steel form, bringing it closer to perfection. We are inscribing history, creating a legend that belongs to us. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resonated with unwavering confidence, echoing through the laboratory as if imbued with an enigmatic force. Gentlemen, based on the current design, the armor has seen significant enhancements in every aspect. I can hardly contain my anticipation to witness its performance in combat tests. It is akin to a majestic eagle poised to take flight, eager to showcase its splendor against the backdrop of the sky. I firmly believe it shall surpass our expectations and emerge as the sovereign of the battlefield. As time progressed, the fifth-generation omnipotent armor gradually transformed from mere blueprints into tangible reality within the laboratory. Each component was meticulously assembled, and every line of code was entered with utmost care. This process resembled a sacred and solemn ritual. Tony, Ethan, Yanghua, and J.A.R.V.I.S. remained entirely focused, their eyes devoid of fatigue, filled solely with the relentless pursuit of perfection. They resembled master artisans, crafting a rare treasure, leaving no detail that could affect the armor's performance overlooked. Once the final component was secured, the fifth-generation omnipotent armor stood quietly at the center of the laboratory, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura. Its sleek lines resembled a magnificent work of art, with a metallic sheen that sparkled as if each inch of its surface narrated tales of advanced technology. The various modules harmoniously integrated, devoid of any jarring contrasts, as though they were always meant to be so intricately united. It resembled a warrior from the future, brimming with strength and majesty, poised to embrace the trials of battle, taking a resolute step toward becoming the mightiest armor to safeguard the earth. Its steadfast stance seemed to declare to the world that it would become the defender of justice and peace, causing any adversary daring to challenge it to tremble in its presence. Within the exquisite and intricate design of the fifth-generation omnipotent armor lay countless details worthy of profound exploration and formidable capabilities. Every nuance encapsulated innovation and wisdom, rendering it an instrument of warfare that transcended imagination. The evolution of the Armory Management System. The Armory Management System has evolved into a highly intelligent core module, its capabilities far exceeding mere enemy type recognition and weapon recommendations. This system possesses formidable learning abilities, akin to an intelligent entity with boundless potential. Following each battle, it automatically initiates a deep analytical program, meticulously dissecting vast arrays of combat data. It does not simply record the fundamental characteristics of enemies. Rather, it embodies the essence of a keen scholar, adept at capturing every unique detail of newly encountered foes, particularly those exhibiting peculiar energy fluctuations. Upon detecting such distinctive energy wave patterns, the system precisely catalogs them within its database, constructing an expansive and rich repository of enemy information. When faced with similar adversaries again, the system's response speed and matching accuracy are truly remarkable. For instance, when encountering an enemy capable of seamlessly switching between physical and energy states, it behaves like a seasoned tactical master, swiftly recommending the most suitable method of attack at the very moment the enemy transitions. Chapter 38. Design of Functional Modules. Whether it involves penetrating the enemy's physical defenses with piercing weaponry or disrupting their energy state with interference devices, the Armament Management System demonstrates an impeccable ability to make accurate judgments. This instantaneous and precise weapon recommendation capability allows the battle armor to maintain the initiative when confronted with multifaceted adversaries. In terms of weapon switching speed, a qualitative leap has been achieved through meticulous optimization of the internal mechanical transmission structure and energy conduits. The transition from one weapon to another is compressed to a mere fraction of a second. This process resembles a masterful magician performing dazzling tricks on stage, effortlessly and fluidly transforming the implements in hand. In the heat of battle, this rapid switching ability enables the armor to swiftly adapt to the enemy's variations, leaving no opportunity for respite and consistently applying formidable pressure on the adversary. Moreover, the combination attack feature within the arsenal introduces a novel tactical dimension for the battle armor. For instance, when facing clusters of enemies or larger targets, the armor can simultaneously launch energy pulses and miniature missiles. Upon firing, these two distinct weapon types converge at specific points, their energies intertwining and amplifying to produce a more powerful explosive effect. Such explosive force is capable of delivering devastating blows to enemy formations or inflicting severe damage on critical points of substantial targets, thereby altering the course of the entire engagement. The optimization of the energy regulation system has reached new heights in its collaborative functioning with the energy management system, showcasing a more refined and intricate design philosophy. When the energy management system detects even the slightest depletion in any energy module, the energy regulation system promptly activates its intelligent adjustment mechanism. It operates like a seasoned energy steward, meticulously calibrating the output power of energy weapons to ensure that the supply to critical armaments remains unaffected while ingeniously reducing the power of auxiliary weapons, all while maintaining their fundamental functions. For example, during prolonged, high-intensity combat, if a particular energy cell's charge diminishes to a certain level, the energy regulation system responds swiftly. It reduces the preheating energy for the hand-mounted missile launcher's reserve ammunition, ensuring that the primary energy pulse weapon can continue to fire steadily through this meticulous energy allocation. This dynamic energy adjustment not only safeguards the armor's sustained combat capability under limited energy conditions, but also maximizes energy utilization efficiency. In terms of frequency modulation for energy weapons, the system exhibits exceptional adaptability. Beyond significantly enhancing the penetration of energy beams in underwater environments, it also performs real-time, precise optimizations based on various complex factors such as the density and conductivity of different environmental media. As the armor traverses subterranean caverns rich in unique minerals, the surrounding minerals influence energy propagation in myriad ways. At this moment, the energy regulation system's sensors swiftly detect these fluctuations and automatically adjust the frequency of the energy beams, enabling them to harmoniously adapt to the mineral environment, thus ensuring that the accuracy and efficacy of attacks remain unblemished. Moreover, the energy regulation system is equipped with an advanced energy waveform modulation capability. For adversaries shielded by energy barriers, this feature becomes pivotal in breaching their defenses. Through intricate algorithms and cutting-edge technology, the system can modify the waveform of the energy weapon to resonate with the frequency of the enemy's shield. Much like a meticulously crafted key unlocking a complex and sophisticated lock, this resonance effect facilitates the breach of the enemy's energy shield, presenting a remarkably effective strategy for engaging such foes. The Combat Assistance Module has undergone comprehensive enhancements based on its original functionalities. Its predictive capabilities have been significantly fortified, transforming it into an invaluable ally for the armored user on the battlefield. It delves deeply into analyzing the historical movements of the adversary and the current battlefield dynamics, employing advanced data analysis models and algorithms to forecast the enemy's strategic maneuvers in the forthcoming minutes. Should the enemy be an organized military force, this module acts as an omniscient military strategist, precisely discerning the enemy's command structure and tactical intentions. For instance, it can accurately predict whether the enemy is preparing for a flanking assault, a feigned attack, or a concentrated fire breakthrough. Furthermore, this module offers a variety of countermeasures, meticulously assessing the success probabilities and risks associated with each option. In the face of a complex and perilous situation involving a large-scale enemy onslaught, it swiftly suggests escape routes and, depending on the real-time battlefield conditions, recommends whether to employ an aggressive rapid breakthrough or a more cautious evasive strategy, thoroughly articulating the rationale behind each approach. This comprehensive and profound predictive and advisory function significantly enhances the decision-making capabilities of the armored user amidst intricate combat scenarios. Additionally, the Combat Assistance Module boasts an impressive capability for simulating combat scenarios. Prior to engagement, users can input relevant enemy information into the armored interface, including enemy types, numbers, weaponry, and movement patterns. Upon receiving this data, the module generates highly realistic simulated combat visuals within the armor display system. These visuals meticulously depict potential battle scenarios, from the enemy's approach routes to the engagement of firepower, immersing the user in a lifelike combat environment. This feature holds immeasurable value for users in formulating tactical plans and training new operators. Furthermore, during actual combat, this module continuously evaluates the armored user's performance, akin to a professional combat coach attentively monitoring the trainee's execution. It analyzes various dimensions such as attack accuracy, defensive timeliness, and operational efficiency, providing targeted recommendations for improvement. For instance, if a user demonstrates insufficient agility while evading enemy attacks, the module will prompt the user to adjust their timing and technique for avoidance. Should an attack fail to hit its target, it will analyze potential causes such as improper weapon selection or erroneous shooting angles, offering corresponding methods for improvement. The design of the energy zone has undergone further refinement and expansion from its original conception, transforming it into an efficient, stable, and intelligent energy supply and management hub. The energy recovery system exhibits exceptional capabilities in harnessing energy. In addition to effectively reclaiming energy generated from enemy attacks and energy weapons reflected back, it boasts an innovative feature that enables the combat armor to generate electricity from its own movements. When the armor runs, jumps, or performs any mechanical action, specialized energy conversion devices installed at critical points ingeniously convert this mechanical energy into electrical energy, which is then stored within the energy system. This method of energy reclamation plays a crucial role during low-energy operations such as stealth or standby modes, satisfying the armor's fundamental energy requirements, enhancing energy efficiency, and reducing reliance on the primary energy source. The functionality of the emergency energy interface has been significantly enhanced. It not only possesses high compatibility, allowing seamless integration with various external energy devices, but also has the capability to proactively search for available energy sources in the vicinity. On a dynamic battlefield, should there be abandoned energy generators or other potential energy sources, the emergency energy interface will detect their presence through advanced wireless sensing technology. Upon identifying a viable energy source, the interface will attempt to establish a connection and procure energy simultaneously to ensure that the incoming external energy does not jeopardize the armor's energy system. The interface is equipped with robust energy filtering and voltage stabilization features, regardless of the quality of external energy. It functions as an intelligent energy guardian, ensuring the safety and stability of external energy integration, thereby enabling the armor to maintain combat readiness through multiple energy acquisition avenues in emergency situations. The safety protection mechanism has achieved an unprecedented level of intelligence in monitoring the status of the energy system. It extends beyond merely detecting common fault types. Employing advanced data analysis and monitoring techniques, it can analyze energy flow patterns and consumption curves to uncover potential, subtle anomalies. For example, when a minor energy leak occurs in a transmission line, yet has not reached a critical threshold, the safety protection mechanism can promptly detect it with its acute sensitivity. Upon identifying an issue, it swiftly initiates the appropriate self-repair protocols. If the problem is software-related, the system will automatically update the relevant code for resolution. If it pertains to hardware, it will temporarily isolate the faulty segment and ensure the energy system's normal operation by reconfiguring energy transmission pathways. This comprehensive, intelligent safety protection mechanism constructs an impregnable fortress for the armor's energy system. The enhanced capabilities of the radar zone transform it into the all-seeing eye and listening ear of the battle armor on the battlefield, endowing it with a comprehensive and multi-layered perception of battlefield information. The target recognition and analysis module has achieved a refined breakthrough in identifying target types. For tangible targets, it can not only distinguish between broad categories such as metal, composite materials, or biological tissues, but also delve deeper into the specific components and microstructure of the target's material. This detailed material analysis is crucial for selecting appropriate attacking weapons, as different materials exhibit significant resistance to various types of weaponry. For instance, when confronting an enemy armor composed of high-strength alloys and specialized ceramics, the system can accurately identify its composition and recommend the use of targeted armor-piercing weapons. The module's analytical prowess extends to energy-based targets as well. It can thoroughly dissect the nature of energy, whether it be electromagnetic, thermal, or other unknown forms, with remarkable clarity. Through this precise energy analysis, users can formulate more targeted counter-strategies. For example, when faced with an adversary composed of high thermal energy, the user may opt to deploy cooling or energy-neutralizing weaponry. The interaction between the radar system and other systems has reached unprecedented depths and expanses. Upon detecting an enemy, the radar swiftly transmits detailed information, including location, speed, type, and energy characteristics, directly to the weapon management system. This instantaneous data sharing ensures timely and accurate weapon recommendations, enabling the battle armor to select the most effective weapon for attack at the earliest opportunity. When paired with the combat assistance module, the information provided by the radar becomes a fundamental basis for predicting enemy actions. The combat assistance module, by analyzing radar data alongside its algorithms, can more accurately forecast the enemy's tactical intentions and movement trajectories. Furthermore, the radar system possesses the capability to share information with surrounding battle armors or allied equipment. In team engagements, the radar information from all armors can be real-time aggregated into a command center, where it is integrated and analyzed to form a complete and clear battlefield situation map. This allows the entire team to operate as an organic whole, with each member gaining a comprehensive understanding of the battlefield, thereby enhancing the execution of tactical missions. In addition, the radar zone has incorporated a powerful counter-reconnaissance function. It can emit specialized jamming signals that precisely disrupt enemy radar or other detection devices, rendering them incapable of accurately locating the battle armor. Alternatively, The radar system can alter its own radar reflection characteristics to masquerade as other objects. In urban combat settings, the battle armor can simulate the radar signature of ordinary vehicles or buildings, making it difficult for the enemy to detect, thus gaining greater concealment and strategic advantage on the battlefield. With these meticulously designed and optimized functionalities, the fifth-generation all-purpose battle armor emerges as the ultimate combat equipment, embodying high technology, advanced intelligence, and formidable combat prowess. It is no longer merely a rudimentary weapon. It has evolved into a sophisticated instrument of warfare, possessing the remarkable ability to self-evolve and adapt to the complexities of diverse battlefield environments, confronting unknown adversaries. It carries the sacred mission of safeguarding Earth, transforming into a robust shield for humanity in its quest to uphold peace and security within the cosmos. The optimization of the head module has undergone profound enhancement, resulting in the visual system's ability to present two novel observational modes, microscopic and macroscopic, affording the user an unprecedented visual experience and strategic advantage. In microscopic mode, the optical sensors have experienced significant performance improvements, akin to a high-resolution microscope, enabling the user to magnify and observe distant, minute objects or details with clarity. This observational capability proves vital when navigating ancient castle battlegrounds replete with subtle mechanisms or concealed clues. Through the armor's visual system, the user can discern every intricate stroke of ancient runes etched upon the walls, as if these inscriptions were inscribed before their very eyes. The delicate structures of mechanisms, whether they be gears hidden in the shadows, levers, or intricate locking devices, remain visible to the armor's vigilant gaze. Even the concealed vulnerabilities of adversaries, those minuscule flaws imperceptible to the naked eye, are laid bare in microscopic mode. This empowers the user to strike precisely at the enemy's critical points during combat, achieving maximum results with minimal cost. Conversely, macroscopic mode bestows upon the armor's user a godlike perspective, as if surveying the entirety of the battlefield. In expansive extraterrestrial arenas or futuristic urban conflicts, the advantages of this macroscopic observational prowess become strikingly apparent. The user can effortlessly grasp the overall layout of the enemy, from troop distributions and weapon deployments to the positions of crucial targets, with all information vividly within reach. This comprehensive battlefield panorama provides robust support for strategic decision-making, enabling the user to swiftly devise tactical plans based on the enemy's configuration. Whether choosing to concentrate forces to breach weak points in the enemy's defenses or to execute flanking maneuvers, all guided by the insights gleaned from this elevated perspective. Additionally, the communication and information processing modules have undergone further upgrades, elevating their capabilities to new heights. The communication module employs advanced quantum encryption technology, representing a revolutionary breakthrough in the realm of information security. By harnessing the fundamental principles of quantum mechanics, it ensures absolute security in information transmission. In the intricate theater of war, adversaries' interception and decryption tactics are rendered ineffective against the encrypted communications. Whether transmitting critical tactical commands amidst fierce combat or maintaining covert communication with teammates during stealth missions, quantum encryption technology provides a formidable safeguard for secure information relay. The computational capacity of the information processing module has significantly increased, functioning like a brain endowed with supercomputational abilities, capable of processing vast quantities of data simultaneously. Utilizing more advanced artificial intelligence algorithms, this module can extract profound connections from seemingly chaotic battlefield information. It is not merely a matter of collecting and organizing data. It is capable of discerning the underlying logic behind the diverse actions of adversaries. For instance, by analyzing the intervals between enemy attacks, variations in attack directions, and the coordination among different units, the information processing module can infer the tactical intentions and command structure of the opponent. Simultaneously, it has the capability to identify latent threats concealed within the environment, such as seemingly innocuous buildings or terrains on the battlefield that may harbor traps or clandestine weaponry. Furthermore, the information processing module is equipped with personalized information filtering and presentation features. It intelligently curates the most critical content based on the user's habits and combat style, presenting it in the most intuitive manner. For users who prefer succinct information displays, the module emphasizes the most vital tactical cues and objective information. Conversely, for those requiring detailed data support, it can furnish comprehensive and in-depth battlefield analysis reports. This personalized design enables users of the battle armor to swiftly and intuitively access the most crucial content, thus facilitating more accurate decision-making in the rapidly shifting dynamics of the battlefield. The innovative design of the hand module, as a pivotal interface between the battle armor and the external environment, has undergone a series of enhancements, showcasing more robust functionalities and refined operational capabilities. The muscle fiber augmentation apparatus has been augmented with a force feedback adjustment feature, providing users with a more precise control experience. By integrating high-precision force sensors and feedback adjustment systems within the muscle fiber enhancement device, users can perceive the magnitude of force exerted by their hands in real time. This force feedback is as natural and accurate as the user's own neurological perception, allowing for nuanced adjustments of grip and striking intensity according to operational demands. For example, when performing delicate rescue operations, such as extracting trapped individuals from debris, users can utilize the force feedback adjustment feature to meticulously control their grip strength, thus preventing secondary injuries due to excessive force or failures in rescue maneuvers due to insufficient force. In close-quarters combat with adversaries, users can flexibly modulate their striking intensity, akin to employing their own hands, in response to the enemy's defensive posture and movements. Should an opening present itself, users can instantly amplify their force to deliver a decisive blow. Conversely, if the enemy's defense is formidable, users can judiciously adjust their strength, seeking more advantageous angles of attack, thereby avoiding the squandering of energy or the exposure of vulnerabilities due to reckless force application. The miniature missile launcher embedded within the palm has achieved breakthroughs in compactness and versatility, endowing the battle armor with a plethora of offensive capabilities. In addition to the pre-existing energy-seeking and physical attack missiles, a variety of specialized function missiles have been introduced, significantly broadening the tactical applications of the armor. Among these, the electromagnetic interference missile is a novel weapon specifically designed to target adversaries reliant on electronic systems. Upon launch, this missile can unleash a powerful electromagnetic pulse within the target area, with its coverage and interference intensity meticulously engineered. This electromagnetic pulse possesses the capability to instantaneously disrupt the adversary's electronic devices and energy shields, rendering their weapon systems, communication networks, and defensive barriers incapacitated. When confronted with robotic legions in futuristic cities or high-tech warships from outer space, which heavily rely on electronic systems for combat, the significance of electromagnetic interference missiles cannot be underestimated. These missiles can effectively dismantle the enemy's command and control infrastructure, disrupt their combat rhythm, and create advantageous opportunities for the armored units to strike. Furthermore, smoke bomb missiles provide the armored units with an efficient means of covert operations or evading enemy pursuit in intricate battlefield environments. When stealth is paramount or when one needs to evade relentless pursuit, the user can deploy smoke bomb missiles. Upon detonation in the target area, these missiles rapidly release dense smoke, meticulously designed for optimal concentration and dispersion rate, capable of swiftly generating extensive visual obstructions. This thick smoke effectively impairs the enemy's line of sight, hindering their ability to accurately track the position of the armored units.